Shout out to YouTube and Twitch, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. You can now download the Odyssey app directly from our YouTube and Twitch pages, as we've added the QR code on both pages. Thanks for the mobile text line. Good morning to everybody out there getting off the graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? If you're getting off of work, what is happening? If you're getting ready, if you're on the airways, overnight dancers, carpenters, muni drivers, park conductors, all the people driving safely, good morning to you. We're going to have a fun show today. I know we will. We got Lakers and Warriors. We got the Giants. It scored one run yesterday against the Nationals. Don't panic. It's a lot of baseball left. 151 left. Or 152. Whatever. 150. We got a lot of games left.
Can we be authentic and stop BSing?
What?
There's a little bit of panic in this studio.
It's coming from... It's actually not in this studio. It's behind the glass.
The control room. Like
and
Sam
it's just one person who's panicking.
Let's call it what it is. I love you, Sam.
So let's do this.
Sam, you're a little worried.
Let me set it up. So, we're talking little Giants. I'm like, Jungkook Lee looks good. He went opposite field twice in the first couple ABs.
He did look good.
He had a hell of a game yesterday.
Yeah, he did.
Good bounce back for him.
Great bounce back.
Lamont Wade Jr., not bad. So love because, Bo Mel was saying that, it's going to take this team time to gel. I go, so they spend 6-7 weeks of spring training and played through 10 games, like gelling? Like, wait a minute.
That's the message he said. That's what he said on Sunday when we asked him about it.
What did I say?
I am just delivering the message.
But I said, that's interesting. I didn't even think about that. And then Lubman just flipped the spread.
That's not what you said.
What did I say?
You said, "Come on, what's that even mean? It's been 6 weeks."
I said,
which I agree with.
It's
the exact opposite of what you just said. You said,
but I said, what does that even mean? In a very I just asked you the question. What does that even mean? Just like I was asking the question yesterday, people went crazy. I was just asking, why did they have Mitch Wisnowski put the football in the cove? I was just asking a question. And people were ready to flip the spread. Bonte, just chill. It did happen. I was like, I was just asking whose idea it was. That's all.
So let's start here. Do you guys, and we'll get into the actual team. Do you believe in quote unquote early April baseball chemistry? Because I do not. I think that is the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
I've never heard it in the sport of baseball. I've never heard something like that.
What did I say to you?
Again, it's 6 weeks of spring training, and you're in the clubhouse. And you're playing an individual see-ball, hit ball, field grounder, execute your pitches. What are we talking about here?
It's an individual game that masquerades as a team game. Now, look, you want to say, Joe, the dog days of summer, July, August, September, when you're all together and you're traveling and all those things, the relationships matter. I buy into all of that. Like you get down toward the end of the year, you're together with all these guys, you get exhausted of a particular dude's personality. Totally buy all of that. But in my estimation, in terms of team chemistry being the reason why the team's not winning, was team chemistry the reason Matt Chapman popped up Sunday with runners on second and third and couldn't get into the batter's box in time and had a strike enforced on him because he didn't engage properly? Was team chemistry the reason why Blake Snell looked like a guy who didn't play in the preseason because he signed late?
Is team chemistry a reason why the Giants are cool 0 for 10 with runners in scoring position?
I don't know, Joe.
And 1 for 27 on the homestand so far?
I think Bo Mel said that, and I get where Lubman's coming from. Bo Mel says it, and you're going to eat it up, but I think Bo Mel's full of it on it. And I would just say, dog, these guys need to execute. Like right now, Lamont Wade Jr. is one of your best players. That's not a recipe for a lot of wins. And I like Lamont Wade Jr. as a role player. I don't like him as a featured player. And right now, they don't have enough featured player delivering. Yesterday was about pitching for me. And Blake Snell was the full Blake Snell experience. You saw some of the put-away stuff when it comes to strikeouts, but primarily when you walk guys and you nibble, you fall behind in counts, and when you walk two dudes to lead off an inning, you're going to give up runs.
All right, I'm going to make an executive decision here. We'll get to the Giants in 8:30 with George Contos. We're not going to start there. They got beat by the Nationals 8-1. It's very early in the season. I'm not going to freak out. We're not going to freak out. They're not hitting right now. Until they start hitting, then we'll start talking about them. But the whole gelling as a team thing and saved me. Because Shasky and I may be the only guys in this market who are saying, really, Bob Melvin? And Bob Melvin's a nice guy.
Okay.
And I like the tribute in the home opener. But what this fan base needed was some creativity. We needed something new. We needed some excitement. And the next excitement coming from this team is when you bring up Luciano and Matos. Because, again, half the park was filled last night, and you don't have a little sizzle. So we're moving on to L.A., and we're getting ready for Warriors and Lakers. All right, this is a monster game today down at Crypto.com Arena. And we waited all show yesterday to get into this. This is where we're starting. The whole band is back together. Wiggins is probable. Gary Payton II is probable. We got the rotations going on.
They're all back. We're all probable.
And you got the LA Lakers, who are one of the hottest teams in the league. Since the All-Star break, they're fifth in offensive efficiency. Since the All-Star break, they're second in effective field goal percentage. Ooh. Since the All-Star break, they are second in three-point percentage. So you're dealing with a team that can get into the playoffs and can wreak some major havoc. That's the LA Lakers. And I can't stand the Lakers. You know how much it hurt me to say that, but they are on fire right now. And so you guys mentioned this, and I was out with me and Baby Chaz yesterday watching Rapunzel / Tangled, eating popcorn, running around the house singing Kanto songs.
I was eating popcorn yesterday.
Microwave Kirkland popcorn.
I went caramel from Molly Snells. It was delicious.
Oh, I bet it was.
I ate almost the whole bag.
I bet it was. No, we popped some popcorn.
Oh, nice.
We got the big box from Kirkland.
Was the smell still there this morning?
No, it wasn't.
Oh, because sometimes that does happen when you pop the popcorn and the smell lingers.
No, it dissipates. This is some good popcorn. But we were doing all that, singing the console songs until the national championship in the Giants game. But you know what?
Did you just turn Rapunzel off right at tip-off? Or?
No. We watched it all.
Just perfectly?
No. We started eating dinner. She was on the iPad by that point.
Oh, smart.
So where was I going?
You were talking about the Warriors. And
what about the Warriors? So I was not, this is where I was going. So I was not listening because I came into the studio and you guys said, did you hear Mark Willard?
Well, I said that yesterday on the show.
Mark Willard? Oh, you said it on the show call, and then you said it again this morning. And I was like, no, I did not hear it. And basically, I guess Mark Willard yesterday was saying that the Warriors should take this game to avoid the Lakers in the play, and because of the matchup. The Golden State Warriors to take tonight's game.
4-time champions over the last decade.
Yeah, to take this game. Now, look, he's not lying when he says the Lakers are not the best matchup for the Golden State Warriors. However, you go all in on this game. And I tell you why you go all in this game. You win this game, there's an outside chance Sacramento goes 1-3. There's this outside chance you can still get a home game for the play-in tournament. Hell, there's an outside chance you may even just jump up to 8. You do not take this game. You go out there and play hard. You figure out your rotations. And if you have to see the Lakers next week, well, you get a better gauge of who they are after playing them a fourth time. But you do not go into this game and punt it. You got arrested Steph Curry. He took the game off. You got Draymond and Klay rolling. All right? Kuminga's back. You do not punt the game today. I don't subscribe to that. I just don't.
But what about this? Now, this is the angle I was going to come at, is when I think of the Golden State Warriors, I think of grit, at least in the last 10 to 15 years. Grit, integrity, pride, battle-tested, basically champions. They don't back down from anybody. Think of who they went through. They went through LeBron James to get the majority of their championships. They went through the Houston Rockets, which were one of the better regular season teams of the last 10 years. They went through the young dynamic duo of the Boston Celtics. They went through the Memphis Grizzlies, who were the next up-and-coming team. They went through OKC when OKC was OKC. And now all of a sudden we're going to be afraid of a battered, slow, old 9-seed Lakers?
Yeah.
Whatever happened to competitive pride? Of all the teams in the league that didn't set hop and jump around and wave the white flag and manipulate who was available on a given day with load management, it's the Golden State Warriors. And we're afraid of losing a game to the Lakers? Really?
It's more so being afraid of matching up with them. But yeah, to your point,
one game. Come on.
But no, if you could get the cut from Willard, I would love to hear it. Because I don't want to put words in his mouth. Because I didn't hear the take. You guys just told me what it was.
Dropping his jaw and laughing.
No, sir, I'm being dead serious here. I'm being dead serious. I don't want to put. I want to be fair, and I don't want to put words in his mouth. I'm just going by what you guys said. Now, there's always details missing whenever we tell stories. We all do it. When you're telling a story to your buddy and you leave out a couple details here and there, or you over-exaggerate a point, or you add something to the story.
It's part of spinning the yarn.
Yeah, I don't like doing that. But so I don't want to do that to Mark Willard. I don't want to do that to Mark Willard, but the Lakers are really good.
And then he said he was a better broadcaster than both of us.
Probably is.
Teasing, he is.
Probably is. More polished.
I'll give Mark this. No one makes me care about someone from Fox Sports past who's going to come on 8 minutes from now better than Mark.
Oh, my God. See, I hope he texts you.
I love Mark. And in 9 minutes, Rich Ornberger is going to come on and give us the perspective of a center who played on the Chargers.
Hey, Mark Willard. See, this isn't me. This isn't Bonte Hill. This is Joe Shasky the Butcher saying these things. Just want to let you know that,
Mark.
buddy.
I wonder what Mark's thinking about right field for the Giants right now.
Right field?
I mean, yeah.
Did they have a right fielder?
Another
They have a right fielder? I'm thinking
Sorry.
about Kuminga coming in, going 9-4-11 again.
I think he's worried about them gelling in the clubhouse right now.
No, but like honestly, Warrior fans, I'm dead serious. We have had the highs of highs. If this trio is going to go out, I mean, go out swinging. Right? Like, if you're going to lose, it's one thing to just lose to the better team or lose to a team that out-executes you on a given night. Laying down to set up the match, you still might end up losing to someone in a one-game scenario.
You can still lose to Sacramento.
Look,
you can still lose to the Pelicans.
Is it any less embarrassing that you lost to Ja and LeBron in those play-ins a couple years ago? Like, had you figured out a way to manipulate your way into those matchups? Like, no. Like, I thought the way they went down actually set up optimism for the following year. And I know that sounds like I'm handing out, Capri Suns and orange slices, but I really truly believe that the way Jordan Poole ended that season, even though he missed a shot in the corner, I thought it carried over to the following season.
He took big shots in the Laker game. He took big shots in the Memphis Grizzlies game in the overtime loss to the Memphis Grizzlies at Chase Center. But that confidence from coming back from the G League and coming back in the All-Star break and then carrying that momentum, he was a whole new dude. And he locked himself in the gym. That could carry over for Jonathan Kuminga. It could carry over for Moses Moody. Hell, it could carry over for a guy like Brandon Pajimski. So with 4 games left, I really need to hear the context of this cut. Because I'm not willing to take a game against the L.A. Lakers. And I know the NBA is thinking, hey, Lakers, let's go. This is a TNT game, national television. LeBron versus Steph. They want to beat each other. It may be one of the last renditions of LeBron versus Steph. We don't know how long this is going to go. We don't. Hell, they may be teammates. According to everybody else out there, they may be. So who knows? But seriously, you really want the Warrior fans, you really want to lay down for the L.A. Lakers and just say, you know what? Let's avoid the Lakers in the play-in. Hell, give me the L.A. Lakers. You got the sound? All right, let me hear Mark Willard. Here's Mark Willard yesterday with Willard and Tibbs.
Okay, let me help everyone with this. My mindset doesn't matter. I'm not playing tomorrow night. I'm not going to play. I'm going to watch the Warriors. I'm going to root for the Warriors because I don't know any other way to do this. But if you're asking me what is the Warriors' path of least resistance, it is absolutely for them to not have to face the Lakers in the play-in tournament. That's not fear. That's Vegas odds. That's history. And it's matchups. This whole idea that fans do, if you can't win that game, then you can't win this game over here. Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
Right.
Your matchup against the Lakers has got nothing to do with your matchup against any other team. So I look at this right now, and I'm ready for all the Sacramento smoke. You're still adorable, and the Warriors can still beat you. And you're all injured.
I get way more of a fired up feeling to end LeBron's season. That's what I want to do. I want to end LeBron's season. I also want to send LeBron packing to another team. Him and Bronny, wherever they're going. I don't know where. Maybe it's up north to us. But I want to know, why would you not want to end their season? After what they did to us 2 years ago, 3 years ago.
So the Warriors had the 4th best record in the Western Conference since January 28th. Mavericks top record.
Winning percentage?
Winning percentage.
Okay.
Mavericks 23-9, 7-19. Nuggets 22-9, 7-10. Timberwolves 22-10. Warriors 24-11 with a 68.6% winning percentage. So they have been one of the better teams. We know they've been one of the better teams on the road. Now, I'm looking at the Suns schedule. All right, the Sacramento Kings schedule. They got Portland in the season, but tonight, OKC in Oklahoma City. Can you win that game, OKC? I'll check the injury report and let you know if Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Jalen Williams are back. Pelicans, Thursday.
Which Jalen Williams?
With Jalen Williams.
I'm teasing.
Santa Clara, Jalen Williams.
You knew where I was going.
Not Arkansas, Jalen Williams. All right.
Wait, Calipari's? Jason? I'm just teasing.
Yeah, Calipari. I think he's going to turn Arkansas to another. I mean, Musselman did a great job with Arkansas,
well,
too.
yeah, they were pumping out NBA players.
No, Calipari continued the tradition. Pelicans, Thursday. Suns, Friday, back-to-back with the Phoenix Suns. And then Portland. So is it feasible that the Kings could lose 3 straight? If they lose 3 straight, all of a sudden the Warriors, hey, you're in the driver's seat. You can leapfrog these guys.
Oh, I would love that.
Right? At least get a home game.
I would love that. And Laker would want a home game.
Absolutely.
I would want even though they've been not as good at home. Like,
you still want the home game.
Exactly. That's what I'm being like. Oh, no, we maliciously want to be on the road. No, you don't. Let's remember, in the playoffs, they were really good at Chase Center.
Yes. They lost 1 game last year, or actually 2, because they lost Game 6 to the Kings, and they lost 1 to the Lakers, Game 1. But the year before, when they won the championship, they lost 1 home game.
The Boston
Game 1 in the NBA Finals, with Boston had that great fourth quarter.
Outlier.
Which was an anomaly. Yeah, exactly. So I'm looking at
Al Horford's hitting threes.
Yeah, no doubt. But that's what he does. The Pelicans, their next 4 games. Portland tonight.
Come on, Portland.
Sacramento Thursday.
So who do we want to win there?
The Warriors Friday. And then they end the season with the LA Lakers.
So we want New Orleans to win, you think?
Here's what I want.
Okay, yeah, give me what you want.
I want the Lakers, Kings, and Pelicans to all lose. All lose and let the Warriors all win and see where the chips fall. That's what I want. I'm rooting against.
Kind of like that.
This is the rooting against your stuff, fans. Root against the Pelicans, root against the Lakers, and root against the Kings. I'll make it easy for you. And then just try to get to the 7-8 game.
And then we'd be in the bathtub like Scarface. Fly, Pelican, fly.
Well, you'll be in the bathtub. Or you and Joe DeCamera. I don't take baths.
Bubble bath's actually really nice.
Is that a hot tub or is he in I think it's a hot tub.
Yeah, it is like a hot tub. Well, Tony's, Scarface?
Yeah.
No, it's like bubbles, like a little bath.
You think it's a bubble bath? Okay, I think you're right.
He was in there just chilling for a long time.
Another Quaalude, she loved me in the morning.
Yes, exactly. He was taking a bath. He was just like,
You're right. I think he was taking it, but you're right. I think you're right. He had the cigar going. Was he drinking a cocktail too?
What are we doing?
Well, I'm going through Scarface, one of the greatest movies of all time.
No, it's okay.
Dog.
It's okay.
It's so over the top. I love it.
He's making bubble baths sound really cool, though.
You need a bubble bath.
For
I
real,
like bubble
though.
baths.
You
They're
need
very
a bubble
nice.
bath with the way the Giants are playing.
Stop it. So what?
So, you know what? Root against the Lakers. Root against Sac. I'm trying to get the show back on track, man. We're going all over the place.
Lucky
and
us.
get the Pelicans. Root against them. All right? No taking. 888-957-9570. Anybody out there want to just lay down because you're afraid of the big bad LA Lakers?
We're the Warriors. If we're going to go
Seriously.
down, if the era is going to go down, don't you want to go down swinging?
Right.
I mean, like,
Here's the best case scenario for everybody out
there's
there.
a hypothetical-
Warriors win out. Lakers, Pelicans, Sac lose every damn game.
but be real.
I have a question on that on the other side.
Okay, but this could be, you know what? I'll talk about Klay Thompson on the other side. This could be the end of Klay Thompson in a Warrior uniform. I don't know. I think he'll come back. I hope he comes back.
We got 4 games until that.
No, but my point being is, if he's going to have his final, hoorah.
Let's not say bye-bye a week early.
I'm not saying bye-bye, but, hypothetically, I want to see these guys go down swinging. I don't want to see them go down laying down.
Klay Thompson and company, you're not laying down.
That's what I'm saying.
Out the arena tonight. No, you can win the season
The guy
series.
that put 4 up in Booker's face.
Right, exactly. It is a Warriors game day, by the way, presented by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all of your devices. What's coming up on the game? Brought to you by Prize Picks. I didn't hit Prize Picks last night because Jorge Soler did not get a hit for you, boy. We're going to talk about this. Do you want to take? You really want to punt this game on a Tuesday night, Warrior fans? You want Mark Willard here? I get what Mark Willard's trying to say. Vegas odds and matchups and all that. The hell with that.
Weren't the Niners favored in the Super Bowl? I don't care what Vegas odds. What?
I said what I said.
Cash in on basketball's biggest moments with Prize.
All right, Dub Nation, it's Draymond Green. Tip-off is coming later today with the great Tim Roy, and then tune into the Morning Roast tomorrow morning for the best Warriors coverage.
All right, Draymond Green made the news yesterday. I want to get that in just a second. Looking for the best Giants talk out there. Then make sure you're subscribed to the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast. Sam Lubman. We'll talk clubhouse chemistry. Joe Shasky, they'll bring you the best damn Giants talk in the Bay Area every single week. All season long. Win or lose, subscribe today on iTunes and Spotify or wherever you like to listen to the podcast and get excited about Giants baseball. I know a lot of people are not excited about Giants baseball right now after they lost 8-1 to the Nationals. Blake Snell will get into his debut, 3 innings. He needs to wrap up. Strikeout stuff's there, but so many issues with him. His pitch count's going up and only lasted 5 innings. Yesterday, he only lasted 3.
That's who he is.
That's who he is. You know, let me give you this trivia. I got this from David Tettler over at NBC. He sent it to Sackey and I yesterday. I'll just quiz you before we get right back into the Warriors. Here's a trivia for you.
Tell Tedler to text me every now and then. I could use these nuggy nugs.
Yeah, he doesn't have your number. Blake Snell.
I did sit with him at a wedding once.
Oh, that's awesome.
At the same time.
Did you? I actually heard about that sit down.
And?
I heard you had a whole script on how Giants pre and post could be so much better.
No, I didn't do that.
I heard you had to. Yeah. Oh yeah.
I don't remember that part.
Yeah, all right. That's the only part I heard about. Blake Snell has yet to throw a complete game in his career.
Sounds like Cap.
No, it wasn't Cap. Trust me. I was like, oh, that sounds like Shasky. Blake Snell has yet to throw a complete game.
In his face. I mean, I am the consumer.
Blake Snell has yet to throw a complete. So you're coming around to it.
I always have ideas.
Yeah,
I'm an idea guy.
Oh, you work at NBC? So this is what I think. I'm just
pulls out this huge master plan from his wallet that he like unfolds and this big sheet.
David Taylor's just trying to have a drink and enjoy a wedding. By the way, Tommy Call, I'll never forget. I was never invited to your wedding. I'll never forget that.
VIP only, B.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess so.
First time ever.
I guess
I got in, you got out.
I guess so.
Tommy Call, Kyle Madsen. We know, yeah.
Kyle, did you go to
didn't invite any of us.
No, he didn't invite. That, he actually made a choice. He's like, I'm not inviting anyone from work.
Well,
but everyone from SAC was invited.
Yeah.
Well, of course.
Now he's up there.
We never even got to sip the Candlestick Chronicles, the beer.
I'll hit him up.
How about that?
You're going really inside.
Yeah. Well, with Candlestick Chronicles, they got their own beer.
Give me the David Tedler
got their own beer.
Shout out ESPN 1320.
Yeah.
The Insiders.
Blake Snell has yet to throw a complete game in his career. Did you know that?
No one throws complete games anymore.
Well, he's yet to throw one.
I don't think Logan Webb has either.
No, he's thrown a complete game, hasn't he? Logan Webb's thrown a complete game.
I don't know about that.
Double check.
He might have one.
Yeah. So Blake Snell has yet to throw a complete game in his career. Excluding relievers, how many Cy Young winners have never thrown a complete game?
Excluding relievers, how many Cy Young? I mean, I'm just trying to think about some of the recent. I don't know. One?
So there's only been one.
Yeah.
Who hasn't thrown a complete game? That was Corbin Burns in 2021.
See, I would not.
Yeah, I didn't get it either.
Yeah, I would not have guessed that.
Tough. That was tough.
No, I would not have guessed that.
Tough question.
It's like, do you get credit for a complete game even though your team loses? So you go 8 innings, your team loses in the top of the ninth.
That's still a complete game.
I know, like that, that's not the same, And so this era, that's just what it is. I mean, the high pitch counts, everybody's maxing out velocity. As you see all these arms and all these issues, I saw a video from Justin Verlander circulating on the internet yesterday. It was about a 5-minute clip. We're not going to play the clip, but he was basically explaining that when he came up, right, he didn't get drafted out of high school. This is Justin Verlander, one of the greatest pitchers
he went
of all time.
Where'd he go? Old Dominion?
Yeah, and basically he was a skinny guy who didn't understand his body and whatnot. And once he finally made it into the bigs, he was really, really dominant. And then he started working with Driveline, and he changed the mechanics of how he pitched. And they changed the baseballs in 2016. And remember, Johnny Cueto was talking a lot about the blisters and how he couldn't dig into the baseballs. And so to create more spin rate, guys started doing different things. Spider tack obviously has been around forever to create more spin, better grip, things like that. And there's such an emphasis on home runs, and the ball that they switched to in 2016 enabled guys to hit oppo tacos left and right. It changed fundamentally how guys are pitching. Reward high velocity, high spin rate pitchers. That's what the analytics are telling these front offices. They're giving mega contracts to those guys. If you're topping out at 93 and you're painting the black, you're stuck in single A. And Justin Verlander was basically saying that, like, it's the whole entire culture of baseball right now, from the bottom all the way to the top of the majors, is rewarding high velo. It's not rewarding the art of pitching.
Yeah.
And he would be a total different player.
Right.
He doesn't even think he'd be in the bigs if he didn't, adjust to what he did.
Definitely concerned in the game of baseball. We'll talk to Contos about it at 8:30. All right, we got 888-957-9570. I see this caption on this call. I'm very intrigued. Dean on YouTube. Good morning, Ponte. Are you wearing makeup? No, I'm not wearing makeup. I'll wear makeup a little bit tonight. Just a little pat from the Mac. Little poo, 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 poo. Actually, I can show you right now, Shasky. Where is my backpack right now?
I'm fashionable.
Yeah, I am fashionable. So when you get the TV, Shasky, when you become a television star.
Well, it sounds like I'll never get there.
No,
When you become a television star.
it's coming in your day. You just got to be patient, my young lad. But I got this Mac Studio Fix. And
you do Mac too?
Yeah, I do.
My wife
Mac.
gets the Mac for all the nieces.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just simple.
So what is
foundation.
that? What is it? I don't know what is foundation.
I guess it's this stuff right here. Foundation.
I guess it's this stuff.
Yeah, and then you just get the little pad. And just pop.
Okay.
And
what does that do? It just
takes away a little redness around my nose. It takes away a little bit of shine.
All the scars, like when I got my nose cut open at the Super Bowl.
I don't know if it. Yeah. Oh yeah, you did get your nose.
Probably.
Oh yeah. Only Shasky. I've never been to a million games in my life. I've never had to go to the emergency office. Shasky's a walking injury. I swear to God.
I do have a scar.
That was low-key one of the best parts of the day, right there. We were just like in a little medical hut, like dealing with that.
I was like Whitley, where the hell does Shasky Lubbock go? She goes, dude, he's in a medical tent. Like, and I walk in there.
Matias like tomahawk chopped me from a mile away and got me straight across the nose. And I had glasses on, and it just took a chunk of flesh out of my nose.
Yeah. I see Sabo's back. Demetrius in New York. What's happening? I love Sabo on YouTube, man. He's so delusional. Demetrius, what's happening?
What's going on?
What's up? You tell me. New York City in the house, baby.
Yeah, I'm just sitting here listening to y'all show. Y'all so hyped about the Warriors that's about to get their ass whooped tonight. I don't understand why, man. They're not going to beat the Lakers.
You're a New York City Laker fan?
Exactly, and they're not.
No, why'd you bust him so damn quick?
I kind of wanted to hear more.
Yeah, hey, Demetrius,
Laker fan on Laker
back.
fan crime right there.
It's just Spinoni, yeah, too quick on the trigger.
Premature
Come
fluctuation.
on. No, I don't like that.
Oh, the
Shout out to
evil
our
look he
friends
has
at
on his
Floyd
face
Water.
right now.
Shout out to Floyd Water, our friends at Floyd Water Plumbing and Drain. Demetrius, call us
He
back.
said we were going to get our A.
Yeah, I wanted him to cook.
Tonight.
I wanted him to cook. Too quick on the trigger, Spinoni. Too quick. Floyd Water Plumbing and
He
Drain.
wasn't going anywhere after that.
Yeah, no, I just, good Lord.
This is the part that I hate about Laker fans is they are everywhere. That is the part that I hate. They're everywhere. It drives me bananas.
Yeah, they're jokes. I mean, they're in Monterey, they're in Palma, they're in Sacramento, they're in Union City.
They're in our studio.
It frustrates
They're
me.
in our studio from 5 a.m. till 2 p.m.
We're acting like Monterey. Like I can't be a Laker fan from Monterey, California.
I mean,
It's a couple hours away.
You're
from
in
San
the middle.
Francisco.
Yeah,
it's kind of in the middle. Actually,
it's in. I would call it the
we call it
Bermuda
the
Triangle.
Shire. Actually, we have no true allegiances down in the
All
Monterey
right,
Bay Area.
Daryl Guru Johnson.
I mean, Guru's fandom is it?
I am the system.
It's
of
a
this show.
tapestry of interesting.
I don't want to brag. I live in a regular neighborhood.
If you were good in the 70s, he was a fan of you.
And Eddie House.
I love Eddie House.
I do too.
I love Eddie House. All right. We're going to get into Warriors and Lakers. We're something we're supposed to do that we tease going into the break that we just never ever got to. Oh, no, Lutman, you had a question.
I did have a question. I can ask it on the other side.
No,
though.
just ask it right now.
Well, no, it was just you said that our rooting interest should be the root for the Kings, Pelicans, and Lakers to lose out, correct?
Yes.
So what happens on Thursday night when the Pelicans play the Kings, and then on Sunday when the Pelicans play the Lakers?
Well, it depends
what's the order of operations?
Well, it depends on where the standings are. It all depends on what the
Pivot.
standings are.
Pivot, don't panic.
No, it's not pivoting.
One of the
or
greatest
panicking.
plays
It's
in all
just
of the
Captain
land.
Obvious.
No,
here.
I wanted to get that answer.
No,
So.
you root for a tie. No.
I mean, no, I would love for both teams to lose if that was an option.
Bring Donovan McNabb in. We're getting the tie.
Once we get to Thursday, we'll see where the standings are at, and it will go from there, courtesy of tie-breaking purposes, right?
I see. Okay.
And then Sunday, same thing. Now, hopefully you beat the Pels on Friday, and you beat the Lakers tonight, then you have the tiebreaker over the Lakers and the Pelicans.
I'm so confused.
Oh, how about that?
But no, you make sense. All right, yeah, we'll take it. See, this is why I asked the question. I asked the question. I'm confused, and then you clear it up for me.
That's why it's a great question.
That's why we are gelling as a show right now.
Are the Giants jelly yet?
That's why we are. You were just trying to get to that line, weren't you?
He was. He's trying to make, because he said he almost cursed me out this morning. All right, what's coming up in the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking. No compromises. Hey, Demetrius, New York City, call back, man. I want to call back. I want a Laker fan to talk some trash. Where's big truck driver Ron at Hayward? Ron and Hayward, we're coming for you down at Crypto.com Arena. We're coming to kick your ass. Ain't nobody taking. We ain't listening to Mark Willard. We're coming in here and we're going to kick your ass, LeBron. That's what's happening tonight in LA. So Ron, Demetrius, Spinoni, all you faker fans, we're coming for your asses tonight. I do fear the Lakers.
Now.
I got a joke for you, Bonte.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
The Lakers. Segment sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Hit me with the Mark Willard. He was breaking this down yesterday on his thought process in today's game, Spinoni. Let me know when you have it, because I do not agree with it. I wanted to hear the entire context because you guys brought it up on the show call. I was out and about with my daughter yesterday, so here was Mark Willard yesterday on Willard and Dibs on his approach to tonight's game.
Okay, let me help everyone with this. My mindset doesn't matter. I'm not playing tomorrow night. I'm not going to play. I'm going to watch the Warriors. I'm going to root for the Warriors because I don't know any other way to do this. But if you're asking me what is the Warriors' path of least resistance, it is absolutely for them to not have to face the Lakers in the play-in tournament. That's not fear. That's Vegas odds. That's history. And it's matchups. This whole idea that fans do, if you can't win that game, then you can't win this game over here. Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
Right.
Your matchup against the Lakers has got nothing to do with your matchup against any other team. So I look at this right now, and I'm ready for all the Sacramento smoke. You're still adorable, and the Warriors can still beat you. And you're all injured.
Can I ask you a question?
Please.
Did Tiger Woods avoid Phil Mickelson?
No. By the way, I saw that video today of him at the Masters. What hole was that? Hole 15. I don't know what it was, but he hit that shot. It was unbelievable. I saw it this morning. I don't know which Masters it was. I was like, he's hit a ton of Masters.
Way to narrow it down.
But I mean, it was just like, yeah, it was like Tiger. I just woke up. I was like, whoa. Anyway, keep going.
No, but like he's an all-time legend, right? Tiger.
Yeah.
Did he avoid Phil Mickelson? Another all-time legend. No, he went head on with him at any moment, any time. How about Tom Brady and Peyton Manning? Did they try to avoid each other?
No.
How about the current one, Joe Burrow versus Patrick Mahomes or Josh Allen?
No,
they go head up.
They want to smoke.
Exactly.
Lamar Jackson, they want to smoke.
We weren't afraid of LeBron 6 years ago when he was a better version of LeBron, and his team might have been better significantly.
Hell, we wanted to smoke with Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant, no KC.
Exactly.
2016.
At what point do all-time legends cower up over a one game, like 9 versus 10. Like, I just don't understand what we're doing. Look, if it's the regular season and we're trying to get, seeding for the okay, whatever. At some point, you're going to have to play these guys.
Yeah.
Knock them out. End their season. Where does sports at its purest, competitive fire, wanting to beat one of your enemies? Like, if you were just in a list, Warrior enemies of all time. LeBron's on a short list.
Oh, there's no doubt.
If he's not one, he's two.
There's no doubt.
Who is one of the enemies of Steph Curry? Competitive enemies.
I don't even know who's two.
That's what I'm saying.
For the Golden State Warriors. In our lifetime, it's LeBron James.
Exactly.
Which is why I don't want him on his team, because I want to continue to beat him. But, I am laughing at YouTube, Tyler Miller, who taught Willard, I want all the smoke. Somebody taught him that one. But no, the Vegas odds thing, or miss me with that. Vegas is going to be Vegas. But I'm with you here. You go play the Lakers. You beat them twice this year, and I know certain circumstances, you beat them once without LeBron, and Anthony Davis got poked in the eye in the other game. I get all that. It's all good. I want to beat them at full strength.
Exactly.
I want to see what it looks like.
I want to end their year.
And if it doesn't happen, then it doesn't happen. But if you're not going to, a lot of Warrior fans don't believe they can win a championship this season. A lot of people think that the Warriors' run is going to be short-lived anyway.
Yeah, but you could still, get some pelts on the wall before you go out.
So if it's short-lived, why not try to go down to LA and get a win against LeBron and give us some entertainment? It's about entertainment. It's about Steph beating LeBron again. They've met over 50 times, folks. 50 times. Let's roll, man. I got to find out the referees because a lot of people are asking about the refs and everything like that. That could be a big time factor.
Can you just name me one all-time legend who avoided another all-time legend on purpose? Like, honest to God, pick the sport.
Bird wanted Magic.
That's what I'm saying.
Magic wanted Bird.
Like Isaiah Thomas and Jordan, right?
Right. Jerry West is still disappointed that his one ring came against the New York Knicks. He wanted to come against the Celtics.
You really think Steph Curry is plotting out who to avoid? Like, honestly, I don't. I do not.
So tonight's referees. Are you ready, drum roll?
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy is right.
Oh, no. Is
Drum
Gucci
roll.
Man?
Give me the drum roll. No, it's not Gucci Man. Where's Gucci Man at today? It is crew chief, Zach Zarba.
Oh, great.
Referee, Justin Van Doon. Umpire, Jason Goldenberg. So no Scott
Is Goldenberg the guy who played football?
Oh, that's a great question.
Because I like that ref.
Are you thinking of WWE and WCW legend Jeff Goldberg?
No.
This one.
There's a guy who played tight end in college.
I know who you're talking about.
And he's like a good ref. I think he's a really good ref.
He is a good ref. No, it's not him.
I think he's, and there, I was listening to Fitz and they're like, he hasn't even done playoffs. I'm like, dude, he's one of the best refs in the game right now.
Let me see. Yeah, nope.
Okay.
Justin Van Doon, California native, spent 9 years as a police officer in Ontario, California. He was also a middle school physical ed teacher in California for 2 years. Wow. Now he became a referee. This guy has a wife, 3 children, playing golf, collecting and playing pinball. Dude, they got the whole referee profiles in here.
I believe it's Van Dyne.
Van Dyne?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's Van Dyne. It says it right here. Justin Van Dyne. Officiated 483 regular season games. Let's see Zach Zarba's profile here real quick. Zach Zarba.
Love the ref profiles.
Been here 20 years, including 12 finals games he's officiated. Zach Zarba considers his most memorable NBA assignment to be his first NBA Finals game, which was Game 3 of the 2013 NBA Finals between the Miami Heat and the San Antonio Spurs. He officiated the G League for 2 years. He worked the finals there. He has 3 years of college experience. Let's see. He was a member of basketball community service work, support the Brooklyn Youth Sports Club. It's from the soul. It can't feel it. Blah, 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 blah. Got a bachelor's degree in political science. And, this is not good. Oh, wait, you know what? This is good. Zach Zarba moves up my rankings right now as a referee. How about this? Here's some fun facts for you, Shasky. Fun facts on Zach Zarba.
You've officially jumped the shark on referees.
Here's fun facts on Zach Zarba. His favorite TV show, guess what it is?
Happy Days, as we go jump the shark.
His favorite TV show?
Sopranos.
The Wire.
As in, I'm wiring money back and forth.
Favorite movie? Guess what it is? The Godfather.
I thought it would be Taken. As in, he's going to try to take Draymond Green out of this game somehow.
His favorite app? Guess what it is? Twitter.
Of course it is.
Is Zach Zarba on Twitter?
He might
He's got a burner for sure.
He's got a burner. Salad cooking. And his most likely place to visit, Italy.
Paisan.
I kind of like Zach Zarba now. I would love to watch The Wire or The Godfather.
How's this guy going back and forth to Italy on a referee's salary?
Oh, they get paid, dude. Go look up the referee salaries. They get paid.
Now he's been there for 20 years.
Dude, I'm looking it up. I'm going to look it up.
The referees get paid. Paid. The Wire, really great
like
show.
$100,000 on the low end, up to $550,000.
Wow, and he's been in 20 years, probably the high end.
550.
Oh
wow,
yeah, he's a millionaire.
Okay,
Zach Zarba's a millionaire.
I'll step down.
Yeah, he's flying private to Italy.
He's a millionaire.
He's flying private to Italy. No, seriously.
He's making more money than Jonte Porter.
I'm gonna get my fat ass into shape, man. I'm about to be an NBA official, dude.
I thought you hate them.
I do hate them, but they get paid. They get paid.
Getting chewed out by Draymond. Could you imagine that? Vontae Hill.
Oh my God.
Calling a foul. Coming in like this.
Yeah, you know what? I
Draymond
take that
comes
back.
up to you, you say, I'm shocked you're talking to me.
Speaking of talking.
Hold on. As soon as I look at Draymond, he says anything to me, I'm just going to smile ear to ear. Oh, yeah?
Oh, the little T.
I'm giving him the
most disrespectful of all the T's. So there's a referee who I love. I forget his name. He plays hoops at Ocean View. No, this is CYO. At Ocean View. This coach was berating this guy. He's a great official. He does a really good job, and he's very quiet. He goes over to the other bench and he looks at the guy right in the IB and he goes like this. And he hits him with the little tiny T and then tees him up with the loudest whistle of all time, and I love it. God. The mannerisms of giving a technical are my favorite.
All right, now I got to do it. Tony Brothers. Favorite TV show, 24.
Favorite great
movie.
Show.
Of course, he's
Jack
Keith Sutherland.
Favorite movie, Claudine.
I don't know.
Favorite musician, Earth, Wind, and Fire.
Oh.
Favorite book.
September.
Favorite book.
Favorite book.
The Bible.
Season of the Witch.
How'd you know that, Spinoni? No way.
As in, put your hand on the Bible and don't lie that you've been.
His favorite book is the Bible.
No
Tony
way.
Brothers.
It is the most read book in all the land.
Even though
it wasn't that much. It was,
even though he's telling Jeff Teague, who them girls over there, and I'm paraphrasing.
No way.
Oh, you didn't hear the Jeff Teague story? Pull up the Jeff Teague cut. Please get it. 520 Jeff Teague, Tony Brothers. Clean it up. I'm telling you, it is gold. All right? Favorite app, Spotify. Most likely place to visit. I don't even know I should say that. Israel. We're going to keep it moving. Hidden talent, cooking. Favorite meal, fried croakers.
None of these guys cook.
A lot of chefs.
I was going to say, the only thing they're cooking is they're cooking the books to make sure guys are on the bench at certain points
NBA
of the
ref
game.
potluck must be a
I know how to cook the score. Jeez Louise.
Oh, my gosh. This guy's, he's got 6 children. 6 children. All right, last one here, I promise. Last one. Ed Malloy, your favorite.
I can't stand Ed Malloy.
Your favorite.
No one will call a foul out of position more and then defiantly with slick back hair look at you like you're a moron, like Ed Malloy. Oh, Ed Malloy. It's one of my favorite drops of all time.
Oh, man. Let's say.
These profiles are great.
Fun facts. Fun facts for Ed Malloy.
That entire call is gold.
So he went to Thomas Jefferson University. It was at St. Joe's before that.
Too bad the light hasn't gone on his refereeing career.
Malloy helped lead Jefferson to a 30-2 record and a spot in the quarterfinals of the NCAA Division II tournament in the 92-93 season. Fun facts for Ed Malloy. Favorite TV show? Jeopardy. Favorite movie?
He's one of them.
Top Gun. Maverick.
No.
Favorite musician? AC/DC. Favorite book? Tom Clancy novels.
Oh.
Favorite meal? Penne alla vodka?
Well, penne is pasta.
Yeah, I know that, but vodka?
Well, it's there's like a vodka sauce. It's like
gotcha.
red.
Okay.
Yeah.
His favorite app is Spotify. And his most likely place to visit is Sorrento, Italy.
Oh, these guys are living so large.
Dude,
they're all
large,
going to Italy.
Just cooking fat and going to Italy.
I mean, you know how we say like no one goes out there looking for the refs? It sounds like they think that they do. No wonder. They're all getting compensated so well. They're all going back and forth to Italy.
Dude, they've got profiles, dude. This is unbelievable. So James Williams is not reffing today, a.k.a. Gucci Man. Scott Foster's not reffing today. Why does that make you laugh so much?
He does look identical to Gucci.
He does. Dude, you know what's funny?
I got the Jeff Teague sound, by the way.
Okay, all right.
Because he goes on the riff on a couple of refs, too. It's great.
Do you need to clean it up?
I already, the one that I got is already cleaned up for me.
Here's Jeff Teague. Also, some NBA officials on the 520 podcast. It's 520
so
podcast.
Who's the head official tonight? Zach Zarba?
Zach Zarba.
So this is not about Zach Zarba?
This is not about Zach Zarba.
Okay.
I fucked up my relationship with, what's the one that be cheating CP all the time?
Scott Foster?
Scott Foster.
What you say to Scott, man?
Call him a foul. You got a text. I ain't gonna lie, one ref, though. Some with the big ass eyebrows. Tony Brothers.
Oh, yeah. They said with the eyebrows.
Man, so was trying to be cool. I don't like him either. I was a youngin'. My mama, we playing at the Pacers on the Hawks. My mama and my aunt Niecy was sitting courtside. You know, they cheering every time I came in the game, whatever. I was young. I was probably my first, second year. Man, he like pulled me to the side. He was like, man, who them? I lost it. I went crazy. God.
Who then?
The word was, another word for it would be a tool you would use at the garden.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what Tony Brothers said. And it was Jeff Teague's mom and sister.
Wow.
And I've heard stories about catfish. That's what they call Tony Brothers. Catfish.
Well, he does look like one.
It looks like
his
catfish.
His name is Catfish.
Yeah, his nickname is Catfish.
The referee is unbelievable.
Look at him. His nickname is Catfish. So players call Catfish.
Who is
you know what's crazy about him is he does that. I've heard from multiple players say, oh, yeah, Tony Brothers, he tries to be your friend. And then next you know, he hits you with the T. And then he stares at you like, go ahead, try me again.
Who would be the most lovable of all the hosts as an NBA ref? And who would be the most hated?
Oh, Guru would be the most lovable as a referee.
I'm sorry, I got to do that.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Dre. I got to tee you up right here.
Dre, your feet wasn't set, Draymond.
I love the way you both went in with the exact same
Your feet wasn't set, Draymond.
All right, I'll let this call slide this time, but next time I got to get you.
You talk about a compromised referee.
On a challenge. I made a mistake. My bad.
Shasky, you were name calling, and that bothered me.
Hey, Guru going into the camera when the referee referee when they were explaining the challenge call. We just called Secaucus. We had to overturn the call. My bad, y'all.
No,
we play on.
3-minute explanation.
I lost. I'm out. I'm out.
Who would be the most hateable ref?
Dibs.
Here at 95.7 The Game.
Because Dibs takes it very sanctimoniously over the top when it comes to officiating.
No, I think it'd be Matt Stuyvesant.
I think Steiny would have the shortest fuse as a ref, but Dibs would probably be the most overzealous when it comes to like dishing out texts.
Willard, you were wrong. Don't put words in my mouth. It was not a charge. It was a block.
Sneakily, that would probably get under my skin, right? Like,
do not engage me while I'm playing.
Who'd be the shadiest ref at the station?
It'd be me.
You sure it'd be you?
I'd have friends everywhere.
Oh, I said time for you to do the legal.
You don't think I would?
You don't think I would?
Oh, I know you would.
Oh, why? Why you gotta say that? I'd be cooking all kind of books. I would know the spreads. Everything
would be dapping up all the players, exchanging jerseys with them afterwards. Here's my ref jersey.
Oh, dude, I'd be a great referee. Great. Maybe you know what? It's not too late to become a ref. My boy Johnny Harrison's a ref. He's been a ref for a long time. He started off at JC, JUCO.
You know Manny Nodar? He's a ref as well.
Oh, at Olympic Club.
Yeah, but he does a lot of the women's games in high school. I see him all the time. He's a high-level official. Does a great job.
Shasky would be in the training room. Yeah, you wouldn't be able to run up and down 94 feet without blowing a hamstring. That is true. You are a walking injury.
Okay.
You got to be in shape to be a referee, Shasky.
Okay.
Your Achilles would just pop.
I love how
Trying to chase down LeBron James. That's from that same big drummer. I stole that from him. He's right. You would be in the training room. You wouldn't last 82 game schedule, man. It's a grind. You may want to start off in the NCAA, dude.
Well, you can still be
37 games.
You can still be an MLB umpire. You know, those make, $150K to $450K. So they're still doing pretty good as well.
Wow.
The best umpire that I know back in the day, well, obviously Ben Legier. I've told you about him, CYO legend. It's John Bologna in San Bruno. He's still umpiring high school games out there. Johnny, if you're out there, Marianne!
He's full of baloney.
He's a great umpire.
Is he?
Yes.
Calls balls and strikes.
Oh,
very fair.
How would you do balls and strikes? That's what I want to know, Bonte. Because
one.
No. Really?
Yeah, and then strike. See, right?
Oh, you're one of those.
Oh, yeah, one of those. And then
Would you do the finger gun?
Yeah. See, right?
So that's how you do it.
See, right, two.
See, for balls,
and then strike three. And then strike three. Strike three.
Yeah,
I'll give you
do the
delay.
big punch.
Batter thinks he's walking to first base. See, right?
Oh, you gave him the chainsaw.
Yeah, I'm giving the ball.
Oh, yeah?
I'm making it hurt.
Is that how you're doing it?
Oh, yeah, all day long.
Throwing your shoulder out.
Here's what I want to do. I have a GoPro. Here's what I want to do. I have a GoPro. I want you to come out to one of our practices. I'll give you all of the umpire equipment, and I want you to put the GoPro on, and I will videotape you being an umpire for one inning.
That would be great.
What do you think? Are we in on this?
Let's wait till after the basketball season.
No. We'll do it after the basketball season. We'll do it in the dead of summer. What do you think? Are you in?
Yeah, I'm in.
All right.
I'm in.
Everybody thinks they can umpire. It's hard.
Oh, it is hard.
It's really
hard. It is hard. See, right?
I like that. That's a good call.
So we're doing the Giants highlight Friday. Chapman running the bases.
Yeah.
I don't know. I was trying to get my play-by-play on.
Yeah, you give it to me.
I was like, Estrada to the left center field. Hits the wall. Chapman's round to second. Estrada. Here's the relay for the Padres. Chapman round to third. He's safe.
Solid.
Not bad. Lubman, let me hear your strike calls. How do you do it?
All right, let me get up here so we can do it. So, all right, so strike one, strike one.
Oh my gosh!
All right, here it comes, and then we got a ball. It's 1-1. All right, ball. All right, 1-1, everyone. 1-1.
Little low.
One's count. Get in. Strike two. Yeah, all right,
that would piss me off. Actually,
here we go. Coming in, strike three. Strike three.
Oh my God! Oh my Lord.
You would be one of the worst.
No, both of you guys are way too coherent. I actually understand what you're saying. You gotta go. No. You gotta make a noise. Ha!
Yeah, thank
it's
you.
just one. Every time it's just
yes,
that too.
I like that.
Ha! Two.
Okay.
And then ha!
Ooh, Tony, that's good. See, I'm like that's how I like to do it. Yeah, and then strike three. Got him.
Our buddy Scott Armstrong's been an umpire for a long time.
Forever.
Where's Scott at? Scott Armstrong, if you're out there, give us a call.
The key to officiating.
I want your strike calls on these
airways.
airways.
You to do the legal.
The key to officiating, in my estimation,
we only got 50 seconds.
even if you're way wrong, do it with just clarity, as loud as possible with authority.
Troy, do it with clarity.
650 Xfinity Mobile text line. Our boy Oscar EPA. B, you don't have the knees to run up and down the court. Probably not. Notice we never said anything about officiating in football.
I'm out.
You have somebody running to go right. You got to run down the sideline.
We should get my boy JC. He does
listening to 95.7 Game. KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco. Don't forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. And you can now download the Odyssey app directly from our YouTube and Twitch pages as we have added the QR code on both pages. Shout out to the Xfinity Mobile text line. Joe's from the Excelsior. We only run from cops. Oh.
Hey, I'm getting texts from multiple people. John's son Richie and my uncle Matt coming in. Yeah, I'm not sure about John Bologna being the best umpire of all time. Strike zones all over the place.
Yeah, I believe it. Yeah, I mean, you guys are crooked, dude. You guys are all mafia.
If your name is John Bologna, you're definitely on the take for high school game. No, I'm teasing. I love you, John.
Oh, that's cool.
I'm teasing. I love him.
Well, I know as an official, no Bonte Hill can be bought, so never have me officiate your game. I do come for the price. Oh, you want that championship? Huh?
Are you serious?
Okay, I turn a blind eye to that. To that holding call.
The guy who's betting on Little League World Series games on the take for a Mustang 10U game would just be absolutely chef's kiss.
You imagine me applying to be an NFL, NBA, or Major League Baseball official or referee?
They're gonna be like,
and they're gonna look at my team. They're gonna look at my Twitter timelines like, yeah, what about that game that you bet on? Hawaii versus Thailand?
I love these strike calls.
What's going on in the game? Brought to you by Safeway. We get to the Giants. Or excuse me, not the Giants. Draymond Green and what he had to say yesterday. Right.
Head to Safeway this week for amazing deals for members.
Hey, Dub Nation, it's Trace Jackson Davis, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
You should put that on the poll. Do you got, like, multiple options? Who would be the best ref or the most lovable ref here? Maybe you can put that on our Morning Roast Twitter page. Most lovable ref, most hateable ref. You whittle it down to 3 options: Guru, Shasky, and Willard. And then the most hateable ref, maybe Steiny, Dibs, myself. I don't know.
So I was really good last year. I didn't get any technicals in basketball at all. I've gotten them, years ago. I've been a lot better the last couple years. We're down in Carmel, though, for a baseball tournament, me and my boy Jimbo, and I'm at first base. And I'm the first base coach. And you got to understand, we're the only team from not in that region. And they did not like us. And it was hometown cooking going on all over the place. Strike zone was horrific for us. Horrific for us.
That's what happened.
So my boy Jimbo goes over to the umpires. And he's like, hey, look, I know you have to eat here in the area. And you're going to get yourself in trouble with some of the locals if you don't call a couple strikes. But come on, these are 12-year-olds. Let's call it what it is. So there's a ball in between left center field, and shortstop. We have runners on first and second. And they call in what I deem to be a way premature infield fly. The guy wasn't underneath it. He wasn't going to catch it. It wasn't a routine play. He's backpedaling. And all I said was, yeah, you called that too soon. What? That's it. Boom. They throw me in the dugout. I was so embarrassed. So embarrassed. And then I wanted to find these guys after just to talk and be like, dude, man to man, why did you try to why, what are you doing? This is a 12-year-old game. I made a tiny little comment and you absolutely lost your mind. And the referees, to your point, they just got in their cars, smashed off.
They don't care.
Did not care about having a dialogue.
MGM Grand, Pac-12 tournament, first major tournament that I covered in college basketball. MGM Grand, Las Vegas is Jordan Adams, Kyle Anderson, Slow-Mo, Zach LaVine, UCLA.
Yeah.
Aaron Gordon, Nick Johnson, Arizona. And there's nothing but Arizona fans in there. And I was single at the time. And boy, I saw some things that.
Got in the DM for
Anyway, let me not go there.
I know people.
These referees went to halftime in the tunnel. And the Arizona fans were hanging over the rails. Middle fingers, MFers, B words. I'm like, oh, hell no, I'll never be a referee. I will never be a referee. I wouldn't be able to handle that. I could barely handle somebody on YouTube calling me out. The hell, you got NBA ballers coming up in your face telling you, blah, 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 blah. Nah, man, not happening. Not happening. I'd be teeing up everybody. I'd lead the league in ejections. Get the hell out of here. I wouldn't even give you the first tee.
So you'd be the reverse Draymond Green officiating.
Bob Fitzgerald will be on the call. Now, that's just not professional. Now, you've got to have more leeway than that. You've got to be better than that. Like, last week, the Pelicans and Magic had a game. The referees ejected 3 members of the Pelicans in the last 7 seconds of the game.
Yeah, that's absurd.
Game was already, and then Antonio Davis was sitting there. He was like, this is just not professional. You got to be more professional than this. Give Orlando credit. They won the game. But this is just not professional. I would be that ref. I would not be professional. Speaking of which, UConn beat Purdue yesterday. I know nobody cares. All the women's tournament was so much better than the men's tournament this year. So much better. But UConn did win. And we all had our bracket pool. So I need to shout out some people in the bracket pools. The Worldwide Hef Invitational.
Oh, okay.
Matt Steinman somehow got into the pool, but I beat Steiny.
Did you?
Apparently.
Who won it all?
Olivia Bustos, a fellow SF State alum winner who now lives in New York City.
Congratulations.
Olivia. I love it when the women take it home. Wins a Worldwide Hef Invitational, beats the rest of the jabronis in there. There's all these people like, hey, Bonte, do this, do that. Hey.
Do we know who won the KPIX one?
Nobody cares about that one.
I think Guru did. I think
Guru won it?
I think so.
I thought he had
the
Purdue.
whole thing. I had UConn. I know that.
All
Well, he had a couple brackets. He said he lost the Purdue bracket on his money one, I think. Or maybe he won KPIX. Right. We got to confirm.
Let's shout out Olivia Bustos, man. She actually won the pool before the Final Four. She was like, she had it wrapped up. She smoked this.
Wow.
Smoked this.
Wow.
So, and I didn't know she was a fellow SS State Gator.
Chomp, chomp.
What year? Anyway, Chomp Chomp, Worldwide Hef Invitational. We got to get you in there. They wanted Spinoni in there. They was like, what's up with Spinoni? See, what Hef is trying to do is he's trying to stack his bracket pool with all the celebs that he knows.
Oh.
So he considers Stein. Like, Stein, I was like, wait, Steinmetz, you're in the same pool?
How did he get
I need
Steiny
out. I don't know, but I need out. I can't be affiliated with Steiny.
Why?
Outside of 95
You guys are so alike.
We are so alike. He's more like me than he thinks.
Steiny.
You're
I
more
love
like
how
me
it's
than you
you're
think.
more. He's more like me than he likes. You're hilarious.
I try to be. R2D2. Cadillac in Oakland. Cadillac. What up, Caddy? What's up, Cadillac? Cadillac, you there?
Yeah, I'm right here, boss. What's happening, man?
What's up, Cadillac?
What's up,
boss?
What's up, Butcher Boy? Hey, man, I just called in because I am a high school referee, and you guys are right. I do AAU on the weekends and whatnot, but yeah, I'm a high school basketball referee, and it is horrible the way the fans treat us as individuals. Some places you go, and some fans are cool, but I say 75 and 25, like, they talk to you like you're not a human being. Like, I'm a man first. I just do this because I can't play no more. I'm injury prone, but I love the game. And I can't coach because parents are worse than that. So I referee. That way I go home and it's stress free. But no, the people talk to you, they belittle you so much. And it's like, what job do you have where I can come to your job and yell at you and say things to you? And I had this one lady, like you said, it's a 12-year-old baseball game, like you were saying, but I was at a place in East Bay. It was probably like third graders, non-competitive. They don't even keep score. And the lady told me she was going to shoot me because I was cheating. I don't know none of these kids. What am I cheat for?
It's out of control.
Hey, Cadillac.
It's out of control, Cadillac.
Because I know I covered high school sports just as a beat writer. And yeah, I know what you're going through, man. More power to you for staying strong in there, man, and just refereeing some games.
Cadillac, I'm keeping it real. I want to hear I had to address both segments of the fans because this is a 7th grade basketball game that was not a playoff game. I go, guys, we are in like the 5th division. It's 7th grade. It's a Saturday afternoon. Everyone needs to take a deep breath. This referee's by himself. Stop berating him. Like as the coach, I addressed the entire crowd. It's out of control 9 times out of 10.
Cadillac's gone. He must have hung up, man. That was a good call, man. I believe it. I believe him. How about that? Somebody just tell him, I'm going to shoot you because you made a bad call.
Insane.
I mean, but these parents are insane.
They are.
I'm telling you, man. So Coach Buck, you should coach your Reardon. We know Buck.
Yeah,
you know Buck.
very well. Robin's brother.
So they didn't have film for this one game, right? If something happened. So he used one of the parents' film. Say, hey, can I borrow you film all the games? She said, yeah, sure.
And it's them talking.
They popped the tape.
Yeah.
And the parents just berated the coach. Just, you idiot. Put this guy in. You idiot. This dumbass ref. It's just like, happens. It's just.
You don't know about Game Changer, do you?
What's Game Changer?
So Game Changer, which it did the sponsoring of the
Positive Coaches Alliance. Yeah.
So,
Game Changer.
Okay, so Game Changer. They do it for almost all the sports, but baseball in particular. You put the phone on the chain link fence and you stream the game so that that all the other parents can watch. Well, during the summer, there was one tournament I couldn't make. And I'm watching on the laptop or whatever, or the iPad, and I'm watching our team, and you could hear the two parents talking the entire time. And God bless you, you're out there somewhere. He's like, oh, that's my boy. That's my boy. He dominates. He's going to strike this guy out in 3 pitches. And I'm like, guys, you do realize all the other parents can hear this stuff. Yeah. So any gossip that you have against a child, against another parent, against the other team is broadcast to everybody watching. And so I just tell all the parents, like, keep it to yourself, and then don't go home and at the dinner table critique other players and other coaches and things like that, because then that child now brings that to school and then they bring that to practice. It's not good. It's not healthy.
This is a great call. I see the caption here. Judy in San Francisco. Judy, what is happening?
Hi, Bonte. Hi, Sasky.
Hi, Judy.
What's up, Judy?
My son is a huge fan of yours. We listen to you guys every morning on the radio on our way to school.
What school?
St. Simon in Los Altos.
Oh, nice. Awesome stuff. What's your son's name?
Kenneth.
Kenneth. Good morning, Kenneth. Good morning, Kenneth. Hopefully you're a good student.
Morning.
Morning.
But Saskia, we just found out over this weekend that you guys ended our CYO season in February.
How so?
We played against your team, and we lost by 1.
Oh no.
Uh-oh. Was I on my best behavior?
Yeah, you had the baby.
Oh, you brought the baby. You coached with the baby in your hand.
Protection.
Wait, hold on, Judy.
I did have the baby.
Judy, hold on. You step back. For a second,
I did have the baby.
Judy, are you telling me Shasky coached with the baby in his hand?
Well, there was another coach. He had the baby on the bench.
Yep.
You're unbelievable.
Of what? What's wrong?
This is unbelievable.
The referee, I was trying to do two things at once, and LJ's just got to get used to it, bro.
Oh my God.
Am I wrong? Was that? But I'm a good coach, right?
God.
I'm not a bad guy. I'm a good coach. Please say that I'm a good coach.
You're a good coach.
Thank you.
So I see the purpose of your call
what
is
school was
your
he at?
son.
What school was he at? Playing for?
He played for St. Gabe.
Oh, yeah.
St. Gabe's.
Okay, so we were St. Brendan's, and we played you guys at the end of the year. Yeah, that was a heated game.
Will O'Hara's kids at St. Gabe's?
Yeah, but they're younger.
They're younger? Okay, Will O'Hara company.
I went to St. Gabe's.
So Judy, I know. I heard you turn your back on St. Gabe's. Judy, your son, what's this about your son being a referee?
So my older son, he's 18 now. He's been reffing AAU games since he was about 16. And a couple of weeks ago, I think he was reffing a 5th or 6th grade game. And one of the coaches took exception to him not calling something. And, they had a couple of words, and the coach threatened to shoot him.
Oh, my gosh. An 18-year-old boy.
Yeah, an 18-year-old boy reffing a 5th or 6th grade AAU game.
All right.
So what's up with these people?
But it's always been
referees?
That way. No, so my dad.
Judy, thanks for sharing that story. And thanks for always listening.
And
Kenneth, have a good day at school.
Yeah.
Kenneth, you better crack them books. Damn it.
So, my dad was refereeing a game. I'm not going to say the school. It no longer exists. And it's a rougher part of the city.
What is going on?
No, but this is back in the 70s. My dad was refereeing a game. I got CYO Chronicles, bro. My grandfather used to run CYO way back in the 70s. But my dad was refereeing a game, and he was in a high school at the time, and he got chased out of the gym by the parents. This is in the 70s. Okay, this is before cell phones and before AAU and all the crazy stuff. This is not exclusive to this generation. Has it gotten worse?
Yeah.
Absolutely. But my dad always told me that story. And the thing that I've always learned whenever you're umpiring, officiating, on every call, half the gym hates you, half the gym loves you. And you have to understand that if there is a missed call or something, go over to the coach, lean in and say, hey, I might have missed that one. I'm sorry. I'll try to get the next one.
Yeah.
And keep it moving. But I think we've lost the spirit of what sports for the youth is all about. I did this big panel on it. Less than 10% of the kids who play youth sports go on to play high school. Less than 10% of those go on to play college. Less than 10% of the
Well, it's just human decency. How would you, if you're running a restaurant, I came in there and I start berating you, oh, your food sucks. Get this food out of here. And I start saying, hey, I'm going to shoot you because your pasta's not cooked right. This is stupid.
It's ridiculous.
Come on, people. We got to be better. Now, we're talking about refereeing.
But it's the parents.
Hold on, real quick.
It goes down to the children.
We were talking about refereeing, and we were looking at the assignments for the night. Zach Zarber is going to be the crew chief.
Yeah.
So we went down to bios, and we started having some fun about being referees and stuff like that. But now we're here. An hour later, 30 minutes later, and now we do have Warriors-Lakers. We're going to get everybody fired up for that game. We'll get back to Giants. We've got a lot of stuff going on here on the Tuesday. It's a lot going on the Tuesday. But now we got people calling in about their sons or Cadillac, who's a referee, made a bad call. So lady told him, hey, I'm going to shoot you.
It's ridiculous.
Judy just called us. Her son's a ref, 18 years old. God bless his soul. He's 16, 17, 18, trying to make some bucks on the side of the AAU tournaments. You got people talking about he's going to shoot him for making a bad call. This is ridiculous.
No, but here's the problem. Here's the problem. Everyone thinks that, little 10-year-old whatever, boy or girl, is going to go on to have a scholarship at Stanford. And the reality is this. You play youth sports to learn discipline, meet some friends, make some memories, and love sports. That's what I believe the core is, right? But now it's become a financial thing, not for everyone, but for a good chunk of people that are running these organizations. They're making a lot of money on it. And so there's an industry tied to it. And we've gotten away from what the reality of what youth sports should be.
No doubt. That's why the Positive Coaches Alliance
I don't think it's fair to paint everyone that way, because there are some great programs. And like, I just know there are a lot of people that volunteer a lot of time. They don't do it for $1, okay? And then there are a lot of people who do charge, who do a great job. Like, there are tons of them. You could find good, great programs, but there are these certain segments of people that have lost their way. And I think that what ends up happening is it's gotten out of control. And the reality is, and my buddy Brent said it best, he says, hey, lean in. I want to tell you something. I go, yeah. He goes, my son's not going to the bigs. Don't tell anyone. And it's a way of like making you smile and realize your son and your daughter's probably not going to go to Stanford.
They're just out there playing.
They just enjoy so they can play with their buds.
This is 5th grade games, 4th grade
relax.
games. So the Positive Coaching Alliance Game Changer Award benefit, Coach Lyle Payne. Shout out to Coach Lyle Payne and the Paynes, Matt, Drew, Roz. They were there at the benefit a couple weeks ago at Chase Center. And, you know, the Positive Coaching Alliance, and, you know, you get Dallas Brayton honoring his high school coach. You get GP2. Honoring his trainer. And,
yes.
You get Matt Cain there, honoring his high school coach. And Logan Ryan, who just retired today, honored his coach, his youth football coach back in New Jersey. And all this organization is about building positivity for youth, to give them and say, hey, you come to practice, it's going to be a lot of fun. We're playing these games. You're going to build camaraderie. You're going to meet friends for life. These coaches are still involved in Dallas Brayton's life, Matt Cain's life, Logan Ryan's life, Gary Payton II's life. So all this stuff, and hell, Coach Greg and Coach Paul Berger, Greg Isom, who coached me with the San Francisco Seahawks, still friends to this day. The life lessons. David Keeve, who coached me in high school, would take us on overnight trips every year. And it's like, hey, if you do play college football, this is what it's like to travel for a game. Overnights, bring your luggage, blah, 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 blah. So I just thought, this is fascinating to me that people were out here. I've never threatened a referee to shoot him.
In the heat of competition, you do at times people lose their emotional composure, and that's understandable. Like, you put in a lot of time, and I get that, but be reasonable. Take a step back and relax. It took me a long time. I've been coaching for over 20 years. It took me a long time to calm down. And like during the game, just my coaching is for practice, right?
Right.
You shouldn't coach the kids while they're playing. I'm sitting down. There's little criticisms and tweaks and things like that in terms of schematics and whatnot that we'll do at times, but allow them to play. Right. Allow them to have fun. Callie from Positive Coaches Alliance, who runs a lot of the social media stuff. She gave me these statistics when I did this panel with KCBS about young girls who compete and how less likely they are to get in trouble and how more successful they become. And all these CEOs and all these powerful women across the board, and they didn't play in college. They played youth level because it created a discipline and a work ethic and all this stuff. And the lack of participation in Oakland in particular for these young girls, it was jarring to hear about all these statistics and how much trouble they were getting in when they weren't competing in sports after school and just doing something after school. And it wasn't about the competition. It was about being in a safe environment and not just running the streets. And I wish she would come on as a guest.
Well, it's just Callie's good people. Everybody, Jason Sachs, who runs it, they were just on Good Morning America on Sunday. Jason Sachs, a really good dude. We're going to do a lot of things with the PCA in the future because it's been near and dear to my heart for a long time, and I know how much it meant to Lyle Payne. Rest in peace. May he rest in peace, because what Lyle Payne did, Big Dog City, best friend in the world, brother. Big Dog City, Michael Scott, my boy Jamal Gilliard, who I played Hawks with in high school with and is out there somewhere. Morris from out there by Buchanan YMCA. Coach Lyle took these kids. Now, Coach Lyle and the Paynes, I'm not going to put their business out there, but they were doing well for themselves. Coach Lyle took his sons, and which is why Matt Payne and Big B, they're close to this organization. Took kids from tough neighborhoods and coached these guys. Took them to camps, Cal Camp, Santa Clara Camp, basketball camps, baseball camps. You know what I'm saying? Tutors. You need help? Hamilton Rec Center, where Hamilton Rec Center is, especially back in those days. It was tough. You weren't walking into Hamilton by yourself.
You're underrating it, but keep going.
Yeah, no doubt. You know what I'm saying? But coach the team at Hamilton.
Yeah.
And so you need guys like that, but it was all about building positivity. Hey, let's have fun out here. Yeah, we want to win. We want to win in titles and have fun, but we also want to just build a positive culture for you to get you out of your norm and have a good environment.
Experience something that you've never experienced.
How is this environment good for people?
Well, we've lost our way. And
this is crazy.
But you know why? It's because everyone's looking way too far down the line. Like we've gotten out of control. The parents are losing their mind. For example, I see 6-year-olds pitching to other 6-year-olds. What are we doing? Coach should be throwing. We should be out there. The ball should be moving. This is for kids to get exercise, make some friends, build some memories. And here's the most important, which we've lost: love the game for life. Beat, why do you love football? Because you played at a young age and you grew an appreciation for it, and that's carried you over for your entire life. Yeah. If you have a bad experience playing sports, you will hate that sport forever.
No doubt.
And that's the last thing that you want to do. So
let's go to Tamir real quick in Oakland, and then we'll get back to Warriors and Lakers here on the roast. Tamir, what's happening?
What's up, buddy?
Thank God the boss ain't here. The boss would have been, look. You guys talk referees for 50 minutes. Yeah, you know what, though? But
he coaches and his kids play. Everybody can relate to this.
Tamir, what's up, baby?
Hey, what's up, guys? I got a different story. I get what everyone's saying that the refs get berated and dogs and stuff, but this story is like the opposite. I coach hoop in high school and stuff, and I'm in the Bay, like Oakland and Hayward. We got the refs that threaten the kids and the audience, like when they make a bad call or whatnot. And if a kid, says something like, "Oh, I didn't travel," I had refs this year, like younger ones that are up and coming, saying, "I'm from the hood, you don't know me," and stuff, and threatening to kill the kids. So it's like reverse as well too. So you have to kind of check that as well. So that's where I'm at. I see both sides of it, because with me coaching, I, like you said, Shasky, I go out there and I get on the mic and tell the fans to shut up and pay respect to everybody else, because everybody's human out here. So it's a game. These kids are just playing. Not everybody's going to make it to the league or college or anything. They're out here just trying to play. So you have to get on the mic and say that stuff a lot nowadays.
It's sad. You're right, Tamir. And to your point about coaches, you're a coach. You're going to have kids. My dad, passed away. The amount of people that reached out to me that were like, "Your dad was one of my favorite coaches of all time." It made me. Cool. It made the entire day for me in terms of I realized how many lives he impacted. As you're telling your stories, Bonte, right now, one of my mentors to this day, Vegan Rassim, is out there, and this guy's still trying to push me to get my high school diploma. I don't know where I'd be at without him in my life.
You even need it now? I think you're doing all right.
Yeah, but you know what? I want to do it to prove to my little guy that I could close the loop.
No, I mean,
but this guy's been a positive influence in my life and had nothing to do with sports. Now, it started with sports, but I also don't want to let this man down. He's intervened in my life at seminal points because I've needed it, and it's like closing the loop, going full circle. So. Man, there's more to it than just playing ball.
No doubt. 888-957-9570. 888-957-9570. Let's get back to the Warriors or Lakers, because
before you do,
what?
You're surprised that I was holding the baby while coaching?
Yeah.
What's wrong with that? I was in the dugout the other day. I had the baby Bjorn on, and I was trying to coach. What's wrong with that?
It's nothing wrong with it. It's just somebody else could think you need to put the baby on the bench, man.
I don't know, Joe.
I'm giving Michelle some breaks.
Spinoni, would you coach with a little? All right. That's fair. That's fair. You do you.
Would you, Spinoni?
You do you. I'm just a little surprised. It's just funny.
Well, at that age is probably the only time you could do it, because as they get a little bit older, because the Bjorn works for up to a year pretty much.
Right.
Well, at that point, he didn't fit in the Bjorn. I was holding him in February on my shoulder.
And he was sleeping? See, that's where it gets a little tricky.
A little strange, yeah.
It's a little tricky.
All it takes is one kid to dive out of bounds, and then boom, you got a baby in your hand.
No, we're good.
God forbid you tear your Achilles trying to move out of the way.
Now.
But talking about coaching through adversity, having a baby, that's all time right there. Are you kidding
Alex
me?
on YouTube. G-Baby was on the bench. Well, G-Baby was a lot older. You never watch Hardball? Keanu Reeves?
No.
Oh, my God. One of the best. You ever watch Hardball? You tell me you watch Hardball. Oh, my God. You guys have not watched Hardball? Oh, my God. You guys love baseball. Little League Baseball in the hood, Southside Chicago. Oh my God, it's a great movie.
Was there a baby on the bench?
I'm seeing it right now. Connor, who's Keanu Reeves, is a ticket scalper, gambler, and now Little League coach.
It's a great movie.
For a ragtag team of kids in one of the toughest parts of Chicago. He's no role model, but his buddy Jimmy won't help him pay off his gambling debts unless he coaches Jimmy's corporately sponsored team. That's really good.
But don't need Lubman or Shasky and never watch Hardball?
I'm going to now. This looks great.
That's like Bonte not watching Star Wars.
I'm gonna have to check that out.
All right.
So me and Keanu Reeves have that in common.
This is what Willard said yesterday on the show, and I want to see if the roasters agree with this. And here it is right now.
Okay, let me help everyone with this. My mindset doesn't matter. I'm not playing tomorrow night. I'm not going to play. I'm going to watch the Warriors. I'm going to root for the Warriors because I don't know any other way to do this. But if you're asking me what is the Warriors' path of least resistance, it is absolutely for them to not have to face the Lakers in the play-in tournament. That's not fear. That's Vegas odds. That's history. And it's matchups. This whole idea that fans do, if you can't win that game, then you can't win this game over here. Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
Right.
Your matchup against the Lakers has got nothing to do with your matchup against any other team. So I look at this right now, and I'm ready for all the Sacramento smoke. You're still adorable, and the Warriors can still beat you. And you're all injured.
Somewhere D-Lo and Casey are listening to that. It's like, oh, y'all won't smoke with us? Okay, bring it. Although Kyle Draper, I did see him over the weekend, and he may be telling Sacramento something else, but he don't want the Warriors smoke. But you guys agree, Willard. Guys, Dub Nation, you guys scared of the Lakers? 888-957-9570. It's a big game tonight.
The Lakers.
Now, if the Warriors do lose the game, and hopefully they lose the game by trying and not punting. And I don't think Steve Kerr and company, they're trying to get a rhythm. They're trying to get their form right in case they do go on the big run here. They want to get right. Rotation's set. Wiggins is back today. GP2 will be playing as well. He's probable, but he should be ready to roll. Everybody else is healthy. Kuminga just came back. Anybody nervous about the LA Lakers? Like, now, I'll grant Willard this. If the Warriors do lose this game, okay, the last 3 games, yeah, I'm punting on them. You're not going anywhere outside of the 9-10 bracket. You know what I'm saying? You're not going to move up to 7-8. So, yeah, sure. I will love to give these guys a week of rest to get ready for, you're going to have 2 elimination games if you want to get to the first round of the playoffs if you do lose today. Basically, that's signed, sealed, and delivered. But if you win today, you're rooting against Sac, you're rooting against the Pels, you're rooting against the Lakers, you got a shot to get back into the 7-8 bracket. So, no, I'm not punting the game. 888-957-9570. Do you want to punt the game?
No, I don't want to punt the game, but they also need to work out their form and the rotations for these playing games.
Exactly.
Like, that's another element. They have not been healthy long enough this year, and the last time that we saw this team at full strength was for like 5 seconds? Mm-hmm. And then Draymond got thrown out of that game?
No, well, they were healthy for the Milwaukee game. They had a full squad.
1 game.
Yeah. And then the next game, Steph Curry twisted his right ankle.
Think of where we were. Kuminga was in the starting lineup at that point. I don't think Klay was at that point in time.
No, I don't think so.
We reverted back where Klay is in the starting lineup, and now Kuminga's going to come off the bench. So, they do have some things that they need to iron out. So, yeah, you got to get some wins in here because, Bonte, if they end up losing in the playing game, we're going to look back at these games leading up to it and say, well, they had no rhythm going in. They had no form. They didn't know exactly what they were going to go with. And we're going to critique and nitpick every single lineup decision, whether it's the starting lineup, the closing lineup, or any of the rotations. Now, we do that anyway, but we will do that even more so because they've got a buffer of games here leading into those where they've got to get right. I want them to get in form.
Yeah, they need to get right. You need to get right. I'm not putting on any game. By the way, what's more egregious? Myself never watches or not recalling Star Wars, or these 3 guys that I work with never watching Hardball.
It's you not watching Star Wars.
No, I've seen a lot of people disappointed about.
Well, I'm disappointed in myself. Where can I stream Hardball?
Anywhere, I'm sure.
I'm gonna look it up.
I mean, you probably watch it on YouTube. Was it? I watched it. I actually watched this in theaters. I watch Hardball at theaters.
It's free. It's on Pluto TV, Amazon Prime Video. It's free.
Hey, you should watch it today. Shasky, you would love it. You would love it. You would love it.
After me and LJ get out of the dugout from our 4:30 game, I'll make sure that we sit down and watch it before bedtime.
There's no guarantee I'm ever watching Star Wars ever again. Did you see the guy he tweeted at us last night? He was so angry at me.
No.
He tweeted at us and you replied to him. And I think I replied to him and I said, "May the force be with you."
Oh.
He goes, I guess there's a new release, right? Yeah. Coming up with Star Wars. Yes. And he goes, "Just because Bonte knows nothing about it." And he goes, "But I think he added something."
Was that where I said something like, "Hey, back off, Bonte"?
Yeah. But I just said, "May the force be with you."
That was a great reply.
He never just shook him up.
Do you even know what that means?
Yeah, it's a Star Wars thing. May the force be with you. Wasn't that Darth Vader or Luke Skywalker? I don't know.
Darth Vader. May the force be with you.
Yeah, I don't know.
I love you so much.
Oh, wow.
Michael B. Jordan's in Hardball. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
How old is he in that?
Well, it was 23 years ago. How old is he now? Like in his late 30s, so probably young.
Is he that old?
I said it's more disappointing that you guys haven't watched Hardball since we're a sports talk radio station.
Is LeBron, he's going to play tonight, right? He's been ill the last couple of days.
No. He played Saturday. Had a monster game against Cleveland. And I think what the Lakers did was they noticed that Steph Curry was out Sunday, and they said, "Oh, let's just give LeBron a day off, too, and get him ready for Tuesday night." And so he had, quote-unquote, flu-like symptoms.
Okay.
But if they won Sunday, I don't know. I don't buy that, because if they won Sunday, tonight wouldn't have mattered. So, wouldn't you want to just go all in against the T-Wolves?
Well, the Lakers are probably feeling like, look, we're going to make a run regardless. They are rolling right now.
Who's going to do the Curly and Mo little, eye gouge on Anthony Davis?
It was TJD last time, so maybe I'll double down.
So how about this? Something needs to happen against AD, because this season against the Golden State Warriors, Anthony Davis is 21 of 30. He shot 70% against the Golden State Warriors in the paint. 70% in the paint.
In the paint.
In the paint. 70%. Outside of the paint, 4 of 19, 21% from the floor.
So pack the paint.
Pack the paint against AD. Get him out the paint.
So do you go TJD to start then against him? I feel like they're going to.
Yeah, Steve Kerr said he's sticking with the lineup. Yeah. TJD, Draymond Green. You go Andrew Wiggins, Andrew Wiggins does a fine job against LeBron. He brings it against LeBron. And then you go Steph and Klay.
I like that.
So you got D'Angelo Russell and you got Austin Reeves. And you just go at D'Angelo Russell. Play him off the floor.
D'Angelo's been decent against the Warriors.
He's been good, but you can still play him off the floor. But now they're getting healthy. They're getting healthy. The Lakers are, that is. So they are a tough team. I'm not going to lie. This is a tough matchup for the Golden State Warriors.
You want this one bad.
Yeah, I want to see. Just the Warriors need to get in the form. And they get going here. Beat a good team. I know they've won a lot of games here. They've won 7 of 8, but the naysayers will say, well, you beat Charlotte. You beat San Antonio. You beat shorthanded Miami. You beat the Utah Jazz. A lot of people would nitpick at this winning streak.
I think that's fair. And quite frankly, I think the record against teams over 500 hasn't been good all year, and that's a number that everybody points to. And so this would be a quality win against an opponent that still has stuff to play for. So I think this is a good one. But more than anything, I just want to see this team put a dent into Anthony Davis laying off and being able to play help defense, because that was the big component of last year's series that rolled over again into this year, is that he's not guarding Draymond Green. He backs off of him, and then that enables him to just be a shot blocker and a guy who can help. And so offensively, I want to see the Warriors find a way to pull Anthony Davis out of that key and put him into action. Put him into the action and make him guard going downhill. It's one of the things that I don't know how they do it. I don't know if they do an exclusive, Draymond and Steph pick and roll.
This is where Draymond has to be aggressive. And shades of Draymond Green, by the way, he had a tweet yesterday that had Twitter buzzing because UConn did win a national championship over Purdue and Zach Edey. Zach Edey's pro prospects, look, pick and roll. He's going to get cooked all day long. He's playing drop dead coverage. You know what I mean? Drop dead.
He's Sean Bradley.
Yeah, you're going to drop dead and get cooked all day long. Anyway, Friday night in the fourth quarter, shades of Draymond Green not being aggressive. He's got to take the open shots. It's not like his shot has been bad. Like I advocated for, me, shots. We talk all the time. Draymond, you got to shoot the open shot. When he's more aggressive, think about Game 6 against Memphis. He took 14 field goal attempts. Think about Game 6 against Boston. He hit one of the biggest jumpers of that game when Boston was rallying. He hit a big-time mid-range jumper over Time Lord, Robert Williams. when he's aggressive offensively, the Warriors are just a different team.
Well, but this is where, like, I look back at the series where they had success last year, and yes, it wore Steph down, but him having the ball as the primary ball handler, and then you are now running a high pick and roll, forces Anthony Davis up.
Exactly.
And I think that they have to go, like, they have to abort a lot of the basic motion offense that they use throughout the year, and they need to go to the high pick and roll.
I like the high pick and roll, but if you don't have Draymond as a screener and it's TJD, where they're gonna blitz Steph, and they're gonna make TJD do something with it at the top of the key. Well, but Draymond's gonna have the ball in his hands. That's the thing. He will have the ball in his hands.
Steph also needs to secure the ball. He's been a little careless.
Last year against Sacramento, Game 5, first round, Draymond Green scored 21. Because Sacramento's like, you're gonna have to beat us.
Yeah.
And Draymond's more than capable of doing that. He is. 12, 10, something. But he's got to hit the open shots, because there's a lot of times Friday night, you watch the fourth quarter against Dallas, he has a great shot. A coach cannot diagram a player to be that wide open. But he waits at the top of the key, and you're waiting for Steph Curry to come off curls. And Dallas, who does, I don't know why more teams don't replicate the game plan the Dallas Mavericks always employ against Steph Curry under Jason Kidd, but they really limit the three-point attempts with Steph Curry. If you look at the game logs, there's a couple times they run him off that three-point line and make him shoot twos. And so when you go from great wide open looks, and then you're waiting for Steph or Klay to come off curls, and then they're doubled and they're getting the ball late in the shot clock, forcing up bad shots, that's a terrible possession. At least drive it in, maybe hit the floaters, shoot the floaters, something. But Draymond tonight, while you watch this game, the Lakers will sag off of Draymond Green when he has the ball in his hands at the top of the key. He's got to be aggressive tonight.
Is this a CP3 type of a game? Does this match up well for him?
I mean, he plays well. I'm just looking at the starters right now and what they're going to do, because Draymond's going to be on the court a lot. He's going to be on the court.
Well, I do believe that the reserves have done a great job, increasing leads, stabilizing leads. They've actually cut into big deficits where the starters have been getting cooked, and then in comes the reserve. So I think CP3 is very important for this team.
No, he's definitely important. And CP3 is going to do what CP3 does: hit the midi, get the team in the right set, and he'll be fine. I don't really worry about CP3. He's played very, very well. Hardball, by the way. Hardball.
Throw me the ball and watch what I do with it.
What is this?
Little Zane. Little Wayne. This was the song for this soundtrack. It was the song. Strike 3. I swear to God, it was unbelievable.
You are lit up like a Christmas tree. Hey, Bow Wow had hits.
Bow Wow, come on.
Lil Wayne is on this song.
Lil Wayne is on the song. Ripped it.
Young Moolah, baby.
There was a rumor about Bow Wow and the limo driver that was going around forever.
What rumor?
I'm not going to bring it.
Why would you bring that up? You're fast.
Is Bow Wow?
It's time for the injury report.
This is Ego Bruce.
Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
No, I believe it was the Gin and Juice music video that Bow Wow is in as a little toddler wearing a Dallas Cowboy jersey.
Way to pivot. What's this limo driver thing?
It's just a rumor that was going around.
What was the rumor?
I don't even know.
No, what's the rumor?
You gotta Google it.
Probably all goes back to P. Diddy. Let's get to the injury.
Yeah,
why are you fascinated with that? Oh, that stuff makes me cringe. They're terrible. All right, big showdown between the Warriors and Lakers. And there is optimism that Lakers center Anthony Davis will be available. He was poked in the eye during Sunday's loss to the T-Wolves and had to exit the game. This is the same eye that Davis injured against the Warriors earlier this season, but there is not much concern over the impact Davis's vision on the court. Is he going to wear goggles? Will he wear goggles? Who knows if he's going to wear goggles? Injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. More about the Warriors and Lakers. They're not punting this game. Let's not even talk about it. Let's talk about how the Warriors can get a win tonight against the LA Lakers. What is your key to the game as we break it down here on the Morning Roast? George Contos at 8:30. All that coming up on 95.7 The Game.
Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain brings over 6 decades of plumbing expertise.
Hey, I got a lot of love for you, too, as you know.
Oh, baby. What is happening? Good morning to all the graveyard shift workers, all the overnight dancers, all the janitors, all the plumbers, including you boys at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. Shout out to you guys for doing the damn thing. Shout out to the Xfinity Mobile text lines. Shout out to YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today, and you can now download the Odyssey app directly from our YouTube and Twitch pages. We have added the QR code on both pages. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Shout out to Olivia, who won a Worldwide Hef Invitational. She got big money out there in New York City. SF State alum. Go Gators. Go Gators, Spadoni. Go Gators. You're a Gator. Not a hater. Unless it comes to the LA Lakers, because it's Beat LA Day. It's Lakers Warriors, Shasky. And it means something.
Well, so I wanted to ask you a very simple question.
Okay.
If I was going to say last 20 years.
I like simple questions.
The last 20 years. The best rivalries in sports. List them.
Best rivalries in sports. No particular order.
Yeah. Just when I say best rivalries in sports, what do you think of?
All right. Ravens Steelers. Niners Hawks. Niners Giants. Niners Packers. Niners Cowboys now.
Yankees Sox.
We got Yankees Sox. Yankees Astros. Rays Yankees. Rays Red Sox. I know that doesn't hit a lot of people here, but it does. You know, Manning and Brady. Whenever, whether it's Denver, New England, or Indianapolis and New England.
Tiger Phil.
Giants Dodgers.
Tiger Phil. Giants Dodgers.
It's a rival. It's more of a rivalry than Yankees Rays.
No, it's not. They actually were playing for big stakes. The Giants have done diddly poo.
It's a 140-year rivalry, Bonte.
Okay, you really Giants Dodgers really? What right? I mean,
over
okay.
Yankees Rays.
Yankees Rays been. Go look at the AL East. So go look at the races. Been more heated than Giants Dodgers. Get out your bubble, Lubman. You already told me you don't watch baseball outside the Giants, so I don't want to hear from you right now.
I do watch baseball outside the Giants.
I want to hear from you about this conversation.
No one is sitting here saying that Yankees Rays is a bigger rivalry than Giants
conversation. Dodgers. See your way out of this one.
Okay, cool. I'll go listen to a real conversation.
Yeah, please do. The Dodgers own the Giants. Worry about the Giants gelling in a clubhouse.
Where does LeBron, Steph? Because I think LeBron, Steph is higher than so many of the rivalries.
I mean,
I
was going to get there. So,
well, I mean,
Messi, Ronaldo.
Niners, Pete Carroll.
Messi, Ronaldo.
Yep.
Probably the biggest in the world.
Look, how many more of these Steph LeBrons are we going to really get?
Nadal, Federer.
Nadal, Federer is a great one.
The big three.
Like, if you could give us another Brady versus Manning, we would all sign up for it. I think we thought we'd get more of them, and we didn't, right? Like, Manning retired, and his body gave out on him. So I think we need to appreciate these LeBron versus Steph moments, these Steph versus LeBron moments, because we might not get any more of them.
Yeah, no doubt.
I think this is a top 5 rivalry in the last 20 years.
Hey, it's easily.
And I'm not trying to, poo-poo your race.
No. I said no particular order. I was just rattling off rivalries. That's all.
Floyd versus the tax man,
Floyd who?
Mayweather.
Oh, tax man never won.
Yeah.
Floyd's all right there. By the way, we're talking about people ducking people. Big pun hit me up. Floyd ducked Pacquiao for 10 years, which he's not lying about. Floyd was ducking.
I got a joke for you, Bonte.
CP3, Scott Foster, that's a great call.
That's a great rivalry.
St. Ignatius, Sacred Heart, great rivalry.
I secretly hope Scott Foster is doing the play-in game on the Lakers and Warriors.
That guarantees a win for you.
No, it doesn't.
Charles Barkley versus the blackjack table.
See, that's a good one.
Draymond versus the refs.
How are you going to remember Steph LeBron? 10 years from now. And we'll admit, baked in, you're a Warrior fan, right? So we're going to see it from, our side of view.
I'm going to look at it as the meteor that was Stephen Curry that came out of nowhere, like Halley's Comet or something, right? Just boom. Mm-hmm. And stole LeBron's thunder. This was supposed to be the LeBron era. And, a lot of people will look at it as the LeBron era. And that's fair. He's an all-time leading point scorer. We get all that. He's got all the accolades. But LeBron was on, he went back to Cleveland. and thought it was all good, right? It's like, man, I'm going to go to Cleveland. I'm going to bring them a championship. Kyrie Irving, Kevin Love. I'm going to dominate the 2010s. And Steph and the Warriors come out of nowhere and disrupted everything. And now LeBron's stuck at 4 rings. Steph Curry and the Warriors on the pier. LeBron's probably got 6 or 7 right now. He's on the mantle with Tom Brady. And he's the unquestioned GOAT of all GOATs of basketball. But the Warriors came out of nowhere and stole his thunder and rattled his cage and took 3 rings away from him. 3. Out of nowhere.
Will they be considered, like when people bring up Magic versus Larry, we don't say this guy was better than that guy. We consider them equals.
Right.
I think most people, am I wrong? Am I
that
miscalculating it? No, that Magic versus Larry, it felt like they were equals.
Yeah.
Not that what.
Whatever you preferred.
Yeah, but like, I think most historians will say Magic was the better basketball player than Larry, even though Larry was amazing.
Ooh.
I don't know. Like, you tell me.
Dude, I'm a black guy saying this. Magic is special. Magic's the ultimate quintessential point guard.
And part of his career was robbed because of the situation.
Well, the end of his career was robbed, but boy.
Am I wrong?
Larry Bird might be the better player, all-around player, because Larry Bird can pass too.
No, I'm not.
He's a better shooter than Magic, but that's not the conversation. They're different. But they both are viewed as 2 guys who saved the league, East Coast, West Coast. One represented Boston, one represented LA, and the lifestyle. That's all good.
But they were considered equals, correct?
But LeBron and Steph are not considered equals.
That's my point.
That's what I'm saying. Steph is a little guy that could, the little engine that could.
David versus Goliath.
Took LeBron's shine away. Took it. Just said, you know what? I'm going to make it about me. And then he wins 4 rings in the LeBron era. The quote-unquote LeBron era.
I think about someone like Tim Lincecum, who doesn't fit the physical mode of what we... When I look at dominance, like we think of like Roger Clemens or Verlander, right? Or Randy Johnson. We think of this physicalness of the player. And so when someone like Pedro or Tim Lincecum comes around, they buck what our view of dominance is, and it's short-lived for a small period of time. I feel like, and we still beloved those guys. Like, you bring up Pedro, oh, people go crazy. You bring up Lincecum, oh, people go crazy. I think we're going to view Steph Curry the same way. Non-Warrior fans, like, I think they're going to hold him into a higher degree once he retires, the same way Allen Iverson is held to a higher degree once he retires.
I wonder if they will with Steph.
Why? Why do you think that?
I don't know, because nationally, look how long it took them to give him his proper respect. The nation.
Curry?
Nationally, Curry.
Yeah, but that's because he didn't fit the mold.
Right.
But I think over time we're going to...
He needed a finals MVP to show his...
That's Skip Bayless.
No, it's a lot of people.
You really think
Kendrick? Yeah, we watched it. We talked about it ad nauseum. It drove me crazy.
So, like,
by the way, Ohio State, Michigan. How do we omit that?
Yeah, I know. My buddy Brent was texting me that as well. I mean, it's way higher up on the list than Rays Yankees.
I mean, Rays Yankees do have a rivalry. They hate each other.
I love you for how geeky you get, and I do love that.
You asked me last 20 rivalries. Rays have come out there out of nowhere.
Everybody versus Duke.
Yeah.
Everybody versus Duke. That's a good one.
That's a good one. Although it was Duke, North Carolina. I mean,
it was, but it felt like everyone was rooting against Duke every single time. Is Danny Hurley going to be the new Coach K, by the way? Everyone's going to hate him?
Yeah, you know what, though? I did grow to love Duke. I'm not going to lie.
I mean, I did too.
Admission. The last, 7 years of Duke basketball with Coach K, I kind of, when they came out here to March Madness.
I told you, I've had a theory for a long time.
Dude.
Bonte's a rich white guy in his 70s. He likes the Colts. He likes Duke.
No, I like the Colt uniforms.
He's opining for, Rays, Yankees.
Die-hard Orioles fan.
If you guys will open up your minds outside the Bay Area, go ask Yankees or Rays. The Rays hate the Yankees, and the Yankees hate the Rays, and the Rays have beat them in playoff series.
I bet if I asked a Yankee
them in the
fan
AL East.
to list teams that they hate, the Rays would not be top 2.
They'd be top 3. Who's our Yankee fan, the engineer? What's his name? He's like a Yankee. Was it?
Justin.
Justin kind of irks me sometimes because he's like, y'all really think, 2 weeks before the Super Bowl, y'all really think y'all going to win that game? Y'all ain't going to win that game. We ain't doing no parade. Man, get the hell out the studio.
Another top rivalry that we don't talk enough about is Bonte versus Taylor Swift.
No, I like Taylor Swift. No, I like Taylor Swift.
I think we're all in on Taylor Swift.
No, I respect it. I respect the game.
Oh, you pivoted. Good.
No, I've been pivoted. Listen, I've been pivoted. Been pivoted off of that one. No, I see some other ones. I see some other ones here. I'm not going to read them. There's one about Phillip Rivers there, 650. You see that one, top of the text line?
I've seen some La Russa ones pop up on my timeline. And let's just say
I see.
I don't want to read
Charles Barkley versus San Antonio woman.
Bonte and Shasky versus Willard in the crossover days.
Oh my God, we own.
Shout out words in the mouth.
I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. The Yankees look at the Mets as a little brother. The Mets look. Yeah, forget them. Go to Adam in the city. Adam, what's happening?
Good morning, guys. I wanted to give my rivalry. I don't know if it's been said yet, but the 2010 rivalry between the Niners and the Seahawks was pretty good. Thought that was like the highlight. Obviously, whenever you went to watch one of those games, it was going to be nasty. It was going to be brutal, hard hitting. That was just a fun one to watch. And then I'll leave you on with Bonte. I'd say Liverpool and Man U.
Ooh, this cat a 2-2 draw. Ooh. Liverpool tied with Arsenal at the top of the table in the Premier League. Man City 1 point back. Your boys paid attention, Adam. This is why you love me, right, Adam?
Exactly. You know all sports, Bonte. You're the king.
Thank you. It just feels so good to hear that from somebody.
We'll mark it for you. Don't worry.
I don't ask for anything to mark. You're going to do it anyway.
Arsenal at the top, by the way, via goal differential.
Yeah, I know. I know. I'm full of
tiebreakers.
But, it does bug me. LeBron has the more comprehensive basketball career than Steph Curry. LeBron is one of the greatest players of all time.
Yeah.
But when it comes to their impact on the game and their impact on winning, I feel like that we don't consider them equals. And no one is saying that they're the exact same player. But what I'm saying is that it's like LeBron's here and Curry's down here. I mean, he's up there, but he's down here.
Don't you think, though, that Larry and Magic were considered equals because of the body types? Both were, Magic was 6'9", Larry was 6'7", 6'8". They both were, same type of build.
Best players on their team.
Best players on their team. Like the build of LeBron James, he looks like he was created in the lab.
But they play different positions.
They do play different positions, but LeBron's created in the lab. And then biggest rivalry, Bonte versus compliments. He's getting out of control.
Bonte versus breaks.
I got a joke for you, Bonte.
Bonte versus Lubman Giant takes.
Now that's bigger than Yankees Rays.
That's a 3.
3.5.
I'm giving myself a 3. Steph pissed me off. Steph is he looks like one of us, right? I mean, he looks better.
He's also sick. He's 6'3". I hate when we say he's like one of us.
But I say it because I'm 6'3".
Exactly.
You're not. You're
but
6'4".
That is tall. No, but 6'3" is taller than the majority of everyone on this earth.
But Brady Manning, we kind of consider them equals in the sense of the rivalry. No? Right?
Yeah.
Even though I think most people are taking Brady over Manning.
I got Manning way below Brady.
Well, during their rivalry, though.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Manning had all the stats, but
and I think that
Brady had the team.
We all know now, Belichick is a better coach than what Manning had.
Yep.
I mean, is that unfair to say?
No, it's not unfair.
So that's kind of an equalizer. I don't know. I feel like Steph Curry, outside of the Bay Area, doesn't get the appropriate just due. No one is saying he's the equivalent to LeBron James in the resume.
That's what I'm saying. It took him to win a Finals MVP to get his just due.
But I think as time goes on, we're gonna elevate him.
Yeah, I hope so. I would hope so because he did change the game. He changed the game in the way it's played. Think about this. 10 years ago with the Warriors, they were by far and away the best three-point shooting team in the league. They were making 16 threes a game. They had blown away the competition in terms of made threes and three-point attempts. Now you look at the way the league is played, and the Warriors are 10th. Everybody's caught up to the Warriors because everybody said, you know what? We need to play the game the way the Warriors are playing it. Think about that. 2016, they had made 400 more threes. I've got to get the exact numbers here. I had it somewhere.
Well, it's got a West Coast offensive feel to it where the West Coast offense was revolutionary in 1981.
That's a good call.
And then by the mid-90s, a decade later, you're looking at everyone running, or at least a lot of people running the same thing.
That's a great call.
Is it not?
That's a great call. And now everybody's shooting three. Look at Boston, the best team in the league right now. They run 5 out all the time.
Yeah.
They're bombing threes left and right. They lead the league in three-point attempts, lead the league in three-point makes. That's what they do.
I mean, when I look at, when people say Moneyball, I get triggered because everyone's doing Moneyball. Well, part of what made Moneyball was it was a unique approach to do something different from what everyone else was doing. So if it's homogenized and everyone's doing it, what makes it unique? You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, that's what made the Warriors very unique, but they were not only, elite at it, they're still great at it in terms of Steph exploiting the three-point ball. I mean, you had an entire generation now play his style of basketball. They were 11 years old. Now they're all 21, and he's by far and away still the best at doing that.
No doubt. 888-957-9570. Does LeBron and Steph still hit you? Where do you rank that? Right? Not even rank it. But how are you going to remember this rivalry? How will you remember? I guess it's tough in real time. Like we asked Bob Myers, to kind of sit there and soak in the championships because, dude, I haven't done it yet. It's going to take some time. It's going to take about 5 to 10 years. And even with this LeBron-Steph conversation, when they're gone, I think we're going to realize, damn, we had it good. These guys met in 4 straight NBA finals. 4 straight.
It's again, I look at the big sports, right? And I look at Yankees, Red Sox. You had David Ortiz, Manny Ramirez against Derek Jeter, right? And there's many other cast of characters. Obviously, later on, you had Alex Rodriguez and Giambi and whatnot. But like, boil that down. You're talking about mega stars. That's what elevated. The brands were already humongous, and then you have mega stars. Think about, like I referenced Phil versus Tiger. That was 2 mega stars, individual players. Brady versus Manning. They superseded both brands. I mean, it was Brady, Manning. They were humongous. Steph and LeBron are even bigger than what those guys were.
Was Manning Brady the biggest? Was that? Because I'm trying to remember Manning Brady. I remember the games.
Maybe I'm.
No, it was huge. No, it was huge. It was big because you had Ben Roethlisberger around. And he won a couple rings, and he had his own issues with the Patriots. Yeah. That was a rivalry that nobody ever talks about. We'll never talk about Big Ben and Tom Brady. But I agree, Manning being the number 1 overall pick and the cerebral in the mind.
It was just very different. Yeah.
Calling the game at the line of scrimmage. And then you had Brady come along. And look, the rule changes basically happened because of the Patriots, because Ty Law was punking Marvin Harrison and jamming him all over the field. And they say, well, after 5 yards, you can't touch the wide receiver. That's basically the Ty Law rule.
Yeah.
I mean, it happened in that rivalry.
Who was Kobe's number 1 rival? Because there was a point in time when Jordan left the league, it felt like it was Kobe versus T-Mac in terms of like dominance to the league.
They tried
Kobe
to make
versus LeBron, but it wasn't. I never thought it was a true rivalry.
No, they had to meet the finals.
I thought Kobe's rivals were the Spurs.
Yeah,
as a whole.
They had to meet the NBA finals, and they had all Nike commercials and everything like that. It was San Antonio.
Yeah, they had the puppet commercials. Remember that with the Kobe and LeBron?
And you know what,
though? Close because the Magic ended up knocking them off and playing them that
Kobe versus Spurs, Kobe versus Suns.
How about Kobe versus Shaq?
Kobe versus Suns, yeah, that was cool. But they met in the regular season and they squashed the beef early on.
I know, but it felt like they were a rival within their own team.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, I guess. I mean.
Oh, maybe I'm stretching it.
They won championships together, but by the time it ran its course.
And there was Lakers Celtics built into that for a little bit, obviously.
Yep. But I got Kobe Spurs and Kobe versus the Suns because they had some great matchups against Phoenix. So, but that 101, even Dallas a little bit, Dirk, they were kind of around a little bit.
Well, JJ Barea versus LeBron, and it's all time.
Versus Andrew Bynum.
Versus Andrew Bynum.
But like LeBron, for example, before Steph came along, you could probably say Paul Pierce was LeBron's rival.
Wow.
Because him and Paul Pierce went. Remember they had Game 7?
Yeah.
Where Boston ousted Cleveland in Game 7. LeBron had 45, Paul Pierce had 41. They were going at it. And actually, Paul Pierce was just talking about that. He was actually discussing that recently. He was like, man, me and LeBron, we had battles even before Kevin Garnett got there. So, San Jose Jazz fan, 95-7 the game versus WEEI. No, we kind of like those guys. The Greg Hill Show, they're cool with us.
I like Jermaine Wiggins.
We had Jermaine Wiggins. We cool with them.
Now, WIP.
Yeah, those jokers. And
I smoke with Mike, though.
Hugh Douglas is cool.
My guy.
But the little fella, he's no longer there. What's the little fella doing? He was complaining about everything. Tried to say that they didn't want you, little fella. They let you walk in a contract here. He said bye-bye.
Who's your biggest rival? Me?
Why would you be my biggest rival? I would hope not. God, I would hope. You and I were rivals. We'd not be doing a show together.
Well, that's part why we love each other.
No.
We do compete at everything.
No. You compete with me and everything. I just come in to do a show. I don't compete with you at all.
So who's your biggest rival? Brock Purdy?
No. Who's my biggest rival right now? Lubman, who's my biggest rival?
Farhan Zaidi.
No. That's too easy. A rival has to be someone that can rise up and meet you, at the zenith of whatever the height of competition
probably
is.
RJ and Sean.
You think?
Dallas? No. I mean, I don't have a rival.
I feel like you have a friendly rivalry with D'Lo and KC. Like, it's a respectful, we'll go back and forth.
I don't have any rivalries.
But it's all love at the end.
I'm loved by everybody.
I
don't have any rivalries.
Fans, yeah.
Kings fans love me. They have me on T-shirts. They actually love me. Like, I was talking to Morgan. I was talking to Morgan and Draper Friday. They were like, no, Sacramento loves you, Bonte. They can't wait for you to come to a game. Like, honestly, I got love for Sac. They love me. We're going to kick their ass if we beat them, but,
Honorary beam lighter, Bonte Hill.
I would
like. I was saying it's a respectful rivalry.
Yeah.
It's all love, but then when the game starts, I'm going to beat you and just show you what's up.
At one point, it was Florio. Then he threw me under the bus when we met him.
Well, now that's your rival.
No. It wasn't BC here.
I go, what's up, Mike Florio? This is at the Super Bowl. I put my hand out, we shake hands, and he goes, turns to Bonte, goes, you're the guy. And Bonte goes, no, it's him.
No, that's not how it went down.
And then E.T. fingers me.
We were just talking about this before the show. People exaggerate stories. Everybody exaggerate stories. It was you, Shasky. You did it to yourself because you go, Mike, that was the longest answer. And then, Mike, do you have the cut? You did it to yourself. Now, see, I think I am the rival to Shasky. Now that I think about it, he do compete with me. Wow. Why do you compete with me?
That's how we make each other great.
No, I lift you up. Why are you competing with me?
Well, iron sharpens iron, Harbaugh.
Wow. That was you. But and to this day, there's people out there in these streets that think I took the bullet for you. When Draymond Green says, I'm surprised you're talking to me.
I think
that your biggest rival right now?
Brian in Palo Alto might be his biggest rival.
Great call. That's it.
And
That's
his equal.
I'm optimistic, Bonte.
You see the tweet he sent out yesterday?
No, what was it?
False equivalencies.
What was it? What does it say?
We got Contos coming up in a couple minutes talking about the Giants, so it's actually a great pivot. Giants very well may be worse under Melvin.
I'm not scared.
Well, there you have it.
I'm not doing anything crazy.
What else is he doing?
Is it Shanahan in a close game in the playoffs for you? Is that your rival?
I told you, I don't have a rival. I'm loved by everybody.
I'm rivalry-less.
I don't have a rival right now. Who would be my rival? We own RJ and Sean. They're like my sons. Those dudes. Guru actually told me they got drops from me out there in Dallas. And Guru told me when he saw him in Vegas, the guy Sean goes, that Bonte guy, he gets under my skin. This is a good one. TV Bonte versus radio Bonte.
That is it. You're like Superman when he went evil. There's two different versions, and one's choking out the other.
Who is your rival?
In the junkyard.
Who is your rival? Now I got to know.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Well, it's me versus, just sitting on my couch. I got to stay busy. My rivalry is with the man in the mirror, Michael Jackson.
Our rivalry was with the other station, and then they broke apart. Let me not go there.
But I don't really consider them a rival.
Yeah, I don't either.
Because I don't think that,
we're all friends.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, everybody at the other station, we're all friends.
I respect everybody.
Right. No, we're all friends. Like, when
and
people,
I grew up listening to them.
I saw a couple like Bonte versus Papa. It's all love. What are you talking about? So
I get a kick out of teasing certain individuals, but that's because of the absurdity of some individuals.
So what?
Shasky versus Butcher Boy versus Sanford Shasky.
Now that's probably real. That's when you're hitting a Strasburg. When you hit a status when your only rivalry is yourself.
Yeah,
I'm chasing ghosts.
There you go. TV Bonte versus Pop.
Ooh, this is the ghost of Trey Lance.
Is it Bonte versus Brock?
No. I'm happy with Brock Purdy. It's not. No, it's not. We're not hard on Brock. We're not. How about this? I'm going to play this before the break. It's only 20 seconds, Lovin.
And when we think about the Super Bowl as well, I think that the 49ers played against the refs as well, guys. I think that when we look at that film and you see bear hugs on those defensive ends, right?
Wow.
And you really see it in blatant moments in the game. The 49ers played against Taylor Swift, the refs, and the Kansas City Chiefs.
All three. We could be the sorest losers. Back-to-back years, we are the sorest losers when it comes to the 49ers.
I'm convinced society and Niner fans right now just don't know how to accept a loss.
We got beat.
We got beat by the best player ever.
We got beat.
It happens.
All right. George Conso's coming up by Pacific Coast Termite.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate it.
95-7 the game.
God, this beat still hits. Kyrie. All right, we got George Kontos here coming up, right? Is that what we got? George Kontos coming up? Talk a little Giants. Blake Snell had his first start yesterday, and he looked like a guy who hasn't faced a lot of live hitters. That's what it looked like to me. Now, there's also, you could say, hey, Joe, that's kind of what he looks like. You know, he nibbles a little, pitch count goes up. You know, he walks the first two batters of the second inning, doomed him in. You know, it's a very simple baseball truth. You walk the leadoff hitter, he's probably going to score. I don't care if it's Little League, high school, college, or Major League Baseball.
You talk about rivalries? No, I'm kidding. I was going to say Joe and Joe. Joe Shasky, Joe Ford Ball, Philadelphia. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean,
you won that one.
One guy's moved 7 times, and one guy's going to stay here forever. Ironic. The guy who wants to win you money doesn't know how to store any money.
Oh, my God.
I just call it like I see it, dog.
Oh, my God. Dang,
I'm over here working on my third house. You're working on your fourth move.
Dang, third house. Wow. Whoa. Third house.
It's down the line.
Money time! Money time!
Damn. What a flex.
Well, if you want to go
Wow. Wow.
Speaking of Blake Snell.
Damn.
Nibbling like crazy yesterday.
We got George Kontos Shasky.
Hey, George.
We're just having fun.
Take a play off for
We're
a
having
second.
fun.
Let
We're
that
having
one
fun.
cool off, dude. Oh, damn. All right, George Kontos. Let's not Giants pre and post. Saw him with the Zoom camera on Sunday. New father. I can't wait to see the drip this season.
Congratulations.
Yeah, no, not there. Remember we said congrats a couple weeks ago.
Well,
only
still
one congrats.
congratulations.
Yeah, all right, congrats again. What's up, George? How's it going changing them diapers?
Oh man, good morning, fellas. How we doing? It's going well. You know, I have this really unique ability to sleep through fire alarms, hurricanes, whatever. So, I mean, outside of a little maybe 5 or 10 minute diaper change in the middle of the night, my wife's been a champ, and she's been the one kind of doing all the things, taking care of the baby at night. But I'm sure at some point that'll change.
No doubt about that. All right, man. Let's get to the Giants. Man.
I give it a couple months.
Crazy. Yeah, give it a couple months.
She'll hit the wall, and then good luck.
Well, you'll be all right. It's not that bad for us, Joe.
I'm at the nuclear poop stage right now, and it's not good.
No, that's nothing. That's nothing until you potty trade your kid.
Yeah.
My daughter's taking. I don't even want to say that. She's got the potty. Anyway, let's move on.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. Giants Nationals.
I haven't heard of Michael Irvin in so long.
Giants lose last night 8-1. Well, let's start with Blake Snell. Made his debut for the Giants yesterday. Pitched 3 innings. Thought he had some good strikeout stuff. What was your thoughts on Blake Snell's first start as a member of the San Francisco Giants?
Well, for a guy who, you know, had a significantly abbreviated spring training, this was the first time I would imagine he's faced big league hitters in any sort of kind of pressure situation. So I thought the stuff looked really good. I mean, I heard you mention that he was nibbling. I'm not sure if he's a nibbling kind of pitcher. I think it's just, this is my stuff. This is what you're going to get every single pitch that comes out of his hand. I mean, the guy was 94-98, threw some really, really good sliders and curveballs. You know, he threw a couple changeups that he kind of pushed and then came right back to him, backed it up with another really good changeup. There were a lot of things I thought to be really encouraging out of his start. You know, he went full count or a three ball count on the first 6 guys, which I don't think is what we're going to come to hopefully expect. But we know this guy throws a lot of pitches. He's going to walk some guys, but he's going to get out of some jams. So, I mean, the fact that he was up to 98, pitching with the second and third decks, the lights, you know, a guy wearing a different uniform, standing 60 feet, 6 inches away from him. I think all of that, considering for his first start, I was happy with what I saw.
Yeah, the only reason I said nitpicking is because that's what he had referenced in the post game, saying that he was trying to be too precise. But whatever. I do think that, you know, the leadoff walks, he just does that. That's what he does, and so he's going to have to obviously, you know, adjust from there. What's your make on this lineup right now? Because I'm looking at this team, and although they've got obviously better names in the lineup, they still don't have a stolen base this year. They're one of the only teams in the league that doesn't have a stolen base. Their batting average is below what it was even a couple of years ago in 2021 when they went on a historic run. It just feels like they don't have a lot of pop up and down that lineup either. So where do you go with this lineup right now?
You know, I'll tell you what, being 11 games in on this, I think that this lineup has the capacity to do a lot of damage. You know, I mean, you're talking about Chapman, who we brought in the lineup. You're talking about Soler, who's off to a little slow start. I mean, Conforto had an off day, and that was a big omission from that lineup yesterday because he's been swinging the bat really, really well compared to last year. I mean, it's incredible to see what a year of healthy, not having to worry about an injury, getting your feet back under you can do. This is the kind of player that we saw early in his career, and he's kind of picking it up right where he left off. Jung-Hoo Lee, I mean, the lineup top to bottom, 1 through 9, is actually really good. And I know that it's underperformed a little bit in the first 11 games, but that's why you play 162. I mean, they could run off 7, 8, 9, 10 game win streak in a row, scoring 5, 6, 7 runs a game, and we forget about this conversation that we're having right now. You know,
what do you think of just right field in general? Obviously, Slater and Yastrzemski have been really struggling right now, and just the at-bats haven't looked great for Mike Yastrzemski. Obviously, the results haven't been either, but I don't know. What's the adjustment that he needs to make?
You know, I think obviously Mike has proven that he can play at a high level at this level, right? We know that he was an all-star. We know what he's capable of doing, but the league has seen him now, and he's been around for a long time, and he has the ability to make that adjustment. But I definitely do agree with you. I think right field definitely needs to it's something that there should be an eyebrow perked. I mean, he's putting the work in. It could just be getting himself on a roll. You know, sometimes you need a little blooper to fall. Sometimes you need to hit the ball hard, even if it gets caught somewhere. Maybe he laces one the other way. Maybe he pulls one down the line just to get your confidence going, because regardless of how long you've been in the league, whether you're a rookie, whether you're a guy who's been there doing it for a long time, the in-between-the-ears part of the game is very fickle and finicky, and sometimes you just need one thing to go your way before you can start going on a tear. But I do agree with you. I think that right field, we definitely have to get something going. You know, Mike Yastrzemski is much too good of a player to kind of have the numbers in the line that he's showing right now.
Two-time World Series champ George Kontos on the line with his former Giants reliever. Of course, now an analyst on the NBC Sports Bay Area with Giants pre- and post-game with Laura Britt, Colors Ramirez and company. So what do you do when you're in a slump? Like if you're a pitcher, if you're having a rough go of it, Kontos, what is the things that Mike can do while he's in this terrible run? I know it's not just Mike, it's Estrada. He struggled. Chapman is struggling, although he's had some good ABs and clutch situations. What is it that a major league player could do to kind of get away or just kind of clear his mind to try to get out the slump?
Well, as hard as this is to say, because anybody who's played at the top level of their sport kind of understands what I mean by this. But it's like the movie Forgetting Sarah Marshall, where he's trying to get those surfing lessons from Paul Rudd, where he's trying to do too much, and Paul Rudd's just like, no, do less. No, do less. You want to, when you're struggling, do everything you can to do more and to work harder, because your brain automatically tells you that if I work harder, the results will come. If I do more, the results will come. You need to get in your routine, and you need to try not to worry mentally about what that upcoming next at-bat, what that next game is going to bring. You know, something that Madison Bumgarner did so well in his career is he was able to just stay in the moment in every pitch. And it's very difficult to do, especially when you're struggling. But the advice that I would give to Yaz or anybody who is scuffling right now on either side of the ball is to try and just stay focused in the moment. You know, as a hitter, see the ball, hit the ball. Try and put a good swing on this pitch. So as difficult as that is, sometimes the easiest way is to just reset and just get back to basics. See the ball, hit the ball.
You know, George, you had Posey forever, so, you know, he's one of the greatest catchers the Giants have ever seen. And I'm looking at Pat Bailey, and he showed a lot of promise defensively last year. But early on this year, he's kind of been all over the place. Is that to be expected with a lot of new arms out there? Or are you seeing something that maybe, you know, setup-wise or some sort of fundamental thing that he's doing wrong right now? Because it just seems like he's kind of a little lost defensively, which I didn't see coming this year.
Well, I mean, to your point, he is seeing quite a few different pitchers, right? I mean, Blake Snell, that was probably the first time that they've worked together outside of maybe a bullpen. They didn't have that time to get that rapport in some sort of game-type situation. You know, some of the guys in the bullpen, he's getting to know for the first time and how they operate under pressure and in stress situations. You know, yesterday a couple times, actually, Patrick Bailey last year was so good at is he starts with his glove low and then he brings it up and he steals that low strike. And a couple times yesterday, I noticed that he was doing that, but the ball kind of was clanking around in his glove, and he wasn't catching it and sticking it the way he normally does. Again, we're 11 days in. There's no way, in my opinion, that he's just regressed defensively from what we saw last year. I'm not worried about it. I do think that with time and with repetition, seeing all these new guys, that'll come. Again, we're 11 games in. It's a long season. And if we're talking about this through April and these things are still happening, that's when I would maybe have a little bit of a red flag kind of popping up. But I still think we're in that kind of the buffer phase of the season.
Real quick on the catchers, just in general, every single guy in the bigs right now is doing the one knee down. You know, I'm getting real nuanced here, but like it's different than what I was taught growing up, which was the Johnny bench. You're in the squat and you move around left and right. One knee down to accept that low strike. Does that change anything for the pitcher? Like, what's your thought on that for these catchers setting up for that low strike?
Well, the only time that I would ever expect to see the one knee down is on a fastball. Because if you're trying to get any sort of breaking ball, which I haven't seen, and maybe I haven't seen every game, obviously, or every pitch thrown, but if you have a breaking ball called and you have one knee down, there is very little chance that you're going to be able to block that ball to both ways, to both sides on how that first hop is if it goes in the dirt. So it wouldn't really bother me. I mean, I had Francisco Cervelli when I played in Pittsburgh who did the one leg way out to the right to basically have his butt on the ground. So I've seen a lot of different kind of variations, but the one knee down to receive a fastball or a changeup down in the zone wouldn't bother me. If there was something where it was happening when the ball was expected to be maybe in the dirt and it got by a catcher, that's when it's like, hey, man, this is my run. Let's try and do a better job blocking, but I don't think that it's happening in those types of situations because with the one knee down, you have significantly less ability to get down fast.
Interesting stuff here. George Contos, leave you with this one. Kyle Harrison starting tonight. First two starts, obviously, against Giants or against the Padres and the Dodgers. The Dodgers one didn't go so well for him, but that's his first start at Dodger Stadium against that lineup. He's pitching tonight against the Nats, 1-1, 4.91 ERA. Early returns on Kyle Harrison. What's your thoughts on him? Because I love the kid. I think the kid's going to be a stud.
You know what? I can't agree more with you. I think that his demeanor is great. He doesn't get flustered. The one thing that I really want to see is we know how good the fastball is. We know that 93, 95, 96 plays way up when he throws it at the top of the zone because he spins it really nicely. It's got that good deceptive carry, that late life or induced vertical break, as the drive line people might want to call it. If he could just continue to refine and get more consistent with that breaking ball and that changeup and throwing them in fastball counts and keeping hitters off that fastball, I agree with you. I think the kid's a stud, and I think that he's got the makeup and the tools and utensils to really be good for a long time at this level. And I just want to see him continue to grow with that off-speed stuff.
Yeah, same here. George, always good hearing from you. When you coming back to the Bay Area, man?
My first series is the one at home against Arizona, so I'll be there the 18th to the 24th, covering my first games after the small little paternity leave that I've gotten here.
Yeah, no doubt. Diamondbacks, good team, man. That'd be a fun series. Nice little barometer for the Giants there. George, always appreciate the time, brother. Take care, man. Keep changing those diapers. Tell the wife we said hi. Good luck out there, man, changing those diapers left and right.
Thanks a lot, guys. I appreciate it. Talk soon.
Anytime. The one thing, too, with the babies, early on with the gag, and you just look at your shoulder, there's all kind of spit mucus all over the place where you're like, what is going on here? Oh, man.
I've noticed that the milk stains are...
No, get the mic on.
Yeah, my bad. The milk stains are just, they're so hard to get out.
You do a lot of laundry. I'm sure you figure it out.
Oh, my God. It's the never-ending laundry. Very quickly, as we're talking catcher, Pat Bailey's just kind of a mixed bag back there. Like, defensively last year, he was awesome. I'm going to get in the weeds here for just a second, and you're going to say, Joe, you're a crazy man. But he uses a Japanese style of a pocket, meaning it's like... It's very, very, very loose, the actual pocket of his catcher's glove. I've noticed that, which is unique to him. It's not other guys around the league that use the Mizuno Japanese style. They go that his is a Rawlings, but it's super loose. He does the one knee down. He's gotten mixed up a couple times, and it's a lot of the newer guys that he's not accustomed to seeing. He didn't drop a tag properly. It's early. I'm not going to lose my mind. But here's where I will. Like the backup catcher, Tom Murphy. I for the life of me, and I'm not going to scream and yell about this, I just don't know who was giving Tom Murphy a 2-year, $8.5 million deal. Who in baseball was guaranteeing this guy $4+ million a year?
Well, we're having a discussion about fumbling players, fumbling Trey Lance, fumbling James Wiseman, fumbling Joey Bart. Well, Joey Bart so far, 2 games with the Pirates, 8 at-bats, 9 plate appearances, 3 hits, a double, a homer, 4 RBIs. Batting .375 so far for the Pittsburgh Pirates. So
Pirates
we'll
and
monitor
Fuego. They're on
Pirates
fire.
are on fire.
They
right
were
now.
great last year for a month, and then they've rolled it again into this year. Losing Cruz like they did on that slide last year just devastated
That was
them.
tough.
Keller's not even pitching well for him either right now. And that's like their ace.
Yeah. And
Raise that Jolly Roger. Raise it. Raise it. Raise that flag, baby.
Clear the deck. Cannonball.
Are
I
people
love
gonna-
those.
Yeah,
I'm watching Joey Bart, and I'm gonna just pause you right there.
Okay.
I'm watching Joey Bart, and I'm
you.
frustrated. And this is why.
Why are you frustrated?
Because I'm seeing what was the point of signing Tom Murphy? Just give Tom Murphy. No one was going to beat you over the bush for Tom Murphy. I don't understand why to me, you want to talk about a microcosm of stubbornness when it comes to Farhan. I look at the Joey Bart situation. Kirk Casale, Austin Wins.
It's the biggest
Chadwick
fumble
Trump.
in my opinion.
But why you couldn't just let him play a month for you and just see it? I don't understand it.
It's the biggest fumble to me. The biggest fumble.
What was the point of hanging on to him for 6 years?
That's what I'm saying. I don't know why. Don't know why.
And Tom Murphy, I don't mean to crush the guy. And then he's only had a couple of games. I'm not here to, but is there really a depreciable difference between Tom Murphy and Joey Bart?
It's going to tick off Giants fans. How do you feel about Joey Bart's early returns in Pittsburgh? It looks like a big leaguer. And I think that clubhouse, being a young, very loose clubhouse out there in Pittsburgh, a lot of young talent, and you have the old veteran and Andrew McCutcheon who could guide these youngsters there. It's the perfect clubhouse for Joey Bart. Here you had all these veterans who thought their stuff didn't stink. Think about Alex Wood, who's still popping off about arm injuries. Nobody wants to hear about Alex Wood, and you throw in 3 innings.
But he does. He made some. Good
some great points. I don't want to.
And he's a guy that stayed pretty healthy.
No, he has, but he's a 5 inning pitcher,
I agree.
whatever. But Alex Wood, and you had all this clubhouse with veterans who thought they were better than what they were. I guess you go to a clubhouse and you got a lot of fun out there, jubilant, good vibes out there in Pittsburgh. Maybe the perfect landing spot for Joey Bart. Giants fans will be irate if he pops off and has a good, successful season in Pittsburgh.
I mean, it took Zach Wheeler a decade to be good, almost. And it felt like Giants fans are still angry about that. I'm like, he took forever. He bounced around to multiple teams before he was good, and they're mad about it. Who's the outfielder that everybody brings up? Come on. Yeah, he's still around. Duvall.
Oh, Adam Duvall.
Brian Reynolds, too.
Brian Reynolds.
Well, Brian Reynolds was a trade. That's a different story. But, Adam Duvall, really? We're losing sleep over Adam Duvall? Joey Bart was your number 2 overall pick. And here's the thing with Joey Bart. It's not like you had better options. Again, I will say the names. Austin Wins, Kirk Casale, Chadwick Trump, Blake Sable last year. What was the point of acquiring Blake Sable and giving him more at-bats in 1 year than Joey Bart? You owed it to yourself if you had him in the minors for so long to just see him. I'm not irate over it. It's just what are we doing?
Yeah, I don't know what we're doing. But Giants are 4-7. I'm sure a lot of people will be watching them against the Nationals tonight. The Nats, they got schooled yesterday. They got undressed by the Nationals. But we do have Warriors and Lakers. And we have LeBron and Steph. And the Lakers are really hot. Anthony Davis this season has shot 70% inside the paint against the Golden State Warriors. Outside of the paint, Anthony Davis is 4 of 19. Can you get him outside the paint? Can you force him to be a jump shooter? And then offensively, look, that last game when AD got poked in the eye on a Saturday night, the Lakers were rolling. I mean, they were shooting. First quarter point to the paint was 14-4 Lakers. Then AD got poked in the eye. They flipped everything. All of a sudden, the Warriors were going to the lane. They didn't have to fear AD. You saw that a lot in the playoff series a season ago with the Warriors. When they would drive to the lane, you see AD, and even LeBron, for that matter, who's a decent shot blocker, I should say. They just don't take a lot. It's not a lot of easy baskets available for the Warriors when AD is patrolling that paint. So how do you get him out the paint? Well, you get him out the paint by shooting jumpers. You got to hit jumpers, and that's Draymond Green. You got to hit jumpers. Now, how will he defend the lob when it's TJD? I think he's a very good defender, man. AD's a really good defender. So that'd be tough to navigate tonight for the Golden State Warriors. But by no means do we want the Warriors to punt that game. We don't want them to punt the game, do you?
No, I want them to win or lose with pride and play hard. I don't want to hear no loser talk, Dante Whitner.
Lucky us.
I'm not afraid of Sack, but I am afraid of LeBron and AD. Hey, come on. Like, we're the Warriors. We shouldn't be afraid of anyone. And if we're going to go out, and we didn't really get a chance to kind of get into this, but, like, I think most of us want Klay Thompson back, feel that he will be back.
Are we sure about that? I don't know. We sure most of us want Klay Thompson back?
What are we doing?
That's just my feel. I don't know. I'm sure there are people that
I got a joke for you, Bonte.
Because that to me sounds like a joke.
Really?
From the calls we've taken over the last 2 years and all the messages we've read.
I don't think that's
and
representative.
what we see online. It's a lot of, for the first half of the season, how many people walked up to me on the street, at a game, out and about? What's going on with Klay? We got to move on from Klay. I got on a flight to Vegas for the Super Bowl, and this guy was like, dude, we got to move on from Klay, man. He's holding the team back. I'm like, what? So I'm not so sure.
But Klay alluded to some of his own in the Draymond podcast yesterday. He kind of alluded to his own, whatever you want to call it, mental purgatory. Just he was kind of buffering himself emotionally and mentally over everything.
I agree.
And he's made the adjustment. And I think it's about how you finish.
Yes.
And so if they finish, strong, I think everyone will be back around on Klay Thompson's side. And I think the majority of Warrior fans want him back. I don't think the majority of Warrior fans care what about the price point. They just want their players back.
I don't know about that. Especially when it comes to the price point. That's been a big sticking point. Yeah, Klay, just take the 20. Take a deep team discount. Take the 15.
So you think if he gets 27 here versus 21 here, people care?
Absolutely. That's all we've talked about the last 2 years. That's what you guys just told me. When I said, no, Klay's worth 25 to 30 mil a year.
Well, no, I think a
team will give Klay Thompson 30 mil a year. And everybody pushes back saying, no, I shouldn't. Nope. He should take a discount. He needs to take 20. He needs to take 18. The dialogue has been, what?
Well, when Draymond got his money, you and I kind of critiqued the amount. What did you like? I don't think we fielded a lot of calls from it was an overpay. It was more like, oh, he's back. Let's go. No?
I don't know, man. I don't know. I think maybe people are feeling sad or they're now embracing Klay Thompson because he's come off the bench. He's playing a lot better. He's showing us his side. He's always shown us his human side. Like, Klay Thompson's been one of the best interviews in the Bay Area in a long time. Like, honestly, Klay Thompson always gives you something. And he shoots you straight from the hip. He shows you how human he is. But I'm not so sure that every single Warrior fan will want him back or want him back at that price point of 25 mil per. I mean, unless things have changed over the last 40 hours or 48 hours or the last 2 weeks or the last 2 months, because the conversations we've had and the conversations we've had with our listeners, it's mixed. It's a mixed bag when it comes to Klay Thompson. Now, I would love for him to be back because I think the Warriors need shooting. They need shooting. On a team that doesn't have a lot of shooting, they need that shooting. And the guy, I'm just not cool with just letting 40% three-point shooters walk. That's not in the world I live in. But a lot of people don't agree with that. They don't.
Any number that he takes below what he's getting now is a quote-unquote pay cut, right? Like Wiggins took a pay cut. I don't think we talk about it at that much because he's not playing really well, or wasn't up until recently playing really well. So I don't think the money mattered at all. Now, Jordan Poole, the second he got paid, what did people say? Overpay. So I think it's based on how you're playing. And so I think if he finishes the season strong and the team finishes the season strong.
Even though Jordan Poole last year played for $3.5 million.
I know, but what?
And you still got 20 points per game for $3.5 million.
You and I understand that.
Yeah. But a lot of people don't understand.
Yeah, he got the bag and he stopped playing hard. Right. He got the bag and he doesn't want to play defense. They overpaid for him. Like, that's how people talk about these things. So I don't know. And I just think where the team's at,
right
now, like, whatever happens with Klay, notwithstanding, put that to the side. It could be the final few games of the core together. I want to see them go out on their own accord. I don't want to see them lay down on the soil, try to get a specific matchup, whatever. Let's just play these games as hard as we possibly can, roll the ball out there, and let the chips fall. And that, to me, is the way that they should go.
So I'm seeing a couple here. 415, Xfinity Mobile text line says, Klay got paid for 2 years. He should take 2 for 30 because of the injuries.
That's not going to happen.
2 for 30.
That's not
15 per.
That's not going to happen.
Klay was averaging 17 in the slump. I know. His lowest point was better than Wiggins right now. Dublin March had a good one here. Dublin March on YouTube. What up, Dublin?
Hey.
Dublin March. I'm offering Klay 3 for 70. He has evolved this season. Early in the season, Klay was hurting the team. Would anybody have a problem with 3 for 70?
No, I think that'd be pretty reasonable.
Pretty fair?
Yeah.
3 for 70? Let's go to Robinson Bruno.
That's less than Draymond and Wiggins.
I know, which is kind of crazy.
I'll buy a couple mil. I don't know.
Yeah, it depends how you divvy it up.
There's a higher. Can we acknowledge on this team, in this franchise, with those guys, there is a hierarchy and a pecking order, and there is levels of respect. And I don't know, man. I don't see him getting less than what Draymond got. I just don't.
Robinson Bruno.
The downfall is near, and it's coming hard.
What up, Rob?
Hey, y'all laughing. Y'all laughing. I don't want to be in November. We over here crying about the season bad, and Rob from San Bruno told y'all what was going to happen. But anyway, we going to worry about that when that's time. But all the hate Klay that took from the last 2 years was crazy. I don't care how bad you think he played. Klay always been Klay. He always going to let that thing fly. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. So if I'm Klay Thompson, I'm looking at these fake fans, not all the Warrior fans, but the fake Warrior fans, the former LA Laker fans. I'm gone. I'm going to Milwaukee. Klay got action. He got Philly. He can go anywhere he want to go and get paid. So, and then and then Steve Kerr, I'm looking at Steve Kerr like, man, you was trying to, decrease my pay or something. Got me on the bench for the other dude. Like, come on, man. Klay Thompson's a starter in the NBA. He's a championship piece. If you want a championship, you need a guy like Klay on your team. And I think other teams around the league will do that. And the Warriors have priced themselves out of Klay Thompson.
That's Robinson Bruno.
I mean, are we sure that the Bucks are staying together?
No, well,
Doc Rivers is over here pointing fingers at everybody.
Well, that's something I brought up on the show call because Jay Lacob, do we have that? When he's talking about big changes. Because who knows when the offseason can hit us next Wednesday. Can hit us 2 Wednesdays from now. Who knows?
I'm not mentally prepared for that.
I'm not either.
Though I do have a lot of paternity leave left in the holster.
Oh, wow. So you're going to leave me high and dry.
I wanted to see your face.
Well, you know what?
I wanted to see your face.
Maybe I'll doctor a COVID-19 test and be out for 10 days. COVID protocols. Zoom ain't working at home. Wi-Fi is shaking. Wi-Fi is shaking. Matty Higgins not listening.
That guy was sick for like 3 weeks straight.
Exactly.
And then he came in and coughed all over us.
I know, and then I think he got me sick. But I recover quickly. My immune system's pretty good.
You are like Wolverine.
Yeah, I am. I take these Warriors checks. Well, I got my Giants hat on. I'm Mr. Optimistic over here. I'm not panicking over the.
What do you think, Randy Wynn?
Right. Hey, Randy. Hey, guys, you know what? He may be 1 for 30, but he is having quality at-bats. He is taking the pitchers deep into the count.
Look at how he tapped this one back to the pitcher right here.
He got the barrel right there on the ball. It just went to the wrong way.
Hey, he's had some bad at-bats.
It's been bad.
They're not gelling.
It's been really bad. But big changes. Now, on the show call yesterday, here's Joe Lacob. What is this, TK podcast?
This was from February when he was talking. I don't know. It was like some sort of event. But TK, we only have TK talking about it. But this is Joe Lacob talking about payroll flexibility and being in a good position this summer.
We have expiring contracts this summer. We have a lot of flexibility as a result. And that was pretty important given the changes in the CBA. You really can't have this kind of payroll in the future without being severely impacted in terms of things you can do, as you know. And our fans know, the second apron, you've all heard the words. It's all really true, and it does impact us. So we're already in really good position for that this summer. We'll make decisions based on how we're doing and so on. But honestly, we had opportunity during this trade line. I don't think it's too much to say that we had a deal that would have saved us literally net $80 million this year, not even next year. That's a pretty big thing not to do, I guess, if you're motivated by financials, and financials, I guess, in all honesty, as you said, in the face of, performing below expectations, which we have up to this point this year, no one with a $400 million payroll wants to be a 500 team. And I certainly don't. But there are reasons for things, and things do change. And so this was a tough trade deadline. We had to make some pretty big decisions for the short term and take some gambles, and we also had to maintain our flexibility going forward.
So that's Joe Lacob, owner to go to State Warriors, and you best believe if they don't even get out the playing round, I don't even know if they get out they don't even get out the first round. Changes will come.
Do you think people care? I'm gonna just pause right there. Like, do you think people understand? Just the average fan understands that they do need a lot of these home playoff games to offset the losses for how expensive the payroll is.
But you get the concerts and you get the comedy acts, you get a little something. But you need some coin here. You need some coin. I think fans understand
you to do the legal.
We'll do that in a second. I'm gonna pause on the legal. Pause seems to be the word of the day.
It's a shame. It's embarrassing.
Well, I was going to get to with the whole payroll thing. Because I think I want to give fans credit. I think they understand.
We do know what the second apron is now.
Apron. I have it on it's my pinned tweet. The second apron, first apron. It's all right there.
Oh, I'm going to look this up.
Yeah, no, it's all right there. But when it comes to big changes, there's always going to be a disgruntled superstar in this league. Every year seems to happen, right? Every year seems to be somebody. Like last season was James Harden. He bolted Philadelphia. Went to the Clippers. I'm looking at the Milwaukee Bucks very, very, very closely in these playoffs.
Microscope?
Binoculars, microscope, you name telescope, you name it.
Telescope.
They've lost 4 games in a row. They lost 4 games in a row.
Through the telescope, the microscope, into the
Milwaukee.
I'm picturing Bonte dressed as a pirate, too. He's on the deck and he pulls it out. He's just looking.
I'm just looking. Telescope Bonte.
He's got
the eye patch on.
He's got the eye patch with the binoculars, the Bushnell.
The parrot on the shoulder.
I got it all on. I got it all on.
Shoulder.
I got it all on.
NBC, there's a graphic for you.
There is a graphic.
Oh, my God. Keep going.
Wearing the NBC jacket. Bucks have lost 4 games in a row.
Uh-huh.
Lost to the Grizzlies, lost to the Wizards. They're not clicking.
I know. Changing coaches didn't do anything.
No, they actually got worse.
Well,
they got worse.
I wonder why.
What are they, 17-21 with Doc? They were, I think, 30-14 with Adrian Griffin. It could be wrong, 30-13 or something like that.
Ties right now. Cabo.
He's chilling.
When are we going to revoke his Doc license?
Yeah, I don't know. Well, I'm going to pull he's Glenn Rivers, right?
Yeah.
According to Howard Eskin. So they've lost 4 games in a row. They're in the 2 seed right now. If the playoffs started today, they would play the Philadelphia 76ers. I like the Sixers in that series. If the Bucks played the Miami Heat in the first round, which is very possible, I like the Miami Heat in that series.
I do too.
Is Giannis going to be able to take another first-round exit?
Oof.
I'm not saying the Warriors are going to get Giannis. I'm not saying that. But what if he becomes disgruntled? Now, that's the big type of change I'm looking for. I think Lacob and company would love to try to swing big. And I think it was out there. They called about LeBron James.
I wonder what the deal was to save, quote unquote, $80 million to get under the cap. It must have been one of the $30 million contracts because then, you don't get hit double or whatever. Maybe it's 20.
Maybe it's Chris Paul.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe is it
Wiggins,
GP2?
maybe it's Klay.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah, who knows?
Who knows? Because we don't know what would have been offered for LeBron James.
That's a great point.
Who was offered for LeBron James?
Point. Who do you think?
I have my suspicions. So I'm looking at Giannis Antetokounmpo, and I'm saying I'm watching Milwaukee very closely. What happens in Milwaukee? Is this the summer Giannis says after signing the long-term deal, the extension, he's got his bag secured, he's good. We keep talking about LeBron and Steph. What if Milwaukee loses in the first round? I'm just saying that's a situation we should all be monitoring if we want big changes with the Golden State Warriors. If they don't, but now if they could make a run here and get to the West Finals, then what do? I have no idea. Let's go to Malik in Union City. Malik, what's happening?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
What up,
Malik?
What's up, bro?
I want to talk about the cap space, man, and Joe Lacob and his Klay situation, bro. I think Joe, it's really going to be up to Joe and Mike. I know we talking about the Rock. It's going to be up to Joe to see if he want to foot the bill for the next, few years, and Mike to get the job done on what the contracts and the moving of assets for real talent moving forward. Because my feeling is I feel like Joe is turning into a little bit of Jerry Jones in the sense of he likes to keep his own guys but he's not really looking at the free agency market, and I really don't want that to happen. You can look at the cap space that we have and see it's non-existent right now. And people talking about the whole Klay situation and saying Klay needs to move on and yada, yada, yada. If we move on from Klay, if we move on from Chris Paul, I don't know if you guys know what Sports Rack is, but it's that cap salary sheet website. Yep. We only got $7 million below the luxury tax. Moving on from everybody. That's Loon. That's GP2. That's Klay. That's CP3. And Guy Santos. And so we got 6 rosters to fill, only 9 players under contract, and move on from everybody. That's not money to fill the competitive team.
No, it's not. It's not at all. It's not at all. You're going to have to make some changes. You're going to have to get creative here because the second apron starts at $182.5 million. First apron's at $172. Luxury tax starts at $165. $165.
Bonte, it's time for you to do the legal.
Oh, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FMN HD1 San Francisco. Don't forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. You can now download the Odyssey app directly from our YouTube and Twitch pages, as we have added the QR code on both pages. Xfinity Mobile text line. Shout out to you guys. Joe in the 818. Get to you on the other side. Let's continue to roll on this conversation as the Warriors get ready to play the LA Lakers, a game you can listen to right here on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibbs for Safeway. Enjoy 3 amazing deals. And as always,
Hey, Damnation, this is Dario Saric. The only place to hear the Warriors basketball is 95.7 The Game.
When was the last time that guy played?
It's been a while. It's been a couple of weeks. Just celebrated his birthday, though. Happy birthday, Saric. Happy birthday. By the way, Matt Rule's going at people because they didn't hire Bill Belichick. Hey, Matt Rule.
What? He's a good college coach.
He's all right. He's all right.
I mean, he's no Tampa Bay Rays Yankees.
Hey, I'm telling you.
Well stated.
Rays they're throwing in people's butts in the AL East, man. Put some respect on Tampa Bay. I know you guys don't watch baseball outside of the Bay Area, but come on, man. Put some respect on Tampa. Go ask Yankee fans how much Tampa Bay is.
We're not disrespecting the Rays. We're just saying that Yankees-Rays is not as big of a rivalry as Giants-Dodgers.
I never said it was bigger than Giants-Dodgers. But let's not act like Giants-Dodgers is some big rivalry right now when the Dodgers owned us. How many defensive titles they've had in the last 11 years? I lost count.
10 out of the last 11.
Yeah, exactly. Rivalry? Please. The Dodgers don't even consider us a rivalry anymore. Look at the Padres now as a rivalry. All right, ESPN article saying that the Padres, Dodgers, biggest rivalry in baseball. I don't even care about the Giants. We've got to do something. We've got to have some players. The Dodgers own us. And then rivalry. Have you been to a Giants-Dodgers games recently at Oracle Park? Especially Chavez Ravine North. We can't even, what? Rivalry? They look down. It's like, it's the equivalent to Travis Kelce laughing at the 49ers for a ball overtime.
Why you got to do that?
That's how the Dodgers view the Giants. We're not even a little brother no more.
Still rivalry.
What happened, Shasky?
I can't argue.
What?
B, I can't argue with you. How does it go?
What? Why? What I
B,
do
I
now?
can't argue with you. Because you're right. Like that to create a rivalry, one has to beat the other, and at some point the other has to beat the other person.
Right.
And so there's got to be some balance.
Right,
I
exactly.
agree with you.
Yeah.
It can't just be all one-sided, right? That doesn't make a rivalry. That's a rout. And so, the Giants have lost 14 of 19 in L.A. 14 of the last 19 in L.A.
Wow.
And they have $1.2 billion in their first three hitters.
Well, no, I mean, the rivalry might be in a downswing right now, but there's been times in the past when the Giants were up and the Dodgers were out. It's a 140-year rivalry. You don't think there's going to be some swings?
This is the problem, is we've been so beaten down. I've got moron Giants fans caping up for Mike Yastrzemski, who's won for $8 billion this year to start the year, and tapped one back to the pitcher and sprinted like his life depended on it to first base because he knows that the sand is completely out of the hourglass and it's over. If Mike Yastrzemski's name was Mike Brown or Mike Smith or Mike Williams or Mike Johnson, he would have already been cut. We literally rooted for him.
Hey,
I've seen him. His BABIP and his WAR FC plus.
Shasky, let me pause you for a second.
The guy can't hit water if he fell out of a boat in the middle of the Pacific. We're done. It's over. Mike Yastrzemski is done. Meanwhile, their Hall of Fame guy who played right field is now playing shortstop.
The batteries died.
No, because their Hall of Fame right fielder is now playing shortstop.
Does Tony in Oakland think
he has more stolen bases in one inning than all of the Giants all year? He has more stolen bases in one inning than every single Giants player all year.
Yastrzemski.
No, it's indicative.
Not just Mike Yastrzemski.
It's the metaphor that Mike Yastrzemski equates to.
Here, you guys need to all calm down. You're turning redder than tomato.
We're done with Yastrzemski.
Yeah, okay, we're all done with Yastrzemski. He's not the reason why you're losing games.
I'm done with Farhan.
Okay, well.
He had a great offseason, but he is stubbornly.
That was quick.
Yes, he is stuck.
It took us 11 games.
Because I'm
11 games.
No.
We couldn't even make it 2 weeks.
No.
You guys promised me you're going to be open-minded like myself.
Don't say you guys still love me in. I'm cool as a cucumber.
But here's the problem. He had a good offseason.
I saw you at 5:55 a.m.
No, he had a great offseason.
Hold on.
But we're still doing the roster politics again.
Hold on. You're all turning red after 11 games.
Because I want to see the young guy I've been hearing about for 5 years.
Well, you may not see him. You may see him sooner rather than later.
Great.
You may see him sooner rather than later. This is why you need to listen to our interviews.
Sooner rather than later. Later is today. I want to see him now.
Dave Fleming. Just last Thursday. We talked about patience, Shasky. I'm teaching my daughter baby chess. Patience.
I've been patient.
Well, here's Dave Fleming last week.
I would say there's probably patience on the side of the Giants, but not a tremendous amount of patience. I do think there's an urgency, and I think that a lot of that is coming from the manager. You know, the manager is a very serious baseball guy. Like I knew Bob before this, but I'm getting to know him better now. And he's one of those guys where, and I mean this is not a criticism, this is a compliment, but Bob is like, how are we going to win this game today? That is my job. That is our task as a franchise, period. And Bob is ultra competitive, and there is not a long-term view kind of thing going on. It's how can we be the best team we can be today?
Okay, so patience. Flint just told us that last Thursday. If Mike Yastrzemski continues to scuffle at the plate, Matos will be here sooner rather than later, before the end of the month.
Yeah, but if I want to win today, I've got like how many outs, automatic outs in the lineup right now?
Well,
Chapman's an automatic out right now.
So
I'm expecting him to turn it around.
You should be more angry about that. He's getting paid the big money. He's been getting paid big money.
I'm expecting him to turn it around, but
he's a lifetime 240 hitter, though.
Yeah, but he also
are you sure he's going to turn around?
He made a play coming in yesterday that was ridiculous.
Okay, defensively he's solid.
No, he's amazing.
But offensively, he's had his struggles.
He's scuffling, but Mike Yastrzemski literally is one for the season.
Okay, I get all
Tyro Estrada, who was very good for this team, has to get it going.
Tyro Estrada, hold on, 7 hits, 4-3 at bats. Take a deep breath. Tyro Estrada is batting 163.
Yeah, not good.
All right. Matt Chapman's batting 183.
Yeah.
I'm counting on them more to win games. Nick Ahmed is batting 219. All right, he hasn't even scored a run yet.
Well,
the Giants haven't even had a stolen base all season. So it ain't just Mike Yastrzemski.
But that's my point.
He's just a whipping boy for right now.
No.
All right, so now we're going to sit Mike Yastrzemski down. Who's next?
No. You don't
Who else are going to point the finger?
Send him away.
Okay, send him away. Fine, that's fine.
He can go play somewhere else.
But he's not the reason why you're losing games.
No, but
you're losing games because your pitchers ain't pitching deep into the game. Your bullpen stinks right now. You have no speed on the base pass. And you got half the lineup batting under 200.
But if
it ain't just Mike Yastrzemski. I get he stinks. But if he may be gone. And your wish is going to come true, Shasky.
But if you want to see speed, you just played the Padres, and what did the Padres do? They abort mission. They signed Bogarts to play shortstop. Then they realized Kim's a better shortstop. Go over to second base, Bogarts. So they try to put the best lineup they can out there. Jackson Merrill is 20 years old. 20 years old. And they're like, no, we're not going to suffocate you in AAA. You know what they should be saying? Padres, well, he should get at-bats every single day. That's what the Giants do. They do it well, this guy needs everyday at-bats. You think Jackson Merrill doesn't need everyday at-bats? He's 20 years old. Of course he does. But they're playing him 1 out of every 2 or 3 days. And he's making plays for them. And he's learning at the big league level with real facilities and real ball players in the dugout with him. Matos is older and more seasoned and got a taste last year. And to my eyeballs,
you know what Matos is doing right now?
Matos outplayed Yastrzemski and Slater at the end of last year for the 3 months that he was up. And he should have made the team coming out of spring training.
Right now in 5 minor league games, Luis Matos, 5 hits, 26 at-bats. 26 plate appearances, 24 at-bats. 2 stolen bases, which is good. It's 2 more than the Giants have right now. 2 home runs, but he's also batting 208. It has an on-base percentage of 269. I'm not Luis Matos, sure, I want to see him. But if you think that's a cure-all for this lineup, you got another thing coming.
It's just we want to see some young guys. I don't want to see 34-year-old struggling Mike Yastrzemski, and we pray to God that he goes back to 5 years ago when he came up and no one knew who he was.
You're not going to see him for long.
You know,
you won't see him for long,
that same
Shasky.
rhetoric that you explained is why we never got a long look at Joey Bart. That same rhetoric of this guy is not doing enough in minor leagues is why I look at someone like Elliot Ramos has only gotten 80 MLB at-bats.
Hold on, I'm just stating the facts. I'm just stating the facts here, what's going on here. Everybody's screaming for Matos. He actually ain't tearing the cover off the ball at AAA.
No doubt.
Marco Luciano is. Marco Luciano right now is batting 375 at AAA.
I'd love to see Luciano,
I'd rather see him. I'm not going to go kicking and screaming at Matos. I got a long look at Matos last season.
I want them both to play.
All right? I got a long look at him last year.
If you're going to lose to the Nationals and teams like that, and you're going to struggle, to me, it's like, all right, well, then play the young guys.
You guys are all freaking out over 11 games. What if Yaz goes 10 for his next 27? What are we going to say then? You still want him out of town?
I'll say the exact same thing I've been saying. Great, Mike. You're awesome.
Oh,
You're a great fourth outfielder. That's what he is.
Okay, that's fine.
Like, you have to be realistic. He's a fourth outfielder.
I'm not saying he's a star, but he's also not the reason why you're losing games.
I need to flip the wild card over.
Is Mike Yastrzemski the reason why you got 7 losses?
He's bad. No, not the sole reason. But right field production, if you get a couple of key hits, we are the difference between 4 and 7
What if I get a couple key outs from the pitchers?
No doubt.
What if I get Logan Webb to go longer into his start?
Well, he went a little longer than he should have the other day, and they benefacted.
Kyle Harrison not getting roughed up at Dodger Stadium.
No doubt.
Keaton Wade giving up grand slams. This Miller kid keeps pitching every single day, giving up runs.
He's a young guy. They keep going to him. But Bonte, the microcosm of what Yastrzemski represents, we're done with it. We're done. Stop with the roster politics.
I hear you. Listen,
that's all we're saying.
I hear you, but I'm not gonna lose my top over the first 11 games. I'm not doing that over a 162-game schedule. This thing evens out, the law of averages or whatnot. So I agree. Guys, you should have been moved off of him. But Flip just told us last Thursday, and Flip has given us nuggets in the last 3 years that I think nobody realizes. Midway through the year, I was like, man, I don't know about re-signing Carlos Rodon. We were all going back and forth about that. And Flip came on, what was it, late July? Yeah. Basically in his own words, I don't know about that one.
Yeah. And
Carlos Rodon moved on.
Yes.
There's another move. Oh, another thing he said, there's probably going to be some changes in the offseason. But we got some big changes, right? We got a whole new manager. Gabe Kapler out, Bob Melvin in. So when Flip comes on last Thursday, and I asked him a question about Yaz and Slater, he goes, yeah, Melvin's not going to be extremely patient with them. Now, patience in terms of baseball, you got to give a guy a couple weeks.
Yeah, but
you got to give a guy a couple weeks,
right? He struggled last year and the year before that.
They all struggled last year.
But Bonte, what contending team is starting Mike Yastrzemski?
Nobody.
4 out of 5 days.
But also, what contending team is batting back Chapman cleanup?
Well, that's right? A whole nother separate conversation.
What contending team is batting Jorge Soler in the 3-hole?
Well, he did bat leadoff for the Braves. I mean, a
couple times, you did that. Well, maybe battle leadoff there.
I mean,
he's not your traditional leadoff hitter.
I agree with that. I agree with that. But they have an unbelievable roster.
What contenders really, we're not talking about a contending team. We're talking about a team that we hope that hangs around during the trade deadline, and they stay in the race, and then you can make some big moves for some big backs.
I look at Mike Yastrzemski, and we're done. It's over. It's over. Great guy, amazing story. We all rooted for him. Come on. What are we doing?
Out of my pecking order of things to get mad at with the Giants, Mike Yastrzemski's not my top 3.
Starts there.
It does. It
for
starts
me
with Matt
right
Chapman.
now. Yes,
put the barrel on the bat.
Switch it up.
Matt Chapman's batting 195.
Him and Slater, we're done.
Matt Chapman's batting 195.
Yeah, but Chapman's going to play every day. You gave him $18 million.
Great. So
you don't have a better third base option.
All right. Well, Matt Chapman last year batted 240. The year before he batted 229. The year before he batted 210.
League
the year
average
before
is
he batted 213. So his lifetime career average is 239. All right. Hit 17 home runs last year, and now we all blame the finger injury, but he played 140 games. Great. I'm not mad at Matt Chapman, but that is our cleanup hitter. And right now, our cleanup hitter is batting 182 with 2 homers and 9 RBIs.
He's miscast as a cleanup hitter, but on this team, he is.
Well, then we have a problem.
But again,
then we have a major problem.
But you're asking about Mike Yastrzemski, and I'm saying, look around. Fernando Tatis Jr. plays right field for the Padres. He's a 30 home run guy who bats around 280 and is going to drive in runs and be electric.
He's one of the best players in baseball. We don't have that.
Corbin Carroll, the MVP essentially candidate, is playing right field for the Arizona Cardinals.
Don't have that.
So I know Mookie Betts was in right field for the Dodgers. You're asking me why we need to upgrade right field because look around baseball.
It's not just the only
Aaron
position.
Judge plays right field.
No. We need to upgrade right field. Actually, Aaron Judge is playing center.
Well, now
Soto's playing right field.
Yeah.
You need to upgrade first base.
Well,
you need to upgrade second base.
But Wade's been solid.
You need to upgrade shortstop. You need to upgrade right field. You may even need to upgrade center, Jung Hoo Lee. I'm going to leave him alone. And left field. Hell, you may even need to upgrade the catcher.
Conforto's been good this year.
Conforto's been really good.
He's been really good this year. You have to give him his credit. And him not playing yesterday.
I didn't want him traded last year. A lot of people wanted him traded last year.
Conforto looks good this year.
The conversation, that's what I'm saying. That's what I can't do it with Giants fans sometimes. Because last year the conversation was, let's trade Conforto and keep Yaz around. And I'm like, no, don't trade Conforto. Trade the other guys.
Who was opining to keep Yaz? A bunch of statistic nerds that never played baseball.
Well, I don't know.
Anybody that's played the game's looking like, all right, the Yaz thing's over. It's over. I don't care about his advanced sabermetrics.
Think about that. You could go crazy about right field, but you need upgrades to second base, first base, shortstop. Patrick Bailey, people concerned about Patrick Bailey.
I came into the season a little worried about him.
So you need to upgrade 5 positions offensively. It ain't just right field.
I know.
It's second base, it's first base, it's catcher, it's right field. So we got a plethora of problems.
You don't have a guy in the system. Like right now you have Wilmer and Wade at first base. That's your platoon. And they've been okay. Like Wilmer and Wade, you look at the numbers, they've been okay.
That's why I'm beating the table.
But long term, I would upgrade, yes.
Alonso.
But there is an upgrade in the minor leagues. Matos, I want to see what he's got. Like, flip it over. And I watched him last year for 2 months be a better baseball player than Mike Yastrzemski. I watched it with my eyeballs. I'm watching Yaz go up there. It's 3 pitches, 4 pitches max, and the at-bat's over. It's over. Like, it's just, he's swinging through balls on the inside, swinging at balls in the dirt. Like, I'm sorry.
I hear it. I'm not disputing that. I'm not disputing that.
He inspires zero confidence.
He will not be here for a long time.
And they need some youth on this team.
Does Matt Chapman inspire confidence in the cleanup spot?
No.
That's a big money player. I'm just saying. I look at big money players. That's where I start. My big money guys, what are they doing? Jung-Hoo Lee started to come around. I liked his approach yesterday.
Yeah.
Going to opposite field, cool. Getting on base. But we got no speed. Got limited power. That's why you need to hang around, and that's why this pitching staff, I'm looking at them, they have to carry the Giants for the first 3 months of the season. And then you got to try to make swing a move if you're for anxiety for more bats. Because I told you before the season, this lineup ain't going to be enough.
No, they need more. I would agree.
It ain't going to be enough. You need like 2 other batters, 2 full batters.
Well, Shasky, to what Bonte said there, you even made that same point as well. On opening day, you read off the Giants' 2010 opening day lineup and how much that changed throughout the year. You said at the beginning of the year, this lineup is going to change a lot probably throughout this season as guys come up. So, again, 11 games in, we know there's changes coming. Do they need to come now? Maybe, but they will probably be coming. So
are you done with the ass?
Yeah, I've seen enough.
There we go.
No,
yeah, we're not.
That's not the point. That's not the point I'm trying to make.
This conversation.
Yeah. I'm not sitting here caping up for Yaz. Like,
Flip, again, just listen to Flip. He said Bob Melvin's not going to have a lot of patience with these guys. We want to flip the spread over 11 games. We just played 11 games, 10 against the Dodgers and Padres.
So how many
Padres
more is
just
it?
came back.
Let me
Padres just came back
then
from 8-0.
When's the line of demarcation for you?
The end of April.
Okay.
Can I give it 3 weeks? Can we give a guy 3 weeks?
So he's going to go 1 for April, and then we'll make the move?
Whatever. Whatever. I mean, what are you going to do?
If he goes 2 for April,
you know, but it's funny because I remember when Bochy was here and Tejada refused to bunt. It was 1 at bat, and they were like, "Get out of here! Get out of here!" It does happen that quick. We get Connor Joe. We gave Connor Joe like 6 games. Connor Joe, and he's actually been a better baseball player than Mike Yastrzemski the last couple of years.
You know what? We probably didn't give Connor Joe enough games. Just like we didn't give Joey Bart enough games, right? I mean, but I'm not going to flip the spread over the first 11 games of the baseball season. This is just 3rd team you're playing, all right? You played the Dodgers, who we all know is one of the favorites to win the World Series. So how many? It ain't just Yaz not hitting against the Dodgers. It's the entire lineup not hitting against the Dodgers.
No one is arguing that. I'm just saying you do have a younger player that I believe to be a better alternative, and we just want to see him.
Yeah, I hear you. I want to see him too. I want to see Matos come up and bat second. How many? Before he even came up.
I'm with you
when
there.
He came up against St. Louis, put him in a 2-hole. Let me see what the kid's got. Luciano came up. We're in training camp. We're watching Luciano in his first game. And London, what did I say at dinner? Why the hell is Marco Luciano batting ninth?
He hit one off the wall yesterday. I mean, it's just a low and away pitch that he absolutely just tagged. Now he's in the minors, so who knows?
But I'm not gonna like.
But middle of the
but you guys are going crazy
because they have a right fielder at a power position in a premium position where offense around the league is through the roof. They got 2 guys.
Base?
No, but their first base, their production's been okay.
Oh my God,
relative. Wade's been one of the better hitters on this team, has he not?
I see Freddie Freeman at first base with the Dodgers.
I mean, he's a Hall of Famer.
I see Matt Olson playing first base.
At Hall of Fame talent.
I see all these guys play at first base.
Jake Cronenworth for the Padres.
Well, Cronenworth can play everywhere.
He ain't bad.
Hey, Cronenworth can play. He's a second, third baseman. He's playing first base. He's really a second or third baseman. I love Cronenworth. I do. I love Cronenworth. I know. I'm losing my mind over here, but I'm just saying, like, we've been done. We're ready to turn the page.
We're going to turn the page. It's going to happen. It's big leagues, though. Big leagues. 4-7. It's okay. Season's not over. It's not getting late early out here in San Francisco. It's a long way to go. You guys can't give me a month just to be, hey, let's see how it plays out.
6 years of Yaz.
Well, yeah.
So, like, if it was only like a year, I'd be like, you know what, B, you're probably right. It's been 6 years. Slater has been a giant. This is his 8th season.
He'll be gone soon.
How many guys stick around on a team for 8 years as a role player?
He'll be gone soon.
Will Clark was a Giant for 8 years.
He'll be gone soon.
Come on.
He'll be gone soon. Will Clark also walked. It happens like that. It happens like that. Like, we still sell Chris Webber jerseys. He was a Warrior for a year.
Yeah, Chris Webber was a great player.
He was here for a year.
I mean, could you imagine?
He still sell his jerseys.
I mean,
so
that would be like the Warriors hanging on to I don't know, Brad Wanamaker for 8 years. That's the equivalent of hanging on to Slater, or something like that.
At least Slater hit against lefties. Wanamaker did nothing.
Again, if you're going to go numbers on me, Matos actually hit lefties better than Slater last
his track record, Chasky. His track record, his overall track record. Slater and Yaz are not the reason why the Giants are 4-7.
No, but it's a simple change to upgrade.
They're part of the problem, but they're not the reason why you're 4-7.
No one said that.
All right, well, why are you losing your bit?
Because I'm exhausted watching them take at-bats.
You know what I'm exhausted of? Watching Matt Chapman go 195 hitting grounders.
Yeah, but he makes elite top end
but I need some
plays
hitters. I need some damn boppers here. I need guys to get to the seat, get some butts in the seats. With this lineup, you ain't getting butts in the seats. So it ain't just Yaz. It's Estrada. It's Chapman. It's first base. And I go, the production's been okay. You got no speed. So all I'm saying is all this energy that I see from the fan base going straight to Yaz. He ain't the only reason why we're losing. He's not.
No.
I just watched Blake Snell, who were given $30 million to, go 3 innings yesterday.
Well, Blake Snell, that's his first plate. But they just signed him, and that's his first start of the year.
Well, that's what I have the problem with. Then.
I mean, they waited until the very end to start him, so that's to be expected. He hasn't faced anybody.
Well, you know what? It may get late early out here if he continues to go 3 innings.
Yeah, that I don't dismiss.
You know what I'm saying? So it's not the only reason. We were all going crazy over. Yes, it's going to be gone soon. And then you know what's going to happen? Because this always happens with fans. Not all fans, but with some fans. We'll look for the next guy to point the finger to.
That I don't dismiss. There's always somebody to be angry at in every team.
I'm not going to get angry 11 games into the baseball season. That sounds absurd.
Yeah, but if you've been watching...
They got off to a great start last year. They didn't even win a chip.
It's been 2 straight years of Yaz struggling.
You. But it's not just Yaz. It's not just Yaz.
No one is saying it is. But
he just brought up the catcher position.
But you brought up Tyros, right? So I'll go to Tyro. Tyro was excellent till he broke his wrist last year and then came back and then had a little down, but then finished strong. Yaz has been bad for a couple of years. Okay. It's undeniable.
He's not a good outfielder?
Okay. He's a solid defensive player.
Okay, because the reason why I bring that up is because you keep bringing up Chapman's defense, and I get
Chapman is one of defense. It's Chapman and Arenado.
I hear you on that one.
Like, it's literally 2 guys.
Like, Estrada's just okay. Like, we put so much stock in Estrada. He's okay.
Well, he's fallen back down. But when you have a shortstop and a second baseman not hitting, okay, and a right fielder not hitting, now we have 3, a third of the lineup doing nothing.
I got no power or speed at first base.
Yeah.
And I got a catcher not doing anything. Well, so let's not go crazy over the Giants.
Well, the catcher ripped one off the pitcher yesterday. That's an unfortunate
And 916, I do watch baseball. I watch a lot more baseball than you do. Almost said something I was going to say. I'm sick of this number from 916. He just comes in. You don't watch baseball. No, I watch all teams.
You watch every game.
All teams. That's what I do. Let's go to Joe in the 818. Get us back on the Warriors.
Yes. Hey, good morning, Bonte. Good morning, Shasky. Great show as always.
Thank you.
Good stuff on Anthony Davis. I just hope that they just keep Trace Jackson Davis and Loon on Anthony Davis and let Green just play safety like he's doing. I like that. Back to the Warriors, which is the reason I called. They have a real nice young core, and a lot of the Warrior fans I talk to want to keep all of them, especially Kuminga. They also don't want to give up draft picks to move players like Wiggins. They want to build from the draft. So I don't know. It's a tough situation.
Yeah.
But speaking of Wiggins and bridging the gap, and by the way, Wiggins, his value is down. I think not so much from his play, which could be questionable sometimes, but I think it's more because teams are worried whether he's going to take more personal time off, be gone 2 or 3 weeks. I think that's why. So I don't think it's worth trying to trade him. I would hold on to him. And I really like, if you think about this, they're always talking about the big 3 now and what's going forward. But we're pretty fortunate with some of the luck we've had. Like right now, if you don't look at the older players, we got Jonathan Kuminga and Wiggins at forwards and Trace Jackson at center. Brent Sinski looks like he might end up being a good point guard.
Yep.
Moses Moody knows with playing time might be a pretty steady shooter. I know he's on and off, but that's encouraging. That's really encouraging to see. Who knows what the future is going to hold? But I think a lot of fans right now are kind of shifting into the idea of looking to the future.
Yeah.
And when it gets right down to it, if you're really a Warriors fan, sure, we love the big three. There's going to be statues outside the arena. There's going to be nights for them. They're going to be honored. That's not the case, but sooner or later, all teams get to this, and it's sad, but it's true. And unfortunately, we got to look at the franchise. What's ahead for the franchise? What can we do to try to keep the
very good call, Joe. Very good call in the A1A, and you're right. And listen to this: the Warriors may have two guys on an all-rookie team: Trace Jackson Davis and Brandon Podziemski.
Didn't even think.
Now, longtime NBA writer Steve Ashburner. He's joined Steiny and Guru before, right? He tracks the performance of rookies during the entire season and writes a weekly column on the subject. He selected Pods and TJD as members of his all-rookie second team during his most recent NBA TV appearance. Think about that. Trace Jackson Davis, 57th overall, and he's been impactful for the Golden State Warriors. He may make the all-rookie second team. Pods has an outside chance of making an all-rookie first team. Now, a lot of people take plus-minus into account. He's got the best plus-minus on the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah.
He's had 17 games of 10-5-5. So to Joe's point in the 818, this rookie class is really, really good for the Golden State Warriors. And then you mentioned Jonathan Kuminga, who is a candidate for the Most Improved Player Award. Now, it's probably going to go to Tyrese Maxey. Kobe White's had a great year in Chicago. He's going to be on that short list. The odds favor both those guys. But Kuminga is on a short list for Most Improved Player. So to Joe's point, the future, if you do hold on to these three guys, can be contributors to winning basketball.
In terms of like a draft, like the Harrison, Draymond, Festus draft was a really good one.
Knocked it out the park.
Right? But the best rookie draft the Warriors ever had, Arenas, Richardson, Troy Murphy,
not
right?
even close.
Like that's the one.
Well, I mean, Harrison Barnes and Draymond Green and Festus are all NBA champions.
That's true. I'm talking about the first year where I'm talking about as a rookie having this impact.
Having this impact. Yeah.
Because
and really Gilbert didn't play till like towards the end of his rookie year, right?
Like Troy Murphy and Jay Rich and Gilbert, that maybe I'm misremembering it, but that's like
Jay
the
Rich
one.
was solid.
Were they all? Did they have two all rookies amongst those three?
I don't remember. You'd have to look that up.
Okay,
but I will say
Harrison was good. As
I would say this for these rookies.
Yeah,
to play on this team.
Yeah, it's different
with these guys.
Yeah,
with these expectations. Boy, they are knocking it out the park.
So I mean, I'm looking. Oh my God, can you name the team for the Warriors in 01-02 Gilbert's rookie year? Can you name any players? So I gave you Murphy, Richardson.
Jay Rich. Was Vonteego Cummings on that team?
Vonteego Cummings not on that team.
No, he's not on that team. You said 01?
01-02.
Oh, Bobby Sura.
Bobby Sura, yes.
Brian Shaw?
No.
Who's the other point guard they had? Oh, my God. It's going to kill me. Mookie Blaylock?
Mookie Blaylock.
Can't he played that long?
I know.
Wow.
I know.
Was Jason Caffey there? Or was he out?
No, Jason Caffey's gone.
He was out. Dampier.
Dampier's there. Eric Dampier, yes. Before going away.
Who else was on that 01 team? Who else was on that 01 team? Gosh.
Think Boston Celtics, Cincinnati.
Oh, Danny Fortson.
Danny Fortson.
Yeah, Danny Fortson.
All-time blocks leader before Draymond.
And Donald Foyle.
Dean
Kobe.
Garrett.
Dean Garrett. I remember Dean Garrett.
Name.
I remember Dean
Cedric Henderson.
Cedric Henderson. That was not Allen Henderson. Henderson
I know
was the one from Indiana. Yeah.
Larry Hughes.
Larry Hughes. Yeah, he got traded. And it was one of the biggest walk-up crowds that Steiny always mentions.
Yes.
At Oracle Arena.
There. Mark Jackson.
Mark Jackson Temple. We just had him on pregame
Mark
show.
with a C.
Yeah, Mark with a C.
Antoine Jameson.
Antoine Jameson, of
and
course.
then Chris Mills And the last guy, I don't remember
Chris
him
Mills,
at
Arizona,
all.
almost ran up on the Portland Trailblazers team bus with the gun.
The entire Andy 40.
Yeah.
Dean Oliver.
Dean Oliver. I remember Dean Oliver.
I don't remember him.
I remember Dean Oliver. A little older. Yeah. So
What a year. How many wins do you think they had?
01, they had what, 21 wins? Was it 19?
21.
21 wins.
The year before, 17.
Yep.
19 before that. 21. 19. I mean, you want to talk about just an era of Warrior basketball.
Dude, Fitz, you got to give him some credit, man. I see why Fitz is arrogant. He went through some dark days.
Who's that
Him and
coach?
Tim Roy.
Who's that coach?
01, the coach in 01, Cowens.
Yep. And Brian Winters.
And Brian. They went through a stretch where they had like Rick Edelman, longtime Blazers and Sacramento Kings coach, Rick Edelman, excuse me. His son is now an assistant coach with the Denver Nuggets.
Musselman for a couple years.
Yep. Yeah,
Stop it.
Musselman actually got us 30.
He wasn't
37.
bad.
He wasn't bad.
He wasn't bad.
Fight on.
And then, of course, I'll never forget when Mike Montgomery got the job.
Oh, my gosh. Well, that's why Bear Davis got here. It's like, somebody's got to go.
Get me
Mike
Nelly.
Montgomery.
I'm just thinking of the Bay Area has to have the collection of worst NFL head coaches, NBA head coaches. I'm thinking of like just the Raiders and Niners and Warriors. There was some dark times in the 2000s.
There was a time where I
dumbest
thought
team in
Keith
America.
Smart, I thought Keith Smart was going to be that guy. I loved Keith Smart.
We're all duped.
And
We're
we
all
were
duped.
wrong.
We're all duped. I thought Mike Nolan, when he wore the tie,
We all did.
I was like, Mike Nolan's going to bring us back. Singletary. I damn near cried when Singletary.
Dennis Erickson, they won that first game,
Oh,
and I
my
was like,
gosh.
we're back.
We're back. Yeah. How about this? Stephen A. Smith on Klay. First take today is everybody's talking about Klay Thompson. Obviously, did the podcast with Draymond Green yesterday, the Draymond Green show, and very, very good podcast. Klay Thompson, man, he's one of my favorites, all-time favorites. I mean, I everything he does, man, it puts a smile on your face. Here's Stephen A. Smith on Klay prepare for the end of his career.
I'm looking at Klay Thompson, and the number one thing I peel from Ms. Shay is that I think that when you look at Klay Thompson, this is his way of saying goodbye, preparing himself for the end in Golden State. Let me assure you, there's at least 20, 25 teams that should want Klay Thompson. And let me raise my hand. Those New York Knicks should be one of them. Those New York Knicks should be one of them. Let me tell you something right now. Let me tell you something. You want to see, I'm talking about Klay Thompson, who has struggled with consistency this year. Right. You give me Klay Thompson in New York City. He ain't going to want to, because if he ain't in Golden State, he probably want to be in L.A. Can't blame the Southern California sunshine and all that stuff. You understand? But let me tell you something. If Klay Thompson were in a New York Knicks uniform, I would throw a house party.
Well, not going there. I mean, that would be great.
Actually, I kind of like him alongside Brunson.
Well, then you got Brunson, DiVincenzo, Jason Hart, Josh Hart, I should say. Julius Randle, they got to make a decision on him, correct?
Yeah.
We'll get into all that in the offseason.
I love the way Stephen A. just laid that out.
Yeah, he did. But
I would throw a house party.
He said 20 to 25 teams. Now, I know for sure. I was talking about a guy from the Clippers.
He said should be, not
should be.
Will be. Like
but I know how the league views Klay Thompson.
Uh-huh.
Kawakami came out yesterday saying the worst kept secret in Orlando. Who's the first guy to tell you about the Orlando Magic?
You did.
I mean, I'm not trying to be right about everything, but, I tried to lay it out for people to play it out, and it took people 6 months to figure out Orlando needs shooting.
And the question is?
So, not only that, let's talk to my guy from the Clippers. We're sitting courtside. It was good to catch up with him. He shall remain nameless. Don't want to get him in trouble. We're sitting there courtside, but while his pregame warm-ups were going on, he goes, so what's the deal with Klay Thompson?
And I'm imagining Steve Ballmer crossing his legs and asking Bonte that question.
Trust me, you would have heard it if it was Steve Ballmer. I would have dropped that name
Bob
quick.
Myers and Bonte package deal to come to the Clippers.
Trust me, I would have flexed so hard. But no, he's like, dude, the league loves Klay. I said, so how do you view? He used to ask me about Klay and everything. He goes, dude, Klay leaves, dude. There would be so many teams on him. Like, he was basically telling me, he's like, dude, the league loves Klay. Loves Klay. So I hope he doesn't leave to go to State Warriors. I really don't, man. He's one of my all-time favorites. And that would be a sad day. The big three breaks up. And you said something to me going into the break. If it's Klay as the first guy to leave.
I think people are going to look at the whole thing differently, and I think people are going to be devastated. And Draymond's here, and Klay's not. And that first Draymond suspension, ejection, whatever, something happens. I don't know, man. I think people say things and then it plays out, and then you have buyer's remorse.
Boy, oh boy.
You think I'm wrong on that?
What you think about Draymond yesterday tweeting about Zach Edey?
I thought it was a lack of self-awareness. Identifying someone else quitting, on the floor when there's been many games where I've watched and I've felt like it's like he was trying to tap out of those games. I thought it would just lack self-awareness.
I have it real quick before we hit Fast Five here. Draymond tweet last night. Job well done, 35. You did your job tonight. It was him that made Edey quit with about 19 minutes to go in the second half. There was a turnover, and I saw Edey body language walking back. He was done.
I mean,
maybe he was just frustrated because he knew that UConn was about to go on the run.
Things just weren't gelling.
And go back to back.
He also had no teammates helping him out yesterday.
Yeah, no doubt. They suffocated them on the three-point line. Yeah, UConn's better. They're the modern-day Duke. They actually have more championships now than Duke. They've all accomplished that in the last 25 years.
Total?
6.
That's a lot.
They were throwing up to 6s yesterday. Duke only has 5. They just tied North Carolina.
Wow.
3 different head coaches.
Jim Calhoun. I love Jim Calhoun. Oh, my God. I think he's one of the most underrated coaches I've ever seen. Bringing Khalid El-Amin, Richard Hamilton,
how
Ray
fast
Allen, Danielle Marshall.
Okafor.
Yeah, Okafor, Kevin Ali.
More like Xfinity Fast 6.
What'd you have? A Truly?
Zach Edey had 37 and 10 last night. 15 to 25, 7 to 10 from the free throw line.
He quit.
He didn't look like he played 39 minutes. Didn't look like a player to me that laid down and quit. Maybe he knew that, boy, we don't have enough tonight, but he played his ass off. You can't win a game in modern day basketball hitting 1 3-pointer. You just can't.
No. My final thought is very simple. Enjoy tonight. Enjoy however many of these Steph versus LeBrons that we get, because once they're gone, you're gonna miss them. All the legends of all time, whenever they retire, you feel like you want them to retire, and then they finally go away, and you miss them. You do. I'm sorry, you're gonna miss these two, and you're gonna miss these two going head to head. It is going to encapsulate an entire generation of basketball viewership when these two go.
I agree on that. Don't hate, appreciate the rivalry. We had the greatest regular season game this year in the NBA. It was a double overtime, and it was Steph and LeBron. And we may never see something like that again. Hopefully, either today or next week if they play in the playing game, we get something similar.
Yep.
I don't want anyone to get hurt either. I know we make fun of Anthony Davis. Just stay on the court, put some damn goggles on.
Totally agree.
Well, I'll go here.
If you're gelling.
I cut you off the quick. I tell you, pause like Shasky. Pause for a second.
No, I'm gonna echo this Steph LeBron sentiment as we kind of wind down to the final matchups of this rivalry. And this is I'm wondering if we're getting to the point where we could start declaring a winner of this Steph LeBron rivalry. I mean, obviously, I'm gonna take the homer take and give it to Steph.
We're all winners.
There you
for
go.
having watched it.
3-1 finals record. Steph versus LeBron. 3-1.
3-1 means 2 things.
What's the other thing it means?
Well, 3-1 is what they came
finals.
back from.
Oh, well, you know what? I take 3 rings over 1 any day of the week. And we know what happened in 2016. Kiki Vanaway, LeBron James. Hey, Dr. Dad, what up, boy? No, I'm kidding.
See, I'm convinced.
Draymond was the victim.
I'm kidding.
We lost. I mean,
you know
it just
what?
happens.
My take is,
BS, man.
Mike Krzyzewski won't even be in the lineup tonight, and somehow, some way, we'll still blame a loss on Mike Krzyzewski tomorrow morning if they lose to the Nets. No, I'm kidding. My final thought is, do not punt the game, Golden State. Don't listen to Mark Willard. We're not punting no game. We play to win the game. Beat LA. That's what's happening right now. Oh, wait, I got to do a closing read. Oh, that was Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity at home or on the go. You get the fastest internet to all your devices. Styling Guru next, right here on 95.7 The Game.
I got a joke for you, Bonte.
All righty. Good morning, everybody. Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson. Oh, we got Joe Hawk sitting in.
Yeah.
Spadoni's over in a different chair.
2 Oakland Athletics.
Wow. We got a different kind of show today. Evan's going to be gone the rest of the week.
He said he's listening to us while he's making this trek across. Why would you say
Okay, great.
What up, E?
That's great.
Yeah.
I may need some help today.
Okay. I'm here for you.
Yeah, I might need a little pick-me-up.
What happened?
A couple things.
Did you get your reads, by the way, Stein?
I did not.
Okay,
I did not. Did you? I may have missed them.
Helping
That's
early.
all right. They're usually not here when Evan's here anyway. So,
hey,
if he's listening, it'll be a long 2 hours for E.
Actually,
just watching the NCAA game last night, and feel like I came out of the game thinking, man, that guy at UConn, Danny Hurley, he can coach. That team was really well coached. They were better. They weren't going to lose that game. And then you sent me that thread. You sent me the text. And I get it. It's news, and he's our guy. But
the Guru computer is racing right now. Hold up the text.
It really did. When you sent that tweet of Draymond's.
Saying Edie quit.
Saying that Edie quit with 19 minutes to go in the game.
He saw it. He's like, I saw something in the weekends.
Andrew, Draymond Green saw Zach Edey quit with 19 minutes left in the game.
Yeah.
A game in which he ended up with 37.
Right. And I didn't see him quit.
Okay.
I just saw him maybe get tired, Stoney. But Dre is Dre. He knows more hoop than we do. I didn't know that got to you. My bad. I was like, damn, Day.
I guess what bothers me is, and I didn't even, honest to goodness, we'll talk about the Lakers.
All right. Big game.
So the guy who gets angry at, first of all, the guy who, I don't even want to do it.
No, but tell us how you feel, because I don't know how you feel. I thought Dre should have held on to that.
The guy who says he has trouble getting up in March.
All right.
The guy who didn't play the year Steph got hurt.
All right.
The guy who quit on the Warriors in Orlando 2 weeks ago. Forget all that, but mostly the guy who reacts not only negatively, but defensively and angrily when somebody insinuates that he's let others down.
Right.
For him to suggest that a college kid quit with 19 minutes to go in a game where they just weren't the better team, and the guy's doing the best he can, and maybe he got dejected during a play and he put his head down. All right, that's all. I
thought it would. What's my new thing? I think I stole it. It's
the height of hypocrisy.
Fair or foul?
It's the height of hypocrisy.
That's all. I respect Dre's play.
Draymond does to Zach Edey what he can't stand when people do and talk about with him.
Well, keep it real now. Right on the table is Zach did not get thrown out that game. But I just thought I was like, come on, Day.
And I get it. Zach Edey scored some points kind of late when they were down, between 10 and 15
But they were in the game because of him in the first half. Yeah. The athleticism from UConn was just too much.
Yeah. And so that
you didn't I wouldn't have did that to the youngster.
I wouldn't
if I were Dre. That's all I'm saying.
What no.
Yeah, I'm asking you, what do you think he got out of it?
I don't know.
I thought it was tacky.
I don't know.
I thought it was tacky.
I don't know. Yeah. But yes, I was just like, really? Like that's
I hear you.
That's what you came out of that game with?
No love for UConn.
That the 7-4 guy quit?
Man.
Quit?
Yeah.
That's a strong word. Pro athlete. That's a word I don't. I never use that word.
He got hacked, Donnie.
Sometimes there's games where it's just you don't have it and you're a little dejected. It doesn't mean you quit.
I thought he got hacked.
Saying quit is the worst thing you can say about a player.
Yeah. There it is. That was over the top. But Day is Day. That's dude. Do you know how many arguments I had or with friends? Phil Stark, how are you? in regard to that conversation he had with Klay Thompson where he asked, how do you feel? I can take it before you answer. And I just thought that was all hogwash. And it was hogwash because you should already know how he feels when you get ran. So miss me with this, oh, this is the first time I'm going to hear Steiny say he's disappointed in me. And, oh, come on, Goo. But maybe I'm different, man. Call me 2 Chainz. I'm different. Evan texted us. I'll find out what it is. So he got us on.
Well, the other thing I was thinking, so, I watched that game last night, and I went in, and I wasn't a huge Danny Hurley guy. But, I mean, what can you say? I mean,
he loves the camera.
That team.
They're ballers.
That's what it looks like. And we've seen that 2 games in a row now. To me, that's what it looks like when the most talented team is the best coach team. We saw it with South Carolina. We saw it with UConn. I don't think there's any way Purdue was going to win that game.
They had me in the first half a little bit, Stoney.
Not me.
And they didn't double Edie. They just were like, we're going to stop everybody else and buy. Who's the big from Connecticut?
He was
doing it. Yeah, he was there.
Edie was so tired.
But Dre thought he quit.
He didn't quit.
Yeah. How many did he end up with?
Love to quit with 37.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
Takes Draymond 5 games to score 37. Anyway, and then so I was also thinking, so I was feeling pretty good about the UConn game until I saw that tweet. And then I was thinking,
my bad, I should have held on.
Then you shouldn't. Then I was thinking, boy, Bay Area, they should just love us, you and me, right now, and this station.
Oh, yeah,
because I was thinking about this.
The Yay area.
Let's put the rat on the tape. Because
brought to you by Actors.
We're coming in today. Oh, we got a big game there. Yeah. Is it?
You're stealing my stuff.
9 versus 10?
Oh, well, it's LeBron and Steph. The Lakers.
Well, that's true. That's true.
Bonte.
But I was just thinking that in the grand scheme of things, like we're going to go into tonight's game and it's going to be a big game. And if the Warriors win, they got maybe action at 9, maybe even at 8.
Which would be a home game.
If they lose, they're going to settle into 10 most likely. And we're going to talk about its importance and we're going to talk about what it means. But the reality of the situation is, how big is this game really for the Warriors? They're in the play-in.
Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah, okay, it may get them a home game.
Now that's go ahead.
But the reality of the situation is, and I'll say this for the Lakers too, it's a game between a 9 seed and a 10 seed. There might not even really playoff teams in a way.
Well,
so
yeah,
you know what I mean?
Well,
I guess I was just thinking about the dynasty and big games and how many we've seen. And listen, I'll pump this one up because it's what I do, but
it's not what you do.
I mean, yikes.
Well, Steiny, you and I differ. I've been consistent all year long. You can say whatever you want and make that joke about the Los Angeles Lakers. They went to the Western Conference Finals. I expect them to be there again. So you and I differ on just how good LeBron and Anthony Davis are. Are they the 9th seed right now? Yes, they are, but they're just not your prototypical 9th seed to me, okay? And then I told you guys yesterday, I shared with you the guru math that I don't believe the Warriors are a natural 10 seed, okay? But they are. And to your point about what's at stake tonight, I feel like it's a sparring match because if the Warriors somehow trip up and Sacramento on the road in OKC loses and the Lakers win, it's not all bad in the neighborhood for the Warriors. Now, I believe Steph Curry, Draymond, and the rest of the gang are not afraid of the Lakers, but if somehow the Lakers were to go up to 8th and maybe Sacramento came back to 9th, then we're talking about next Wednesday, the play-in game could be in Sacramento. And I like that a lot better for the Warriors as opposed to going to the Lakers. So we know Steph in his career, doesn't shoot the best in L.A. I don't know if it's the backdrop or whatnot. But, Stoney, I guess I'm not a pro player. I guess you could you want to win this game just to prove to yourself maybe. We could, and the Lakers are going to want to win this game to try to go up. Yeah, they did. So Anthony Davis went out.
Well, he'll go out again tonight.
Will he have goggles on?
I mean, he'll get hurt tonight.
He'll get hurt.
You want to bet?
Not hurt. You want to bet? In the eye.
No, he'll limp out at some point, or he'll clutch something at some point.
We'll have 3 different career-ending injuries today.
No, but he's been playing his ass off, though, when he's out there.
Yeah, Warriors right now, game and a half behind the Lakers. Bottom line is this: if they lose tonight, they're pretty much the 10th seed.
And rest Steph as much as you can.
Exactly.
No doubt about it.
And the one thing that I think is a big story, and I want to know if Warrior fans think so too, but this one kind of got lost on Sunday after the Warriors beat the Jazz. And Steve Kerr was talking to the media, and they asked him about, Steph's second half of the season, and he hasn't shot the ball well. And Steve Kerr said for the umpteenth time this year, he's tired. He's fatigued. And I guess Slater said, well, how do you know? What when he's fatigued, what happens?
I missed this.
And Steve Kerr said, well, you can tell he's fatigued in his movement and in his judgment. So Steve Kerr's suggesting that he can tell that Steph's not moving great right now compared with how he normally moves. And when he says his judgment, I think that means that's the mental. He said he thinks he's
Can that lead to turnovers?
Yeah, I'm sure it is. I'm sure that's what it is, or maybe just a little bit of a loss of focus. And the question is can he get that back? I mean, the one thing about Steph is that he's gone through periods where I don't know if it's a slump, but he gets a little stale, doesn't shoot the ball well for a couple weeks at a time, but he always seems to bounce back. There's 4 games left in the regular season and maybe only one
meaningful
play-in game. Yeah. So it's one of those things where the season could kind of end at any moment. And if it ends quickly rather than not quickly, what are we going to make of the second half numbers from Steph Curry? Because it will represent, a 2-month period where he never really regained himself, if you will. And that, does that enter into the offseason? I'm already starting to get worried about Klay coming back after hearing him on the Draymond podcast.
Yeah, and it's kind of funny that we're here when you look at the season in totality, that Klay Thompson right now is shooting better than Steph. And, who would have saw that coming? But about your question, I think Klay Thompson's shooting the ball right now better than he ever has. But my question to you about Steph, Stoney, is it's BOD. And you're wondering what that is.
Yeah, I am.
Benefit of the doubt.
Okay.
And Curry has earned the benefit of the doubt to me. And I believe, right now, being positive Pete, Stoney, this is just a one-off. And like you said, if somehow they slip up tonight, it's Operation Rest Steph Curry. So when that next Wednesday is upon us, you would at least go into that game knowing, you know what, he had ample time to get as fresh as possible. And I would bet on him to have to perform well as opposed to being tired right now. And let's put another right on the table real quick here. Right before the All-Star break, remember Curry was defiant. If you want to, I'm being a little strong with that, but Kerr said he's tired. Remember, and Slater went right back up to Steph, and Steph said, I'm not tired. So here we are now, and I just think it's Operation Get Him Fresh. And that's Curry and the rest of the gang, Stoney. So if you win tonight, I think that's kind of off the table, right? Because then now you want that game at Chase regardless of what your record is at home this year. I just think that brings all kind of other dynamics into play if somehow you could get that win-or-go-home game in your own backyard.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors are a game and a half behind the Lakers. All right, so they win tonight. They got a shot at the Lakers at 9. They're 2 games right now behind the Kings, but they lose the tiebreaker to the Kings regardless. So the Kings play tonight
at
OKC.
And SGA is supposed to play.
Right. The Pelicans, they are 3 games ahead of the Warriors.
At Portland.
And they play Portland. So the Pelicans are pretty much out of reach.
Watch them lose
It would look like. Now, why would you think the Pelicans would lose?
Well, they beat Phoenix. I'm just all year long, when I gamble and make bets, I'm like, that they'll take care of business, and then Portland will somehow win the game. But I got you. No, Ingram, anything can pop off.
So my question for Warrior fans is how big of a game is this for you? And the reason I'm asking that is because we've seen it all in 12, 14 years with Steph Curry. And 2 years ago, they made a run out of nowhere, out of the 3rd seed. Last year, they ended up beating the Kings in the first round. took the Lakers to 6 games, and now they're fighting for a play-in spot. And I just want to know, as a fan who's seen 4 titles, you've seen 4 championships, you've seen your team go to championships and not win, you've seen your team lose Steph Curry and win 15 out of 65 games. You've seen it all.
Yeah.
Just how excited are you for tonight's game against the Lakers, the LA Lakers, for the 9 seed? 888-957-9570.
I'll tell you this. Yesterday, I don't want to speak for you. I think I shocked you, or you didn't understand why I've been I was telling you all I see something. I feel like the Warriors just as a collective are playing better. So regardless of the standings, and I know that's all it's really about tonight, Stoney, I do want to see the Warriors healthy with Kuminga go out and just take it to the Lakers and win this game. And obviously the byproduct of that is you got a chance to move up, but this is a litmus test against, a team with a winning record, but they are the 9th seed. So I'm excited for the non-math component of what I think I'm seeing a team come together. Hopefully it's not too late, but damn, go out here and beat the Lakers. We come in here tomorrow like, okay, if this is the matchup next Wednesday and this is the locale in LA, the Lakers won a couple Saturdays ago, and I know Davis was out, so we'll see how that plays out.
Watching Klay Thompson, Warrior career come to an end?
I hope not. And you said something that stuck with me yesterday, and I'll give you credit. He bet on himself, and Stoney, the scoreboard right now is he's winning regardless of what happens. So I know that's after the season. I hope not, but he was kind of melancholy in that video with Dre yesterday.
Yeah, take a listen to what we listened to some of this yesterday, but this one we didn't get to, and this one's the one that I've been thinking about a little bit. This is Klay Thompson on Draymond Green's podcast.
And in saying that, when it comes to free agency in July, I just got to keep that in mind. Like, yes, I want to re-sign with the Doves, but I also have to prioritize my mental health and lay out what is important to me at this point in my career. And I know we have so much basketball ahead that I haven't given it much thought, really, because if I start thinking about July 1st, then I'm just doing myself a disservice. I'm not here. I'm not thinking about the Hornets tomorrow and these must-win games this weekend. So for me, it's just about staying present, as simple as that is, staying present. And
wow. And
anybody getting worried about Klay and his future here?
So if I say I am, you understand that, or any fan, you would totally understand that, right?
Well, this is what Stephen A. Smith said.
I'm looking at Klay Thompson, and the number one thing I peel from Ms. Shay is that I think that when you look at Klay Thompson, this is his way of saying goodbye, preparing himself for the end in Golden State. Let me assure you, there's at least 25 teams that should want Klay Thompson. And let me raise my hand. Those New York Knicks should be one of them. Those New York Knicks should be one of them. Let me tell you something right now. Let me tell you something. You want to see, I'm talking about Klay Thompson, who has struggled with consistency this year. Right. You give me Klay Thompson in New York City. He ain't going to want to, because if he ain't in Golden State, he probably want to be in L.A. Can't blame the Southern California sunshine and all that stuff. You understand? But let me tell you something. If Klay Thompson were in a New York Knicks uniform, I would throw a house party.
Wow.
888-957-9570 is the number. What if there's 20 teams after Klay Thompson? Do you think there's going to be 20 teams? Forget 20. Do you think they're going to be 5 to 10?
Yeah, there's a line, Stoney, yes. We talked about it, and Vontae's been consistent. We were just talking to him before he got out of here. He keeps saying Orlando and all the money they have. I keep talking about the other L.A. team, the Clippers, teams that don't have what he specializes in on a good day, Stoney, and that's shooting. But for him to tell Draymond and use these words, and I need to take a step back, because regardless if he decides to come back, it is a humongous decision and it's his. But Stoney, when he says mental health and, he needs to stay focused, that lets you know just how big of a deal and decision this is going to be. But I got to give him kudos, because a lot of people left him for dead. Like, how valuable is he? Will he ever get back? He went to the bench. He dealt with us. He dealt with the calls where, the confidence was at an all-time low. And now he's a commodity again. And I got to give him credit, because what did he say, Stoney? I just got to focus on this week and and go from there. But, man, is it a money thing? I don't know what to expect. But this, when you were talking about the other day about, hey, Goo, what constitutes a big decision? This is one of them.
Yeah, I mean, to me, he kind of skimmed over. Well, of course, I want to re-sign with the Dubs. Almost like that was just something he had to throw in there. But the more I listen to that, the more I think it's real. It's real that Klay could leave the Golden State Warriors. And I think it's getting to the point where it might not just be, well, give him 25 and he'll come back.
Oh, no,
he's not just coming back if the Warriors
low ball or just give him the average type offer.
I don't even know what a low ball would be for Klay right now. I don't know what the range is for Klay Thompson.
But what about the 2 for 48 that reportedly we heard before the season started?
What about it?
He won by saying, not out of that.
Well, if he gets more than 24, he won.
Which I think he will.
Looks like he may. But then again, I mean, if you look at the numbers, just the cold, hard numbers, very few guys who are sixth men are coming off the bench making more than $20 million. So he came off the bench a lot this year. So are you paying him as a sixth man or are you paying him as a starter? That's the question that I think it's going to come down to with Klay Thompson. And if it's true that there's going to be a half dozen teams looking at Klay Thompson, then you never know what's going to happen. All it has to be is one team.
Yeah.
And the other thing that I think I'll just say it. I think some Warrior fans are completely and utterly naive about some things. And one of them is, the laughing. When you laugh at the Knicks, and you laugh at the Orlando Magic, they're better than the Warriors. They're better than the Warriors. From a practical standpoint, if you dropped Klay Thompson on the Knicks right now, he'd have a better chance of winning his 5th title. I mean, it's tough to say about Orlando, but Orlando's a young team that looks to be improving and should be better next year than they are this year. Like the one thing that I do reject is the idea that Klay will just stay here because it's Golden State. He's not signing a contract 2 years ago. This team's in a different spot now. There might be destinations for Klay Thompson that make better sense to him both as a team and as an individual. And I think it's possible that this may be the last 4, 5, 7 games that Klay Thompson plays with the Warriors. I'd love to know what Warrior fans think about. It's not about what you think. It's like, how confident are you that Klay's coming back? 888-957-9570 is the number. And have you taken anything out of this podcast? We'll play some more of the sound from the podcast with Klay Thompson and Draymond Green. But how confident are you feeling right now that Klay's coming back?
I'll give you a percentage. I'm at 75% he's coming back. And I know on the internet you can make, especially with AI, you can make people's voice say things they never said. And they were talking to Michael Thompson, who used to come on the show or in the stations. Donnie, we hadn't heard from him, but he's in L.A. and works for the Lakers. They could use a Klay Thompson. So, Joe Lacob might have to, and I don't want to diss Klay. What if I said if he really cares about the big three riding off in the sunset together, that's worth $10 million alone, $10 million
how come
more.
He didn't say that? Why didn't he say that? It means a lot to me that he never said that during the podcast. I'll go back and listen.
No, you said scam.
Did he ever say, well, a top priority of mine is for the three of us to finish our careers together?
Well,
no, he said a top priority of mine is prioritizing my mental health and finding a good spot for me. If you're confident, and I see some people on the YouTube chat who say they're confident Klay's coming back.
saying Lacob won't let him walk. Let's hope he's right.
What makes you so confident is my question. If that's the way you feel about Klay Thompson coming back, or if you don't feel confident, what makes you not confident about Klay Thompson coming back? 888-957-9570 is the number. That segment was sponsored by Alameda County Probation Department.
Want a career with purpose, great pay, outstanding benefits, and a promising future? The Alameda County Probation Department is seeking dedicated people to make a difference as a juvenile institutional officer associate. Visit joinacpd.org to learn more.
This is Moses Moody, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Matt. I'm Matt.
Oh, boy.
He's Guru.
Yeah.
Spadone, you don't know what I'm doing, right? So I got, I'm not a real host. I'm not a real number one.
And the question is?
To Nahegan.
Traditional.
And so I've been doing it for 5 years. And we're at a meeting about 3 weeks ago, and he goes, "Yeah,
you said you're not a real host." He didn't say that.
He said traditional, Spadoni. I was there.
Get this. I've been doing this for 6 years. He said to me 3 weeks ago, and I say this now because he's not here. He's on vacation. He said, "Yeah, you got to start." He said, "You got to stop doing that when you're coming in off breaks." And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" He goes, "Quit saying Steiny and Guru, because the liner says Steiny and Guru."
Yeah. So
it says, "Hey, you're listening to Steiny and Guru," and then I go, "Welcome back, Matt Steinmetz down the Guru Giant." He goes, "You don't need to do that. Just start. Just say Guru. How's your day going?"
No, because it's important because you want people to know your actual first and last names.
Look
Put
at
your name on it.
going against the boss.
All right. Well, I have to because the pregame show.
I hear you. You were on fire this morning, Spadoni. Tell the people that 99 mile per hour fastball you threw and who you threw it at.
You come out throwing gas?
Oh, Draymond Green.
He came out. And Evan alerted me.
You can play the sound too, and you guys played a bunch of it yesterday. It's Klay Thompson and Draymond asking Klay how he felt about his absence on the court.
It just already know.
Very self-serving to me. And for a guy in Klay Thompson who's only missed 4 games this season, the nerve of Draymond Green to tee him up. Tell me how much you guys missed me out there. Well, no bleep. Yeah. They missed you. Yeah. Ask him how angry you felt or your emotions
and I love
on the court.
Draymond.
I wanted him to ask Klay and Steph, if he ever has him on, how did it feel to watch me chokehold Rudy Gobert? How about that? Ask that.
Man. Spadoni coming out hot.
I turned it show Monday through Friday, 5 to 6 a.m.
You know what? I applaud you, Spadoni, because I'll be honest with you, I just didn't want the smoke today. I just didn't. I'd rather.
What you mean by smoke?
I just didn't want to come out and start drilling Draymond.
Okay.
I mean,
we're not drilling them.
Come on, Dre. That's all. That's like if I come out and say, "Come on, Draymond," you can't.
Yeah.
Well, you can't say Zach Edey quit.
Why you can't? He had I understand. He got tired.
But I don't want to start saying. I don't want to come out as strong as Spadone because he's Draymond.
Did you know what? You said something, #random here, yesterday about Ralph Sampson when you went on your I don't want to say your rant about the greats in college basketball, men and women's of the past. Ralph Sampson had 3 Player of the Year awards in college at Virginia. Yeah. And you said Wemby. I wasn't mad at that. Ralph was a bad dude, except when they lost to Chaminade.
Here's what
Ralphie.
Hold on. Where is it? Oh, President. This is what we're responding. This is what we're talking about right now.
And in saying that, when it comes to free agency in July, I just got to keep that in mind. Like, yes, I want to re-sign with the Doves, but I also have to prioritize my mental health and lay out what is important to me at this point in my career. And I know we have so much basketball ahead that I haven't given it much thought, really, because if I start thinking about July 1st, then I'm just doing myself a disservice. I'm not here. I'm not thinking about the Hornets tomorrow, these must-win games this weekend. So for me, it's just about staying present, as simple as that is, staying present. And
the one thing I hear there, and I think it's just a fact, is it feels to me like last summer, Klay Thompson didn't feel like he had any options. He had 1 year left in his deal, so he wasn't in free agency.
Yeah.
He got a deal for the Warriors that he did not like, that he did not think was fair. And he said, you know what, I'm not going to sign it. I'm going to play the year out. He struggled early. He's come through it. He's better now than he was at the beginning of the year. And I think he's a player who realizes he's going to have options. I think he's got options right now that he didn't have last offseason. And I'm not saying, well, he's definitely going to leave. But I think that the odds are stronger today that he'll leave than they were a year ago, because I think last year he felt like he was stuck a little bit.
Mm-hmm. And that was first Steiner, he shared with us his inner self in regard to at games, at timeouts when he was out the game. We've seen it all. And I don't want to stir the pot because I don't have that control, but I do wonder
he's a free agent.
If there's some resentment on Klay Thompson to come back when this team asked him, and he mentioned to us earlier this week about the 4 come to Jesus meetings he had with his head coach Steve Kerr, and he thanked Kerr but those were emotional, talks. But I do wonder at the core, Stoney, if his dad or his brother's hitting him like, can you believe does he look at them, the Warriors asking him to come off the bench as giving up on him? And we may never know, but I think if we find out he's in another uniform, I wonder the collateral damage of things like that when he wasn't playing well, if there's still some resentment.
I do think when I look, it's
real, man.
Just my perception is I think when you look at Draymond Green last year and Klay Thompson this year, I really feel like Draymond almost had to stay because he didn't want to take the chance of leaving. I don't feel that way about Klay. I feel like Klay would be more willing to try something new.
I hear you.
And here's the other thing that I kind of disagree with, although I disagree with it as a general principle. Like, he given everything. There's nothing better. Like, it's not better if Klay wants to stay as opposed to a player who, you know what? I've been here for 12 years. I can get a 3-year contract going somewhere else in a new city. Like, there's nothing inherently wrong or worse for a player who wants to experience something new. Maybe he wants to experience something new. Sure, he loves Steph. Sure, he feels loyal to the Warriors. But maybe it's the end of his career, and he says, you know what?
Time for the next chapter?
Time for the next chapter.
We saw Kevin Durant do it.
Exactly. We see a lot of players do it over the years. Let's go to Steve. Steve's in Fairfield. What's going on, Steve? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. Great show as always. Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks.
I'm crushed. I'm crushed. I think Klay's leaving. And I point to Steve Kerr for this. Steve Kerr did two things, one bad and one worse to Klay. The first thing he did was he took him out of the starting lineup. I called at the time and said I thought it was a mistake. I'm glad Steve Kerr realized I was right and he was wrong. That's one. Two, when he took him out of the starting lineup, he had the audacity to say, and you can go look up the press conference, he says, yeah, they said, well, you're making this change. You're putting Brandon in. He goes, yeah, Klay's just not the same player he was 4 years ago. To state the obvious like that, Klay's still great, by the way, but you really had to state that. No, the comparison should have been made, and this is why I thought he should have never been taken out of the starting lineup. The comparison should have been made to Brandon, who I like Brandon, but it should have been made to him, not Klay to 4 years ago. A total slap in the face. Klay's been pressing this year for the contract. He admitted it. He was pressing. And so, but if you look at the last month, Klay's averaging his career averages right there. He's averaging 22 or 23 points a game. He's averaging 3 or 4 assists. He's averaged 3 or 4 rebounds. He's right back to his career averages in the last month. He was pressing hard. The injuries have taken a little bit of toll, but Steve Kerr just disrespected him, in my opinion. Steve, who usually has class, showed no class in his treatment of Klay Thompson, and he needs to own it when Klay's gone.
I don't remember that quote, Stoney. Man, he does, though. I don't remember that.
The latest quote I remember is when Klay went back into the starting lineup, and Steve Kerr said, yeah, it's not necessarily permanent, but it has been permanent.
No doubt about it.
Like, there's no I'd be shocked if Klay comes off the bench from here on out the rest of the season, right?
Yeah.
But when he went back into the starting lineup, Steve Kerr suggested it was just a game. It was just a game decision on that particular day.
So just think if you're Klay and you're like, okay, you guys took me out when I was at my lowest, Donnie. I don't want to start anything because this is bigger than me and us. This is naturally going to play out. But to that caller's point, what if Klay is harboring that kind of, now you guys need me, I'm back starting, and I got my groove back like Stella. It's a joke that you guys even took me out. Now, he may not be thinking that way, but boy, we'll see here. And, man, Steiny, what about, going into this season, we saw Klay put up on the IG, his IG post about the Tupac, me against the world. So he's been feeling some type of way for a while, regardless of if that's against the organization, the fans. But when he says mental health, that sounds to me like a guy that says, you know what, maybe new scenery might do me some good. And hopefully I'm wrong.
And let's not forget about something, and you guys tell me what you think, because I'm looking at a story from February 28th, a month ago.
All right.
And it's from Sam Amick.
Our guy.
Sam Amick is not Skip Bayless. He's not a host of other guys. But he wrote in a story in The Athletic, it's clear their relationship, and he's talking about Klay Thompson and Joe Lacob.
Man.
It's clear their relationship has suffered some strain along the way, with league sources indicating that Thompson has received no assurances from on high that his hopes of retiring happily in a Warrior jersey someday will be a shared priority this summer. Both sides, it seems clear, have no clarity about what might happen when that time rolls around. That was Sam Amick.
That's strong.
So,
you think things have changed
for the better?
Let's be honest. As far
as
far as Klay's performance on the court, if I'm running something and I see you still got, okay, you know what? Wow. Now we got to go back to the lab and reconvene and make you more of a priority if you were not as high.
And then Lacob went on with NBC Sports Bay Area with our very own Bonte Hill and Mully, and he said, we have had some discussions, and look, these things have to take their course. He has a right to do, meaning Klay Thompson. This is Joe Lacob. Yeah. Klay has a right to do whatever he wants to do. If he wants to go to free agency, that's his right. He's earned it. If he wants to be a Warrior for life, he's going to have that opportunity. We certainly want him to. I think he wants to be here. We want him to be here, and we treat our people fairly. I think people just need to, as I said the other day on our radio show, they need to chill a little bit. Things will get done. Just give us some time. You don't just not see us get things done. Well,
wow, Stein, I got to be honest. The first time I heard that's strong for me.
Yeah, and you know what? It sounds verbatim what Joe Lacob said about Bob Myers in the months leading up to Bob Myers becoming a free agent as a team president. And you know how that ended? That ended with Joe Lacob saying the day it happened, I didn't even see it coming. Yeah.
That was a nice pull from you, boy.
I'm just bringing up, some context to this thing, and starting to think: are we watching Klay Thompson's career as a Warrior wind down?
Well, I'll tell you what.
Is Klay really going to take less than $24 million right now
be
to play for the Warriors?
Less than 24.
Well, he's a sixth man. If he's a sixth man,
well, he's starting right now.
Well, I'm just saying.
I'm just to that point. But what is he now? Because in his mind, he's a starter. I believe he thinks he is, and he's starting right now. So again, Monday morning quarterback. Some could say that was a mistake by the Warriors. Okay, it jump started him, but again, the fact that you demoted me and I got to come off the bench, and now I'm back in the starting lineup, and you want me to take six-man money? So I'm just saying, I'm not saying you're wrong. All that is going to come into play, but the Klay Thompson, I believe, we know, Steiny, views himself as a starter.
916, Steiny, you're making a pretty big deal out of this. Well, I mean, the bottom line is we're at a crossroads. There's 4 games left in the regular season. They're not in the playoffs. This thing could end in the snap of a finger in the play-in if they don't get it done. And then Klay's a free agent. That doesn't happen. Yeah. Even Draymond Green, he had a player option that he opted out of. And obviously when he opted out, he knew the way things may go. Klay is just a free agent. He's an unrestricted free agent. And the Golden State Warriors right now are a 10th seed, and he came off the bench, he's starting again, he's playing pretty well, he's shooting the ball terrific. So, okay, is there really nothing to see here? I didn't hear there's nothing to see here, just the way he talked about his future. But you tell me at 888-957-9570. Let's go to Horace. Horace is from Texas. And yeah, you know what? I do think it's a big deal if one of the greatest players in Golden State Warriors history, and a guy we've talked about is maybe somebody they're going to build a statue of. Yeah, I think it is a pretty big deal that he's in no man's land right now. What's up, Horace? How you doing?
I'm doing great, guys. How you doing today?
How are you, man? What do you do with Klay?
I'm good. Well, I'm about 98% sure that he's going to stay. And here's my reason. I think it would take a totally disrespectful offer from Joe Lacob to make Klay walk, and I don't think he's going to do that. And I remember, when people were talking about Klay, trade him, bench him, he's washed and all this. I'm like, look, I knew that he was going to bounce back, because one thing I know about basketball players is the last thing that goes is that shot.
Mm-hmm.
That's the last thing that goes. With Klay, I believe it was all in his mental. He was just so sad that he couldn't do what he used to do at the level, and I think that messed with him. But I think now he's starting to get his mental right. He's come into some realities, and I think now, since he's getting his mental back, that's affecting his shot. And all that guy needs is a little bit of spacing, and he's going nuclear on you. Yeah. And I think he's going to be more of a help defender now than an all-on-ball defender, which is okay.
Right.
And I think that's what all it is with Klay. And when he was talking about mental health, I think he was mainly talking about his mental as far as not being able to handle the fact that he couldn't move the way he was moving before the injuries. But I think he's getting that under control, and that shot is going nowhere. The Warriors will be foolish to let him go, because there's a lot of teams that need a guy like that. And if J.J. Redick can play 15 years in the league and all he did was shoot, no defense, no nothing except shooting, then Klay can stay a Warrior, and I think they're going to respect him with a good offer.
Appreciate the call, Horace. I mean, what if it comes down to, if he's coming off the bench, he's a $20 million player. If he starts, he's a $30 million player. And is anybody going to pay him to be a starter, including the Warriors?
That's a deal breaker. That's everything.
For who?
For Klay.
Well, no, I'm just saying if nobody views him as a starter, then he might have trouble getting $30 million from anybody.
Right.
So are there teams out there that are going to view Klay Thompson as a starter and as somebody, if we bring him onto our team, he can elevate us, 3 spots in the standing?
Now, let me ask you this, Donnie, why is he back? Why is he's earned being reinserted to the starting lineup? So what if he were to tell the Warriors or any other club, I'm a starter? You see my resume. That was the blip in the radar. I was down, but I'm just asking you on this Tuesday,
well, why
he's reinserted back. He's a starter now again. He's earned that, right?
Well, if I play devil's advocate, I would just say maybe he went back into the starting lineup for one reason only, is because they needed more scoring from Pods as when he was in there. So they moved Pod. I mean, it doesn't matter. He's back in the starting lineup. He's back in the starting lineup. It doesn't matter if he earned it or it was circumstance. But yes, he's been starting for the last couple weeks. But is he still a starter in the NBA? And is somebody going to pay him like a starting 2 in the NBA? And is it going to be the Warriors?
I believe that.
What's his role with the Warriors moving forward? That's the other thing. I mean, if you just look at it, something happened this year where they took him out of the starting lineup. All right, now he's back in at the end of the year. So does he just is going to be a starter now for the next couple of years?
Well, that
when he lost his spot earlier this year. I don't know. I don't know how the Warriors view Klay Thompson moving forward.
Right. It's not. I think he's a starter. I didn't like when he went to the bench. I didn't think it was going to happen, but it did. But let's just talk about the minutes. Forget how he's played in the minutes. You just said yesterday, him and Curry lead this team, and starters do that in minutes. In minutes. So it ain't like you're trying to have me do something on burgers, and now you want me to go on milkshake. I don't know how to work the machine. He's out there, and now he's being more productive as far as shooting his shots than he's ever been.
Right, but let's take the season at large. And the season at large went like this. He started, and he was not very good.
Facts.
Then he went to the bench, and he found his game. moved back into the starting lineup, and his game's there right now. But the issue isn't whether or not whether he can play 28 or 30 minutes a game. He can. But the reality of the situation is if he plays 30 minutes a game as a starter, he's probably not going to be as good as if he plays 28 or 30 minutes coming off the bench. Like that's what happened when he went to the bench. He played against lesser competition. He elevated his game. Now he's back in the starting lineup. He's still playing pretty well. But do you pay him as a 75-game starter for the next 2 years? If that's your plan, then you know what? You're going to have to give him 30, I think. Yeah. But if you're evaluating him on the entire season, maybe it's down to 20. I don't know. All it takes is one team to give him, 30, and one team only offering 20, and that to me would sound like a no-brainer for Klay Thompson.
Yeah. Danker text in just talking about Steph's longevity. He's tired of watching Steph run a marathon to get open, and the Warriors need a center. Okay, that's not going to happen. But my thing is, Steiny, how does this team prioritize shooting? And Klay has that. So can you really afford to have him dip like that? What's that going to do to Steph?
That's only one aspect of the game.
No doubt about it.
And I don't know. Can you find shooters elsewhere? I don't know. My only point is, how do you pay Klay going forward? How do you view him? Do you still view him as one of the top, 10 two guards in the league? Well, then it's easy. You're going to have to pay him over $30 million. But then what does that do? What kind of ripple effect does that have? 8-8 Steiny, when he was on the bench, he never played against bench play. What? Okay, so
I didn't see it.
Whatever. There was one here. You can make a Klay as Chris M. You could make the case that Klay has been the second most important player this season. He's done everything for the team. I don't disagree with that. I mean, to me, the biggest issue with Klay Thompson is that when he's good, you're really a much better team.
No doubt about it.
But he doesn't have as many of those games anymore. He just doesn't. And he doesn't have as many of those games against really good teams. So if you're going to pay him for him being at his best this year, I think you got to realize that you're probably not going to get that player all year. You get him in spots, but how frequently? What do you do with Klay? What do you offer Klay? How important is it for Klay to come back? 888-957-9570 is the number. Don't forget to download the Odyssey app. You can listen to Steiny and Guru 24/7. That segment was also sponsored by Safeway. It's also a Warriors game day presented by Xfinity at home or on the go. You'll get the fastest internet to all your devices. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking Warriors. They play the Lakers tonight in a big one. 95.7 the game. Don't go anywhere.
Head to Safeway this week for amazing deals for members. Driscoll's strawberries, $1.47 each, 1 pound variety, and Campbell's chunky or well yes soup for $1.77 each. Visit
in HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
You hear what Zach Edey said to Draymond?
You're playing right now, right?
He said, Draymond, I'm surprised you're talking to me.
No, Randy, I'm going to give him a 1.5.
That's what he should say. Yeah, Draymond Green, the
Day-Day,
the expert on quitting, has deemed Zach Edey a quitter.
Why you do the kids like that, Dave? I thought it was a joke. He said, just like I saw something in Wiggins' eyes that game, I was wrong. But, yeah, you've been playing better. But Trey said he saw the moment when he had 37.
You need to tell Draymond one of your signatures.
Well, he don't fool
Tell him
us.
to take a play.
Yeah. Well, he better bring now.
Tell him to take a
This is a big game tonight. Trey will show up.
You know what?
They just sag off him, and I don't like it. I heard the guys in the morning talking about his Shasky, and he was right. Anthony Davis, they dare Draymond to shoot. More so than any other team, I believe, Steiny.
You know, I don't want to prejudge a game, but I'm already worried about this game tonight.
Tell us why.
Because we're going to use one game, this game tonight, and it's gonna be weighed more than it should be.
See, I drove into work thinking you were a victim of that, and I didn't, because I never want to steal your joy. That you do that to me. But for yesterday, I felt like my partner's really putting it all in on this game.
Why would you say that?
It just felt like that yesterday, and I'm like, well, you're gonna be 10th anyway if you win this.
If the Warriors, here's the way I'm already thinking about it, because I know how it goes, because I know Warrior fans. Some of them. If the Warriors win tonight, there's going to be, to me, an outsized optimism about the team. If they lose, I think there's going to be an outsized negative about the loss. And I just think in the grand scheme of things, yeah, it'd be a nice win. And the best, to me, the most tangible thing would be, can we get a home game? But how much does it really change where the Warriors are, how far they have to go, and how much does it really impact what we've seen happen for the first 80 games?
Okay. And I'm not mad at that, but Steiny, I think next week, if the Warriors are the opponent or the foe that the Warriors play, that will be the game where people will let it out, scream, fight, or, step back and be excited. But you talk about the amount of games they played, I feel like we've seen, I'm going Sam Cook, a change has come with this Warrior team, and I think tonight is an opportunity to win or lose, but you're not eliminated. And the more I think about this season, I do wonder, is the best thing for the team, this is going to sound crazy, to have that playing game here at Chase? Or, am I bugging? And I do understand if somebody says, come on, Goo. But at the end of the day, I feel like the Warriors have figured something out. They're playing better defense. Clay's been more consistent. Everything is just starting to mesh. And that's why I'm excited if somehow, and I got to slow my roll, today is not the day, they just tend to run this thing back and Clay's back. I could kind of scratch my head and say, no Draymond suspension. I know you can call me crazy because that might happen. But if it doesn't, are we really talking about a 4th or 5th seed? This version of the Golden State Warriors, who have now identified Jackson Davis as their starting 5, and that allows Draymond freedom to do what he does. You got Klay, Kuminga, Wiggins, whatnot. So tonight, Steiny, it's crazy. I feel like it's a freebie, but it means more to the Warriors from a standpoint of this new, what we got, Goo, we can beat LA on the road. I think that would go, and you still might be 10th.
Yeah.
But
they beat them on the road last game.
But do you feel like they're playing better? And I
don't know. I really don't.
Grandy, do you feel like the Warriors are playing better? You're on the.
Well, you know what? Let me change that.
Okay.
Yeah, I think they are playing a little better. They have a better sense of what they have to do, and they're more cohesive with Kuminga coming off the bench.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay,
they're sure,
no doubt.
Sure, they're better, but it's kind of a low bar to clear. Also,
wow.
Yeah,
what you just said. Wow.
I mean, to me, the number one reason they're better is because they found something with Wiggins without Kuminga. And so now the question becomes, can they get something from Wiggins when he starts and Kuminga when he comes off the bench? That would be something where I think could be a tangible improvement on this team where they could get to the next level. But they haven't been able to do that with both those players at the same time for any meaningful stretch this year. So, like, to me, have they found something the last 2 or 3 weeks? Yeah. They might have. They might have with Kuminga being out. Now, how do they reincorporate Kuminga and get Wiggins? Like, okay, Kuminga had a nice game against the Jazz. Yeah. Well, Wiggins didn't play and neither did Steph. So they needed him to get his 20, 25. But can they get Kuminga and Wiggins both playing well together
on the same night,
both when they're on the court together and when they're not? If they can develop some kind of positivity there, then I think they have the ability to take the next step. But right now,
yeah. And I'll go to
they found something. They
like their bench is better. They were down 16, and I know Luka wasn't playing Friday night, but the bench helped them erase that lead and have a lead by one.
But how much of that is no Wiggins on Friday and no commit? Like to me, the issue is when they have too many guys. Like to me, they almost function better at times when the right guy or two misses the game because then you know, okay, Moody, you're playing 18. How much is Moody playing tonight? You know, like when they're healthy, they still have not figured out the best way and the best rotations and the best minutes. So, like, that's the one thing left for them, and they still have time to figure it out, but I think they still have to. Mark's in San Francisco. What's up, Mark? How you doing?
Is this me? I'm Marvin.
Oh, hey, Marvin. What's going on, man?
Hey, I, you know, all the conjecture about what's going to happen. I have a little phrase that I've been saying, like a mantra. It all depends on how this season ends. If Klay Thompson has a Klay Game 6 or whatever in the semifinals or the finals of the playoffs, he's going to get paid one way. If he does what he did last year, he's going to get paid another way. But he has to prove, and that's what it's all about. Now, I can see a repeat of last year's bad shooting because we're starting at the play-in. We're going to play a lot of games. We may be worn down like we were last year, but I can also see a Cinderella season ending, and that has to do with Chris Paul getting his first ring in his entire life. We don't need to do anything for next year. I think we have the second best record in the NBA since February 1. So we've found a lot, or the leading rebounding team in the league, so there goes the size theory. It all depends on whether we can get rest. I wanted us to finish 7th or 8th. We win one game, we get 3 days off before we play the next game of the playoffs. If we can't do that, all bets are off, except for that one thing, man. I'm sorry, but I'd like to find the glass slipper.
Go ahead. No, that was good stuff.
Go ahead,
right
Mark,
there.
hold on a sec. Goose got something.
Mark, you got me fired up, and I know Steiny's
Marvin,
not by
my bad.
Marvin. I know Steiny's not by himself, but I want to ask you this. Everything you said, you're spot on, but do you look at the Warriors as your traditional 10th seed? Because I do not. And is it fair? Am I allowed to enter the Draymond suspension and say, if he had missed those 15 games, maybe we're talking about a 4th or 5th seed? In your world, Marvin, is that fair?
Well, think about 22. We were a mediocre team. We had an 18-2 start. We were a sub-500 team, I think, for the rest of the season until the last 6 games. And I brought this up one time before, and everybody laughed. The 69 Celtics, same thing. They looked terrible until they got in the playoffs. They won the NBA championship. And I watched them that year. I know that sounds crazy, but I did. Anyway, so I think if this team is possible of a storybook ending. What? There's no, Steph Curry at Davidson. I mean, this team has a destiny, and I believe that destiny is still up in the air. Now, again, they get tired, they can't shoot. It's one thing. But I think all this roster talk is just hot air. I don't think any of it matters when you're talking about super quality veteran teams. They can turn it on, and they may do that. The most important thing is we gave enough minutes this time to get Trace Jackson and the other kids to help, and Kuminga's come out and blossomed. You know, Looney's on the bench. No team has a bench guy like him in the entire league, including Minnesota and Oklahoma City. So we got depth, we got youth, and we have those veterans, and we have Chris Paul, who I think has been, this could be GM manager move of the year, getting that guy, because you can just see, unlike Poole, the team would fall apart. Chris Paul is the glue, man. When we are at big leads and stuff, he didn't play the first part of this season. We were 6-2 with him, and then he got hurt, and we had a really good starting lineup then. Then he went out and so forth. So anyway, I'm optimistic. I'm not gonna get down like you guys. I've seen it before. Hey. I've seen too many NBA seasons, you know.
Appreciate the call.
I hate he lumped me in there.
Well, let me tell you what he hasn't seen. He's never seen a team come from the 9 or 10 to make a run.
No.
He's never seen a team from 9 or 10 win a series.
And they haven't won a game in
like the Warriors. No matter what happens this year, if they end up 9 or 10, they're going to have to do something that no other team's done, and that is get to the playoffs from 9 and win a series.
Now, the one thing
that's never been done before.
You could say, Goo, that it doesn't resonate with me.
Why
but
not?
There's been a bet. No, I'm saying those are facts.
Right.
This team plays better on the road than at home.
Are you willing to? Do you feel assured? Like, okay, that's great. They have a better record on the. So let me ask you. So would you rather play the games on the road?
Stanley, I'm being honest.
No,
I don't know, man.
No, you wouldn't.
There seems to be the San Antonio home game.
Right.
I know some guys, like, those things are haunting me, man. Like, why are they not good at home?
How many quality wins on the road do they have, though? I don't know off the top of my head. They beat the Lakers without Anthony Davis.
Well, their record against good teams. Yeah.
They beat Indiana.
But it ain't many. Because their record against good teams is poo-poo.
Right.
Yeah.
They're
early in the year they beat OKC. You remember that in Oklahoma City?
I remember Draymond fouling for the three.
Yeah, they lost that one, but the other one, Steph had the game winner.
Boy, that was back before Christmas, Greg. But you're right.
That was before we knew OKC was legit. Yeah. But
and if the other thing is, if you're going to tell me that the Warriors are playing better right now, I'll buy it.
So have the game in. Yeah.
Why are they playing better? Because the young guys are playing more. No, that's to me why they're playing better.
I'll give you that.
And because Kuminga and Wiggins have taken turns playing well when the other guy hasn't. Like that's to me one of the big reasons why this team has gotten better is because they've incorporated Trace Jackson Davis and Pajemski, and now Moody's playing here and there. The one thing that they're going to have to turn around, like this is where I'm not saying they can't do it, but when I see that this team is 25-5 against teams that are under 500, and they're 18-30 against 500 or better, then I just ask how they make a run when they have not been able to beat good teams consistently all season. Like how
that's a difficult
how do you go into Denver, who's beaten you 7 times and beat like that's my one misgiving is of all the things that have happened this year, they just have not beaten good teams consistently. Right. They have not been able to do it. And in the playoffs, once the play-in starts, all you're going to play is good teams. So they're going to have to do something in the postseason that they haven't done in the regular season. And 2 years ago when they won it all, they did it in the regular season when they started 18-2. Jordan's in Denver. What's up, Jordan? Yeah, Miami was an 8 seed last year, 9-5. So the Miami Heat last year as an 8 seed had a home game or had a road game. They lost, then they won. So they came from the 8 seed. The Lakers and the Heat came from the 8 seeds last year, not the 9. Big difference there. One team's got to win 2 games. One team's got to win 1. What's up, Jordan? How you doing, man?
How's it going? I appreciate you all taking my call.
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to call it and say that we have to really give Klay his roses. I agree with both you, Steiny and Guru, about his comments on Draymond Green's podcast regarding his pending free agency. He mentioned his mental health, and I wonder how much of that is the narrative and scrutiny that's been surrounding him early on in the season, not just you all, but just national media discussing his disposition and also the contract he turned down. For me personally, I feel like the 2 for $48, I feel like he more so turned that down because it wasn't a long-term deal. I think it was more about the 2 years than it was about the 24 per. And also just Klay scoring and his availability. He's going to play more games than Draymond this season. I believe more games than Wiggins, Chris Paul, and potentially Steph this season. And last game, he scored 25 points in the first half. And I just want to ask you all, like, if it was Wiggins and Wiggins scores 25 points in the first half, how are we talking about Wiggins? When was the last time Wiggins even scored 25 points in a game? And so I feel like Klay's really not really been given his roses. In post-game interviews, he's often asked about what he thinks about other teammates' contributions. And even when he goes out there and scores, so let's say Steph leads the team with 32 points in a game. How are we coming on talking about Steph? We might say, Steph Curry last night, 32 points and a win over the Sacramento Kings. But are we doing that same thing if Klay goes for 32, leads the team in scoring? Are we coming on saying that Klay led the team in scoring, Klay led them to a victory? Or are we talking about, he's not the Klay of old, got to accept his role, got to come to grips with the last part of his career, forcing tough shots, can't slide his feet like he used to, lost his athleticism. So think about it. We'll talk about Steph's leadership, Draymond's mentorship and IQ. Not to say that we don't criticize Draymond when he misses games or gets suspended, because we do. But when do we ever talk about Klay's leadership? The way he accepted his bench role, that could be viewed as leading by example. And Wiggins hadn't had any of the injuries Klay has had, but at times he's gone missing, both literally and figuratively, for longer than Klay has. So the Draymond antics have affected the entire team, but when Draymond got ejected, let's say Klay reacted how Steph did, and then he went on to hit the game winner and kick the chair. Are we coming on talking about Klay's competitiveness, or are we coming on criticizing Klay's emotions? My last point is that the interview timing kind of struck me when he went on Draymond Green's podcast, because if you remember last year when we weren't sure if Bob Myers was going to return or not, he actually had a sit down with Steve Kerr on his podcast. And I was really excited about being a fly on the wall, being able to watch that. I don't miss Warriors games. I miss like one game this season. I watch you all every day. I watch every single post-game press conference. I watch everything I can. I love the Warriors. But it just struck me the timing that Bob Myers had sat down with Steve Kerr. And it kind of strikes me the same. It's kind of weird how Draymond Green even said that Steph Curry and Klay Thompson, he spent more time with them than he has anybody else over the last 12 seasons. So it kind of strikes me that they had this podcast to sit down towards the end of the season this year, like almost like Klay's goodbye, the same way that they had last year with Bob Myers and Steve Kerr.
I mean, great points, man.
I mean, I tried to kind of get into that yesterday as it relates to Klay Thompson. And that's what's going to make this thing difficult. Are you really telling me that you're going to offer Klay Thompson $24 million for 2 years, 48? He's going to turn it down. He's going to come out. He's going to struggle. He's going to say, you know what, I'm struggling. They move him to the bench. He says, you know what, it's a big adjustment, but I'm going to go all in and I'm going to try my best. And then he comes out of it on the other side with 4 games left, and I think we can all say Klay Thompson right now is more the solution than the problem.
No doubt about it.
Okay, so what do you do?
I told you what I'll do, and I've been consistent, even when it was bad, but you got me thinking, and so does that caller. So when you go into with Nahegan and the powers to be, and you talk about your money and how much you make and your contract, I'm not privy to any of that unless you decide to share that with me, and vice versa. So you're telling me Draymond signs his contract and he gets 4 more years, and if I'm Klay Thompson, you come at me and you offer me only 2, and you've brought this up and others have, but just right there, Steiny, I got to be honest, I don't know if that would sit well with me. If I'm Klay Thompson, you offer me 2, and I see my compadre get 4, and I can make an argument during this dynasty, I put in as much work or more work to get us to the promised land. That right there, I believe, would be a seed to fester and cause resentment. Now, towards who? You fill in the blank, but I'm just starting to think about that. Like, damn. So Steiny got 4. Like, there's a message in that.
Yeah, the message is Draymond's more important.
See, and wow, man. So I'm just saying, for all the people that think I'm bringing, like, Klay may not ever let go of that. And maybe that's why he's showing the emotion that he has all season.
Let's go around the room.
Yeah.
Joe, can you hear me? You can hear me, Joe, right? Put the headset on.
Joe.
Draymond's making 25. Should Klay Thompson make more than Draymond Green? Who's more valuable to the team right now, moving forward? Or do you just say, you know what? We're giving him the same. Do you think Klay Thompson should get less, more, or the same than Draymond Green? Guru.
The same or more.
All right.
Joe saying Klay. Klay's worth more.
Clay's worth more to Joe.
I'm with Joe. All right.
Grandy.
I think it might be Draymond for me.
Can you explain real quick why?
I mean, I guess we can't really forget some of the antics, but there's no doubt he's still an incredibly valuable player to this team. Without him defensively, they're one of the worst
defenses in the league. And I'm not saying he's not, but shooting is, I put that above what I see from Draymond.
It's close, though. I'm not saying he towers over him, but I think it's close.
I mean, I think the issue is that when both play, Draymond's probably more important.
Oh, I thought you were about to say Klay.
No, when they both play, to me, Draymond might be a little bit more important. But they don't both always play.
I don't agree with that.
And then, you don't?
No.
You think?
And I just think about the whole tenure of, like, Klay Thompson's a flamethrower, and you've won many games because of, his skill set. And I love Dre, and people all go, I don't like him being a bully, but Steiny, I don't think his defense, you put him on Jason Tatum nowadays or Jaylen Brown, and those days are over too. We always focus on the slippage by the Splash Brothers, but Draymond ain't stopping dudes like that anymore. You ain't clamping down Anthony Davis tonight. Now you might. I'm just saying, this is not the 216 Defensive Player of the Year.
Klay's not the shooter he was.
But he can still get you on a good night.
Right, 25. And Draymond can still shut somebody down on a good night. Like, you cannot say that, Klay is still one of the best shooters in the NBA, but then say Draymond's they both slipped a little bit in the thing they do great.
Well, Klay he had the most makes of 3-pointers last year. Took the most too.
I mean,
but
what do Warrior fans? To me, and that's, somebody called earlier and it said, well, Steiny, what do you want to do with Klay Thompson? What would you do? Of course, I don't know, because I don't think it's an easy decision, but I would say that, to my way of thinking, if Draymond Green's making 25, I do think if both play, Draymond's a little more valuable right now. However, because Klay is a better teammate and a better professional and comes to play more than Draymond Green, then I might give Draymond a little more. I might give Klay Thompson a little more than Draymond for that in and of itself, because to me, that's important. What do Warrior fans think at 888-957-9570? Yeah, I do think it's interesting.
That 2 years, maybe that was a slap in the face, maybe. Well, he didn't take it.
Mac Life CEO, the team's best when they have all three of them, but there comes a time when the owners and Steph have to decide what direction they want to go in. And my question is, where are we right now?
It's 50-50 on the YouTube chat.
Can you really give...
I'm not trying to pit them together, but Steiny, 4 years and 2 years, that no wonder he didn't sign it. I was just oblivious to the fact that, okay, so they tell Steiny he's here for 4. Guru, we're going to offer you 2. Focus on your own house, but there's a clear message in that.
The other aspect of this, and we can get into it on the other side if you want to jump in, 888-957-9570. The idea of Klay getting paid an exorbitant amount of money when he was hurt. And how does Klay feel about that? I always feel like some people say, well, they paid him and he didn't play. Well, he didn't play, but it's not like he was on a beach. He rehabbed for 2 consecutive years. I don't consider that working for free, but that's just me. 888-957-9570 is a number. If Draymond's making 25, what do you pay Klay? Who's more important? Are they the same? Did you just split the baby? 888-957-9570. That segment's also brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
A car is never just... create your signature look. Download our app today. Great clips. It's gonna be great.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, boy. I wish I could sing what this song really is. This is a banger. Grandy! What's up, baby?
I think this conversation, according to the 408, is disrespectful to Klay.
I was actually giving him love. I don't know how it's disrespectful.
We just talked about what he'd get in free agency from 20 other teams, and now we're pitting. See, this is where I take exception.
Yeah.
And this is where,
I got your back.
To me, language is important.
Yeah.
We just talked about pitting him and Draymond again. No, we're not. No. Every team's got a salary cap they've got to adhere to.
Mm-hmm.
And if the Golden State Warriors pay Klay Thompson $30 million this offseason, which they may do. They may sign him for less, or he may walk completely. I mean, then you go into next year, and you got Curry at 55, you got Draymond at 25, you got Wiggins at 25, and you got Klay at 30. And that'll just about do it. And this is a very interesting point, too, that it's not quite this black and white, but Steiny, if they re-sign Klay to big money, they got to say goodbye to Jonathan Kuminga, because Lacob said he's getting out of the tax this summer, and no way he's going into the tax to extend JK. That's from Atco Pest Control, our guy. Yeah, I mean, the Warriors got to figure this out, and nobody's pitting anybody against each other. Yeah. The fact of the matter is, Draymond Green got a contract extension last year that now means that Klay's going to have some ramifications to his contract that he might not ordinarily have. I mean, we can pit him against Wiggins. We want to pit him against Wiggins? It's not pitting him against anybody. Pit him against Gary Payton II, who's going to make $9+ million next year. You know, that's what Joe Lacob's got to consider. Whether he can bring Klay back at a good number that helps the Warriors and helps Klay Thompson. Let's go to you got anything?
No, Grandy came in here during the break.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
About tonight's game, and he hadn't heard the whole show, and you tell me if this is scare business. But I told you, and I mentioned to the listeners, maybe there's a win-win tonight, even if you were to lose. And I know the Warriors are going to go out there and try to kick the Lakers' ass. But if they don't, and somehow Sacramento loses on the road tonight in OKC, the Lakers would vault to 8th, and Sacramento would then fall to 9. And is there any Warrior fan walking this earth, Steiny, saying they would rather play the Lakers as opposed to the Kings? So to me, does that sound like scared business? If somehow you just get beat, but you play well tonight, and the Lakers get that 8th seed, I would love to go to Sacramento, where you took them out in 7 games last year, and there's no Herter or Malik Monk, than to play LA. So I'm saying to you, I'm not going to come in here, down tomorrow if they slip up tonight.
Yeah, I mean, to me, honestly, yeah, I guess if you could avoid the Lakers, why not? But I don't look at it as though, I'll tell you what, we get the Kings and the Pelicans, we got a cakewalk. I think if the Warriors are looking at 2 road games, they're just looking at an uphill battle no matter who they play. But yes, would it be less uphill? I think the Warriors and their fans would probably rather take Sacramento. But I always look at that as, well, be careful what you ask for.
Yeah.
I mean, yes, you've split with Sacramento this year, and you've beaten them in a 7-game series last year, but that doesn't guarantee anything this year other than maybe a slightly more favorable matchup. Let's go to Mike's in Berkeley.
Mike
wants to talk about the Warriors. Hey, Mike, how you doing, man?
Hey, guys, how we doing today?
Hanging in.
Good deal. Hey, you guys know the finer points of the Golden State Warriors, especially after this year and all of the drama and stuff that's been going on. I got to ask your guys' opinion. Goo, I agree with you about next year. If they run everybody back, I think they can easily get into a 3, 4, or 5 seed. Given the fact that Draymond missed games, I just think they can run it back. But my question to you guys is, I think they should have a change in philosophy next year, as a strategic change in philosophy as to their offense. I think they spend way too much energy for Steph hunting threes. Instead, I mean, he's like the best free throw shooter in the NBA. I think they should change him to getting some more twos and stop all of this 1-on-4 with 18 seconds left on the shot clock. And just, I mean, with his handle, he can get anywhere on the floor he wants to. So why not take advantage of it? And he can shoot the mid-range. Instead of spending all of this energy on, getting the moving screen calls. And, I mean, there's a whole myriad of, everybody else has to acquiesce to getting Steph open to hunt those threes. Just change it up a little bit. What do you guys think?
I think it's an interesting thought, to tell you the truth.
Is he hunting like that, Steiny? I don't see that. I mean, it's not that egregious as he made it out there. I hear him, but...
I mean, I think there's absolutely, positively something to the fact that the Warriors' offense that they run was a perfect fit 5 years ago, and now it's not nearly as perfect of a fit because the three guys are 4 or 5 years older who know it like the back of their hand.
Yeah.
And the reality of the situation is their personnel around those guys is not quite the same. Like
the league's figured something out too.
When we talk about like an open offense, that's not a strength of Kuminga. I don't think it's even a strength of Wiggins. But when you look back at the Warriors teams in the past, Durant could play it, obviously, and all their subs could play it. Iguodala made a living out of it, playing that way. And yes, if you're going to play that way, you need a lot of guys who know how to play that way. And sometimes it takes younger players a while to figure that out. 888-957-9570 is the number. You think this 510 is just trolling on the Xfinity mobile text line?
Let's find out.
I'm more excited for the offseason than the play-in.
Then that's not a real fan. Because you still could get to the chip.
We're gonna find out that
you could still get number 5 if you qualify for the tournament. As ludicrous as that, you don't ever want it to end. That's a defeat. That's a loser mentality.
It might be a loser mentality, but I think we've got to come to terms with this fact that, yes, there is a segment of Warrior fans that would like to see this team begin to transition.
Wow.
And they feel, and maybe fear a little, that if the Warriors camouflage this season with an end-of-the-season run, it's going to ensure that the team doesn't make the kind of changes that a segment of the fan base wants. That's all.
Well, that's coming regardless, right?
What is?
The changes. Like,
I don't know.
We just spent an hour and a half on it. Like, it's going to be uncomfortable. And now you got me thinking, just to double back to the Klay thing, the Kuminga money. Like, there's going to be so much going into this, but that's for another day. But it sounds like that fan wants to take that on now, and I'm trying to warn him, hold on.
No, we're not
eliminated yet.
All I'm saying about the money is if Klay gets re-signed, then you have Curry, Klay Thompson, Wiggins, and Draymond all under contract for the foreseeable future. You're going to have to pay Kuminga this offseason. Now, next year, he's still going to make his $7 or $8 million, but the year after that, he's going to jump to 30 plus.
Wow.
And at that point, that's the part that I don't think we've weighed enough as it relates to Joe Lacob and the luxury tax. Is he going to bring Klay Thompson back for $25 million and 3 years, let's say, and in the same offseason sign Kuminga to a Jordan Poole contract, which will kick in the year after next? And then in 2 years, Steph will be on the last year of his deal, but they'll have 4 other guys under contract for at least $25 million, and they won't have any wiggle room. They just won't. Like, there's a reality that Joe Lacob talked about that we're kind of brushing aside under the assumption that they're still, as long as they stay contenders, he's going to continue to spend. So what does he consider a contender or not? I mean, that to me is what it comes down to. It doesn't matter what I say. Matters what he thinks of this team and what happens in the last 4 games and in the play-in. Let's go to Leroy's in Oakland. What's up, Leroy? How you doing?
Where you been?
Hey, what's up, Go?
Hey.
What's up, Steiny? Man, I've been trying to get in, and then my work schedule be conflicting, but I'll be trying to get in, man. But you guys have gotten so popular, man. You guys are so awesome. So, hey, I'm
love you,
good
buddy.
with that, man. Man, I'm good with that. So, look, I got 2 bones to pick with Goo. And then I got 1 bone to pick with Steiny, and I got a comment.
I'm a little nervous, Lee. Go ahead. What you got?
So the 2 bones, Goo, is this. You should come in hot tomorrow if the Warriors lose, because we don't get down like that as Warrior fans. We want to win, and we want to let the chips fall where they may. We want to go, it would be 8 out of 9 or something like that. We want to go in with that stink of continuing to win.
I hear you.
The other thing, Goo, is a couple of years ago, maybe 3, you invited me to a Giants game. I'm still waiting. So that was the 2 things. Hey, Steiny, I'm surprised you haven't picked up on this with the Golden State Warriors and said this. You surprised me. The Warriors they're gonna give Draymond the money before they give Klay the money, because Draymond is the one who gets Curry the ball. Quiet as kept, he's the ones who gets Klay the ball. And see, when role players like Otto Porter, Bielisa, Barbosa, Bazemore, what they realized is this team is all about that man. That man. Setting screens, hustling, cheerleading. Everything is designed to get Curry and Klay Thompson the ball. And when you buy into that, it's an awesome team. If you look at how many 30 assist games, Steiny, how many 30 assist games we've had, if we cut our turnovers in half with those 30 assist games and those rebounding that we're doing, we sitting in the 6th, probably 5th spot.
Yeah.
So if they can cut down on them turnovers and continue what they're doing, hey, we can go a long way. But they're going to pay Draymond the money before they play Klay, simply because Draymond is the extension to that man. God bless you guys.
Interesting. Yeah. I'll tell Leroy this. I'm working on the Giant tickets, Lee. We're about to find out. How about that? I don't think he can be definitive in that's how he sees it, but there was that offer of the 2 for 25 per or 24 per this offseason, but we're about to find out if Lee's right.
510 wants to clarify on the Xfinity mobile text line. Hey, don't get me wrong. I'm excited for all Warrior basketball. It's just the off season is going to be really intriguing. I take the long view. Right. I'm a super fan.
But there's no championship in what's about to transpire and pop off this off season. There might be departures.
Yeah. I
know it's about tonight. And Grandy, I'm with you. And Leroy, I'm not taking a defeatist attitude. I'm just saying if they go ball and lose.
Grandy's absolutely right.
You could play sack.
Grandy's absolutely right. If they lose tonight to the late, there's kind of
go ahead.
There's no harm, no foul tonight.
That's how I was feeling.
There's no harm, no foul.
I feel that way.
I mean, go out and give it the college try.
Yeah.
And go get beat by 15 like Purdue. Philmo Mike.
Mike is back.
What's up, Philmo? How you doing?
Hey, what's up, man?
See if Philmo can bounce back from yesterday.
Go ahead, Mike. We love you, boy.
Nah, man. Nah, it's all love. My basic point is it's too many agendas, man. Like, all these agendas that have nothing to do with winning a championship. I mean, you know, Draymond gets paid this much, and what is Klay gonna get paid? Like, we're in the 10th seed, dog. Like, come on, man. Like, what are we talking about here? So all these frivolous talks, all this stuff, it really means nothing until we're a championship contender. Now, what we should be talking about is this.
What?
Is keeping Klay, right?
Yep.
Or letting Klay walk going to get us closer to becoming a championship contender or getting us to the championship. All this extra frivolous talk to me is not focused, and it's really it's selfish to me. And then I just don't like it because we're in the 10th spot, Like, what are we talking about? If Klay stays with us, are we closer to a ship? Like, is he really going to make us win it? Like, what are we talking about? Like, feelings aside, Joe Lacob a billionaire because he's a venture capitalist? He moves on some things all the time. He probably had companies he loved and was, man, I'm up out of here with this. My last question is to you, Steiny. In the Bay, we say hella.
Okay.
But when you were a baby in the 80s and the 90s, we said hecka because your parents didn't allow you to say hella. My question to you is, Steiny, when did the S word, the curse S word, when do you think people start saying instead of, the S curse word, they said shoot instead of the other word?
Oh, Mike, you know what, Mike? You're on a level.
Mike, you're
on a different kind of level.
He went for 50 at the Garden.
I mean, yeah, cursing is something we didn't do as much back in the day. Hella and hecka, I did not ever hear until I came out to the West Coast.
No doubt about it. We're proud.
1990. And I don't even know if it was around in 1990, but I know I never heard it back east.
Steiny, that shirt is hella tight.
This one?
Yeah, I'm using hella as an example.
Oh, you're just using an example.
Your glasses are hecka tight. That's the debate, man.
I did want to ask Mike the question of,
because he didn't answer his own question.
What gets you closer to a championship?
I think
obviously losing Klay and just losing Klay does not get you closer to a championship.
On this team right now is currently
re-signing Klay
6-man
doesn't necessarily get you closer to a title.
Right.
If you re-sign Klay Thompson, here's the question. If you re-sign Klay Thompson and he's not as good as he was this year, then does he get you closer to a title? I think the answer is no. But I hear what Mike's saying. If Klay walks, you're not as good either. Like, it's a tricky one with Klay Thompson. I get it. I think all things being equal, he's probably coming back.
I'm not just saying night to 38%.
But it's going to limit what you can do around the big three. Daniel's in San Ramon. What's up, Daniel? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
I love your guys' show.
Oh, thank you.
Let me say this. Hey, no judgment, man. I'm a diehard Laker fan. I grew up in the Bay Area. I'm from Sunnyvale, but I always watched Magic Johnson. So I always watch the Warriors just because I'm in the Bay, but I'm a diehard Laker fan. And I still follow the Warriors, but I feel like a lot of it has to do with who values Draymond and who values Klay outside of the Warriors.
Okay.
From my perspective, if I had to choose between those two who I would have wanted in the offseason from my own squad, I would want somebody like Klay. You know what I'm saying? I feel like with Draymond, there's just a liability with everything going on. His offense is a liability. So I really feel like there's going to be other teams trying to pull Klay away from the Warriors. Yeah. And I think that's going to make him eventually. I could see him going to the Lakers. I could see him trying to go back to his pop's old squad and try to play with LeBron. I could actually see that. So I just want to get your guys' thoughts on that. Thanks.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
And I don't want to run Klay out of town, Stoney, but I know the relationship you have with your pops, rest in peace, and the one I have with mine. But if I could play in front of my dad nightly, the second chapter of my career, I mean, how attractive is that?
One thing I was just looking at is these turnovers. And I just looked at
the team or Steph's?
Oh, the team and Steph. You guys are off base. You're off base on the turnover issue. I'm looking at per 36. That's the average amount of turnovers per 36 minutes.
Well, and I'm looking at going with this because they turn it over.
I'm looking at Steph Curry. And this year, 36 minutes, on his 36 minutes, he averages 3.1 turnovers per 36 minutes. That's less than last year, the year before, and the year before.
But he's been so great, they can overcome him. But Steiny, my point is, when are they coming, though?
He's averaging.
They seem like they come in big moments.
He's averaging fewer turnovers per 36 minutes this year than in any other year of his career, except 3 other years. So this is his 15th year. So what I'm telling you, he's actually taking better care of the ball this year than he ever has. Yeah.
Well,
outside 3 years.
The team as a whole, though, it just seems like Curry, when they do it, it's when they do it.
I'm just looking at the raw, hard numbers, and Steph's turnovers per 36 and Draymond's turnovers per 36 are not egregious or outlandishly high. In fact, they're on the low side for those guys. And for Steph, Steph's assists are at a career low right now. They're at a career low in 36. But to me, he's not turning the ball over as much because he doesn't have the ball in his hands as much as he has in the past. And when he's playing off the ball, he's probably not gonna turn it over as much. But the idea that Steph and Draymond are turning it over more than they have in the past, not really. Not really. They're at or a little below their normal career levels. Let's go to Austin. Austin's in Redwood City. What's up, Austin? How you doing, man?
Hey, I'm doing pretty good. I just finished having me some lunch with Taco Bell.
Nice.
But look, hey, see if you agree with me. Do you guys think it's about time for the big three to take pay cuts just to keep their core together so they can win some more championships? Because they got a nice young group. Just like how they won the championship with David West and them and all that. Iguodala took pay cuts to keep the big three together. This is why I love Looney. He's such a veteran. He does what he's asked to do. He takes pay cuts. He comes on and off the bench, in and out, starting lineup. He does whatever it takes to keep the group together. I think it's about time for the big three to do that, man. Because you got Jonathan Kuminga. He's like an Andrew Wiggins when he first came into the league.
You know,
not better.
Here's the thing, Austin. Let's look at the contracts they've given. Yeah. When the Warriors re-signed Wiggins after the championship year, everybody said, "Oh, they got a great deal on Wiggins. They got a great." Wiggins took the closest thing to a hometown discount from a guy who hasn't been here his whole career.
I said those words.
When Draymond Green took 25 over 4, nobody was saying at the time that Draymond got over on the Golden State Warriors.
Well, a lot of people were questioning the 4, but go ahead.
But at 25 was completely understandable for most people. The issue then becomes, I mean, if you look at it that way, maybe Wiggins can say, you know what, I did take a pretty fair deal. And Draymond can say, I took a fair deal at 25. So you know what, Klay? Take your 22. Take your $22 million. I mean, the idea of Steph doing anything is ridiculous. He's not going to – nobody's touching his number next year or the year after. So I think that's unrealistic. But you could make a case that, you know, outside of Jordan Poole, nobody's been overpaid lately for the Warriors, unless I'm forgetting somebody. Kuminga may be overpaid next. We'll see. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors-Lakers tonight. I'm interested, Warrior fans. You've seen it all in the last 15 years. You've seen this team play finals games. You've seen them play in the playoffs. How important is tonight's game? How much are you looking forward to it? And what, to you, is at stake when it comes to tonight's ball game? Is it just the 10th seed, or is there more at stake? 888-957-9570 is the number. That segment was sponsored by Robert Half.
Robert Half research indicates 9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring. Robert Half is here to help. Our recruiting professionals use proprietary AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com today.
The Jeep Celebration event is going on right now with exceptional
FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, we got Warriors-Lakers tonight.
Yes.
7:30 or 7? 7. That puts the Warriors live show at 6 o'clock. I got to assume it's Mark Grandy.
Evan's on the road. Yep.
Evan on the road. And I'm looking at the ESPN. What can you learn from tonight's Warriors-Lakers showdown? I mean, it's a classic matchup between 9 and 10.
You love saying
Goo,
that.
what can we learn from tonight's Lakers-Warriors?
I got something.
Gonna be a showdown, yellow.
That this newfound, what word am I looking for?
Newfound optimism
chemistry?
without Kuminga.
No, well, I'm not. No, he's part of it. He played against Utah. I'm ready to see them put this to test and TJD in the starting lineup against Anthony Davis, and try to slow down the Lakers trying to attack the rim because that's what they do. But other than that, Steiny, we will know tomorrow their fate in regard if it's 10th and Operation Rest for the last 3 games. And I know this is going to sound crazy. I'm good either way.
We'll
I
see.
just think the Lakers
we'll
are going to catch Sacramento. I
see.
really think Sac is losing tonight. They may win.
Well, then you think the Lakers are winning tonight?
No, that would...
Because if the Lakers lose tonight, then Sac's got a better shot to stay.
And the Lakers, I was like, we don't know what's up with Anthony Davis, Cyclops, and LeBron James, but they really want to get out of this play-in game. And if they can get to 8th to where they would have a 9th life to where they would get 2 games to play with, I mean, man, how more incentivized do you have to be? I just want to go kick their ass. You beat them last time, the Warriors. I know Anthony Davis went out. Go kick their ass.
Here's an interesting thought. Let's go to Sleep. Sleep in Oakland.
Sleep.
He's got the big picture in mind. What's up, Sleep?
What's going on, guys? This ain't Sleep, this Fleet, man.
Fleet, what up, baby?
What's going on, man? I feel like this. Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Klay Thompson, and Chris Paul should rest. Let all the youngsters play. Kuminga, Jackson Davis, Pazinski. Let them ball. And if they can get us in, go ahead. But let them guys rest. Because 9 times out of 10, we're going to have to play one game to get in.
Wow.
So all this big game talking against the Lakers, I understand it just because, just the history. But nah, let's wait till this play-in because I got a big thing to say. If the Warriors get into this playoff, I promise you this. I believe they're going to win the championship.
I'll take that.
Wow.
I think we're going to win a chip because I feel like I feel like Klay, he's free now. He don't care about the contract. He's not caring about anything. That's all in his past. And when Klay give us 35 and 25 per game, and Steph rolling and Draymond Green acting crazy and doing what he do, and we got Jackson Davis on that inside, come on, man. I'm telling you, we might get one. And this is going to be the biggest championship we ever won after all of what happened this season.
Put that in the cap. Yeah,
it
put that in the cap. So he's obviously seen what I've seen, Stoney. The Warriors are playing better. Everybody has. And I came in here after that 4-1 road trip or 5-1. You're like, why you ain't excited? But now I'm watching their hands get on the deflecting balls left and right. They just got some grimy to them, and they got TJD there to protect the rim. He's not Shaq or Bill Russell. But I'm just telling you, it's different than what they've had for a long time. I like what I'm seeing, and whatever's going through Klay's cerebellum, he does seem free. Let's go.
How are you
time?
How are you feeling against Dallas Friday? That game nobody remembers that game,
go ahead. No, I do. When they got down 16, I said it's over. They came back.
everybody comes back in the NBA. There have been more teams come back from 15 down.
But nobody blows more leads, 12-point leads than the Warriors.
Okay, so if they make the playoffs, you'll bet me
that they'll win a round.
No, he said a ring.
Oh no, I ain't. Come on now, he loves hard. I got 2 bets with Willard and Dibbs. They don't even know about Warriors going to win. Lakers going to win a series.
Let's go to Big D. Big D's in the hospital. It's his lunch hour. It's the lunch special.
What's he having?
What are you eating today, Big D?
Yeah.
Hey, well, I got to say, man, the Warriors look locked in. You know what I mean? They're going to beat the Lakers tonight. Believe that. And we going out to Martinez at the cinema. They're going to show it on the big screen.
No.
Movie screen.
Big D. Let me tell you where you go. You're going to be in Martinez?
Martinez.
Go to Whiskey Lane.
Whiskey Lane.
Go to Whiskey Lane. You'll have more
Let me get my
fun.
Harley out the garage.
Get to Whiskey Lane, Big D. You'll have more fun.
Hey, take the easy route because I got to be in surgery tomorrow helping out. You know what I mean? I can't be doing too much Whiskey Lane
There you go.
over the air.
I figured. I got
Martinez
you.
tonight, Warriors beating the Lakers by 8.
By 8.
Lock it in. Lock it in.
All right, Big D. Hey,
all right, man.
What are you having for lunch today, buddy? Yeah.
Oh, I had a club sandwich from Pete's Deli.
Okay.
On the Visadero, baby.
Thanks, Big D. Have a great night, man.
When's our next public station function?
We have about 6 of them coming up.
Well, Ernie Chavez,
I
need to see
any
him.
of them.
He's been trolling me. If the Warriors lose tonight, Guru will come in tomorrow and say, Steiny, they can't win a Larry and they aren't a good team.
Right.
I've been the most positive person you met, Ernie. Cut it out.
You're right, Ernie.
And I got a speech on deck if they get into the playoffs.
That's great.
Yeah,
Warriors
it's about that
0-3
time.
after Guru gives a
What
speech.
about when we sing, I can feel it?
They're
come?
0-1.
But that was the word. They got blown out. Dude, you were on one. That's in my doc.
And that'll be the doc, like the We Believe doc. We'll be waiting for it for 16 years. And the bottom line is,
put the
Matt,
tree down.
I love him.
And
I love
get
him.
it together.
Matt Barnes, Baron Davis, Al Harrington, Steven Jackson, Monte Ellis.
Keep going.
They're incapable of doing a documentary.
Now that sounds a little harsh, Donnie. I got the red sign up. It says stop.
They got other stuff to do. It's got
Barron's in that lane. He's doing all the other filming and smoothie
That's
stuff.
why he's got no time for the We
Why
Believe
wouldn't you have
doc.
time for that?
Because it's not a high priority.
Warriors. Dude, that was it'll never be forgotten. Peacher's missing the free throws in Utah.
Oh, boy. Nick Smooth's in Oakland. What's up, Nick Smooth?
Hey, gentlemen.
Hey.
Question. Steiny, you kind of pinned yourself in a corner, but I just wanted to hear it from you because I turned on the radio. The only reason why I called is you said if the Warriors sign Klay, Kuminga's gone. Now, what you probably said to say, I think.
No. I was reading a text from somebody that said Lacob's trying to get under the apron. If we re-sign Klay, we're probably not going to be able to re-sign Kuminga. Now I know Kuminga's money won't kick in till the year after next, but yeah, I mean if you re-sign Klay and Kuminga, you're giving up some wiggle room. But I was reading the text.
It's possible, but I wouldn't say it's done. But anyway, let me say this: what bothered me, man, the other day, I don't know if y'all talked about this already. When Draymond had Klay on the show, he said, Klay, tell me what you think when I get kicked out. And don't hold back. And then he goes, it's going to hurt me. And I'm thinking, it's going to hurt you. Why don't you already
I said that this morning. I said,
why don't you? I didn't hear you say this. But
go ahead, baby.
So disturbing to me is that Klay, you didn't already tell him.
Thank you.
And also, I love Draymond. Don't get me wrong. To me, he's the best defensive player in the last 10 years, in my opinion. But Draymond, you would be hurt if he tells you messed up. You did mess up. Because look at the 19 games. I think it was 25 games he didn't play in. We could have, if we would have went 50-50, we're not staring down a 10th seed. So disturbing that Draymond's self-awareness,
wow, man,
or lack thereof, is like you're asking him. And I hope this was a skit, because I hope you didn't just ask him for the first time on your show. I'm hoping that you called him and Klay that night and you said, guys, just tell me. And I'm like, this couldn't be real. He couldn't be asking them, because Klay looked very uncomfortable to me, and that kind of disturbed me too, because I would have lit into him and I would have said, look, dude, you got to get yourself together. Right. And Joe Lacob, rewrite the contract and say, Draymond, we can't win without you. But we also can't win if you lose it and go berserk.
Right.
So I'm going to rewrite your contract, and if you get kicked out 3 times, there's going to be some other options. We cannot. Draymond is so good defensively. We cannot win without him. And all these people who said last time during the chokehold, I'm not watching anymore. You lied, because you're watching right now.
Hey, I'm in thug tears, dude. You're stealing my material, man. When I heard him say and ponder the question, I was already out like, you guys don't know what this looks like. You should already know how he feels. But hey, I'm just an innocent bystander. Steiny, I'm too real for radio, because that's how I thought. I'm a real one. And I love people, and I've been wrong, and I know how to apologize. But to ask that man, your compadre, wait a year. Hey, Steiny, that's the call of the day.
That was Nick in.
No, that was free.
That wasn't Nick Smooth?
Well, he's got a couple of aliases.
Well, who's Red right now? Somebody's still on the line, Red. Now they're gone.
Here's what go with Big Smooth.
Here's what Big Smooth was talking about.
And now we have another real shot at this. And it's been like a couple tough years.
That wasn't it. This is Draymond Green. Just take a listen.
When you're not out there, it's like a piece of us is gone. And me and Steph are really nice guys, like probably too nice, and we could never be ourselves and have the freedom we do on the court without you. So when you're not out there, it's kind of like a huge kink in our armor. And I know the other team is very happy you're not out there. I just know that for a fact. They're like, they relax a little bit. They let their hair down. They feel a little bit more like they pump their chest up a little more, because our muscle's gone. Our enforcer, the heartbeat of our team, is not out there. And so it does hurt, but at the end of the day, we've been through so many battles, reached the mountaintop, been down the mountain, had to climb back up, got there again.
It's funny what gets to some, not gets to, but what affects some people and what doesn't.
But you could see how some doing the math of
I just didn't.
Are you really asking him for the first time? Like Gary Payton would let your ass know.
I just didn't have a strong opinion about it one way or the other. I could see how somebody does.
Yeah,
that's all.
Wow. And Klay said, Steph and I are nice guys, and it's worked, and there'll be a doc on this team and this run, Steiny, in this dynasty. But the pass he gets is just incredible to me. And I'm all in. I'm wearing the gear. It's all about tonight, right? It's all about this season. Steiny, I would love for this team to get into a 7-game playoff series. I would then tell you and the masses this constitutes as a successful season. That's where I'm at right now, because of what's about to embark on us after this last game is played, whenever that is, it's about to pop off. So I'm ready. I'm engaged, but I like how they're playing and how guys, Steiny, I think it's a strength in numbers.
If you like how they're playing, how could just making the playoffs be a successful season?
Because I would watch that game 1, 2, 3, and 4, and however many it went, thinking they realistically got a chance to knock off a young OKC team, a Minnesota team. Steiny, I'm watching Ant-Man, no shade. They're a great watch. I don't know what's up with Towns, but I'm like, man, they gotta. I can't wait to see who they play in the playoffs, even if it's not the Warriors. And I guess, partner, I got them questions about 3 or 4 other teams.
That's great. Yeah. That's great. And you don't look at them this way. You look at the Warriors. I mean, how could you? And just to be clear, not to put you on the spot, but I want to make sure I heard you correctly. So if
like Willard did with the 5 golfers.
If they make the playoffs, you think that's a successful season?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
After what no doubt about it, Steiny. So I know the bar's low, but man, because you've won 2 road games to get in.
Okay, so you won a title, then you finished 6th, then you finished 10th, and you got into the postseason and lost. Like, where do you? If it's a successful year, like where do you go from there? Well,
that's what is so symbolic of this offseason. You can get starts with Klay. it can go so many ways. And every night I'm going to bed here lately, Steiny, I don't know if I'm reserved to the fact that just getting rid of Wiggins for something, and I know you are or you were, I'm not running them out of town just to get rid of them. Like, you got to tell me what's coming back. That's just me. Because it seems like they figure something out. And you're right. The whole him and Kuminga coexisting, that's still up in the air. But man, oh man, I like where it's at right now.
Estimated eyes on the YouTube chat. You don't, Steiny? I think what you're talking about is if the Warriors make the playoffs, I wouldn't see it as a successful season. Honestly, I don't know that I would consider it one way or the other. If they make the playoffs, that means they end up a top 8 team, but then they lose in the first round, whether or not that's a successful season. Like, I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. What I do know is what I'm more interested in is whether it's successful or not, or whether people define it as successful or not. The only guy that matters is Joe Lacob. And does he see that as a successful season? Getting into the postseason and maybe getting knocked off by Denver or getting knocked off by the Timberwolves. I find it a little hard to believe that he would think that it's a successful season. But yeah, maybe from where they were at 19 and 24, he does. I don't know. Let's go to Hunters Point Ray. What's up, Hunters Point Ray? How you doing, man?
Fellas, how's everybody today?
Hey, what's up, baby?
Good. Hey. Real quick, because I got to get out of here. I was listening, and you guys had a caller, Fleet from Oakland.
Yeah.
To me, that's the call of the day.
What in
that
particular?
brother hit it right on the head. I'm telling you, I believe if the Warriors make it out of the play-in,
wow,
you can get the parade ready.
Wow, boy. Okay, Ray.
Oh, my God.
Steiny?
Yeah.
All right.
Steiny, you heard it right here.
Okay.
If the Warriors make it out of the play-in,
wow, it's two of them.
I'm telling you right now. Number 2, don't worry about Klay.
Okay.
He will, and Lacob will sign him. Believe me. Lacob will sign him.
All
and
right.
now think about this. Now,
well, if they win it all, he better.
Well, I agree. Now everybody's wondering, will Klay be satisfied? Well, when he signs it, he will be satisfied because he's not going to sign nothing that he don't agree upon. So he'll be fine. The Warriors will sign Klay. If the Warriors make it out of the play-in,
wow,
I'm
Ray.
telling you, get the parade road ready because we're coming.
Ray, I know you got to go. Oh, go ahead, Ray. Finish.
Just real quick. When they make it out of the play-in, the rest of the NBA and the Western Conference, fear is going to strike into all of those teams that they got to play.
Denver's going to be scared.
I'm telling you right now, Steiny, and I'll call you back on that. I got to go.
Okay, go ahead,
Ray. Buddy. Thanks, Hunters.
Again.
Thanks, Hunters Point. Ray.
Wow, 2. We got 2. Oh, boy. But you got to get there, guys. Like, I'm coming to that party. I'm knocking on the door.
That hyperventilating you hear is coming from Denver right now.
Somebody said he sounded like a young priest. Yeah.
Okay.
The Bonia. We ain't heard from Priest lately.
All right.
Yeah. I'm just saying, Steiny, I'm excited. Just about right now. And it's bigger than the night, even though if they get
Wait till tomorrow. Wait till tomorrow.
I'm going to give you a 2. But
I always like something like this. Our guy Austin in San Jose.
Our man.
Wants to talk to you, Goo.
What's up, Austin?
I think I know what about.
Okay,
and
what up, baby?
I'm with you, but I just was afraid to go there.
What we got,
Hey, Steiny, you know you and I don't agree often, but today, man, Guru, man, you're drunk on I think you're drunk on Klay. I think we all, listen, can we be balanced to say that we appreciate what Klay has done for the team and the franchise and the past? But can we also say that, hey, re-signing Klay and everybody's excited, and everybody's trying to get Klay more money, and, man, we got more guys selling for Klay. I wish I had as many guys selling for me as Klay had selling for him. But the reality is that the money's going to be where it is. I think we shouldn't worry about the money. I don't think, if you're asking me, and I'm more in Steiny's camp, if you're asking me, bringing back Klay, what does that do for you going forward? Yeah. I mean, the young guys out there that we're playing against, Guru, I want to be honest, they don't care about the 4 championships that we won years ago. When OKC comes in here and Denver and these guys, all that parade stuff doesn't mean anything to them. They're coming in here to whip the Warriors behind. So we got to stop talking about people fearing the Warriors. Not this Warrior team. Maybe years ago, but not now. So signing Klay, what does that really do for us going forward? I know the nostalgia. You guys love him. He's a great guy and all that. But if I'm Laker, I got to take a long look at whether I give that money to Klay. Because remember now, if you give the money to Klay, that's going to take away the money you can give to somebody else. That's just the way it works, right?
Yeah, no doubt.
I just want to hear more about what you think about. That's where I just want to be more balanced and say, hey, just because we don't believe that Klay should be re-signed, we're not saying we hate Klay. I think people need to stop trying to throw people in one camp or the other. Does that make sense?
No doubt. Austin, let me just leave you with this, man. It's like spin the bottle. I just believe the past matters. And I didn't think Draymond Green was going to get the contract he did. The owner went and told Tim Kawakami that he looked at him like a brother. Right? Okay? And I do feel like Klay Thompson is going to be awarded those same luxuries. And if he wants to stay here, Austin, I just don't see them saying now we are going to pull the plug. And then what you said about teams not being scared, I'm with you. That hit me in the cardiac. But Klay Thompson can do something this league is still predicated on. And Austin, that's shooting the damn basketball. And he's better at it right now. I just don't see a scenario to where, you know what, Klay, it's been good. We brought Dre back, but we're not bringing you back. I just don't see that, guys. That's all.
Can I just say? Yeah. Can I just say one more thing before I go? One quick thing. I know you guys. I appreciate you guys giving this time. You cannot spend another man's money. That bothers me when you guys start talking about because Dre got the money, that means that Klay should get the money. Goo, that's not the way the world works, man. I mean, just because Dre got it, he everybody negotiates differently. So it's not about what Dre got. It's about what the owner feels Klay is worth. That's what it's about. That's all I got.
Yeah. You know what else too, Austin? I'll tack on to that. One of the reasons that Draymond got the money he got was because they moved Poole. They moved off Poole and signed a guy and traded for a guy, Chris Paul, whose contract's up at the end of the year. So they got off money, Jordan Poole's money, and that alleviated, in a way, the $100 million contract for Draymond Green. If they just give Klay Thompson a contract like they did with Draymond Green, it's going to handcuff him in a bigger way than Draymond did, because the move they also made the same summer they re-signed Draymond was losing $100 million long-term salary of Jordan Poole. Like, we cannot forget that. They couldn't, maybe because they were incompatible, that has a lot to do with it, but they weren't going to have Draymond on the team for 4 more years at 100 and Jordan Poole on the team for 3 more years on 100. Now, it's easy to say, well, yeah, because they couldn't get along, but all I'm saying is you pay Klay 25-ish over 2 or 3 years, that is going to impact, and it's going to take away your flexibility in the offseason to a degree that you're going to have to allow for.
But if
that's simple.
And I'll say this to you and Austin real quick. I know we're up against it. You've already said, Goo, I think there's going to be suitors for Klay Thompson, multiple.
Right. Yeah.
So are the Warriors, my whole thing with that is he's yours right now. And if we've seen, I don't want to say growth, him play better basketball, why would the Warriors not be a candidate to keep him? It's not a scholarship like Austin was. And I hear what Austin's saying.
Because they're a championship team.
The others.
No, what I'm saying is Joe Lacob will and has gone into the tax for championship teams. He may have thought this was a championship team when he gave Draymond Green his deal. Yeah. It's now a year later, and they finished 10th. He may not think it's a championship team. And that's where I do think Austin may have a point in it's got nothing to do with we like Draymond more. It may have to do with the timing of this situation, and that is at this particular time is when maybe it becomes apparent the Warriors aren't a championship team, and Lacob's got to go from that basis. 888-957-9570 is the number. That segment brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, I just jumped into the YouTube chat.
Your camera.
Oh.
But go ahead, the YouTube chat.
I notified some people on the YouTube chat, and you can always jump onto the YouTube chat and interact with the show. I just said, just let the chat know what I was going to bring up, and that was just that,
you snitched on me.
You just found out that, or realized, it's not about
I
that.
thought it was since the All-Star break. Damn, Bron.
Guru just realized that LeBron James is a better three-point shooter this year.
I thought it was since the All-Star break. It is 41.3 the whole year.
I just told the YouTube chat that, and then I said, well, let's see if he's got an excuse for Steph as to why that's happening this year.
None. Let that play out. I let that man breathe.
So LeBron's just a better shooter.
No,
that's the way you're going to let it.
From three, he's having a better year.
Yeah.
Season not over.
Volume goo. So he's taking too many.
Come on now. I know. But damn, Bron.
Yeah.
Well,
it's Steph's a better shooter than LeBron James.
I'm not having a moment.
All right, Steph Curry is the greatest shooter
ever. Caitlin Clark second.
What's that make LeBron then?
He's having a good
Lucas
year.
is in the house.
Yep.
Steph Curry's the greatest shooter of all time.
No doubt about it.
Well, when you say that,
who's the second? Who's second?
Reggie Miller's a pretty good shooter. But nobody is a better all-around. Hey, Bob, how about introducing yourself to a Razor?
I'm about to text him right now. I've never seen him like that.
I'm watching Bob Myers right now on ESPN. How can the Warriors extend a run? Everybody's asking these questions that we all know the answer to.
I've got to hear, though. Yeah.
Let's see. Let's go to start Mike in Oakland.
Bob.
Hey, Mike, what's going on, buddy?
Thank you for having me starting in.
Absolutely.
What's up, baby?
Yes, sir.
I got two things, man.
Okay.
My opinion. Tonight's game sends a message to the Lakers and the league.
Go ahead.
If we whoop them by 10, we're going to put some fear back in people because everybody knows how the Lakers are a bad matchup for the Warriors. If the Warriors can overcome that, then we can overcome you. So there's the fear factor back there. My other thing is Klay Thompson.
Okay.
How the hell you not pay Klay? How you not pay Klay?
Well, they haven't yet.
Nobody said they're not gonna.
Draymond, you play. Okay, so hopefully they pay him because you ain't gonna get nobody better. You're not gonna get nobody in there that's gonna know the system. You're not gonna get nobody in there that's gonna shoot any better than him. His defense is not that bad. You guys make it seem like somebody's going for 40 on him, and they're not.
Well, he doesn't guard the guys who can score 40
Klay
anymore.
is still a decent player.
Yeah, he's decent.
What was that signing?
Okay, you heard me. He doesn't guard players capable of scoring 40 anymore like he used to, though. That's one thing that's happened.
I don't think any of them do. I don't think any of them do.
You ain't got to tell me.
What do you mean?
Like, is Draymond guarding?
Oh, no, you're right.
Yeah.
No, you're right. You're right.
Draymond doesn't either.
Yep.
The only person that really does is Wiggins. So Wiggins is very important to get him signed next year, too. Look, man, stop messing up the team. Every time I hear somebody I have a bad day, this fickle Warriors audience, get rid of him. Come on, man.
Hey, well, I'll tell you this.
Thank you, Mike.
Yeah.
I appreciate
We had two
it.
callers, Mike. Just call in and say if the Warriors get in the playoffs, watch out. Yeah, rewind the Odyssey app. Yeah.
You better watch out.
There you go.
You better get in first.
Well, you're right. Yeah.
I'll tell you what.
Well, they got the 10 seed.
We'll make a deal. Let's make a deal.
That was a great show.
No more talk about a run until they get into the playoffs.
Well, the callers can say what they want.
Well, no, they can't.
Now you go on security.
They can't.
We never tell them what they could talk about.
I just have a problem with
but you're missing the constant.
So
people are seeing something happen.
We're assuming that the Warriors are going to do something that hasn't been done since the play-in came into existence. I'm not here saying it ain't happening, but I do think I can say, well, let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Well, it starts next Wednesday. Operation win one game at a time.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
You try to maintain an
People
even
are excited, Stoney. 100-point Ray. And
let's see what and let me tell you, they're not going to be tomorrow.
I didn't go as far as champion. I'm taking it one. I just like what I'm. No, yes, come on now. I like what I'm seeing. I told you that.
You say run, and we can make a run and time.
You want me to say?
Here's the funny.
You want me to say?
This is the funny one. The funny one is that people actually believe, and they throw Denver into this category, that there are teams at the top of the bracket right now who have the Warriors on their mind.
Well, no,
that's a joke.
Yeah,
it's a joke. And that has nothing to do with, problems. Hey, could the Warriors shock the world? Of course they could shock the world, but to think that the Warriors are putting the fear into teams at the top of a bracket that they're not even in yet. Wake up.
Yeah. Well, I don't think anybody said that. Everybody's excited.
We haven't heard people say Minnesota doesn't want any part of the Warriors.
Well, that I understand. Those teams, the Minnesota, OKC, I'm curious.
Yeah.
And I know they're younger, fresher, more athletic. I get that. Yeah. But I am curious to see, they take the Warriors, move the Warriors out of it.
What are you curious to see? How Sacramento's going to match up?
No, that's different.
Well, I mean.
Those are problems I want for the Warriors.
I would be all in on this conversation if the Warriors were in 6 and 7, 6 or 7, maybe even 8. But 9's a different animal. And I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think people realize the difference between 9 and 10 and 7 and 8.
It's incredible.
It's twice as hard to get in.
And you got 9 lives if you're 7 or 8.
I'm sorry when people just say, the 2 play-ins are going to be 1, and then we're going to, come on.
No, come on, you know that's going to be hell.
Well, then act like it's going to be hell.
Don't act like. Say, oh my God, it's
well, what do you want us to do? Stop being a jokester.
It's confidence. What you mean jokester? It's confidence. Okay. You can't get mad because somebody else is confident, buddy. You're not God.
It's not confidence.
So pick up the phone, and if you think the Warriors are going to go, it's what sports radios are rational. But you can't get mad. It's like yesterday. And I ain't mad at you. Why does that bug you that people have enthusiasm? Even if it be so far-fetched. But it bugs you at the epicenter of your heart, and I'd just like to know why.
Because then we're going to spend 20 minutes talking about something that is so unrealistic, and then when it doesn't happen, everybody's going to be angry and upset because the Warriors didn't do something that was completely improbable in the first place. That's why. But hey,
we don't know.
That's what I'm saying. This whole thing.
They control it, not us.
But this whole narrative about they can make, you think they can make a run, then if they don't, admit it's over. You know what I mean? You can't go from we can win it all from the 10 seed to big changes are coming when we get beat in the play-in. It's probably going to fall somewhere in the middle.
But you can't bottle up enthusiasm and hope. It's not like Steph Curry and the gang are doing this.
All right, let's talk about why the Warriors can not only get into the playoffs, but win 4 series. 4. Matt in Oakland, what's going on, buddy? Matty!
Well, maybe he'll have 4.
Take a step back here if we can, and I want to run a few things by you, see if you agree. Lakeman et al. Are at least $6 billion up on their original investment, right? That's fair? Yes?
Probably.
Okay,
Yeah.
So they're not
Sure.
Okay, so they're not broke. Okay? He's not broke. Number 2, we would agree also that whether they can field a team that's going to contend next year or not, we would agree that they absolutely cannot if he wants to get under the salary cap. They cannot do both of those things. Would you also agree?
Can you repeat that one more time, please, Matt?
They will not field a team that is a contender without and get under the cap. They can't do that. Whether they can field one or not is another question. But
highly unlikely.
Certainly aren't doing it. Okay.
Gotcha.
So my next question is, how many people in the NBA do you think make more than 20, and how many people do you think make more than 25?
You tell me. Do you know?
Now.
Go ahead.
Yes. There are 75 players who make more than $20 million, and there are 56 who make more than 25.
So that's
really
that's 2.5 players per team that make over 20, essentially.
Math, Steiny. I guess my point is this. Lakers got to sell tickets anyway, right?
Yeah.
I mean, whether or not they field a contender. So is 25 really that big a deal for Klay? I mean, if there's 56 guys who make that much money?
No. It's not outlandish for Klay, but it, in the context of who else they're paying, it's going to limit them a little bit in terms of their options and flexibility. What's that?
Who else would they get for that kind of money? I mean, you want to say you divide it up into two guys?
Well, no, that's the issue. The issue is probably nobody if Klay walks.
Right.
Yeah.
So, and I kind of agree. My point is that there isn't another situation for them. They're not going to win another championship, which is fine. I'm happy with 4. I mean, they might. But, I mean, I don't see there being this like, oh, God, get rid of Klay. And then, I mean, personally, I get rid of Draymond because he's unreliable. And I would say that, on balance, Klay's worth a little more because you simply cannot count on Draymond. And remember also, it's 2 years out from his injury. So, yes, he's getting older, but he's also kind of recuperating too. And, yeah, he's not the same defender. He's a different defender, but it's not like he stinks. I don't know. I'm just saying that it isn't, like, immediately clear to me that, get rid of Klay and they'll be able to do something else. I'm not sure what else there is to do.
I'm with you.
I'm not sure what else there is to do. And 25 for Klay isn't that much. I mean, if Orlando wants to throw 35 at him, then you got to let him go. But I think we agree, Steiny, that they're in a place right now where they really, until Curry goes, they're not going to get Giannis. I mean, if they did, great. But that's not going to happen. They probably have seen their best days, and they're going to be a good team, the playoff contender, yada, yada. If Draymond can behave, they're not going to win another championship. But in terms of selling tickets and legacy and blah, 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 is it really that bad of an idea to get Klay back and then, just play it out? I just don't see what the better scenario is, and I'm wondering if you think there is one.
There might not be, Matt. You're right. That's why to me there's not a right decision or a wrong decision with Klay. You're just going to have to make a decision. See, can I explain myself? Nicole Diaz, one of our favorites.
Yeah. What'd she say?
She says, let us root for our team, Steiny. Go ahead.
Uncle Louie, time for another show meeting. We're fine.
So we have to, okay. So the conversation then becomes,
the conversation we continue to go down is one that we shouldn't be having. It's about the future. We should be talking about tonight's game and can they get in. But we continue to talk about page 10 when we just bypass 3 or 4.
Right. We continue to talk about
show enthusiasm or hope or excitement.
No, it's one thing to be hopeful and excited about this team.
Gotcha.
It's another to talk about where they are right now and talk about them as a championship team. I'm sorry.
We haven't done that.
No, but when somebody says, so they're going to make a run, and okay.
And then we got guys like Austin that are like,
that's fine.
Yeah, and that guy you just called,
okay.
You get the best of both worlds.
Okay,
but we don't know what's going to happen.
I have to sit here. I don't believe anything I've seen.
And we know you don't believe.
Okay,
right. So I'm asking, what's your issue? Because
my issue is I've watched the team all year.
Why do you get fired up when somebody calls and says, because you don't know what they're going to do?
Because you can't go anywhere with that conversation.
And we can't go anywhere with the what if about Klay Thompson.
No, that's going to happen.
No, well, we don't
Klay will be re-signed or not. That's an important decision.
Yeah. And this team can go on a run or not.
And we will find out what happens with Klay.
What's the difference with the team can go on a run or not? Because you don't know that.
Because that... Okay.
You act like it, but you really don't know.
Right.
But you hate to hear it.
That's right. Because it's an unrealistic conversation right now.
There's parallels of we can't predict the future, Stoney, but just say it's like it infects you when you hear positivity. That's okay.
No.
But I don't have that mechanism in
No, but when you say, Steiny, I think they can make a run, you're just, it means nothing. I'm just trying to base what I'm seeing on what I've seen. And the idea, okay, like I'm just trying to think.
Right. I didn't say do 40 minutes. I'll go on a run because we haven't.
Okay. You think they're talking about this in Atlanta? They're a 10 seed. I get it. The Warriors are the Warriors, but are they talking like the Atlanta Hawks can make a run to the finals? No. Like, and I'm not saying the Warriors are the same as the Hawks. All I'm saying is let's not jump ahead. I can't. There's no discussion to be had if this team's going to the finals, and that's like because then what I would say is, well, what happens if they don't? Do you really believe this is a championship team? That's my question.
I think you know the answer to that.
I don't know it.
Yeah, you should.
What is it?
Then you don't listen to me every day.
But what is it?
It's the same as if Klay's going to stay or go. That's what we're doing. Steiny, there's no difference.
All right.
And nobody's telling you to get some pom-poms and do jumping jacks or cartwheels. The guy called in two callers.
Why can the Warriors make a run to the finals? What have you seen this season that leads you to believe that this team's got 2 play-in wins on the road and 4 series where they win in 7 games when last
losing
year
record against good teams, Steiny.
Right.
And just 30 minutes ago, and Lucas put it up on the 95.7 the Twitter page. All I stopped at this season would be a success if they got a playoff series.
That's fine.
So now you're putting and pinning what other people have said on my shoulders, but they're broad enough to take them. So I didn't say they can go on a run. I'm watching and hoping, but I've stopped and said if they get to a playoff series, that would be, to me, defined as a successful season. So I'm not telling my partner they're going on a run. Now, they can get hot and shock us.
Okay.
Did I just not say?
Priest isn't. Yeah. So, okay.
No, what are you saying?
You're
saying.
You're just.
What?
Okay, you're just putting on a show then. That's fine.
No, that's what you're doing.
No, I'm not.
I just said 20 minutes ago.
No.
I'm going to ask you a quick question. Priest can hold. I just said a successful season that bothers you that I didn't go and it doesn't fit your narrative that you think I'm up here saying they're going to go to the championship. I didn't say that.
No, you
So
have.
don't say I said that. No, I did not.
So my point is, you've said a successful season is getting to the playoffs.
I said that, and we talked about it.
Right, I'm just
repeating. So what's your anger? Why are you trying to misconstrue my words into I said they're going to a championship when callers have said that?
That's right.
But I haven't.
So
how are you going to say, where do I go with that?
No,
Wake up, Steiny. You're a hater by nature, and it's not a bad thing. Okay. And you hate positivity. That's okay. You need to look in the mirror. Don't make us feel like we're the bad guy. You don't believe, and that's fine. But for people to pick up the phone and feel like they can go on a run like 100-point Ray, that shouldn't upset you.
It doesn't upset me.
It does.
Okay, if you think it does, it does.
I deal with the fallout from it.
But when I say, why do you think that? The only answer I get is, well, they've done it before. I didn't get.
I shouldn't have to answer that. Because I didn't say.
Dude, watch the season, and then I could end up being wrong. Right. Maybe they'll shock the world, but I don't see it right now. I just don't.
And I get that.
And the idea, and sorry if I'm getting tired of people glossing over the fact that they have to win 2 road playoff games and then beat Denver and the Clippers and
Austin and San Jose, he doesn't believe. He called and he said his piece. But it's not everybody.
Okay, then let's have a conversation on why the Warriors can make a run and win it all. Let's talk about that. Priest, Palo Alto. What's up, Priest?
How you doing, fellas?
What's up, baby?
Thanks for taking my call. How you doing, Guru? Look, man, it's just, I understand Sonny's frustration, Guru, and I understand how you feel about his frustration. But it hits me the same way it hits him. It's not based in reality. And it's frustrating to continue to hear fans talk about championships. It does a disservice, in my opinion, to what they have accomplished. This dynasty is so rare and so special that they gloss over and say, hey, let's win some more like it's easy. They don't really fully understand how difficult that is. That guy that we saw in Boston in those finals, I am telling you, I've been watching this game for 60 years, was in the top 2 or 3 events I've ever seen in basketball. Steph Curry's performance in those finals were elite. Best. And so what I'm saying is fans gloss over this dynasty like, oh, we could do it. No, you can't. That stuff is, well, how many teams have won 5 championships? How many organizations in this league have won 5 championships? It's just a few.
Yeah.
And my issue going forward is this. I do not feel like the present coach is really grounded in what needs to be done in terms of when you look at this league and how the game is being played. Draymond and Looney are passé. The league has passed them by. This Davis kid has changed the trajectory of the future. I think they need another guy like that, if not better. Steph can still play, man, at a high level in short spurts.
Right.
He needs to close games. Those youngsters from Wiggins on down need to carry this team. And the big 3 are almost, I wish Steph, and I love him to death, I wish he would, this offseason, adjust to the fact he needs to hand the ball to Jonathan Kuminga.
Thanks, Priest. Appreciate the call.
He needs to hand the ball to Jonathan Kuminga.
Appreciate it, Priest. We got to go. Yep. I mean, like the one thing, like what about this? What about this? And can the Warriors win a title if Steph plays the way he's played this year?
No.
Okay. So again, like, can Steph turn back the clock for 2 months?
Well, I'm hoping next Wednesday
I don't know that I've ever seen. I don't know that I've ever seen that before.
Yeah. But that's why
I don't know that I've ever seen a guy play a whole second half of the season, not miss any time, not take any time off, be 36 years old, now start playing really, really, really good teams night in and night out. But he's going to reach a level that he hasn't reached this year. I don't know that we've ever seen that before.
And maybe shame on me. Maybe he doesn't have to be what Priest was talking about in 2022 with the emergence of others, and it starts next Wednesday.
And I would sit here saying he might have to be better because nobody else is as good. So 888-957-9570 is the number. That segment was brought to you by Crystal Geyser Natural Alpine Spring Water.
Well, the callers can say what they want.
Well, no, they can't.
Now you go on security.
They can't.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I'm with Priest. I don't think people have an appreciation for how hard it is in the postseason. Like, does this factor in for anybody? So this year, the Warriors, when they win their 2 play-in games, and they get to the play-in, they get to the playoffs. Like, they're going to be relying. They're going to have their oldest core since the dynasty, and at the same time, they're also, and see, this is the thing where this is what I like actually. This is where I like to assess the team. They're young players. Trace Jackson-Davis, they're going to have 2 rookies, in theory, play in the postseason. They're going to have Kuminga, who's going to have his biggest role he's ever had in the playoffs, and Moody's going to have a big role. So they got 4, like they've never relied on their bench during the dynasty like they've relied on it this year, out of necessity because of age. So, having watched the playoffs for years and years and years, I'm allowing for the fact that some of the Warrior young players may struggle in the postseason. It doesn't mean they're going to be bad pros. It doesn't mean that they don't have a bright future. But I think it's asking a lot to know that we got a group of guys 22 and younger, 24, 22, 21, and 23, who are going to play big roles in the postseason if they can get there. And it all fall into place, and they start beating like really good competition on a consistent basis. That's the way I look at it. So when you say the Warriors, if they get to the playoffs, it would be a good year. You know what? It might be a good year, because the most important thing to me for this team is you get these 4 guys into a 7-game series. You got to get them into a 7-game series to see how they react and to see how they play. And then they establish that baseline, and then you start thinking about how much better they can get down the line. But yes, I think we get ahead of ourselves when we start talking about the fact that, forget the veterans. We know what they can. They're relying on young guys right now.
It makes it exciting.
Right. But does it make it more realistic? Like when people say, oh, the Thunder and the T-Wolves are young or younger, inexperienced. Well, you're omitting the fact that the Warriors are right now going with 4 inexperienced guys who have helped them get to this point, which is still the 10th seed.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah. No, I hear that, and that's why I told you, Steiny, basically these 2 play-ins, if you get to the second play-in, or 2 Game 7-like events, because you lose either one of them, you're going home. But my whole thing is, you are right. We are watching the youngsters, have a bigger role. Will it manifest with them being able to get to that playoff series, that 7-game series? To me, that's what's exciting. But I just thought you felt like I was saying it's for sure, book it, they're going.
I mean,
like,
there's just
they're going to control it. But as far as the unprovenness and the OGs having some miles on them, yeah, and that could be to their benefit. They're 10th. They got to own it. And I'm watching tonight, but Stoney, you set the stage today and I'm not being negative, Nancy, or trying to put out anybody's excitement about tonight. There's two things at play again for me. Yeah, you want to kind of send a message to the Lakers, hey, we can beat you if this building, if we have to come back next Wednesday and somehow we lose. But to me, and Americans love the path of least resistance, if there's somehow the Lakers can, if they win this game, and the Warriors are going to try to win it, and they catch Sacramento, I would just be more confident talking to you and the fans about the playing game next Wednesday being in Sac against that team as opposed to the Lakers. And I don't think there's any shame in that. Now, I'm sure the Warrior players aren't going out here and not going to play their best thinking that way, but as a fan, I am. I wouldn't want to play the Lakers until I had to.
Steiny, can you just let the fans be fans? We know you aren't a fan and have no clue what the real... Well, that's wrong. I have my finger on the pulse of the fans. I've been doing this for 30-plus years. I know you Warrior fans. The real Warrior fans are the ones who've been around for a while. But all I'm saying is, listen, you want to call in and say, Steiny, they can make a run. They can win it all. Like we've gotten, I'll just take the calls and say, okay, because it just puts me in a position where I got to say, boy, I don't know. It's going to be tough. But if you believe they're going to make a run and they can get deep into the playoffs, maybe they can. I just haven't seen the evidence that they've got 2 months of championship basketball in them, knowing that they're relying on young players more than they ever have, and their older players are getting up there. And like all the things we've seen this year, sorry, they can't win. Like I don't know.
The record against good teams,
right? I guess if their record isn't good in close games for the regular season, yeah, I guess there's a chance that in the postseason against all good teams, they just start winning all those games. But I got to go on what I've seen, and what I've seen is that this team's not quite there.
And they're not going to play 2 months of games at one time. It's going to be one game at a time. And
right, over 2 months.
Well,
over 2 months.
If you win to get there. And that's why I stopped and dotted my I's and thought I was crossing my T's with you when I said, I think just getting to the series from where they've been and what I thought it was going to be, now they've identified their center. They're getting contributions from the bench. So maybe if Steph is not what Priest was talking about in 2022 and he's close to that, maybe Klay can have a heater. Like maybe Wiggins can do something. Maybe Kuminga. That's what makes it exciting is we don't know.
Right. And I guess, do you realize the playoffs are 25 games long?
Right.
If you run the table.
Yeah.
Like it takes 10 months. The
and they
finals
may not
are till
make it,
June.
Stoney.
Right. And one of the reasons I don't think they're going to make it is because it's too long a period of time to play at a level that you're going to need to play in that you haven't reached this season.
I was just talking about the series.
Well, have the Warriors played championship caliber basketball this year for more than a month?
No, I think about the 14-4, and I think about what I'm seeing now. No. And a lot of times, Stoney, the Guru computer, it's not even did you have more points than the other team. It's since you made the change at the 5 spot. That's just I'm watching everybody. Just the ball pressure's different, the loose balls, and everything's not going to go your way. But now I'm like, you know what? Pride's kicking in with the OGs. Let's just see.
Is pride kicking in with the Lakers OGs?
I already told you what I expect and think of them. I think their situation is totally different than the Warriors.
Is pride kicking in for the Phoenix Suns OGs?
I'm sure it will when it's go time. But right now, they don't look like they're a part of the play-in game, the Phoenix Suns. So they're going to get 7 games. But the Warriors are going to be thrown in. They earned it. They're going to be thrown into a Game 7 scenario twice.
Let's go to RJ in Berkeley. What's up, RJ? How you doing, man?
Yo, guys, been listening, driving around, listening to you guys, call in once in a while. 30-year Warrior season ticket holder. I remember the Andres Biedrins days.
Wow.
Yeah. So,
we believe.
I agree with Steiny. It's not just the age and the youth and whatnot. They're too small. I mean, the dynasty started when Bogut arrived, and they had somebody reliable and big enough to take up space. So we saw two guys last night. Either one of them would be the answer for the Warriors if they any way to get them. Edey or Klingon. You put either one of those guys on the Warriors roster, you're talking championship. Without that, you're talking about, entertainment. You want talking about TV, not championships.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, and I'm worried about Edey and the Klingon in the pick and roll when they get hunted out, Snotty, on that island. But I'll leave that for another day.
Why would the Warriors want a quitter?
Oh,
you think here's the other? You think Draymond Green would let the Warriors draft Edey?
But Joe Lacob wouldn't give a damn. He ain't letting no player call shots.
So Joe Lacob wouldn't give a damn about Draymond not wanting to draft Edey, but Joe Lacob does give a damn when Draymond says, "I want a contract."
Well, the right on the table is,
does he listen to him or not?
No, because we heard Andre and Steph on that podcast talk about they didn't want Wiseman. They wanted maybe to parlay that pick to get a proven vet.
No, but if Draymond goes down to Joe Lacob and says, "Give me a contract," and that's why Joe Lacob gave him a contract. If Joe Lacob hears from Draymond that Edey's a quitter, then when does he listen and when doesn't he?
You working.
Nick's in Berkeley. What's up, Nick? How you doing, man?
Nicky.
Good, man. So I just want to say a few things, man, because I've been listening for a second, and I'm drawing what a lot of the callers said and what you said, Steiny. Steiny, you're just a realist goo. You're more of an emotional-based, announcer. You know what I'm saying? So you guys like an old married couple, man. You crack me up. But let me say, number one, name one player that tore his ACL, then hobbled back on the court to shoot a free throw. Number one. Well, let's not talk about Klay in any negative sense of anything, because Klay's a monster, and if he heats up, see, the thing about the Warriors is when we went on a run, you know what I'm saying, we were sweeping teams out of there, so we were resting while other teams were playing 7 games. The question is our bench capable of picking up the slack to outperform other teams' benches? Last year when we played the Lakers, the foul calls were like 3-1 in favor of the Lakers. It was a ridiculous discrepancy, okay? If it's any even closer, we win a couple of those games. You know what I mean? And the whole thing might have changed. You know what I mean? And everybody knows that. I'm not talking about the refs. I'm talking about we do have a big team. You get Kuminga in there with with Davis in there and Green. That's a big team, man. That's a big team. You know what I mean? And then guys coming off the bench got to contribute. Of course, everybody's looking at the Warriors. Don't think for 1 minute that they're not thinking about the Warriors at all times, because you do not want a lethal team like the Warriors to heat up. Lastly, Kerr is just simply going to outcoach the rest of these cats along the way in the playoffs. He has a different playbook for the playoffs. Okay, some of these coaches they lack experience. Now everyone's talking about all these young players, this and that. Man, I'm telling you, the Warriors, if the bench plays like they can, and we limit the fouls and we snatch a game on the road, the Warriors got a good chance to go on a run. Of course, you got to take it one game at a time. You know what I'm saying? Of course, we're not the team that we used to be. But there is something to be said about experience and having done that before. And if Curry gets into one of those games, man, where he goes on a roll and Klay even heats up a little bit, and we can draw on our bench and have a little flexibility, put big guys in there, and we don't have to worry about scoring so many points. And then the point guards and the forwards can get a little more relaxed and get in there and go to the rack and draw fouls. The Warriors got a really good chance, man. I'm telling you. I don't see why anyone would ever doubt this team.
Well, go get them, Steiny.
Okay. The assumption there is the Golden State Warriors, they're veterans, are going to play better than they have all season, later into the season than they have so far this year. Again, and by the way, Kobe did it.
Boy, you stole my stuff. Kobe did against the Warriors.
How can they win it with Steph playing like this?
Well, that's Steiny. That's what everybody's talking about.
Okay,
You're right with what you've seen. So we can't rob them of next Wednesday it starts.
No, you're right. Okay. We can't.
And I know that's
but
I'm loving hard.
You can't ask somebody to assume that Steph's going to be 2022 Steph when the facts show that one of the reasons he was fresh is because he missed the last month of the season. Like, I get that. Okay.
But who's asking you to do, like when the caller calls or the caller's calling and then they hang up.
Is to win multiple series.
Yeah. Well, I told you
I'm
where
just
I'm at.
saying.
I'm trying Operation Playoff, Steiny. And we've had multiple calls, but I'm just saying because it's not coming out of my mouth. If you can just move on, you hear people. That's how you feel. But here's the other thing: if
the Golden State Warriors win 2 play-in games and lose in the first round, it's not a successful season. And the reason it's not a successful season is because we've been taking calls all year long, and nobody thinks this team is not better than a team that gets eliminated in the first round. Most people, from the calls I've taken, say this team is closer to a title contender than a 10 seed. That's something that I think we could all agree on has been the sentiment of Warrior fans. That with Draymond, they're a 4 or 5, so they're closer to a championship team than they are a 10 seed. And I think maybe they're not either, really. Maybe they're not a 10 seed at heart, but that doesn't mean they're a title team. And also, I just look at the makeup of the team. They're fighting challenges with their roster. Let me ask you a question. How many teams have won a title without their, and maybe people, without one of their top 2 players being in their prime? Top player in their prime. Usually you need players in their prime. I
would say San Antonio when they beat Miami 4-1 and LeBron was cramping up, and Kawhi at that point I think was the best player on the team and Duncan was the second best.
Well, there you go. I mean, they had Kawhi Leonard.
Oh,
I mean, what I'm saying.
I hear you.
Like the Warriors, their most important players are not in their prime, and their good young players are not in their prime. They have one guy who's in their prime, Wiggins, but he hasn't been reliable. So I'm just asking, when's the last time a team won a title when their best player wasn't in his prime or at the top of his game with a good supporting cast?
Well, let me ask you this then, because somebody asked me on Twitter, because I put, let's see him. What would you constitute right now, today, moving forward, a successful season for the Warriors? I said just get to so the bar's lower, but I'm being real. I said just get to a 7-game series as it stands today because it's going to be hell to get there. What would Steiny, because somebody said ask you that, what would you say?
Like, honestly?
Or that boat's passed. But you can't say that because what if they got to the Western Conference Finals?
It's hard for me to answer that. Because, I swear to God, I look at it like Joe Lacob looks at it.
But we don't know how he's looking at it.
And I'm telling you, this is where my insight of Joe Lacob and knowing Joe for 15 years leads me to believe that he won't be happy with a
he said this
play-in, and then we get beaten 5 games.
He said as much. He's on record as saying that.
Let's go to Gabriel in Davis. What's up, Gabriel? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, gents. How you guys doing today? Great show today.
Thanks, buddy.
Hey, I had a quick thought here. I could be wrong. I'm totally in the minority. I get it. But I just think the Warriors are playing for the past. I think we had such a fantastic run with Steve Kerr and everybody, and we want to keep it going. But, I travel around the world all the time for business, and I'm telling you, the sentiment is the Warriors are cooked. And everybody's looking at Kuminga, and I was just talking to a buddy of mine in New York, and he was like, how do we get Kuminga? Because the Warriors have no idea what they have. So what I'm thinking is they're going to bring everybody back with Kerr with this 2-year deal that he just signed. And I think they're going to bring the core back. And I'm really worried that Kuminga, the next year when he's an RF restricted free agent, he's going to get a max deal. And I think the Warriors are going to lose him. I really do. And that's my biggest worry. I think the next 2 years are going to be sketchy. We have to make a decision for the future or play for the past. Thanks, guys.
Appreciate it, Gabriel. Yeah. You know what? I'll answer your question. A successful season is to get further than last year.
Well,
that should be isn't that what it's all about? You're
that's
getting
Western
better.
Conference Finals.
Well, you're either getting better or you're getting worse. So,
no, I ain't mad at you. I got to read this. We got a super chat. Daryl the Goo Goo Johnson, $4.99. Can we also acknowledge the fact that playing 7+ years deep into June, year after year, adds significant mileage to the big three? We need a reset. And those are facts. But I just know the Warrior team that's going to hit the hardwood tonight are going to try to play their best, Donnie, and they're going to try to do that come next Wednesday. And they're not a prisoner of what we think of them, or, hey, I'm tired, this is hurt. They're going to try to go do their best. And we've seen in sports miracles happen. And I'm letting you know, if they were to go on a run, that's what it would be.
Sway on the YouTube chat, they're already worse. Not necessarily. They may win more games than last year.
Well, man.
If they win more games than last year and they go further than last year, then they're better, and that would be a success. If they don't get out of now, here's where, to me, yes, there's nuance. If they don't get out of the first round of the playoffs, or they lose in the play-in, no, it's not a success.
And Joe told you
But at the same time, if they get into the first round of the playoffs and they get beat in the first round, no, will it be a success? No, but they will have accomplished something that they hadn't accomplished in the past, and that is their young players actually get postseason action, which may bode well or better for the following year.
Yeah.
So that's why, get into the playoffs. I fully expect if they get into the playoffs that their young players are going to struggle, because that's what happens a lot of times with young players in the postseason. But you have to struggle in the postseason before you start having success. And to me, the idea that the Warriors, with 4 young guys and an older core, are just going to go, I don't know.
Do you allow?
Let's just talk about the play-in game.
Okay. All right. Because you know what? You're right. And that's what I've been asking. But, Stoney, do you allow for the fact that I know you think these 4 youngsters and 3 of them are going to get the same amount of minutes that they've been getting? I could see a scenario to where that could go down.
Okay.
And they ride the big 3 into the ground, even if we think it might. That is an option.
Okay. And I would just say, did you watch the playoffs last year? If you watch the playoffs last year, to me, you can say anything you want. Anything could happen.
Yeah, but Wiggins was lost.
Anything could happen. But the idea that you're going to rely more on the big 3 and they're somehow going to be able to make it 10 weeks.
Okay. All right.
I just don't see it.
Right. But Steiny, I guess what I'm saying, partner, and I want to hug you now. You just hit it. I'm not worried about 10 weeks if we're going to lose before. So I'm doing my damnedest to try to get there.
Let's not talk about a championship.
I'm trying to get to week 2.
Yeah, let's not talk about a championship then.
And who was? Callers. But you can't let it get you mad.
It doesn't get me mad, but
it does. You get irritated.
Well, there's nothing to reply. There's nothing I can say other than
sometimes you take a play off, let it breathe, and then go on to the next call.
Well, we got to fill 4 hours.
No, I wanted to talk about Don Staley and the women's coach and possible in NBA.
Okay, let's see how long that takes us. Let's see how far that takes us. Go ahead, set it up. We'll set it up on the other side.
You do it. You're a traditional.
But
don't let it get to you.
Did the Warriors wore down last year in the postseason?
No.
Why would they not this year when they played more?
The jury? Yeah. Andrew Wiggins was a 0 mentally and physically. Now, he may be that again, but I don't think he will. That goes a long way.
You know what? Okay.
He's your best two-way player.
Why don't I do it this way? Why don't I do it this way? You know what? You know what?
Yeah.
Can the Warriors win a title? Can they make an unbelievable run? Yeah. But let's talk about what has to happen. Steph has to play better. Klay has to play better. Wiggins needs to be who Wiggins was the last 3 weeks of the season.
All right.
Kuminga is going to have to stay at the same level in the postseason.
Gotcha.
Pods and Trace Jackson-Davis, who've never played in the postseason, are going to have to contribute consistently. Like Draymond Green is not going to have, it's going to have to be.
No, a lot.
Okay.
But you're looking at it through the macro rather than the Just the
but
task
every
at hand
time
makes
they won it, they've shown signs of being a championship team. They have shown no signs of that this year. That's why
if you go to Vegas right now, they're at the bottom, Stania. Who's going to win it?
So that's why I think sometimes it sets you off. It's ludicrous.
Well, I didn't say
to talk about them as a title team.
Yeah,
but we can if you want.
But I'm trying to worry about tomorrow.
And you change your story depending on, what.
Not fair.
Right, depending on.
I can't defend myself.
What's coming up on the game is brought to you by the Alameda County Probation Department. What do you say?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Where you watching the game?
That's a good question.
But you got time, you got hours. That ain't an early start.
Yeah, but I got to get out of here at 2 today.
You out early?
Yeah,
I'm going to stay.
It's my final hip checkup.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dude, I'll tell you this. Yeah. If you're golfing back-to-back like you did, Drake,
yeah, but
you're good.
Yeah.
Oh, how you sleeping?
I'm sleeping great.
Well, there it is.
But hey, I felt a little discomfort. Go ahead.
Grandy, the young phenom, if you could crack the mic, when we did the changeover a couple weeks ago when you were filling in for Willard, what did you constitute a successful season? And I forgot this.
It doesn't
for the
matter.
Warriors.
It's already a success. Go.
Wow, that's a little early, though. Please explain in my Roxy Bernstein voice.
You found out that you got a couple of young pups that can help you in the future, and you didn't know that going into the year. Steve Kerr even admitted on these airwaves, we didn't expect anything from those guys.
Now, how
at least you know what you have. And Kuminga as well. You can add him to that.
How would Curry rebuttal that if he's trying to win a championship? No, I'm not saying he would say that's nothing. Do you think that would suffice for Curry?
Part of it is you do kind of got to adjust your expectations. Okay. Like preseason, you probably were expecting more than the 10 seed. But once you can see the writing on the wall and Wiggins struggles and Draymond's suspension and Klay struggles early in the year, you adjust your expectations. And from that point on, I think it's been a success.
Well, Steiny?
Get the kids playoff series.
That's valuable too. I agree.
I think that is important.
But even if you can't get there, now let's be honest. What's the play-in game? It's a game 7. Let's say you lose that, unfortunately. You still got a sprinkle of what that pressure's like. You like that?
Okay.
No, I'm just like this game is not just it's not just nothing for the youngsters. It's game 7 on the road, it looks like.
These are all important series, but I don't think there's anything like a 7-game series.
All right.
Because I'm not dismissing or diminishing the play-in, but there's no such thing as an adjustment over the course of a series. It's just series are really hard to win, and there's a lot going on, and young players got to get used to it. Go ahead. There were 2 things you wanted to bring up.
I love you. I looked at it too. No, I saw Don Staley was rumored to be interviewing with the Charlotte Hornets, and that would allow her to become the first women's NBA head coach. And I remember Becky Hammonds with San Antonio, where I really thought, you know what? I think it could happen. It didn't. And you told me, what was it? The Stockton affiliate. I don't remember the young lady's name. She's actually getting the interview with the Charlotte Hornets. And I came in this morning like, Steiny, I'm asking you and Grandy, do you think, we're closer now to that being a thing than we ever have been?
I think we'll see a woman's head coach in the NBA in my lifetime. I think in the next 25 years.
How about you, Grandy?
Yeah, probably. I don't know exactly when, but I would imagine it's coming at some point soon.
Yeah,
I think we're ready. I
think so.
But the other sports are so not as close, right? Like the NFL, I don't even think that would be. I don't know why. That's so far. The NBA is the closest.
I would think.
All right.
I would think.
That's all. I was like, man, they got an interview. And I don't know if you know off the top of your head if Becky Hammonds got an interview with an NBA team.
I think she did.
I want to say, I don't know why I remember one.
Who? But.
Yeah. That's all I had for you.
All right.
In the Too Short segment.
We still got a half a seg.
No, that was the one. I thought you had something you want to bring up.
Just that I think the Warriors are poised, make a big run here.
Now, I love all our listeners, all 500, 600 on YouTube, 1,000 sometimes. Austin and San Jose, his retort to what I said about Klay Thompson. So if I ask you to help me decipher his greater points, Donnie, do you think he says the Warriors need to move on from Klay, and if you were to bring him back, you're foolish?
No.
Because I feel like he was saying I'm making these guys greater than they are. And I don't feel that way.
No, he's just saying he wouldn't put a lot of stock in just because Draymond got a contract means Klay will get a contract. Right. And I'm kind of...
Do you believe that?
No. Things have changed. since.
If I ask one example of when you say things have changed, can you give us one?
Yeah, they're not a title contender anymore.
But he's showing that his game is not where it was at early.
Right,
Klay Thompson.
But what if it's about the team more than Klay Thompson?
So I'm asking you, do you think this team is in position or better to say night-night to Klay Thompson? That's where I'm at, even with the youngsters coming up. Steiny's shooting is so important. I don't have to tell you. And it's the one thing he does best still. All right.
What's the question?
What would life without Klay Thompson look like for this Warrior team? After Steph would be able to? Who could you count on from deep?
I don't know what the moves would be, but yeah, I would say there's probably a scenario in which Klay leaves and they could still be better somehow. I don't know what it is. I don't know who would they have to bring in here, but I believe that that's within the realm of possibility.
Yeah.
And the other thing is, and this is the bottom line, is you're going to have to make a decision. If Joe Lacob does not think this is a championship team, does that impact Klay Thompson? Or is it just like, yeah, okay, we're not a championship team, but I want Klay to retire a Warrior, and that's more important.
And I guess that's where I'm at. I shouldn't feel ashamed, nor do I, that if I were Joe Lacob, because I know I'm a Mona, like Steiny, that means something to me. Make me, okay, I'm a villain, but call me naive, Disney. But that's just me. I would do my damnness to make sure Klay was a part of ending this thing with Steph and Draymond Green. And with $30 million for 2 years, do that? $60 million over 2, would that really? Is that why we can't get back into contention? I don't. With what he's able to still do on the court, see, that doesn't match for me.
Well,
I just feel a lot of if Klay comes back, you're saying, Well,
what doesn't match for me is that the decision on Klay Thompson is going to determine whether or not you're a contender or not next season. I don't see a correlation to a great degree one way or the other. If you get Klay Thompson back, you're not a contender just by doing that. If you don't get into the playoffs and you re-sign Klay, what does that do? If you don't get into the if you don't get into the postseason, and you bring Klay back, does that make you more of a? That's kind of what Phil Mike was saying. I think, does that make you more of a contender or less of a contender? I don't know. We got to see what Klay looks like next year under a new type of deal.
And that's why I was asking, how fair is that to put it just at his doorstep?
What do you mean?
Did we do that with Draymond Green? Well, you answered that. You said you thought when Joe gave him that deal that they were coming into this year championship contender still.
I think that's what they thought. So
this might hurt Klay.
No kidding. Absolutely. I mean, that's what's changed. Is maybe what's changed is that Joe Lacob realized that's the circumstance. Like that's what Austin I think was saying, was that things have changed, and if Joe Lacob doesn't think this is a title team, then does that, and to what extent does it impact his strategy in the offseason? Does he want to? He can always bring Klay back, but does that make you better? We got Willard and Dibs coming up on the other side. It is the crossover, and it's brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Willard and Dibbs joining us. What's the bet? I like to hear about bets I'm not involved.
Because we got two of them.
These are the best kinds of bets. These are the bets where people look at each other and go, "Hey, what did we bet?"
Yeah, no doubt.
And then you're able to access what you bet, and then you're like, "What do we put on it?" Yeah, nobody knows.
Yeah.
So this is a very comfortable bet because we don't know what the bet is and we don't know what's on the line. But for anybody cares, with those huge parameters in place, Guru believes, and I back him on this, that he and I and Dibbs and I bet him that the Lakers would not win a playoff series.
Oh my gosh!
And you said that they would.
No doubt.
Yeah.
But then maybe there's a stipulation.
You know what that would be, right?
It would be a stipulation sensation.
Cha-ching!
That
Daryl
the bet is off if the Lakers don't even get into the playoffs. So if they lose in the play-in, it's just a.
Well, that would be kind. Steiny's over there looking like, if they lose in the play-in, sucker, you got to pay.
I thought that was part of the bet, but I don't even remember what the hell.
I do recall us kind of extending an olive branch after his initial take, which was so wildly almost laughable. And Steiny, I think, did a good job of egging you on and pointing out that you were probably going to be on the losing end of it. And so I thought that we had agreed to broker it to where if they didn't make the top 8, the bet would be off.
Okay.
I could be wrong.
Well, what if they make the top 8?
And they don't win a series? Then Daryl loses.
What if they get it 8 but don't get into they lose in the play-in? No, you're not technically in the final 8 if you don't come out of the play. Oh, so you got to come out of the play.
No doubt. You got to get a series, not just the one piece.
I agree. I'm with you, Steiny. I don't think that was part of the bet, but with nothing on the line, I don't really care.
It was
okay. There you go.
There you go.
I believe
the KPIX.
It was a drink that was on the line.
A drink?
I think it was a drink in the cafeteria.
I don't care who wins. You can have a
cafeteria.
Can I share with you guys real quick? I want to throw a curveball. Something that happened to me last night.
Means the Giants right fielder will swing and miss at it, but go ahead.
Yeah.
I knew a friend that took the Giants, but we'll leave that there. Last night, just knowing that Snell was going to do his thing, and I know it really was his spring training game.
Oh, he did his thing all right.
It's not about the pitching or the defense. They're 1 for 27 in 4 games with runners in scoring position. The names they're better. They're more sexier. I know it's early, but Mark, I need to share Steiny and Dibbs a tweet with you last night before I got in bed. This is from Mark Willard. It's too early to freak out, but it's not too early to feel disappointed and frustrated. Yaz and Tyro look like they're guessing on every pitch. Bailey has concerns with all parts of his game. Tonight was supposed to be the start of something. Felt like a maddening continuation in Willard. If I were a teacher, I gave you an A+. For you to say that this early, I'm not going to say you were panicked, but I can appreciate. That's what I saw.
Yeah.
What is going on with the bats? Or not happening with the bats. I didn't even throw Yaz in there. You left him out.
Well, no, I said Yaz and Tyro look lost.
And Nick Ahmed is overmatched.
Well, Nick Ahmed's not a very good hitter, so that's.
But he's your everyday shortstop, so it does matter.
Well, but he's going to hit 9th and be an awesome glove, and he's there to hit 220, and it's fine. Honestly, that doesn't even bother me.
Okay,
he's a younger version of what Brandon Crawford did last year, although that's even worse. Like he hit what did he hit?
170,
something like that. So and that was kind of a emergency break glass thing anyway when they realized that Luciano wasn't ready. I know their original plan was to let him start the season, but Matt Chapman's hitting under 200 too. I don't know how to answer what's going on with the hitting other than that I can tell you it's
still early.
Yeah, it's still early.
Yes, it's still early, and that was only, I call it 1 game. I know they've played 11, but the reason I said that last night was supposed to be a start of something is there's 2 things that were happening last night. For the first time all year, Blake Snell was on the mound, and you weren't playing the Dodgers or Padres. And that team that is in town right now, no disrespect, just kidding, let me disrespect them. They don't have any good players. Wow. They don't have any good players on their team. They have absolutely nothing. And you're still playing bad defense. You cannot situationally hit.
Bailey's playing bad defense. I don't know.
A lot of them are.
Yeah.
A lot of them are. They make a lot of mistakes. Even look at the Padres series, stuff they got away with, throwing the ball into center field on double play balls. And
on a comebacker.
Base running has been wonky. Like, it has not been a fundamentally sound team. It's not a team that's putting the bat on the ball. The Blake Snell thing, and Grandy used this word last night. It's totally predictable what he did last night. Totally predictable.
He led the league in walks last year. Okay?
He's going to be effectively wild, and it's his spring training, and he pitched 3 innings, and it got away from him a little bit. Whatever. Barely anybody hit the ball hard off of him. But the lineup, I don't know. We're all going to point to right field. It's deeper than that, and it's frustrating because it's too early to make changes, but it's too late to blow it off. That's the way I look at it. We're about to be 10% done in the season. They look awful.
Yeah.
How do you guys look at the stat runners in scoring position? Because the way I look at it is, I don't know. It's something like you almost can't control. It's like scoring in the red zone in football.
Yeah.
Like, I get it. At the end of the year, if you're worst in the league in scoring in the red zone, you're worst in the league. But do the Giants those teams do something fundamentally wrong? Like, or just guess what? The Giants don't have, the Giants have guys who just aren't as clutch. 1 through 9 by the end. Let's say they finish 29th in runners, and like.
Oh, that says
I always
something.
wonder how much of that is just kind of not luck, but just a number. I think that there's a little bit of both. The Giants, Dibs will love this. The Giants have a very, very low BABIP, and their pitchers have a very high BABIP.
Oh, man.
For those who don't speak analytics, that is batting average on balls in play.
Wow.
And what it suggests is that the pitchers have had a little bad luck and the hitters have had a little bad luck, and that it will normalize. However, I think there's also something to be said about, for instance, the way Blake Snell pitches. He pitches when no one's on base very erratically because he's going to take some chances. He's going to try to get you to swing at his pitch. Once there are runners on first and second, this is what Snell is famous for. He pitches right out of it.
Right.
Because pitchers go, okay, now I've got to really attack the strike zone a little bit more. And when other pitchers, Giants get runners on base, and they attack the strike zone more, they don't hit it. They don't hit it. Yeah. There are too many guys that are swinging right through it or rolling right over it, ground balls right at people. So, even take a game like Sunday. It's like we all walk out of there like, sweet, they took 2 out of 3 from the Padres. They completely got lucky.
Sunday's game was a gift. Yeah.
Totally. How do you look at that?
Well, I think it's too small of a sample to really draw anything too dramatic in the early on. Like 4 games at home, 1 for 27, that's bad. And it's that bad because nobody on your team, other than the guy who didn't play yesterday, everyone else is pretty much cold. Chapman's had some good ABs. Solaire's had a couple of home runs.
So that'll
but that's
even
about
out.
It
Right.
should.
Okay.
I mean, as they start to hit closer to what they should be doing, and I wouldn't expect Yaz to have 1 hit every 2 weeks. If so, then you're going to make a change. But as you start to get closer to what your career averages would indicate, those hits with runners in scoring position, they will come around and they will go up. I think right now that stat is more reflective of the fact that nobody on the team really is hitting well other than Conforto.
Now, I look at Matos and Luciano, and I told you this before the season started, like they were the Pods and Kaminga because they got their chance last year, but I thought there was going to be some infusion of some of that young talent. I'm not saying that's why they're struggling, but I do sit there and look at what the production through 11 games and right field like. They couldn't do any worse than that. Like, is there any validity to, man, they can't even do worse than what you got going? Because I feel like Lamont Wade, who has a nice batting average, I just feel like I'm watching the same at-bat over and over with Chapman and Solar. Like everybody's just swinging for the softball homer. I could be wrong.
The Matos
it feels
thing,
that way.
The Matos thing might happen, but they're going to give those guys a month. Right. They're going to give those guys April at least. If they still have 1 hit combined, Slater and Yaz at the end of April, then sure. You know what I mean? The Matos thing is there. I don't think that they feel like there's any hurry there. My biggest concern is Patrick Bailey because
I got something for you.
It's not just the throws.
He was a wizard last year, though.
I'm hearing whispers that there are certain pitchers that have not loved the way that he's calling games. I think that he runs the risk of becoming a very famous thing in Giants clubhouses, which is a body language guy. How often did we talk about the Brandons? And we go, when it's not going well, it ticks fans off when you look like you're just like bloop, 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 bloop,
Brandon Bell.
I'm just walking through the field. And I don't blame guys for that because you look how you look and your demeanor is what your demeanor is. But that could become a thing with Bailey because he has that same look on his face that Brandon Belt had for a decade. And so
I heard Butch this morning about Tom Murphy. No shade at him. I'm fond of the Pirates, but Joey Bart is playing his ass off. I know it's early.
It's been 8 at-bats. Been 8 at-bats for Joey.
Did they give up too soon or not? That's not
time will tell. It's too early. He hit a home run already. He had a big double. Yeah. I know he won a game. He had a couple runs knocked in yesterday. He's had 8 at-bats, so he's had 3 hits. Okay, let's see how that plays out.
But if this Bailey thing is an issue, then did you?
And their bullpen needs to They're in search mode, which it'll come together. They'll figure out who they can trust. But right now in the middle innings, the answer is no one. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. You think Lindsey Harding's going to get the Charlotte Hornets job? She's a woman who coached the Sacramento Kings G League team.
I don't, but the fact that she is getting interviewed and it's not like Stop the Press's breaking news, I think that's a great sign. And, Becky Hammond was long considered to be the first woman who would get a job as a head coach in the NBA, and now she's had a little bit of lightweight controversy in the WNBA and feels like she's going to, plot her course in that direction. So I would love for a female to get a job, a head coaching job in the NBA. I just don't know if we're there yet.
I asked Steiny, had Becky can you remember off the top if she had an interview with the NBA club?
I thought she had. She had an interview, and then she got the job with the Las Vegas Aces, if I'm not mistaken.
She got interviewed by the Trailblazers.
Okay, Portland. So she had one. Yeah.
Thank you, Mark. You're no longer Chip. That was yesterday. And we were talking about, and I said, I thought he looked like a Chip. So I was calling him Chip yesterday. He's back to Mark.
Not Chip.
No,
I got you.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, we should pat ourselves on the back today because, one thing we stayed away from for the most part was Draymond's tweet on Zach Edey. I heard you started with it. I heard you right off the top, but no voice. You said you needed help today because it made you mad.
Foul, man.
Well, I was just like, no. It was interesting. I didn't even know about it. Yeah, there were no raised voices, just.
Can you believe he did the kid like that?
Like, what's he doing?
Well, if you're gonna praise the UConn kid who was guarding him, name check him. Don't say number 35.
Okay. You know what? That did happen too.
At first, I thought he was talking about Kevin Durant, who wears number 35, and then you talk about a guy who had 34? 37.
He got tired, but man,
you know what that is? Dre, man. It's an easy telegraphed. It's Big Ten on Big Ten crime. That's Michigan State.
Wow.
That's Sparty.
I didn't even go there.
Sparty's coming after the Boilermaker, and he's taking a shot at a big guy.
Yesterday. Oh,
just a classic Draymond tough guy act.
Wow.
Well, and it also
Captain Keyboard.
There's another commonality. Edey's from Canada. Just FYI. Zach Edey.
Oh,
he's Canadian.
Okay.
So what does that have to do with it?
Wiggins.
So is Andrew Wiggins. No, what I'm saying is Draymond has a history of going after Canadians, non-Americans. Yes.
Oh,
that's
he's got a list.
Rudy Gobert.
That's absolutely positively out there.
Yusuf Nurkic, non-American.
Valanciunas.
Yeah. Valanciunas.
LeBron James. Crotch has been all over the world.
Good point.
I don't know.
Good point.
Just, the idea that
no, I liked it.
Listen,
the joke. Not
the idea that Draymond Green.
Yeah,
but the guy who said to Bonte, "I'm surprised you talk." Like, of course, I just want to bring it up. The word you used is accurate, but the word you used was hypocrisy. My response to that is, I mean, are we not used to that by now? Yeah. And that's why I didn't raise my voice.
Like,
everywhere. What are you doing?
Yeah.
Everywhere.
The kid's playing national championship.
Everywhere.
He quit.
Like,
damn, Jay.
You're a leader. You're punching Jordan Poole. You're on your podcast every week, ripping anyone who's in your way. And then you're mad at Bonte because he had an opinion on the radio.
Speaking of which,
it's constant, and so I don't know. Like you either
I don't want to use the word accept it because that sounds like you're giving it a pass or whatever. But I don't know. I look at everything with these Warriors sort of like as I am watching it. Well,
let me run this by you.
Like it's,
I just can't stand bullies, and they've allowed him the license to do what he does. But the fact that he asked Klay Thompson and said, he prefaced it before, I can take the answer. How do you feel when I get thrown out? Lets me know you guys have never really had that. He should already know how Klay feels when you get ejected. Like, that hurt me. That cut me. If that was real, like, you should already, oh my goodness. Like, he really was like, Steiny, do I really, when I do this, you should know.
Oh, he knows, but he basically was daring Klay to say it in a microphone.
No, that's
even, to me, that's even more weak sauce than anything.
Yeah, if you want that answer, you ask it off the air.
Correct.
Yeah,
damn, you ask it.
If you want Klay to if you want Klay to defend you and make it seem like it's not a big deal and prop you up for the tough guy that you are, you ask it on the air. That's exactly what that was. Yeah, Draymond Green is a savant when it comes to the electronic and the spoken word media. He knew exactly the response he was going to get.
If you wanted the real, you would have asked me without the mic.
Right. Yeah, I mean, there's no rant and raving. We didn't spend 10 minutes on it, but like in and you're saying, well, what do you do? I mean, it's Draymond, there's acceptance. It's not quite acceptance, but what you do is you say, here we go again. You know, the guy who quit on his team in Orlando, and the guy who said he can't get up for games in March, and the guy, who got suspended for 25 games.
Cold-cocked a teammate, derailing a whole season.
He's the guy who's now going to call somebody of the word that he would absolutely lose his mind over.
So, but the Warriors have...
I can leave it there.
But the Warriors have repeatedly through the years decided that they would rather put up with that and have him play than not.
Right.
And where I am, as someone who watches it and then shares conversation about it, is if the goal is to just be as good at basketball as you can, then they're right.
Yeah, no,
they're right. And there are a lot of people on sports teams who do a lot of worse stuff than Draymond Green.
No doubt.
And teams still go, give me that contract because that guy can play. You know what I mean? To me, that's part of the deal.
To me, this is in a way separate from the Warriors because it didn't even deal with the Warriors. But again, the guy who took the season off when Steph got hurt, the guy who is constantly in and out of the lineup because of suspension, and the guy who says he can't get out of bed in March, and the guy who got so mad when people question his dedication, okay, there he goes again. He's the guy who's going to deem Zach Edey a quitter, and I'm going to pinpoint the exact time.
Man.
Come on. That's all. Yep. No raised voice.
And need him tonight at 7 o'clock.
Speaking of which, how big...
not really.
Yeah. How big is this game to you two, though?
This game is almost... It's not the least important game of the year, but to me, this game doesn't matter.
I meant any game.
Sure.
Sure. Yeah, and by the way, let me address that right off the bat because I got in the car and caught a stray this morning right before you guys came on. Well, Bonte ended his show with, don't listen to Willard. We're not punting this game. And I'm like, you know what? No, that's it. I now know the title of my autobiography whenever I write it.
Misunderstood?
No, I didn't say that. That's going to be the title of my book. I didn't say that. But I get it. I understand what gets repurposed on social media and the way that everybody you can interpret it the way you want. Dibs, because we actually had the conversation. Did I say punt the game tonight?
No, you would have used the phrase Wisnowski, and I did not hear Wisnowski come out of your mouth.
There was no Wisnowski.
Because you could get to 9 technically if you win this game.
No, you try to win the game.
Okay.
Separately from that, the likelihood of the way these chess pieces all fall is that it would be better if the Warriors didn't play the Lakers in the play-in
There's
tournament.
nobody walking.
But I don't know if winning tonight or losing tonight firms that up either way. It seems like losing.
Got a game in OKC.
It seems like losing tonight probably makes that more likely.
But they won't.
But
quit.
you don't do that. No, you don't do that. You don't try to lose tonight or punt or any of that stuff.
I think you try to win on your terms, which is keep Steph at 30, 32.
Correct.
See if the young guys can help you win the game tonight. And if you win it, then you start thinking about
Operation
how far
Rest.
you can move up. If you can move up,
right,
depending on what Sack and the Pelicans.
If you
do.
lose it, I think you get into Operation
No doubt.
Rest.
That's what I thought he was
if you
going.
win it, then maybe you get the 9, and if Sacramento loses, now you're only a game back, really 2, because of the tiebreaker, but the chance to pass them is much more possible because they still have New Orleans, and they've got another team that's playing for something.
I think they got
at home.
Don't they have the Lakers again?
Sacramento?
No.
They got the tiebreaker on them.
They got New Orleans, Portland, and one other team who's
Oklahoma
playing.
City.
They're in Oklahoma City tonight, New Orleans, Phoenix, and Portland.
Phoenix is the one. Thank you. Thank you, Mark.
Those are, and they may need the game. So for a month, we've all thought it was going to be Bron and Curry. Could you imagine at the end it ends up sacking the Warriors? That's a win going into that.
And then
I'll
Bron.
drive you
Then maybe
to
Bron.
Golden One.
And I think that's equal in terms of how compelling it is. Like the energy around either of those games is turned all the way up.
We can end your season again up as sack.
Yeah.
No,
Oh,
I'm
God.
just saying.
Yeah. And Malik Monk, the Warrior Killer,
Not there. Herder
will not be there.
By the way, you guys got Michael Thompson coming up at 3:15. I got that's must-hear radio.
3:15. Yeah, we there's all the
Champagne and nuts
all the
on
Klay.
Twitter.
That's right, champagne and nuts. You know what that's from, don't you?
No, I know. But
This
the hotel lobby.
This weirdo. If you ask him, you sit down for a big game, what food do you want in front of him? Champagne and nuts.
Well, that's how you stay skinny, though. Yeah.
He is skinny.
Not hot leaks.
7 feet tall helps.
Hey, hot leaks with cheese.
Yeah. All right. The bag has been on the shoulder for 2.5 minutes.
Oh, no,
Very, very
I got to get going. All right, gentlemen, have a good rest of the show.
list.
Michael Thompson, 3:15 on 95.7 The Game.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first time. The game.
Yeah, here we go. No, don't punt the game tonight. Play the game. Play the game, and let's see the way this whole thing plays out. However, what I did say yesterday is there's no question that I'd rather see the Kings than the Lakers in the play-in game. That has nothing to do with fear. That has nothing to do with anything other than that the Lakers have been a tough matchup for the Golden State Warriors. So it almost feeds into itself. If the Warriors lose the game tonight, we can all go, see, I told you so. This is a hard matchup for the Warriors.
Right.
So, yeah, if the Lakers beat the Warriors tonight, it does become less likely that they will see the Lakers next week. And that is a good thing. I'm not afraid to say that at all.
Yeah, I think you would rather play a wounded a Sacramento team that's been flailing a little bit. They've been struggling down the stretch of the season, as opposed to the team that handled you pretty, not easily last year in 6, but they were the better team in that series. And the matchup with AD and LeBron, I think, is much more difficult than whatever Sacramento is going to throw at you, especially without Malik Monk and without Herder as well.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And then there's this. And this is what I'd love to get your thoughts on this. I'd love to hear from our listeners. 888-957-9570. Okay. So I'm listening to everybody today, whether it's the Draymond conversation that we just had, or a lot of the Klay Thompson commentary on Draymond's podcast, which we will play for you momentarily. And yes, his dad is going to join us in an hour, and I'm going to be straight with everybody. It's been a long time coming to get my ex-radio partner back on the air, and I do think part of that has been just his life, our lives, whatnot, as far as how things have kind of unfolded the last handful of months. But I also do think, and he has not told me this, but I do think there have been a number of days over the last 6 months where I've reached out to Michael and say, hey, come on the show. And he's like, I can't because, we're traveling. And I'm like, right, they have phones in other cities also.
Right.
Your cell phone works. But I get it. You don't want to talk about this right now because your son is in a spot where it's not your place to come make news based on what you have to say about him being on the bench to start the game or whatever. Well, today's the day, and I can't wait to talk to him about it. But I was just also thinking about this. Did you hear when Priest called in about an hour and a half ago?
Missed it, yeah.
Okay. I know you know Priest. And Priest, if you're listening.
You don't know Priest.
There you go. We love our everyday crew. And Priest was kind of talking, because Steiny and Goo were arguing about the whole like positivity, negativity thing. And when someone believes in the Warriors, Dibs, I think they can make a run.
Yeah.
All right. There's a portion of the fan base that gets very upset. They want you to be realistic. They want you to remain in reality. And this is what Pierce called in and goes, you're not...
Priest, right?
Yes.
Okay.
You're not staying at, not a priest, just Priest.
Right.
You're not, like, we get upset when you believe in this team because you're not living in reality. And here's the question that popped into my head. It's sort of twofold. A, why does anyone think that they know what reality is? That's kind of a larger eclectic question. But here's the reality one, or the real one, when you get to the offseason. I want to ask that fan who thinks that positive Warrior fan is being unrealistic. What if I fired right back at you and said, no, you're being unrealistic because you think there's a move they can make, and there isn't. I am so married. I'm just listening to everybody for the 1,000th day in a row talk about Steph, Klay, and Dre. And I started thinking about this. This is what we do. And I don't even just mean the media, all the fans. These are the stories we know. These are the people we know. They are the players we love. You love them, you hate them, you love them, you hate them, you rip them, you adore them, all of that. I'm not ready for that to go away. I don't want that to go away. I don't think any of you are ready for that to go away. I said 2 weeks ago on one of our shows, the big three is not the big three anymore. And everyone went, oh, Mark wants to move on from the big three. Name my book. I didn't say that. What I said was it's time for their roles to evolve. Doesn't mean I don't want them on the Warriors. I think there's next to zero chance that they're not on the Warriors next year. And that's exactly the way it should be and the way I want it, because these are the people we know. And I don't think there's another move to make.
Well, I think that you're more likely to make a move in the offseason than you are to, quote, go on a run. And so whatever you think your reality is, your reality can be yours because we don't yet know how this is going to go. And you can look at the odds and see the Warriors are 60-1 to win the NBA championship. And you can look at that, and the implied odds are they have about a, 2.5% chance to win the NBA championship.
That feels high, by the way.
Right. Well, whatever it is. And the odds will get better if they win 2 games in the play-in and then they get into a series. Their odds to win the NBA championship would go down. But right now, according to FanDuel, they're at 60-1. They have the 13th best odds to win the NBA championship. They're they're tied with New York, ahead of New Orleans, ahead of the cute little Sacramento, ahead of Orlando.
Adorable.
And all the rest of it. But I think it's more likely that they make a move in the offseason, but they may neither go on a run nor make a move in the offseason. But if you believe either one of those things, you can believe it. You have full license as a Warrior fan to believe what you want to believe until it's disproven to be factual.
Totally. But that bothers some people.
And maybe we can talk about that, why it bothers some people. Like for me, I look at this Warrior team right now, and I don't think they're going to go on a run.
Okay.
I do think that they could. I'd give them a 50-50 chance to make it out of the play-in game, winning 2 games. I think if they play...
That's a good percentage.
They play Sacramento in the 9-10, I would say they're going to be favored in Sacramento. I believe they would be favored
by
3.5, whatever.
Okay, all right,
If they then play the loser of New Orleans and LA, let's say, on the road, I'd give them a 40 to 45% chance to win that game. So 2 games, can you win 2 games that are both coin tosses? Absolutely.
Yeah, you can.
Can you then go out and win a best of 7 against the number 1 seed? That I would put it more like a 15% chance, 10 to 15% chance, let alone to win 3 more series and win the NBA championship.
No doubt. And I think that even, like Steiny was talking about that a short time ago, he's like, you're underselling what it is you're saying they would have to do.
Right.
And I don't even disagree with that. Like, I sit over here sort of, and I hate that this doesn't sound good, but like it's sort of like having one foot in both buckets, where it's like, do I think that they're about to do something special? No, I don't think they are. Do I believe they could? Sure.
Of course.
Why not? Belief is free.
Right.
Why not? What are you getting? And so that's, I guess, my question.
Right.
Those of you who are on the that's not realistic train, what are you getting out of not believing? And why does it bother you when people do? Now, I threw this question around. We were talking to people earlier. Lucas and I were on the phone talking about it, and his answer is the one that I think most people will go to, which is that belief is dangerous because it could, like if the team actually believes, the front office believes, it's going to stop them from moving on too early. It's going to stop them from making those changes that they need to make so that they can be good again. And that's where my response comes in and goes, now you're being unrealistic. What is this move that y'all want to make?
Well, you don't know until everything else works itself out. And one thing Bonte was talking about this morning, which of course is the dream scenario, it's Giannis. It's Milwaukee with a flame out, and it's you make a move for Giannis. And I'm not going to sit here. I'm not going to sit here on April 9th as a guy who's living in the moment. I'm geared up for a Laker game tonight.
Yep.
But that is the conversation that will be had in the offseason if Milwaukee flames out early, which is what it looks like Doc Rivers is headed to do again because that's what he does. That's what fans will be clamoring for.
But you're immediately thinking that means Giannis is gonna talk his way out of Milwaukee.
Right. There's a lot of
they
things
flamed
that
out
are,
in the first round last year.
There are a lot of things that would have to happen for that to even be a possibility.
And I find that what you just said, like give me two lanes. One lane, not to college. 2 lanes.
Thank you.
We got one lane that's this Warrior group, largely this core, still does something in the NBA. This year, next year.
What does that mean?
Something.
Does something. Makes it to the NBA Finals?
Go on a run.
So you need to define that before I can answer.
Conference Finals.
Okay.
Conference Finals. This group, largely, you're going to tweak every year, but this core.
The big three.
Well, I mean, are they the big three now? There's Kuminga, there's Wiggins, there's
big
other
personalities.
Yeah,
I say the big three, so it's a reference point to Steph, Klay, and Dre.
Is that what's more realistic? That they go to the conference finals again, or the parlay of Milwaukee loses in the first round, Giannis gets ticked off and talks his way out of town. The Warriors is where he decides he wants to go. The Warriors have a deal that they're able to make this even work with finances. And Giannis and Steph, both making north of $50 million, can fit on the same team, and Lacob says yes.
Well, Lacob would say yes.
What sounds more realistic to you?
That doesn't sound as realistic.
I think going on a run is way more realistic.
Well, and going on a run to the NBA Finals, I think, would be a better way to compare the two things because I think they're both wildly, outlandishly unexpected. Now, the other part of it is you coming to terms with what you think is going to be the future of the big three, and that you said there's a near 0% chance that they move off of Klay or Draymond, certainly not Steph in the offseason. That to me is an interesting way to look at it because if you don't make it out of the play-in, are you really going to look at this team as Joe Lacob and say, yeah, let's bring everybody back? Because if you bring Klay back at a price that probably would work for him, a pay cut of about 50%, you're out of money if you want to stay below the tax.
Not necessarily. There are other moves to make.
Not many.
Well, but you can make them.
Right.
I mean,
you got an Andrew Wiggins move that many people, myself included, would love to make.
Okay. So there you go.
That's a move that
I just look at it this way. There are always ways to manipulate money, including something Joe Lacob has already done before, saying, I'm not spending that much, and then spending that much.
Right.
So you can always, now I don't know that you can mess with it to the point of like Giannis and Steph can play together. We could put a team around them. I mean,
They're in jeopardy of losing future draft picks now if they continue to be above the second apron. And that was a part of the new CBA where if you're a repeat second apron offender, you lose your first round draft pick.
So why are we talking about other max players?
I'm just telling you that in the offseason, the people who think that they can make this thing happen are talking about Giannis. And I was listening to the roast today, and the name Giannis was brought up.
Right, but it was brought up on that backdrop. Milwaukee loses in the first round, and he gets mad.
Right.
I don't know is that a discussion point in Wisconsin, America? I've not heard that. They already made a coaching change, which I'm sure was based probably on his demands or thoughts.
And how'd that work out for him?
Not well.
Yeah.
They've already got Dame Lillard. I'm sure that was based on his demands and his thoughts. They're giving him absolutely everything that he wants, and he's never come off to me like an Anthony Davis type. This is a guy that lost in the first round last year and started getting mad at the media for wanting him to be more cutthroat about the whole thing.
Yeah.
Instead, he got super up in the clouds about it and was like, no, this is our group and we're family and we try and sometimes it doesn't work. And that's how, I don't know, man. That's all I'm saying today. Don't get mad at unrealistic Warrior fan and respond by saying, that's dangerous being unrealistic. Because if you're unrealistic, that's going to do away with this other unrealistic thing that we could do. I don't see it. Do I see a Warrior run? Probably not. Do I see some, let's just dump the bucket on the floor, put it all back together with a new puzzle that's got some 27-year-old star that can now be on the Warriors with Steph? I don't see that existing either.
That to me is more likely than you go on a run.
Ugh.
And I don't know what that would entail, but I do know that the owner is pretty passionate about not being a lottery team anymore. And you are potentially 8 days away from being a lottery team again.
I am very, very passionate about winning the lottery, but I haven't yet. And some keep telling me that it's unrealistic. Powerball was $1.3 billion. I went for it.
Did you?
Some dude in Oregon won. I'd like to meet him. I'm upset because my unrealistic hopes, they remain.
Those hopes are far more unrealistic than the Warriors landing Giannis.
Not much.
Much, much, much more.
Not much.
Yeah, you could do the odds on that.
I know. Well, I don't even know. What are the odds of the Warriors landing Giannis?
Probably less than 1 in a million. Maybe
okay.
one in 100,000.
878,000.
Maybe that.
Okay.
I'll give you that, somewhere in there.
All right. So
it's pretty unlikely.
I'll buy that Giannis to the Warriors is more likely than me winning Powerball, but I will not buy that it is more likely than this Warrior team going on a run. How about that?
Right. And going on a run, to me, is more than just winning two series.
Okay.
Going on a run would be winning the NBA championship. That's a run.
Well, but maybe next year, this exact or a similar group has more things go their way, and they are 7 games better than they are right now.
Right.
And that puts them in the top 3 seeds and boogie time. I don't know. Feels more realistic than Giannis to me. So that's all. All I'm saying today is don't get mad at unrealistic by responding with more unrealistic. Don't do that.
I think don't get mad at unrealistic, period. If people want to be unrealistic, then
I'm with you.
If you want to open yourself up to disappointment, if the Warriors, get the 9 or the 10 and they lose that game, do it. That's what being a sports fan's all about.
We're sponsored by Crystal Geyser, Natural Alpine Spring Water, and would love to take your calls. Nate, Eric, you'll be first up. 888-957-9570. This is Willard and Dibbs.
At Crystal Geyser, we're committed to using recycled plastic in all of our bottles. So when you enjoy our natural
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, it just flashed for a second in my mind. Maybe not for the first time, but maybe in like a real way. I'm like, you don't all really want to stop talking about these three guys, do you? Forget what you think in terms of, it was a good championship run and blah, 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 and whether or not a fan base is entitled to a championship run every single year.
Right.
All of that conversation. I'm like, if you're a big Warrior fan, you've reached a point where we can eliminate their last names. They don't even exist.
It's been years.
Steph, Klay, and Dre.
Right.
Sorry, we don't do that with Dario. Steph, Klay, and Dre.
Sorry about that, Sharge.
Very good.
It's a 2. I know, Grandy.
No.
Reaching.
No. It was a 3.
All right.
It was.
Don't worry, he's out again tonight.
Me or him?
Maybe both.
Exactly.
Grandy, what happened with your soccer game? What happened?
A 2-2 draw, but for us, it felt like a loss.
It felt like a loss.
Yeah, we were at home. It's the leg 1-2. Now we got to go to Germany next week. So
Arsenal, right?
Yes.
Yeah. But you were down 2-1 in the 74th minute.
Correct. But we were also up 1-0.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that part.
And we're favored to win this one. So
Grandy wore his jersey.
No
today.
answer for Gnabry.
The G's silent, Dibs.
Yeah, not when I say it. Gnabry. And then former foil with a goal from the spot, Harry Kane.
Yeah, we don't talk about him.
No, we don't.
Harry
Former
Kane's-
Tottenham Hotspur.
He's a good player.
Yeah.
He's a good player.
Good
One of
little player.
One of the top players in the world.
Good call.
I've heard of Harry Kane.
Impressive.
He's no Mbappe.
Look at
But I tell you
look
what.
at my partner.
I tell you what.
The M is silent. It's just Bappe.
No, it's not. Not what I say. All right. The Klay, there's one Klay comment. We didn't play for you yesterday. And with his dad coming on in 45 minutes, we absolutely got to play it because I think you'll listen to it and many of you will have varied reactions with regard to whether or not it means that Klay is open to putting on another jersey someday or not. So I'll have that for you in a second. But let's we want to go to our callers today as much as possible. Nate in the city, lead us off here on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Nate, what's up?
Hey, boys.
Hey.
So I think, Willard, you just said it. The word entitled. As a Warrior fan, since I was in elementary school pretending to be Mully on the playground, I have appreciated every single one of the times we've been to the final. I've appreciated every single time we've got eliminated, and I really appreciate the rookies. And I've spoken with a couple of the head coaches and management people in passing, and when I see them on the street, I don't ask them about Steph. I say, Pods. I say, TJD, let's get excited. And that's what everybody should be excited about. Let's focus on things that are positive, and, let's not be that entitled fan base that expects something. Let's appreciate what we got.
So, Nate, what does that mean going forward for you?
Oh, I mean, I'm enjoying watching the kids play. If we get to the conference finals, that's gold. If we get bounced in the play-in, the kids are going to have a little experience, and we'll see what happens next year.
Okay. All right.
Very reasonable, Nate. Thank you.
Yeah. But does enjoying watching the kids play mean that you would like to move on?
No, those two things for me are mutually exclusive. I love watching the kids play, and I'm excited about what Jonathan Kuminga's extension is going to be this summer, assuming that he gets it after a third year, which is usually the way you go about doing it with a player who is entering his final year and a player who you actually love. I'm excited to see what his number will be in his long-term future. Pods and TJD have been incredible as rookies. I'll put that all aside because they're going to be here unless they're dealt in the summer, which I hope they aren't. The other side of it is the Steph, Klay, and Dre piece. I hope Steph plays for another 5 years or 7 years or 10 years. I don't ever want to imagine Warrior basketball without him. I hope Klay comes back and plays for a number that allows them to add other pieces. And end of list. Draymond can go where Draymond wants to go. I wouldn't miss him one iota.
Well, but Draymond Green's under contract.
If he were gone. Yeah, trade him. Trade him! Trade him.
The Kuminga thing is and we got time for this. I hear
Trade
you.
him!
You absolutely.
No,
That's
not
a
bad.
good impression.
Yeah, thank you.
Who was that guy? Anyway, I don't know if Kuminga's going to get an extension this offseason or not. He might. They don't have to.
Right. It's not automatic.
His other club exercise option has already been taken place for next year. And if there's no extension prior to next offseason, meaning after 2025, then Jonathan would become a restricted free agent, and only a qualifying offer of $10 million would be needed in order for the Warriors to have complete power to match any offer out there.
Right.
I don't think you want to do that. Probably going to get a better deal if you do it now. I think you're right on that. But
Jordan Poole signed a 4-year, $140 million contract on October 15th of 2022. Some 8 days later, or maybe it was a few days earlier, actually, when he got popped by Draymond. And
I think he definitely got punched first.
Yeah, the contract
before
was
the contract
going to
was
happen.
announced.
Correct.
But
he got $4 and $140 after his third year, and it was a contract that the Warriors obviously never paid because at the end of that season, his fourth year, he was traded. So I would wonder if Jonathan Kuminga would be in line or if he would get a deal commensurate with what Jordan Poole got.
I would think so, and I would think that the Warriors and their fan base would actually be much more comfortable with that than the one that they did with Jordan Poole.
Yeah.
Eric in the city next up. Hi, Eric. What's up?
Hey guys. So I kind of wanted to weigh in on your question of doubling down, or re-signing Klay, or could they go on a run or make a move? And I kind of respectfully disagree with both of those propositions. And the reason why is I grew up an 80s kid. And so Joe Montana was my quarterback.
What year were you born, Eric?
Eric,
what year were you born?
1980.
Oh, okay. Got it. Okay.
And so my dad and I had season tickets to the Niners. And my dad explained to me when we were getting rid of Montana about Bill Walsh's philosophy and why, for the good of the team, it was good to move on from Joe Montana. And I subsequently bought my first season tickets to the Warriors when I got out of college in 2002 when they were terrible. And I've had season tickets since then. And so I've watched them be terrible and then rise up to the top of the hill, and now we're back on the downside. And realistically, following kind of the Bill Walsh philosophy, I realistically think, as a fan of the team, as much as I love the players, I am more inclined to say that, A, we're not going to make a run. That's just predicated off me watching the last 10 years of championship basketball. And B, because of the salary cap, we're not trading for a Giannis. The best move realistically is give them a dignified send-off and allow them to choose in the offseason where they want to go and try and extract as much assets and reset the luxury tax, reset the team, figure out who's the keepers out of the young guys, hope for some lottery luck and Cooper Flag, and start this thing over, because we're not going to get it to a championship, and we're sure as heck never getting a Giannis. I mean, we don't have the assets for that. So I'm just saying, follow the Bill Walsh method. It did the Niners right. The Warriors were terrible. Entitled fans don't seem to understand that you can't build a championship team without stripping it down again. It just doesn't work like that.
Well, Eric, here's the difference, though, between the Bill Walsh method and this one, because I do think this gets sort of misremembered sometimes when people just say, that's Bill Walsh, get rid of him a year too early, not a year too late. That's true, but Bill never did that without having the next answer already on the sideline.
Hall of Fame answer at that.
It's completely different when you say they moved on from Joe Montana when Steve Young was already on the team. Moving on from the big three so that if I listen and hear you correctly, you're ready to strip this thing down and become a 3 to 4 year lottery team, which is precisely what Joe Lacob says he's allergic to and will not do.
No, okay. I'll ask you this: I'll retort with, do you want to be Danny Ainge, who sold off Ray Allen left in free agency. He sold off Kevin Garnett and Paul Pierce. And yes, they went through a rebuild for 3 or 4 years. They got lucky in the lottery. They made smart pieces. Or would you rather go the Lakers route, which is give Kobe Bryant a 2-year, $50 million extension, not make the playoffs for 5 straight years, then get lucky with the fact that LeBron wanted to move to LA, and then get the Pelicans to basically sell Anthony Davis for cents on the dollar, and that's how they built their title team. I'm not saying that if we strip it down to nothing, that in 5 years we'll be a title team. What I'm saying is we're staring at a decade of being in the worst place possible in the NBA, and that is you're picking between picks 8 and 16 for a decade, because those picks, at best, 50% of the time you get a rotation player, maybe occasionally you get a starter, and most of the time you get a guy who is a bench player or a washout. So if we're going to be capped out and we don't have free agents, and because of the way the luxury tax works, where we start losing draft picks or they move to the end of the back of the first round, there's no mechanism to replace talent. It's an unfortunate side effect of the new CBA, but the economics of the new NBA dictate that either the Warriors can go back into a run where they won 20 games for the first, they won 19, 21, 20, 22, and like 28, like the first few seasons I had season tickets.
Yeah, those are the early OOs.
So, Eric, I don't think anybody here outwardly disagrees. Here's what I mean, and Eric is a great call. Thank you very much. If you want to strip it down to the studs, you can make your case. I don't think you're crazy. I just know that Joe Lacob has said, we're not doing that.
No, we're not doing that, and you're not going to do it while Steph Curry is still here.
There's the answer.
So are you going to wait for when Steph retires and Klay's gone and Draymond's gone? Well, then, yeah, you probably are going to be in that mode of stripping it down somewhat, unless you can get a free agent who is 26 or 27. Maybe Anthony Edwards at that point is ready for his free agency, or John Moran, or whoever that best player out there is. Maybe then, if you have room, you can go out there and be a team that recruits a star free agent.
Absolutely. So understand a few things, because Joe Lacob has said that he won't do that, and I'm with you. If you want to make the case that that's the way to go about it, hey, I'd sit here and listen to that, but not while Steph Curry is still playing, even at a B level of himself.
Right.
Like, you can't. You're not doing that right now. So if you want to do that in 3 years, okay, we can have that conversation then. But here's what I think is the key point. When he brings up, like, you could do it like Ainge did in Boston, or you could do it like the Lakers and got lucky because LeBron wanted to come there. I don't think that was luck. I think that's a business model. These NBA teams are not playing the same game. The Lakers sat there for 4 or 5 years knowing one thing. They're the Lakers.
Right.
And they're in LA, which means they don't need to, whenever that star becomes available through free agency or a demanded trade, whenever that happens, they know they are going to be on an incredibly short list as the destination. Nobody has ever said, I'm out, I'm demanding my trade, send me to Portland. I demand it right now, send me to Portland, Oregon. Send me to Oklahoma City.
Right.
I demand it.
New Orleans, Charlotte, Memphis.
Never going to happen.
On and on.
So what Joe Lacob is betting, and he has said this if you're listening, he is betting that this era of Golden State Warriors basketball with a new waterfront arena, he is betting that they have become one of the short list teams, so that when major guys are available or ready to demand a trade, they point to Golden State as one of the places where they will go. He's betting on that. That way he doesn't have to get lucky in the lottery and end up with the second overall pick, which you can mess up anyway.
Yep.
Right? He wants to play the game of, let's go with the known quantity, and we bet that when that guy becomes available, there'll only be about 3 destinations. We're one of them. I don't know if he's right. Because the Warriors were never that. Maybe they are now.
Well, they were that when Kevin Durant was making his choice, and it was because of the assets that they had around him. They didn't even have the new arena yet.
Now, is the residue of this dynasty enough to make that still true in the future? I don't know. But he's betting the answer is yes.
Or does it become somewhat of a deterrent for a player who, if you want to go somewhere and craft your own legacy, would you want to choose where Steph Curry has been? If you are, and I'll just say Edwards and Morant as just random examples of guys who are looking to be superstars in the future, who will be free agents, who are going to get that max money. If you are Ja Morant or Anthony Edwards and you're looking for a new destination, do you want to follow Steph? Do you want to follow in Steph Curry's footsteps? So that may be a little bit of a deterrent in that way. When LeBron follows Kobe and Kobe follows Magic and Magic follows Kareem, well, those are 4 of the 12 best players in the history of the game.
Right, and I think that they
so
thought
they can
that was a
handle
good
it
thing.
because they can handle it.
Yeah.
If you're LeBron, you're not thinking, geez, I don't know if I'm going to be able to live up to Kobe's legacy.
Well,
you're LeBron James.
Right, that's fair. That's an interesting sort of a way to put it. But the further you go, the more that will dissipate. Right, you're talking about
further away from it, yeah,
the further from Steph's retirement. Plus, I also think we're just in an age where players are worried about their jersey a hell of a lot less. They're just, you know what I mean? Like, what you're saying may affect some,
yeah,
but I also think that guys just want to win. They want to be in the market that they want to be in. Whatever the jersey is, fine. I mean, how many jerseys does Kevin Durant put on now? What is this? Are we at 4?
I think 4.
5 if you include Seattle. I mean, it's the same organization.
It's a wrinkle.
But, you know what I mean?
OKC, Golden State, Brooklyn, and now Phoenix.
Right. I just think, I mean, even the greats sometimes are like, yeah, we can go follow someone else or link up with someone else.
It's tough, though, when you're stepping into a legacy spot
no doubt.
You know, when Steph retires, he will, and he already is the greatest Warrior of all time. So when you want to be that next star in the building, that's the beauty of Tim Duncan. He was drafted, and David Robinson was at the end of his run, and you know they had a year where Robinson got hurt, and so they won the lottery and they got Tim Duncan, and he was as homegrown as the Admiral was, so it wasn't him following or chasing a legacy. You know, he just got drafted there.
I will say this though, and Laker fans will tell you this, and anybody else who's sort of experienced it, and we've talked about it before. The bottom line is, your champions, the people who are your champions in your city, it's just so much more fun when they're drafted. It just is. It just is.
Magic and Kobe greater than Kareem and LeBron?
No question. And go to LA and see who's beloved more. It's not even close.
Yeah.
It's not even close. There are still some Laker fans who are still kind of like, with this whole LeBron thing. And so if you want to be that, if that's what the Warriors choose to be, which is to be like we want our stars through free agency rather than through the draft, I get it. You don't ever have to go to the lottery, but understand you're also going to feel like a mercenary team. Just ask any Warrior fan what they like better, even when it was happening. Who do you like better, Steph or KD?
Right. It's not even close.
Not even close.
But it's going to be difficult, and the caller made a great point about the worst place to be is in the middle.
True.
So
that's a good point.
If you look at the end of Steph's career, and if he becomes a B player, right now I think he's probably still an A- player.
Yep.
He's an A-, and you know Draymond's a B- and Klay's the same. And if you bring the band back together next year, and you're the 10 seed again, or maybe you're the 8 and you get knocked out, and now you're picking 14th in the draft, and then one more year of the fellas together, and you're the 7 seed and you get knocked out. Now you're picking 13 or you're picking 18. That is no recipe for a rebuild.
Let's go to no in San Francisco. No. What's up? No.
Hey, you guys. Thanks for having me on. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we sure can.
All right. I love your show. You guys do a great job every day. And
Thank you.
People around the Bay Area really like to listen to you guys. So thanks for being there.
Appreciate it.
Three-piece. First off, I think the Warriors, I want to push back on the reasonable refrain that Dibley puts out there that you're only as good as your record says you are. I think we got to peel that back a little bit and unpack it because in the last 35 games or so, not the cumulative record for the Warriors, but the last third of the season, we're gangbusters. We're won a ton of games. We have like the second best record in the league or something, playing really, really well at the right time. So approaching the playoffs, I think we are poised and primed to really kind of enter in and play as well as anybody else, regardless of seed. So I think that's something that a lot of the optimistic Warriors kind of have in their back pocket, because we're watching the way the team's playing. And, you know, regardless of preconceptions, you get in there and compete. I think we can do some good stuff. So I wanted to put that at your feet real quick.
Well, how do you feel about this? Like, there's the record the last 35 games, and then there's their record against good teams and their record against bad teams, which is pretty significant. I don't know. How do you kind of blend those together?
Yeah, the way I look at that is it's regular season versus playoffs. I think a lot of the teams that have been pushing gas pedal down through the regular season to get high seeds are teams that really haven't, aside from Denver, they're kind of new to the show. So I wouldn't be surprised if teams like Minnesota and OKC, they flame out pretty early. I think the Warriors have been and the Lakers have been kind of creeping up and kind of, foiling, coming from behind, looking to approach the playoffs. Because you get into a specific series, even if it's against a better team with a better record, it's a different animal in the playoffs. And I think the Warriors know how to play that game really, really well.
All right. Appreciate the call. Yeah. Dibs, what do you think about that? Like, okay, just the last half of the season.
Yeah, they're 24-11 in their last 35.
Okay, does it feel like during that time they've been one of the best teams in the NBA?
Absolutely.
Okay.
But then you look at those 35 games and you start to cherry pick in the schedule, and a lot of their losses are to good teams and a lot of their wins are to the bad teams. And you are what your record says you are. I know it's a painful truth, because when you stink early and you play well late and you find yourself just slightly above 500, there's a reason for that.
You are where you are in the standings. But I don't buy emotionally that you are what your record says you are. Well, because teams can be better at the end of the year than they were at the beginning.
And the Kings have a better record than the Warriors, but right now the Warriors are a better team.
Yeah, there you go. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. More of your calls next. Michael Thompson is coming up in 20 minutes. Can't wait to talk to him. What Klay said that you probably haven't heard yet on the Draymond Pod is next on Willard and Dibs.
You got me excited with the Fremont.
powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Michael Thompson in 15 minutes. Klay's daddy. That's just where I'm at today, man. I think it's funny. Come on, stop being unrealistic. The Warriors aren't going to go on a run. Forget that. Enough of that. Stop talking about championships. It's not realistic. Let's go get LeBron and Giannis.
Both. That's realistic. LeBron opts out, plays for the vet men.
What are we doing?
Giannis, thank you. Giannis flames out, wants to play with LeBron and Steph. Bada bing, bada boom. Yep. Klay also plays for the vet men.
There you go.
So you got,
and so does Jimmy Butler. I just decided to throw him in this.
We don't want Jimmy.
Butler is
He'll clash with Draymond.
Well, you know
Steph
what?
And Draymond and Klay, LeBron and Giannis.
Okay.
And boy, I love that second unit.
Yeah.
What's wrong with my second unit? Yeah, it's probably not. It's probably not happening, Mark. But
Gee, you think?
Yeah.
You think?
Oh, the LeBron one is interesting, but
of course, it's all interesting.
Well, I mean, the Giannis thing is much more of a. There's no chance that happens.
It's the most absurd parlay ever.
I don't know about LeBron and what his future will be, especially with Bronny in the portal, and so
yeah.
That to me feels like more of a wild card.
He's in the draft. He's on the bench. He's in all these places at once.
I should save it for Friday, but what's bugging me is the portal.
Oh, the portal.
Portal kind of bugs me.
I like the word portal. We use it for so many things now. That's where my my kid's pediatrician, and as a teacher, same thing. Where's our assignment, Mr. Willard? It's in the portal.
It's in the portal.
Yeah, it's in the portal. You got to go in there and you got to get that thing.
Every college basketball player is currently in the portal.
Why not?
Yeah. Well, it kind of ruins the ability to follow teams. And I get it. Like Indiana State, your coach leaves, you should be allowed to leave.
It's been ruined.
I understand
It's been ruined. It's been ruined for a long time.
I still get teary-eyed when they do the one shining moment.
How many teams
I get choked up.
How many teams does the Big Ten have again? Starting next year? What, you got 47?
18, I think.
What I mean, makes it hard to follow teams. Yeah.
Seriously.
It's been that way. It's been that way. All right. Klay's dad's going to be on in a little bit. Check this out. Dibs, what do you think? Would Klay, would he actually go? This is about why he's not thinking about free agency yet, but listen to the words he chooses from the Draymond Green Show via the volume.
I just can't believe it's here. Like, in your mid-20s, it's so crazy. You think you're going to play forever, really, and you think you just maintain that athletic level that seems effortless. Oh, but then as time goes on, you really do realize how demanding this job really is. And it's so physically demanding. I was actually struggling with that a lot at the beginning of this year because of the unknown, you know? I mean, I might have let contract situations or playing time or just making up a lot of excuses rather than just appreciating what is in front of me. And it took me and Steve like 4 real heart-to-heart talks to finally break my shell, being like, you know what? I got to have fun this year. I deserve to have fun. Like, we worked so hard to freaking win these games and play into June and have fans on the road. I mean, my first couple years, there might be a few Steph Curry jerseys in the crowd. Now it's like a whole contingent of Warrior fans on the road. It's insane.
Okay. So let's break apart what Klay just said there. First of all, he says, I can't believe it's here.
Yeah.
He's talking about free agency. Says it took him 4 heart-to-heart talks with Steve Kerr to stop letting both contractual situations and playing time bother him. So those were getting to him, which to me means the playing time thing is a story we know because we can see it.
Yep.
And it seems to be rectified. The contractual situation is behind the scenes. We can't see it. And if he was mad about it earlier this year, I don't know why he wouldn't still be mad about it now. It sounds like he's just figured out how to compartmentalize it,
right?
Put it in his back pocket and hold it for whenever the offseason starts.
And it feels like maybe he was mad about it before because of the sourced reported 2 and 48 that he got from the Warriors, 2 years, $48 million. And he probably was not looking to sign that contract, and he was offended by that contract. And now you get to a spot later in the year where he's played better. And I would imagine that there will be an offer out there greater than 2 years and $48 million.
I would think like in a capless world, he deserves more than that. Again, looking at the whole landscape of the NBA, looking at what everybody makes, you don't think Klay Thompson's worth more than $24 million a year? But do you have to put context in there as a player? You don't have to.
Right.
You don't have to. So, look, I don't know. I also know this. He continually talks about staying in the present. Enjoy right now.
Right.
Don't worry about later. You remember the last person with the Warriors who kept saying that to us?
Was it Kevin Durant?
It was not. It was much more recent than that. You don't remember the interview we did right before the season when someone looked at us directly, was sitting in front of us?
Oh, that's right.
And said, stay.
Don't worry about next year.
Don't worry about next year. Stay in the moment.
That was Bob Myers.
That was Bob Myers.
Man, it feels like forever ago.
He gone.
Yep. He gone.
So, listen, Klay said on the podcast, of course I want to remain with the Dubs. His dad, who joins us in 7 minutes, has said publicly, once a Dub, always a Dub. He's not going anywhere.
Team immediately gave him a max contract, which he had earned through multiple championships, and then he got hurt again at the end of his rehab, and so he got paid for 2 years that he never played, over $70 million for just get well soon money, and that's the way it goes. And so he plays out that contract, which ends here maybe in 8 days or 10 days from now, and he gets to be a free agent for the first time. So how could he not, at the very least, be open to the process at this juncture of his career?
Gosh, you just said that, and that just went like, that just sent a little shot up the spine there. 8 days.
Well, the play-in game is a week from tomorrow.
Yeah.
8 days.
Season could be over.
Could be.
In 8 days.
Or it could last for 2.5 months and end in a parade. Somewhere in between 8 days and 10 weeks is what we have left.
Right.
And for the first time, it feels like the 8 days is more likely than the 10 weeks. And that's kind of what fans are grappling with, because over the last 10 years, it has felt almost like a birthright to have a deep run.
Absolutely it has.
It's been every year but a couple, 2 or 3.
Oh, I think there are a lot of sports fans in this city. If that were to happen next week, they're not going to know what to do with themselves for a little while.
Right.
Which, kind
of like after the Niner hangover.
Well, I do feel like that absolutely was the case for a few weeks, where the Super Bowl loss was too painful. It was too painful, and people, they were into the discussion for a day or 2 or 3, and then they were like, I need a moment. But that could happen next week. If the Warriors don't play well in the play-in tournament, that absolutely could happen next week. Curious situation, though. I just look at it this way. I feel like some of the disappointment with Draymond Green and Klay Thompson stems from Warrior fans still putting them in those 1, 2, and 3 positions on the team. And maybe they feel that way too. When Klay says to Dre, oh, we're not ourselves without you. We can't function without you. It's like, well, that's the evolution I want. I think people look at it and go, well, we could run it back. We're going to make major changes. Why isn't there a third option? Why can't you keep everybody and reshuffle the deck so that there isn't so much responsibility on these 3 guys?
Depends on what Klay was signed for, really.
Yeah, that's part of it.
And if you're asking Klay, who reportedly turned down 2 years and $48 million, if you're asking for that contract to be less than that, he's not going to take that if he already turned down 2 years and 48.
But I don't just mean money. I obviously mean role as well.
Right.
I mean, obviously, Jonathan Kuminga's responsibility at a certain point is going to have to grow.
Yeah, it already has.
Yeah.
But you're right. Going into next year, it's got to grow even more.
Sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts. And this guy that was in the hospital when Klay Thompson was born is going to join us next. Michael Thompson coming up on Willard and Dibs.
Syntec Premium Full Synthetic Motor Oil is formulated for today's engines. Available.
Chris Paul comes back to the right side. Finds Thompson, squares up, lets it fly. 3-ball, right corner pocket for Klay. 6 of 10 from distance. 81-58. Thompson has a 30-point night.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Been waiting for this. Just going to be honest. Been waiting for this. It's been a minute. One of our very good friends, Klay's dad, Michael Thompson, especially as the Warriors get ready to play the Lakers tonight in a dramatic showdown. Michael, how are you, buddy? It's great to have you back on the show.
I'm excited. Can't wait for this game tonight. The playoffs have already started, Warrior fans, because whoever wins this game tonight sort of takes control of the 9th seed. If the Warriors win tonight and win out, I think they'll be the 9th seed and have that first game up in Chase Center. So, and of course, the Lakers feel the same way. They have to win this game tonight to make sure that game, if they play the Warriors, is down here in L.A.
Michael, do you see these two teams the same way, which is playing teams, aging stars, but their champions could make noise, or do you see one of them as having a better chance to go on a run than the other?
Well, both have a good chance. The way both teams are playing down the stretch, they're peaking at the right time. And like you said, they both have a bunch of veterans and experience of championships on both teams. So this both these teams can make a big run. Whoever gets out of the play-in, they're going to have a chance to do what the Lakers did last year, get to the Final Four.
How much does the experience really factor into a best of 7? I look at Minnesota and OKC at the top, and they don't have the experience that the Lakers and the Warriors do. How big of an edge do the Lakers and Warriors have in a series against teams that have been better all year?
It's just like cooking a gourmet meal. If you're doing it for the first time, you might have the recipe, but you don't know if you're doing it the right way. But if you've done it before, then you know all the right ingredients. And both these teams, the Lakers and the Warriors, have been there, done that before. You got the new teams up top. They're young. It's the first time they've been in this position, the first time they get to cook the meal. So they might make a few mistakes, might put the wrong ingredients in at the wrong time. So it's maybe a process you have to go through to learn how to win at the highest level. So we have to wait and see if the Oklahoma City Thunder and the Minnesota Timberwolves know how to do that. We know Denver knows how to do it, but do those other two teams know how to do it once they're in that position?
To this day, Michael, I think you would still be the tallest player on the Warriors. So I say that because I want to know if you think the Lakers have the Warriors' number. It has felt like that last year and this year to a degree. And so there's a piece of me that would like the Warriors to do whatever needs to be done this week to avoid the Lakers in the play-in tournament.
Yeah, the Lakers' size is definitely a problem for anybody. Anytime you got Anthony Davis, who's arguably the second or third best center in the game. Obviously, we think Jokic is the number one center, but Anthony Davis is that good, that unstoppable for anybody, not just the Warriors. So he's going to be a problem whether the Lakers play the Nuggets or the Thunder or the Clippers. No matter who the Lakers play, Anthony Davis is a problem that teams cannot solve. So the Warriors aren't the only team in that boat. But, the Lakers' size, they try to overpower the Warriors because you got Rui Hachimura, who's also a very physical player. Obviously, LeBron's a runaway truck when he gets the ball going into the lane. And Austin Reeves is a physical guard, and they've got long, rangy physical defenders out there in Reddish and Vanderbilt when he's healthy. So, the Lakers' size is definitely something they have an advantage with over the Warriors. But the Warriors have proven that even though they're a smaller team, they can scrap it, they can rebound with the best of them. And now that you've got Trace Jackson Davis improving and emerging like a young star center in the game, having his presence out there now makes a big difference, a big help for the Warriors.
Yeah, he's been tremendous since he's been inserted, and he's got great chemistry with your son, Klay. It's fun to watch those two work together, but I wanted to ask you about having Klay in the building tonight, and you'll be there broadcasting and getting to see your son firsthand. What's that like for you? Is it any different after all these years?
Yeah, he's 34 years of age, been in the league 12, 13 years. And I still get as nervous watching him play as if he was playing youth basketball as a sixth or fifth grader. So no matter how many years and how much experience he has, he's going to be a Hall of Famer. I still get nervous for him, want him to play well. And when he plays well, that makes me happy.
Michael Thompson with us on Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. Michael, have you stopped watching Andy Griffith long enough to listen to Klay on the podcast, on Draymond's podcast this week?
I got it on my to-do list. I haven't seen it yet. Everybody's been telling me about it. I've been so busy watching all my YouTube Bay Area transparency videos So I haven't. I love those videos about the First Amendment from the Bay Area transparency guy. He's Jay up there. I've just been hooked on those things, but I'm going to get around to watching Jay and Draymond and Klay, because everybody's been telling me what a great podcast it was. Like I'll listen to it. I'll probably listen to it on the flight going to Memphis on Thursday.
Well, he really opened up, and he's been doing that a lot this year. He's been open with the fans about his mental health and the things he's struggled with, especially at the beginning of the year. And I wonder what your perspective is just on that journey this year. What has Klay been through?
Well, I knew he'd be all right. After what he went through, missing basketball for 2 straight years, he showed his mental toughness, what he's all about, when he came back and helped the Warriors win a championship after fighting through those 2 tough injuries. So I knew, even though he started off the season a little slow by his standards, I knew he'd turn it around. I had all the faith in the world in Klay, and I always have, and will continue to have, and I knew he was going to be fine.
He's playing great right now, and Warrior fans are much more happy about the fact that he may stick around when he gets into free agency. But, Michael, we don't really know what he's going to prioritize. When you talk to your son, what are his big priorities as he gets into really his first free agency ever?
Well, I don't really talk to Klay about that, because I don't want to put that kind of burden on him or pressure on him or bug him about it. I'm sure he thought about it enough, so he doesn't need to hear that from me. I just wanted to have fun today, be in the present, and not worry about it. Just think about the game tonight to try to help get his team into the real playoffs, out of the play-in. So, no, we don't talk about that. I keep that business stuff, that side away from the family.
You think he's open to play for another team, though, at any point in his career?
I haven't asked him. Guys, I'm not trying to evade your question. I haven't asked him about that. We just look at it now. He's a Warrior, and nothing else matters right now.
Yeah, I know. Like you responded to someone on Twitter a handful of months ago, and sort of indicated like, look, Klay's a dub, and obviously that's going to mean a lot going forward. But when you do listen to this pod, you'll hear he says like the contractual stuff sort of bothered him at the beginning of the year. And so I think a lot of fans are wondering if that's still bothering him on any level.
No, obviously it's not. The way he's playing is like he's totally focused on basketball, totally focused on helping the Warriors win and get back to the championship level. So that's all he's concerned about right now.
How tough is it to, I guess compartmentalize would be the word when you're an athlete in this day and age with social media, contract pressure, free agency, and all the rest of it? Is it a challenge for your son to try to just focus on basketball?
It's a lot tougher for current players today than when I played back in the dark ages of the NBA, because we didn't even have to worry about knuckleheads like you guys talking on sports radio about us. We didn't have any sports radio shows back then when I played. All the time we ever heard about ourselves was in the newspaper the next morning writing about the game, or maybe some columnist writing about the team. So obviously today's player has so much more attention on them 24/7. 365 that they can't get away from it. Well, you can, just don't look at it, but there's so much more attention on players today than when I played. It's a joke.
Knuckleheads like us, do you want to tell everybody what you were doing between noon and 3 today?
Ah, boy.
Oh, I was on the Basement Island Sports Talk Show talking to the other knuckleheads on the show. I was the only sane person on the show.
Well, that's always been the case with all of your shows, Michael. We know that.
That's right.
Yeah. Okay. Hey, what would be your perspective? And I know that, different eras of the NBA maybe have seen this different. But the experience that Draymond Green has been through the last few months, getting suspended, getting thrown out in Orlando a couple of weeks ago, Steve Kerr called it unforgivable. Steph Curry looked like he might have been crying on the court. What would your perspective have been if you were a teammate?
Yeah, I would talk to him and say, like Klay said on the podcast, a little snippet I heard, you can't be doing that because you're not only hurting yourself, but you're hurting the team, and we're not going to win without you. If we had that kind of a teammate, that's what I would tell him, just like what Klay told him. You can't be doing that anymore. And Draymond looks like he's learned his lesson. He said he knows he messed up. He can't be continuing to do that if the Warriors want to achieve what they hope to achieve. So I would basically told him, hey, man, we need you on the floor. Quit getting thrown out. Simple as that. No more.
How important is it to Klay that he continues to play with Draymond and Steph, and the brotherhood that he came in with, and Draymond came in here, and Steph's been here the whole time? Is that something that Klay values?
Oh, that's special, man. Are you kidding me? To be able to duplicate what the Spurs did with Duncan, Ginobili, and Parker. Now, Parker ended up going to Charlotte, obviously, but those guys played together for, 14, 15 years together. So to be able to have a threesome up there, for those guys to play together as long as they have and hopefully will continue to, that is special and unique and something to definitely treasure and appreciate.
Do you, and I guess by extension, Klay, do you guys still consider it, quote, the big three? Or as responsibility starts to transfer to the Jonathan Kumingas of the world, do you view it differently?
Well, what the Warriors have right now is the big four, because you got to add the Hall of Famer Chris Paul in there too, because having Chris Paul on that team makes them such a smarter team, makes them more of a efficient team at clutch time. Don't overlook Chris Paul's contribution to that team too, man. He is so good and so smart, one of the smartest players to ever play the game. So the big four up there, that's important to have. They've got the perfect blend of 4 Hall of Famers with young, good, talented guys coming up behind them. Right now, the Warriors have a really good blend, good mix of a roster up there.
Klay's dad, Michael Thompson, here on 95.7 The Game. So you mentioned the blend and the 4 Hall of Famers. Do you think the blend is good enough with the youth and TJD and Podziemski and Kuminga? Do they have enough this year to, quote, go on a run, Michael? Or is it fool's gold for fans to think that this team can make any noise?
Oh, no, man. You see the way the Warriors have been playing the last couple of weeks? This is the real Warriors team. So they definitely have enough to go on a deep run in the playoffs. And I'd be surprised if they don't. They've got the blend of the speed, intelligence. They've got size now, can play above the rim. And Davis Jackson and Jackson Davis. So they've got it. They've got the total package there. They've still got Looney, who's a 3-time champion, who knows what he's doing up there. So the Warriors are definitely built to win this year.
Interesting. You'd be surprised if they don't. I mean, what if they play the Lakers in the play-in game next Wednesday night? One of them is going to be gone.
Exactly, but that's how even things are. They could beat the Lakers could beat them. Just who's going to have the best night that night? It's probably going to be an epic game, and it's going to come down to crunch time. So one of those two teams, if they play each other, is going to get eliminated. But either one can win, even if the game is down here.
Michael, I'll tell you this. The fan base up here, you may know this, the discussion almost daily right now is whether or not it's, as Dib said, kind of fool's gold to just keep everybody together, not just this year, but into the future, because these guys are into their mids, some of them even into their late 30s. It sounds to me like you think sticking with this core still's got a lot of sustainability to it. Do you think that?
Yeah. Oh, of course, because of the help, the support they're getting from Kuminga and Podziemski and Jackson Davis and Moses Moody. And they've got such a good young roster behind the 4 Hall of Famers that the Warriors could be a factor for years to come with the mix of the veterans and the youth.
And is that motivational for your son Klay, to where if they do feel like they can still win together, that would motivate him more to stay?
Man, I mean, Klay loves it in the Bay Area, so right now, all he's thinking about is helping the Warriors get back to the playoffs after the play-in, and then going from there. So we ain't thinking about next year. We ain't thinking about July. The only thing that matters for Warrior fans, that should matter for Warrior fans, is tonight here in L.A.
And so how do you see tonight in L.A.?
Ooh, it's going to be a tough game, boy. I think the Lakers, they know how much they need this game. The Warriors know how much they need this game. So this is going to be a classic. And it wouldn't surprise if the Warriors win. Obviously, I'm walking the fence. I expect, since the Lakers are here at home, they probably have the slight edge, a couple of points edge. But the Warriors are definitely capable of coming in here and beating the Lakers.
Do you admit yet to the Laker fan base that when the Warriors are in town, you're rooting against the Lakers?
Oh, no, I tried to do that, but when I cut myself the other day shaving, my blood bled purple.
There you go. It wasn't blue and gold, huh?
Come on, Mike.
No, it wasn't blue and gold yet.
No, but did you cut yourself shaving today? And what color was it?
It was purple again. Purple, a little gold mixed in.
You're a liar. You're too much of.
I kept looking for blue and gold, but it was purple and gold.
I know the family man you are, and you're a liar, Michael.
No, I always want Klay to have 50. But if they lost by 1 or 2, I mean, that's life. You got to deal with it sometimes.
Tough lesson for the son.
Love you, buddy. Thanks for coming on.
Always good to talk to you.
All right, there he is. Michael Thompson right here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game.
Do you take him at face value that they don't mix family with business? I mean, he was pretty steadfast about...
Hey, Lucas, did you hang up yet? You hung up? No.
Okay.
Not even a little bit.
Okay. Because he was he deadpanned it. He straight-faced it. We don't talk business in the family. We let the business be the business and the family be the family.
You want my take?
That's why I'm asking you. You worked with this man for 4, 5 years, 7 years, 11 months.
That conversation just changed my opinion with regard to the potential of Klay's future with the Warriors.
In what way?
It is now much more likely in my mind that he goes somewhere else.
No! Say it isn't so, Mark Willard. Because Michael was not definitive with he's a Warriors and he's always going to be a Warriors.
Because Michael was definitive with the idea of we don't talk about that and we are focused solely on right now and this year, and that is something that those who speak publicly on behalf of Klay have clearly sat down to discuss and said that is the line we're going to take right now.
We're not going to talk about July until July. We're focused on the play-in and getting out of the in and getting to the off and just focusing on Warrior basketball.
Human beings don't do that. That's what human beings say.
Right.
When they don't want to talk about something, but human beings don't do that. Like the whole idea, think about this. It's like every meditative sort of like suggestion that you get from the world, stay in the moment, right? That little saying that we play with, there's only 2 days a week that you can't do anything about. It's tomorrow and yesterday.
Yeah, speak on it.
I mean, come on. It doesn't mean you can do it, and it certainly doesn't mean it in a business. Did you believe Kevin Durant when he got to the podium? He's like, so I hadn't even thought about free agency. And I went to bed, and then I woke up 3 hours ago and decided I wanted to be a Warrior.
Bought it.
And now we've got a press conference. Amazing that it all got scheduled.
Right.
And everybody happened to be in the correct city. But because I wasn't even thinking about it until 3 hours ago.
And I think about it in terms of you having a junior in high school and you're trying to get through junior year with him, but you're also thinking about where he's going to go to college in 17, 18 months,
it's
right?
Spring break right now. Half of his friends are around the country touring colleges.
Exactly.
Of course you I'm not thinking about July. Do you know how close July is?
It's 3 months, Mark.
Yo.
I got a golf tournament in July. I can't wait.
I bet a lot of you listening you've already put in for your vacation days in July.
Yeah.
Don't tell me you're not thinking about July. I'm thinking about July. I can tell you already probably the days that I'm going to miss for vacation.
Oh, I can't wait for July. I'll be in Truckee for 4 days in July.
I love Truckee.
In July.
Go on the river raft.
It's a golf trip.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, right.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
Old Greenwood.
Yep, in Gray's Crossing.
Look at you. Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't tell me you're not thinking about July. Yeah, you are.
Might have some new irons by July.
If the family is sitting there going, I don't talk to him about that.
No.
I'm not thinking about that. He's not thinking about that. In fact, I don't even know if he knows he's a free agent.
Well, he said in the Draymond pod, man, that snuck right up on me. I'm a free agent. I'm going to be a free agent. I think he's been thinking about this all year, and Klay even mentioned it in the Draymond podcast. Okay. He's been talking about the minutes bothered him, the contract bothered him, free agency.
Think about the human being we're talking about. He is literally the sports poster in the Bay Area for overthinker.
Klay Thompson.
Give me someone who's in his own head more than Klay Thompson.
Man.
Give me one Bay Area athlete who spends more time talking about mental health than Klay Thompson.
Can't think of a one.
And I'm supposed to believe that Klay has totally blocked out July? I don't. And by the way, I'm not put off by any of these answers.
Right.
It's business. And there's a lot going on behind the scenes. I'm sure. But when you take this approach it tells me a certain thing. It tells me a certain thing. And that is that Klay probably was upset by the offer back in the beginning of the year, and my read on this now is that has not moved. He is probably still upset about it. He has compartmentalized it.
Right.
He is, as he even said, I'm about being thankful and having fun. I'm here for Steve. I'm here for Dre. I'm here for Steph.
And the fact that it took 4 conversations with Steve Kerr to get through the point where he was upset about minutes and upset about the contract and upset about all these things. It took 4 conversations for him to realize, I need to just enjoy this. And since then, he's gone out and played great.
Yep.
And everything with the contract and then the next team, if there is one, all that will work itself out in July. But the idea that he hasn't spoken to his dad about it, they strike me as being pretty damn close.
They're very close.
Michael and all his sons.
I mean, look.
And Klay, the brothers are very close. It's a close family.
Yes. Klay is obviously a grown A man.
Yes.
So it's not like they're talking on the daily. But yes, that's a very, very tight-knit family. It's a very tight-knit family. When Klay came into the league, he shared the same agent that his dad had through his career.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, these are the facts.
And I wasn't trying to repeatedly ask Michael the same question.
Sure,
I was just trying, but I wanted to kind of ask in a different way.
I know.
And I was playing off what you were saying, and he wasn't biting it.
No, because by the way, that tells me they have talked.
Right. But he did say the 4th time I asked him a question about his son, he mentioned in the end about them, are they still good enough to win, and does that matter? And of course that matters. And so if they still are within the scope of a winning situation, maybe that's what sways Klay to stay.
If you're just joining us, Michael Thompson, Klay's dad, just joined us. This is what he said when he asked if he has talked to Klay about free agency.
I don't really talk to Klay about that because I don't want to put that kind of burden on him or pressure on him or bug him about it. I'm sure he thought about it enough, so he doesn't need to hear that from me. I just want him to have fun today, be in the present, and not worry about it. Just think about the game tonight to try to help get his team into the real playoffs, out of the play-in. So, no, we don't talk about that. I keep that business stuff, that side away from the family.
I keep that business stuff side away from the family.
No, you don't.
And you know the man.
No, you don't. No, you don't. Again, I'm not trying to pin Michael or Klay. I'm not offended by any of this. I get it. What this tells me is that, I think what a lot of us Warrior fans have been wondering is Klay going to look at free agency as business decision or big 3 decision? The answer is business decision. And yes, listening to that made me think it is more likely than I thought before that Klay is open to a different jersey.
And it may just depend on how much money is out there for him. Money, power, respect is an old hip-hop song from the early 00s, and that may be what it comes down to. Does he feel respected? If he felt disrespected by 2 years and 48 and that offer hasn't changed, then I don't know where we'll be if he gets an offer for 2 and 60.
I give Michael a lot of credit. Michael is too smart to do what so many family members, Brandon Ayuk's being the latest, to head to social media or a microphone and blast out what's going on. I respectfully don't buy that they don't talk about it.
Right.
Because they're too close. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Y'all can weigh in on how you translate that, and we'll talk it out. 888-957-9570. Oh, and then there's a nugget about tonight's Giants game that you won't freaking believe, and we'll have that for you next on Willard and Dibs.
At first, it's Dan Dibley here for Golden State Lumber and Building Materials. Well, why they...
I don't really talk to Klay about that because I don't want to put that kind of burden on him or pressure on him or bug him about it. I'm sure he thought about it enough, so he doesn't need to hear that from me. I just want him to have fun today, be in the present, and not worry about it. Just think about the game tonight to try to help get his team into the real playoffs, out of the play-in. So, no, we don't talk about that. I keep that business stuff, that side away from the family. I haven't asked him, guys. I'm not trying to evade your question. I haven't asked him about that. We just look at it now. He's a Warrior, and nothing else matters right now.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
October 24th of last year, Michael tweeted, Klay isn't going anywhere. He's a dub.
Man, good find, Mark. Good work. Way to sleuth it.
Well, and listen, October was a long time ago.
That was the season opener, October 24th. They hosted the Phoenix Suns. You and I broadcast from Chase Center.
Yes, we did.
And we stuck around for the
and then
game.
We stayed and played.
You bought me a beer.
I did.
And
you want beer?
I actually did. Yeah. The lovely Christy was there. The vibes were right.
Yeah.
And Klay went out and was 6 of 18, and the Warriors laid an egg, losing to Phoenix by 4. And the season's never been the same, Mark.
I mean, I don't think we're breaking any news here. A lot has happened with Klay Thompson since then. A lot has happened with Klay Thompson since then. And I don't think it's gone. I don't think in talking to Michael or listening to Klay on the Draymond podcast, and did Lucas notice this? Did Michael tell us the whole interview that he hadn't listened to the Draymond podcast and then he made reference to something he heard on the Draymond podcast?
Oh, yeah. It was just a clip, though.
Am I crazy? Am I crazy or did I hear him say that?
Well, he hasn't heard the whole pod, but he did hear a clip.
It was a snippet.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I like the Andy Griffith reference.
He likes Andy Griffith. Yeah. He likes those old shows.
And a Bay Area YouTube thing he was talking about? You guys know what he was talking about?
I know exactly what he's talking about.
No.
It's an account called Bay Area Transparency, and that individual, he tries to go from municipality to municipality and tries to do like gotcha stuff. And he went to the school board in my town where I live.
Okay.
And basically caused a bunch of S and wouldn't leave. I have a right to be here. And
oh, does he?
Yes, he does. But conduct some business. Don't just show up.
I hate those guys.
This is that guy.
Sounds like he is conducting some business.
He was
Sounds like he's making some money on YouTube.
He was shooting video of
shoot your shot. That's all you got.
The poor the secretary, and then the superintendent has to come out, and it's like,
what'd the secretary do?
She was trying to do her job, and so now she's occupied by this Yahoo.
At all. Yeah, like what? Okay.
Well, the whole bit is like, you can't make me leave. I have a right to be here.
That's the whole bit. Like you're not trying to catch people doing something, or
no,
he's not trying to expose anything that's going on.
No, he's just trying to bother people. In this case, this video, because it.
Well, that sounds like us in the clubhouse.
It made the rounds. It made the rounds in my little community.
He's the kind of guy who goes to the postal office and just films until someone tells him you're not allowed to film in here, and he's like, I am, and then the cops come and he just stands his ground.
Are we allowed to like have phones out in casinos and we don't realize that's within our rights?
That's a private business, so it's different. He's going to public, like post offices and like school, like district offices and stuff like that, which is really public domain.
Well, except for every school's got that little note right there on the door. Better check in at the office.
This is not a school. He's going to the district office where there are no children. Yeah, you can't just go to a school and whip out a camera. No.
Can you imagine?
Yeah, it's... now.
So Michael likes that guy.
Correct.
That's so Michael.
It's funny because when he said the name, I was like, ooh, I think I know who that is. Yeah. And I did a quick Googleage.
He's very weird with his content.
Apparently.
But Michael he hasn't seen his son on a podcast.
But he hasn't. Right, but he doesn't listen to the Draymond Green show starring his son.
But he knows clips. He knows clips from said pod. But.
Yeah. Okay. Listen. There's no gotcha stuff here. All I'm doing is passing along my reaction to the conversation that we just had with our friend. And my belief is that the way that the Thompson family is talking about this speaks volumes. And I do think that it means that Klay Thompson, especially, here's another clue. So I asked him if they were still the big three, or if the importance of Jonathan Kuminga has now penetrated that idea. Remember what his answer was?
They're a big four.
But he wasn't talking about Jonathan Kuminga.
Chris Paul.
He's talking about Chris Paul. So look, here's what's going to play, and here's what's going to run this show, because it's the same damn thing that runs every show in professional sports.
Cha-ching!
Sort of.
Oh, sorry.
But that's attached to it. It's attached to the right answer. The right answer is ego. And I'm not mad at it. I think it's funny when we ask for professional athletes to put their ego away, as if they'd be able to succeed without it. Do you want to know how maniacally crazy you need to be able to do what these guys have done, to achieve what they achieve, to be in the fishbowl they're in, to know that they're making $500,000 tonight to perform, and millions of people will either love them or hate them based on whether or not the ball goes in the hole and whether or not they score more points than the other. Absolutely maniacal, awesome professionals who are on the other side. That's not to build in an excuse for athletes. It's just to say, I totally understand that if that's your world, you need to be crazy about yourself. And I think that Klay Thompson's struggles that he has been so open about, some of them are based on the fact that sometimes he's not crazy about himself, or that he has a hard time with the idea that he's not as good as he used to be.
Right.
I mean, this is exactly what he's talking about right here.
I was kind of grappling with that a lot this year. It's almost like your own mortality as an athlete. Like, man, I might not be able to elevate like I once did, or I might not slide my feet left and right like I once did, but I can still be a heck of a player if I just give gratitude and keep that perspective. Like, I'm out here balling, because that was hard for me these last few years when when you go through injuries and you're so used to playing at a certain level, guarding a certain guy, shooting certain shots. Then you have to adjust all of that. That was the hardest part of my career. And it's still hard for me, when I'm used to scoring 25 in a quarter, locking up the best player. Now I got to pick my spots a lot more just precisely, which is fine. I've finally come to accept, like, look, I can still be a heck of a player. I can still be incredibly efficient as long as I'm having fun and being a good teammate. And you actually helped me a ton when you're like, lean into these young guys, lean into the fact you're a vet. You made X amount of money. You don't have to worry about nothing. Like, you're playing for the love of the game. And I think once I realized that and I relax a little bit, rather than trying to play for a contract or an all-star nod or some accolades, but rather just play for the love of the game. And the fact they get to play cards with the guys on the plane. We're playing ping pong last night after the game. We're having fun. That's the beauty of the game right there. Not trying to get another max deal or another endorsement, but just smelling the roses and appreciating all the work it took to get here.
Yeah, I got no issue with every single pro athlete being as in touch with their sports ego as possible. It doesn't mean that they can treat other people poorly. I'm not into that.
Yeah.
But he
doesn't.
Yeah, they have to be crazy. And their belief in themselves has to be absolutely crazy. And I think it's difficult for players to put that away when it comes to contract negotiations.
Absolutely. And I think it's even more difficult to come to terms with the reality as it sets in, like Klay said in that clip, where, you can't elevate like you used to. You can't move as laterally as you used to. You don't lock down the other team's best player like you used to. And you look at his numbers, he's averaging 17.6 a game, which is the lowest since his second year in the league, when he finally started all 82 and played all 82, and he was voted, top 12 and the most improved player. Since then, he's been that guy who could go out and score 25 a quarter, and he's just not anymore. He's a guy who doesn't shoot the two very often. He's shooting the fewest two-point attempts of his career. He's mainly just a three-point shooting specialist who's not even playing 30 minutes a night. And so that becomes the biggest part of what you have to deal with. Yeah, the contract and all the rest of it, but the reality, the realization that you're 34 and a half, and you're never going to be the player that you once were.
All right, more on that around the bend. I agree with you completely. Like, and I'm not saying I now suddenly think Klay's gone. I absolutely would bet a hefty penny that Klay's going to be on the Warriors next year. But the openness to put on another jersey, or at least is Klay offended by what has taken place at the beginning of this year? Yeah, I think so. I do. I think so. Warriors in LA to take on the Lakers tonight. It means Warriors live with, Mark Grandy. Hey, Mark. All right. 6 o'clock. Here comes Grandy, presented by Xfinity at home or on the go. You get the fastest internet to all of your devices. Doc Feely's going to join us in a couple. I promised a wild story about the Giants game tonight.
Oh, yeah.
You know what tonight is. This is a home game.
Tuesday.
And it's Tuesday, and you know what that means.
I do.
It means...
Bust out the creamsicle.
It means the Giants are going to win because they don't lose in those creamsicles. So I'm very, very excited to see that tonight.
And they've grown on me, Mark, I'll be honest.
Yeah, I mean...
The City Connect creamsicles, hated them at first with the fog, smoky number motif. They've grown on me.
Yeah.
Maybe it's because they always win in them.
Solaire's going to look good in that thing, too.
Yeah, he is.
Still out of uniform, right? All right, so that's tonight, except for that's not tonight.
How come? It's Tuesday. They're home. Creamsicles. I like the creamsicle, the orange outside with the vanilla in the middle. Underrated popsicle.
According to our Giants insider, Alex Pavlovich, NBC Sports Bay Area, the creamsicle uniforms have not arrived at Oracle Park on time.
Get out of here.
Through the mail.
Through the mail? I'm picturing the Pony Express, somebody on horseback trudging through the Sierra Nevada snow.
This is like December 23rd when Amazon emails you and goes,
Dude.
I know that we said it was going to be there today. But
that happened for your son's birthday, right?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Was it Amazon?
No.
Okay, good.
It was direct to the manufacturer.
All right.
And they gave me a partial refund.
Good.
And we use that damn thing every day. We love it. I'm not getting paid to say this. It's called Putterball. Go check it out. If you've got a room,
we've seen it as seen on
really
TV.
Really fun. It's really, really fun. And yeah, they made that right. But that's the worst. When you're like, yes, the holiday is 14 days away. I'm going to buy the thing that says shipping will be 5 to 7 days. Great. And then you get like all of a sudden there's 2 days to go to the holiday. And you're like, the thing didn't show up yet. What's going on? Oh, there it is. There's the email. Sorry, there's weather in the east, or our manufacturing department is at this, that, the distributor, boopity boppity beep. They're not there yet. That's what just happened in Major League Baseball.
I don't get it, Mark.
And this is after the naked uniforms that they rolled out in spring. What is going on with whoever handled uniforms this year in Major League Baseball? And why did the Padres wear their City Connects on the second game of the year? And the Giants are late? We're 2 weeks into the season.
Right. And you knew that this game was coming. I mean, this game, I believe, was on the schedule.
I think it is.
I think they had this one scheduled a long time ago.
Not surprise anyone. What the hell is happening? You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. It's time for Cleared to Play. Take you inside the tent, get you updated on the latest injuries in the Bay. Proud to partner with UCSF Health on this segment, as always. And we bring in our good friend, Dr. Brian Feely. Hey, Doc, what's up?
Did you say scheduled or scheduled?
I did. I went with scheduled. The snooty English pronunciation. Yes. I thought I'd mix it up a little bit, Doc.
I like it.
Yeah. It's kind of a Dario Saric,
well done.
You know, like inspired deal by Dibs. All right. So anyway, how'd you think Jonathan Kuminga looked the other night?
I think he looked pretty well rested. I like the fact that they're still making him day to day. I think with these tendonitis type things, I would still go slow with him, see how he responds to a full game, and then just kind of go from there. I think these end of the season type things, with tendonitis, you want to see how he responds. You really want to see how he responds the day after, see how the knee feels, and then let him see how he feels in the warm-ups tonight. If he feels good, let him play. If he's not feeling 100%, maybe let him go back on his minutes a little bit.
Is it at all troubling that a 21-year-old would have this sort of knee tendonitis so early in his career?
Nah, I think when you look at when people have tendonitis, I think they tend to be a little bit younger. So when you look at when people have these periods of tendonitis in their knee, it tends to be in their early career, kind of 3 to 5 years out, and then into their 30s. So it peaks right around Kuminga's time, and then when they're a little bit older. It's different in their ankle and their Achilles. Achilles tendonitis tends to crop up in their late 20s, early 30s, but knee tendonitis tends to happen when they've been in the league a few years, when they've really ramped up in these 70 to 80 game seasons past college, when they've been playing a lot more than they're used to for a few seasons. So it's pretty common. I'm not worried about him long-term at all.
Andrew Wiggins missing the last 2, but is listed as probable for the game in LA tonight. Did you see this maybe as a little bit more of a rest and timing situation, or what are you thinking about that ankle injury?
I think without an acute injury like Steph had a few weeks ago, with this type of ankle injury, I think it's entirely appropriate to be day-to-day, see how he feels. I think the fact that he's been being tested out, there hasn't been this period where they've said, hey, we've got to take a break, reevaluate him in 2 weeks. I think there suggests that they're going to evaluate him today. If he feels pretty good, let him go. I mean, we're locked into at least a 10. Hopefully Sacramento drops down and we're playing Sac in the 9 or 10 position. I don't think there is a bad position to be in right here. So I think as long as he's feeling healthy, he'll play tonight. I don't think there's really a bad position to be in with Wiggins.
Chris Paul has a history of late season and playoff injuries. Are you less concerned about that recurrence based on the fact that his minutes have been down this year?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question. I think some of them are just bad luck, but then you look at some of the hamstring strains that he's had in the playoffs. I think it's a really good, it's bad luck, right? He had that hand injury that knocks him out for 5-6 weeks of the season, but that should allow him to hit the playoffs a little bit more rested than he's been in many of the other seasons. So that may end up being a boon for us, that you get a relatively rested Chris Paul heading into the playoffs, and hopefully we get him into the first round, second round, more rested than he's been in many of the other times in his career. So hopefully we get that opportunity to see what he's like into a first round, second round, third round without any injuries.
Doc, did you think it was a really good question, or was it just a really good question?
I think it was a pretty good question.
I think you just said it again. Yeah.
No, go back. It was really good.
Yeah,
pretty good. Really good.
Thank you, Doc.
It's all based on scheduling,
That's very good.
Appreciate
That's
that.
great
It's
recall.
just well played right there.
Tremendous stuff, Doc. Hey, great to have you as always, and we thank you.
All right. Take care, guys.
All right, you too. Dr. Brian Feely trying to dish out some great questions right here on Willie and Dibby.
Yeah, and I just want to thank my parents for raising me the right way. I want to thank my wife Supper for supporting me through these lean times. I've been like Yaz, Mark. It's been a minute since I've actually delivered here with a good question.
Yeah.
He's 1 for 23 or something this year, and
he was 1 for 17, and then I think he went 0 for 4.
3. Okay.
I think he went 0 for 4.
Yeah, I don't know.
A hot shot in the ninth inning, but it was right at the right fielder, Dibs.
0
It was
for 4.
Unfortunate BABIP on that play
with
last
a couple
night.
of punchies. So there you have it.
By the way, the proceeding was sponsored by UCSF Health, which means that it is ineligible for the Great Question Tote Board.
Unfortunately, you don't get to make that call, and I'm going to go ahead and put it in the bank.
Yeah.
So that's like a Mike Yastrzemski opposite field flare that in the morning goes down as a base hit, but in the moment, probably not a solid line drive. But I'm aboard.
Be careful putting it in the bank, because I've done that before with companies when you put stuff in the bank that they don't actually owe you. You ever had that happen before? Wasn't this company?
Oh.
It was not this company. But this was very early in my career.
Dude, I got one too.
Very, very uncomfortable conversation, because what the hell would you all do if the direct deposit just comes in and you're like, well, that's more than I thought it was going to be. There's only one thing to do. Sweet.
Exactly.
Right.
Excuse me.
Yeah, I'm not going to run to the boss.
Right.
HR, you gave me too much money. Nobody's going to do that. Now, the first thought was like, did I get some like endorsement deal I don't even know about? Like sometimes stuff comes in, you're like, oh, I didn't know that was going on anyway. I got that. And I'm like, cool. I just, going to be quiet here for a little while and just keep my head down and do the deal. And I did that for about a couple weeks. And then I got that old summons. Hey, would you, after the show. Just come.
Oh no.
Just come see me for a
payroll.
second. Everything's cool. No, it went to my PD.
Oh no.
Yeah, everything's fine. Just why don't you come on over here and have a seat next to me? He's like, so our fault, but apparently some money was deposited in your account that was not owed to you. So no problem. It was our mistake. But we will simply be deducting that money out of your
next check,
your upcoming check. And
that's a herder.
So everything's fine, but just wanted to let you know that we would be deducting that out of your next paycheck.
That's awkward.
And you're just like, I had no idea. I don't check my statement every day.
Oh, yeah.
No problem at all. It was our fault, Mark.
Yeah.
This is one of those looks.
However,
our fault.
It's our fault, but we're getting it back. We're getting that whatever amount.
It's our fault.
Back.
You're full of bleep, but it's our fault. It's our fault. You don't check your statement every day, my rear end.
Totally.
It's our fault. And everything's fine. I was like, I'm going to go home now.
Yeah. It's like Michael Thompson saying they don't talk about business. They keep the family and the business separate. I had one come in the mail, and my father, the late Dwayne Dibley, we have the same initials. The same first, same middle, and the same last name, obviously.
There you go.
So he got a check from, I think it might have been the Teamsters. It was just, I didn't even really look at it.
Okay.
I saw a check to D, our middle initial, Dibley, and it was for like $450. And this is going back about 30 years now. So I happened to get the mail that day, and I saw a check made out to a D, Dibley, and I knew it wasn't my brother Douglas because he has a different middle initial than my late father and I. So I took that baby right to the Versateller.
Oh.
You remember the Versateller?
Oh, I do.
The old Bank of America ATM. Popped that baby right in there. And about 6 weeks later, I hear my dad on the phone talking to the Teamsters about his
where's my money
dividend check or whatever it was that he had not gotten. And it was one of those like, blank.
So I imagine you made that right.
Oh. You can you can let your imagination run away all you want. The statute of limitations is gone, as is my father.
I don't think he's upset about it anymore.
That one. I don't think that I ever made good on that one. That one that turned out to go my way.
Yeah, good for you.
It's a scoop and score on the old man. Sorry, Dwayne, I love you.
I should have had Michael tell the story of the time that this was after his retirement. He got a call from Nike, and they were making retro shoes with the likeness of certain former NBA greats on the shoe. And Michael, for as much as he's achieved, is a salt of the earth person and very unassuming. So they're like, we want to fly you and your wife to this event. We're having this launch party for these shoes. And, great. Michael thought he was just going to go to a party. That's it. Oh, hey, honey, free trip. You want to go to the party? Sure, let's go to the party. Finds out while they're there, for the likeness and everything, we're gonna send you some stuff. Oh, great. He went home thinking they were gonna send him a few pairs of shoes. A few weeks later, this little envelope shows up in the mailbox. $350,000.
What? What?
True story.
Like Willard right now.
What? What on earth is happening? Yeah. But it's so Michael, like they put his likeness on a shoe and he never asked.
Right.
He's just like, that's fine with me.
He's thinking 2 pairs of shoes and maybe a bottle of wine.
I get some French fries out of it. It's all good.
Oh, my God. He's so great.
It's amazing. All right. We'll get back to your calls. More Warrior stuff. I do have something Giants related that I'd just like to get off my chest about last night. If that's okay with everybody. 888-957-9570. This is Willard and Dibs.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, glad you're with us. And all of a sudden, this is starting to take shape a little bit.
A little bit, yeah.
I think we're going to play some stuff for you here in a little bit from Stephen A. Smith reacting to the Klay Thompson visit with Draymond Green on the pod. And listen, you and I know this. I think everybody in 2024 should think about these things when you're hearing celebrities speak on a platform. When you wonder, when Draymond Green says, and they did this, building up Klay Thompson and his appearance on the Draymond pod, Draymond was like, I've been asking him for months. I've been asking, I can't get, you'd think I'd be able to just get Klay on the pod whenever I have not been able to get him. Well, at long last, here it is, I got Klay on the pod. Well, why do you think that Klay has not been on the pod? Because what, Draymond hadn't run into him yet?
Right.
Or do you think maybe there's a reason, which is that at most points this year, same reason why we've had a hard time getting Michael to say yes. At most points this year, those who speak about Klay Thompson do not want to talk publicly for a variety of reasons. And so I wonder if that had a lot to do with it.
Right. I'm sure Klay didn't want to talk about how's the year going and what are you doing next year?
How's your mental health, Klay?
Seriously. How's the knee? How's the Achilles?
Right.
How's it going? How's that search for more shots? How's the 3-ball? Things weren't necessarily great for Klay. And I was just after the Michael Thompson interview looking at some of his splits, and the first 2 months of the year were not great for Klay.
No.
And since then, he's been much, much better. But I'm looking right now, he is 14th from the bottom in the association in field goal percentage. He's shooting 43% for the year from the floor. He's ahead of James Harden, Trae Young, Damian Lillard, and Jordan Poole, among others.
Oh, God.
Jordan Poole's ahead of only 3 players.
Glad you're ahead of Jordan. That's good. Okay. I mean, think about the cadence. So we start the year, he's not playing well, right? Then we get a tweet from Shams that the Warriors offered Klay 2 and 48, and that did not sit well with Klay. Then what do we get? We get a month of talking about how Klay should go to the bench. Klay looks at Tim Kawakami. You gonna bench me? Then what happens? He does. He goes to the bench. He handles it well. He gets back into the starting lineup. He starts to go on a run. Here in the month of April, he's averaging almost 23 points a game. Poof. Suddenly he's got time to talk.
Yeah.
Fascinating, right? Now you're averaging 23 a game this month. You're playing the Lakers tonight. This could be the final 4 games of your regular season Warriors career. It is, let's just call it Vegas odds terms, likely that the Warriors are going to be done playing pretty soon. And then you're a free agent. So what does all of that mean? And then Michael Thompson, who on October 24th tweeted, Klay isn't going anywhere, he's a dub, then joins us earlier today. And when we asked him about free agency, this is the way Michael wanted to answer it.
I don't really talk to Klay about that because I don't want to put that kind of burden on him or pressure on him or bug him about it. I'm sure he thought about it enough, so he doesn't need to hear that from me. I just wanted to have fun today, be in the present, and not worry about it. Just think about the game tonight to try to help get his team into the real playoffs, out of the play-in. So, no, we don't talk about that. I keep that business stuff, that side away from the family.
Okay, so Michael doesn't talk to Klay about business. And Klay to Draymond said this about free agency.
I just can't believe it's here. Like, in your mid-20s, it's so crazy. You think you're going to play forever, really. And you think you just maintain that athletic level that seems effortless. Oh, but then as time goes on, you really do realize how demanding this job really is. And it's so physically demanding. I was actually struggling with that a lot at the beginning of this year because of the unknown, you know? I mean, I might have let contract situations or playing time or just making up a lot of excuses rather than just appreciating what is in front of me. And it took me and Steve like 4 real heart-to-heart talks to finally break my shell, being like, you know what? I got to have fun this year. I deserve to have fun. Like, we worked so hard to freaking win these games and play into June and have fans on the road. I mean, my first couple years, there might be a few Steph Curry jerseys in the crowd. Now it's like a whole contingent of Warrior fans on the road. It's insane.
Okay. So there's Klay. There's Klay's dad. Stephen A. Smith, after listening to the podcast, said this.
It's an indication that the end is near, and they know it. Now, you know me, and, this is what I do for a living. So, Shannon, it's no secret that I know quite a few owners in the league. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And quite a few executives in the league. I ain't guessing. I'm telling you right now that regardless of the fact that they're going to make the play-in, you ain't spending that money if you Joe Lacob and Peter Guber and stuff like that to be in the play-in. You do get to a point where it's like, would you love to keep these guys together? Sure. But will the money work? Right. That's the question mark. Steph Curry ain't going nowhere. I don't give a damn how much money he wanted or whatever. He got 3 years left. Dre is locked up. You've got him for 4 years, 3 years after this one, okay? And he's locked in at that $100 million deal. Klay is the wild card. Because Klay may want to stay in Golden State, but in the same breath, he's going to feel the need to be appreciated. And if the money isn't right, which it's entirely plausible that may be the case, then they may have to move in a different direction. And so I got that from listening to them yesterday a little bit and hearing what Klay was saying and why. It's almost like you reminiscing. You guys would know this better than me. You know when a guy speaks in a certain kind of way like that, it's like paying homage to each other and what you've accomplished. You do that when you feel that the end is near.
I love the dramatic ending from Stephen A. right there. The end is near.
That's a good pause.
It's a great pause.
It's a great pause.
He commands the microphone.
Sure he does.
He's not necessarily wrong. And the way you laid out the arc of the year, going back to October, and his dad saying he's going to be a Dubs. And then I just looked it up to make sure the date was right. It was December 13th when it was reported that he was offered 2 years and 48 and he turned it down. And at that moment, Klay was shooting 39.7 from the field and 34.3 from three, averaging 15.4 a game. So I don't know if the team made the offer that day. That's when it got reported. But at that time, 22 games in, Klay was not playing very well. And so the team offers him 2 and 48 based on the way he was playing at that moment. And Klay, I'm sure, was frustrated by the contract, frustrated with how he was playing. And now you skip ahead almost 4 months later. He's playing better. The team's playing better. But maybe his feelings are still hurt from that offer back in December.
And that does happen to guys.
Of course.
I mean, one of the most fascinating time I've ever seen it happen was when Madison Bumgarner left in free agency. And everyone's like, oh, gosh, Farhan didn't offer him a contract. And Madison was like, so in essence, I didn't want to be a Giant anymore because of stuff that they said to me 7 years ago. He was mad at the previous regime.
Right.
And it's like, yeah, this stuff sticks with guys. Big time. Long time. Absolutely. Gilbert Arenas built his whole career as a second-round draft pick. I thought that was hilarious. He's like, I wanted to get back at every single team who passed on me, which was all of them.
Right.
Including the one that ended up picking me. I'm like, man, you're crazy. But that happens. And could that be happening here, especially for an overthinker like Klay Thompson? And I don't want to brand him as that, actually. Let me take that word back. But he is somebody who is very, he is in his own head a little bit. He's in there a lot. He's admitted that. So I don't want to make it sound like it's a bad thing.
No.
It just is what it is. He is in there more than some other players. And so I think it's, as Stephen A. says, very plausible that it goes that way. And we are sort of in a pickle. If you're a Klay fan and a Warrior fan and a Big Three fan and all that stuff, and I think Lacob is, and I think Klay is.
Right.
Like, I do think everybody's perfect world scenario is the same, except for one thing. Like, Klay wants to be a Warrior. The Warriors want Klay to be a Warrior, but the money has got to add up. And if that's going to bother Klay, then, yeah, it does not take a genius to see it going a different direction.
If you think about the priorities for Joe Lacob, and you can put them in whatever order you want, there's winning a championship, There's getting underneath the luxury tax threshold. There's keeping Steph, Klay, and Dre together. There's selling out the building in perpetuity. There's keeping Steve Kerr for as long as you possibly can. You think about all the things that Joe Lacob is trying to balance, and as you start to order them, I wonder if the need to get under the tax is more important than keeping the big three together. In other words, if Klay turned down $2 and $48, and Klay wants $30 million a year, and Joe Lacob and company, they look at that number and say, geez, we can't pay you $30 million a year unless we want to get back into the luxury tax. And from every interview I've heard Joe Lacob give, he mentions getting under the tax every single time.
Right.
And I know this year he said, we're not doing $400 million, and turns out you're doing $400 million. And even that, so he did that against his own better judgment. And what did he get for it? You're fighting for the 10 seed. Fool me one time, shame on you, can't get fooled again. So I think that he looks at it now and thinks, well, this time for sure I'm not going over the tax. So maybe 24 a year is all they can afford to pay Klay. And if that's the case, and Klay feels disrespected by that number, then maybe he will go elsewhere. And you're right, Mark, just hearing his dad, Michael, today, you played the Stephen A., the Klay, and the fact that, yeah, he and Draymond just now do the pod with 10 days left in the regular season.
Why now?
Right. It definitely indicates that maybe it's a thanks for the memories kind of appearance. I'm not saying that he's gone for sure, but the way you're starting to line things up for me,
I mean,
it's making some sense.
There's a very, very real chance that, hey, Klay, you better do it this week because there might not be any more weeks.
Yeah.
You're not going to do it in the offseason. We might be on different teams in October. I mean, 43 and 35.
$400 million.
You love to say you are what your record says you are. And in this particular case, you're right. When you're talking about salary, I mean, yeah, Joe Lacob is not someone who I think he acknowledges the emotional side of things without getting tripped up by them. So he is well aware of the emotional standing of these three players within the franchise and the community. At the same time, do you think that he lets that guide his decisions more so than his responsibility to the shareholders and beyond? I would answer a hard no. Joe Lacob strikes me as someone who is absolutely willing to make a very, very difficult decision and drive a bargain and draw a line in the sand. My team, and this is how we're doing it. And if it doesn't fit, then we'll do something else.
Right. And, if that happens, no one will ever wear number 11 again in the Golden State Warriors history. The number will be retired, and whether or not he gets further accolades or not, he's going to the Hall of Fame, as his dad told us, Michael, when we had him on last hour. And the sad reality, and Klay kind of spoke to this in the Draymond pod, is everything comes to an end. And for Klay, he's coming to terms with the reality that he's not the same player he was. He'll never be the same player again. That's just Father Time tapping everybody on the shoulder. And if that's the way this has to end, it's not ideal if you wind up going 45 and 37 and you bow out in the play-in and that's it. And Klay goes on to Charlotte or Toronto or Orlando is where everybody wants to send him of late.
Well, they got money, they need shooters. There's an intuitive side to that idea.
He gets a 3-year, $90 million deal with a third-year mutual option with a partial buyout. Then on you go, Klay. And best of luck to you. We're going to miss you.
And you do what veterans often do, which is you join up with younger players who are on their way up and see if you can get another run out of this thing.
Right.
I mean,
and honestly, the way Klay projects for his last 2 to 4 years as an NBA player is much more of a Kyle Korver or a JJ Redick, a guy who you just want running around the line shooting threes.
If he's just standing there in the corner, if he's one of those players, if he becomes PJ Tucker, my God, he'd be lethal. Lethal. If you're asking him to do a bunch less, which that's my dream for the Warriors. I want all three to stay and be asked to do less. Steph needs to be able to take half of the fourth quarter off without Steve Kerr getting ripped. And Klay is not going to be asked to be a two-way star anymore and score off the dribble. And Draymond is not going to be asked to be the only voice in the room, the guider of all of the young players. There are other voices that will come in. Some maybe are already there. We're told that Podziemski has got leadership qualities. We see that Jonathan Kuminga can absolutely be a 20-point-per-night guy in the NBA. These guys have got to have their roles grow, and the older guys have their roles diminish.
Yeah.
But fitting that all in financially, not easy. One more from Stephen A. Smith with regard to Klay Thompson and possibly the end.
I'm looking at Klay Thompson, and the number one thing I peel from Ms. Shay is that I think that when you look at Klay Thompson, this is his way of saying goodbye, preparing himself for the end in Golden State. Let me assure you, there's at least 20, 25 teams that should want Klay Thompson. And let me raise my hand. Those New York Knicks should be one of them. Those New York Knicks should be one of them. Let me tell you something right now. Let me tell you something. You want to see, I'm talking about Klay Thompson, who has struggled with consistency this year. Right. You give me Klay Thompson in New York City. He ain't going to want to, because if he ain't in Golden State, he probably want to be in L.A. Can't blame the Southern California sunshine and all that stuff. You understand? But let me tell you something. If Klay Thompson were in a New York Knicks uniform, I would throw a house party.
Look, my mind sort of goes past all the theatrics of Stephen A. Smith to back to what he said at the beginning of the first clip that we said or that we played for you. Stephen A. knows people. Stephen A., though he is such a performer, also does not talk out of his you-know-what. He is speaking to people at a very high level, and when you hear, I want you to take that one thing that he said above some of the other things that he said. He said a few important things, but there's one thing that you can take to your office tomorrow or your party this weekend, whenever Klay Thompson comes up. Gosh, I just can't. How many teams? Who's gonna offer Klay 3-90? Everybody.
Yeah. Everybody that has that room.
Because in today's NBA, that's a phenomenal deal. He is 34 years old and can sit on the side of the court and hit threes for you all day long. If you just want Klay to tuck in at $30 million and be your third or fourth best player, everybody wants that. Everybody does.
Yeah.
So please dismiss your friend who says, no, who's going to want Klay at 34? That's your emotions talking. That's your Warrior fandom talking when you know, gosh, this guy's not who he used to be. It's just like the way that the Warrior fan base wrapped its arms around Andrew Wiggins. Why? Minnesota fans sat there and go, who the hell is going to want this no-dog, underperforming number one overall pick? Oh, we do. We would like him to be our fourth best player, and we are thrilled with him and the ring that we got. So, Warrior fans, they're all going to want Klay because he can still play. And $30 million in the NBA is nothing. It's nothing.
Do you know how many guys in the NBA make at least $30 million this year?
Oof.
Grandy, if you would, please. Game show music. It's time to play. Who makes $30 million? There are.
You want specifics or you want a number of guys?
I just want the number of guys. And I'll give you, plus or minus 2 guys. How many players in the association make at least $30 million this year?
I bet the number is somewhere in the neighborhood of 50. So I'll you want something plus or minus 2? Just for fun, because I love Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy so much, I'll say 49.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was a great guess, though. The answer is 44.
Wow.
44 players make at least 30. Dama Sabonis makes 30.6. Then you go up to Chris Paul, Gordon Hayward's making 31.5. Are you telling me that Klay Thompson can't be as impactful as Gordon Hayward? And there are more players on the list who you would scoff at that they're making that much.
Right, and then there are players who aren't, because now I'm going to pull it up. There are players who are not on the list who you'd argue
and they will
should
be.
Right, they will be, right? Like Julius Randle only makes 28. Would you rather have him or Klay Thompson right now?
Yeah, Randle's been hurt.
He's been hurt, but you know what I'm saying.
Totally.
You're right. There's guys that are on the way up. Jalen Brunson would have been a better example. He's only making 26.
Right.
So that's a star.
And next year, that number of players making 30 plus will go up.
Right.
As well. And
right.
So when you look at Klay and the player that he's going to be, this year, he's averaging 14.7 attempts per game from the floor. 8.9 of those are threes, Mark. He's only shooting 5.5 twos per game, which is far and away the lowest of his career. So if you're a team who's looking for a knockdown shooter, Klay Thompson at $30 million a year to come in and pump, shoot 12 threes a game and try to light it up off the bench. Perfect role.
You know who's bad for these negotiations is a guy who goes by the name of Jordan Poole.
Good call.
Plays the exact same position. Why would Klay's agent not be like, you don't think he's better than that guy? I know he's better than that guy. That guy's got the worst efficiency in the entire league. And he makes $28 million. So, Joe, let's start the negotiations right there and go up because we know he's better than that. So, yeah, this is going to be tough.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be tough unless Klay doesn't feel disrespected and is willing to take a significant haircut just to stick around with his buddies.
Well, and I actually I'm not 100% sure he's going to get 30, but he's going to get more than 24.
Right.
I can promise you that. And if that was the offer from the Warriors at the beginning of the year, whether they like it or not, his standing on the market as we get into the final week of the season is definitely north of that. 2 years and 48. It's not even just that it's only 24 a year, it's only 2 years. Klay can get more than that. He's 34 years old. Somebody would happily give him 3 or 4 years at between 25 to 30 million.
Yeah.
For sure.
At least, 2 years
At
for
least
sure
3.
with a third year, maybe mutual option with a partial buyout, depending on which team and how badly they want the shooter.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Again, on October 24th of 2023, Michael Thompson tweets, Klay isn't going anywhere. He's a dub. On April 9th, 2024.
I don't really talk to Klay about that because I don't want to put that kind of burden on him or pressure on him or bug him about it. I'm sure he thought about it enough, so he doesn't need to hear that from me. I just wanted to have fun today, be in the present, and not worry about it. Just think about the game tonight to try to help get his team into the real playoffs, out of the play-in. So, no, we don't talk about that. I keep that business stuff, that side away from the family.
I don't know, man. If I was in debate class, I feel like a case is being built today that's pretty hard to fight against. I don't know that Klay is not going to be a Warrior anymore. And I do firmly believe that Klay would like to stay a Warrior, and I think the Warriors would like Klay to stay too.
It's just not that easy.
The puzzle pieces just feel like they don't fit.
Right. It's feeling more and more like, at the very least, he's open to catching other offers. And if those other offers are significantly higher and he feels more respect by another organization, maybe then he does try and move on to some other pastures.
All right, let's get to the frustration that the Giants presented last night, but also we will stick very much with the Warriors. Anyone else's opinion starting to move throughout the last 3 hours? We'd love to take your calls, and we'll start getting you ready for tonight's matchup, Warriors and Lakers. And yes, it's a big one. And no, I didn't say punt it. 888-957-957 is the number. This is Willard and Dibs.
Yeah, Dan Dibley here. And
Yeah, I think that's a really good question.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Getting upset.
Are you?
I'm getting upset right now.
I've been waiting for it.
I'm getting upset right now.
I tried to rev you up during the break. I did a little bit of my Lucas impersonation, our producer.
Angry, Jeff. That's awesome.
Lucas famously will say something, and then he'll go, "You won't." Are you about to rip the Giant? You should go out and rip the Giants.
No, I'm upset about. I'm upset about two things.
Twitter?
I'm upset about two things.
One of them, Twitter.
Yeah, a little bit.
Oh, what happened?
A little bit. Nothing happened. I'm not. Look, I don't get.
You don't get upset.
I don't get upset
usually.
at Twitter.
I've only gotten you twice in 2+ years.
You think you've gotten me twice?
Got you twice. I got you twice.
Was it? Did I have my reasons?
Oh yeah. I was wrong both times. I got you. One time I got you, and one time I was just out of line.
No, Twitter's fine. We all get Twitter. My God, we're like in sports talk radio. I'm not going to get upset at Twitter.
Okay.
So
I'm trying to see what on
when
Twitter
I say I'm
happened.
getting upset, it's air quotes. Like I'm not actually upset, but there are two groups of people that deserve a little shot across the bow. One of them is the San Francisco Giants.
Get them.
Absolutely. And it's simply just this. It's just disappointing. Like, it's way too early to freak out, so I won't. I can't even tell you who it is that y'all are supposed to blame. I know right now you want right field, free Matos. Maybe, but we're 11 games in, and you don't really have a great case to make yet. Everybody who I hear say free Matos goes, well, let's let us see him. Well, that's not how it works. That's not how sports works. You don't get to just let you see him because you feel like it, because you're annoyed at the people you are seeing. It's too early to start DFAing people who have hit 25 homers in the big leagues. It's too early to start messing with your 40-man roster as we start week 3 of the season.
So that would be what would have to happen essentially because Yaz is out of options and Slates is out of options.
You're not sending these people somewhere.
And Yaz is making like $7.25, I think, million.
Yes, and Matos, by the way, worked his way up to the bigs last year, and let's be real, disappointed. So all of that is where it is. Matos is going to make his way up if this continues. And that's fine. I just look at it as more of an umbrella view. This is disappointing. This is not what I thought that this team was going to look like. And I think it's way too early to freak out because the bullpen will still come together. I thought Blake Snell's issues last night, you could kind of see coming from a mile away. He has a hard time. He doesn't pound the strike zone, and he has a hard time early in seasons. He did last year. And then he won the Cy Young. So this is all, I still believe in the possibility or probability of this quote unquote coming together.
Right.
But I just, man.
When is it okay to quote freak out?
Oh, we're still weeks away from that.
Like 30 games, 40 games? What's the point where you can look at it and go, all right.
And what's the record? Like if after 40 games they're 20-20, that's not freak out time yet.
Of course.
At all. If they're 15-25, then yeah, we can have that conversation.
Okay.
I'm just disappointed. I think Giants fans wanted this brand of baseball to look different than it does. And here's what I mean by that. Bob Melvin brought some stability, and the analytics stopped driving things at such a level. Look at the lineup again tonight. It's pretty much the same lineup. That's what we asked for. We asked for everyday players who could hit the ball out of the ballpark. And 4 games now have been played at Oracle Park, and they haven't hit the ball out of the ballpark. Not once. I just didn't necessarily think that the Giants were going to have to grind out the 3-2 game every single damn night like they've been trying to do for the last 2 years. And it's too early to say that that's who they are, but that's what they've looked like so far. And it's a bummer.
What's more disappointing to you, the lack of pop in the lineup or the general sloppiness with which they've gone about playing these baseball games? Base running errors.
Yeah, general sloppiness.
Throwing the ball around and not looking buttoned up as a ball club.
Yeah. And some of that is not even the kind of error that you'd blame them on. Like, arguably, they lost on Saturday because Jung-Hoo Lee didn't see a ball. I don't know how you get mad at somebody who, like, I don't know, you're a human. You look up into the sun, you can't see. I'm not going to be mad at the guy for that. Couldn't see the ball.
Yeah.
But it led to a grand slam, and the Giants, that was it. They lost 4-0. So some of it is that. I do think some of it is circumstantial, but you can't get around the fact that this has been disappointing. And last night was the most disappointing of them all. No question about it, because I can easily get through 10 games of like, well, you played the Padres and the Dodgers, and you played them largely on the road, and 2 of your starting pitchers aren't ready yet. I'm cool. And then you show up and you're like, all right, now we're home. Now our free agent acquisition's on the mound, and now a minor league team is in town. You got ran off the floor. You got ran out the building last night. 8-1? Name a national. Exactly.
Your kid can.
That dude. That
Told
guy.
you, Dad.
What's the dude's? I don't even know the name.
Lane
something.
Lane
Who's
something.
the kid who hit the ball out of the park
Lane
last
Thomas?
night? Lane Thomas.
Lane Thomas. Elaine Thomas.
10-year-old sitting there heckling me. He's like, Dad, this guy's good. He's good. I'm like, okay.
Go to
I'm
your
like,
room.
I'm like, how do you even know who this is? Oh, 'cause he was good last year, Dad. I got his baseball card. He's good. You got to watch out for that guy. All right, fine. Whatever. Then he grounds out. 2 innings later, seed goes halfway up in the left field stands. He just looks at me. Told you. He's good. Go
to your room.
Hit the showers.
Seriously.
You went to camp today. Go to the showers. You smell. Crying out loud.
Lane Thomas. Get your Lane Thomas out of here.
What are we doing? So anyway.
It's the way they went about losing that game. They
slop.
It was slop. And, you get an early run, and then you fall behind, and there was that feeling that you had over the last couple of years, that feeling of dread, like, well, this one's over, and I don't want to feel that anymore. I don't want to feel like a 3-1 deficit in the 5th or 6th is a death knell, but that's what it felt like, Yep.
That's the feeling that left in 2021 that we all loved. I was addicted to the idea of when you're down 4-2, the game's not over. I loved that. It's back.
Yeah.
It's back. Like the Nationals, they were up 3-1, and you're like, ugh. And then they scored 3 more, and you're like, night.
Oh, yeah.
No joke. You know what the kid said that really hurt me last night? 6-1. He leans over. He goes, is there anything else we can watch?
Oh, no. And that's what Farhan, and you mentioned this yesterday, or maybe it was last week. No, it had to be yesterday. I didn't see you last week, but they worked so hard in the offseason to not only make the team better, but make fans notice that the team was better.
Yeah.
And I know last night's crowd was small. It's to be expected on a Monday night.
yeah.
Fine. You got 25, 26,000, whatever the number was they announced. But that feeling of, is there something else on from a baseball junkie, diehard 10-year-old? That's what they're trying to avoid.
I think I've gotten the I'm bored text from Grandy most games this year, right? Pretty much most games this year. You're like, this is boring.
Last night was incredibly boring.
It's boring.
And
Derek Law.
You've been at the last couple. Where,
Derek Law.
Yeah, he was shoved.
I mean,
that was my contribution on the thread. And then Grandy, Derek Law killing him with the Giants and killing him without being on the Giants.
And there's Croup talking about how Derek Law, once upon a time, was going to be the Giants' closer, and he just didn't quite have the command of the strike zone to take the job. I'm like, well, he does tonight because he's spinning these dudes around in circles. And is there anybody in the Giants bullpen that can come in between the 6th and 8th inning and get outs? We got anybody who can get some outs?
Well, not currently. They're throwing
anyway.
The rooks. It was all the rookies last night.
Well, yeah, that's
the freshies.
That's the we're down by 5 group.
Right.
And then you're down by 7.
Exactly. So
anyway. And so then that's that. And then here's the other group. And this is predictable. And yes, no, I'm not actually upset. But there are a number of you on Twitter saying this. Therefore, I figure there are a number of you out there in the listening audience saying this. And we'll reset it and go through all of it because I'm going to help all of the sound that we have. I'm going to use it to help me make a point, okay? Because a lot of you are doing the whole like, oh gosh, it's clickbait Willard and Dibbs time because you're concocting an idea that Klay is going to leave based on the fact that his dad wouldn't answer your question that you wanted him to answer. Almost as if we're doing this out of spite. Let me say this first and foremost. Up front, I don't think Klay is as good as gone. I don't think that at all. Klay might stay. Here is my take. My take is that this afternoon at 5 o'clock, I believe it to be more likely that Klay leaves than I did at 2 o'clock.
At 2 o'clock, you had it as a near 0% chance. Yes.
Virtual lock. And now we're reading and we're listening. And for every one of you who has said, what's his dad going to say publicly, you dummies? He understands negotiations. He's not dumb enough to put his son's business in a public domain. October 24th, 2023, twitter.com, Michael Thompson, at Champagne and Nuts. Klay isn't going anywhere. He's a dub. I thought you told me he wouldn't put his son's business on a social platform. He has repeatedly throughout his career. This man co-hosted a radio show with me for 4 years. Do you think I don't know him? Do you think I don't know the family dynamic? I've been to events with this man. I've been out of the office with this man.
I know this man. I worked with this man.
I text this man. I love that man. He is a phenomenal, phenomenal human being.
Keep it coming. Thank you.
And knows his sons better than anyone. I love this.
Better than our audience?
Oh, you believe that Michael and his son actually talk business? I don't know. Do any of you have kids? Have you ever, not asked them what's going on with their life?
I just had that conversation with my 22-year-old last week.
Ever? Can you imagine talking to him and not asking, hey, heard your contract's up in a week and a half. What's going on? Can you imagine?
We don't talk about that.
Well, does he have a contract somewhere?
My son's up for a promotion, and it was the third thing I asked him in our conversation.
Okay. So there's all that. There's the tweet on October 24th. There's every conversation we've had with this man through the years. Then there's this answer.
I don't already talk to Klay about that because I don't want to put that kind of burden on him or pressure on him or bug him about it. I'm sure he thought about it enough, so he doesn't need to hear that from me. I just want him to have fun today, be in the present, and not worry about it. Just think about the game tonight to try to help get his team into the real playoffs, out of the play-in. So, no, we don't talk about that. I keep that business stuff, that side away from the family.
I want him to have fun. I want him to stay in the present. He used the word tonight. I want him to think only about tonight. Just stay in the moment. It's almost like, I don't know, it's almost like the family talked about that.
And in saying that, when it comes to free agency in July, I just got to keep that in mind. Like, yes, I want to re-sign with the Doves, but I also have to prioritize my mental health and lay out what is important to me at this point in my career. And I know we have so much basketball ahead that I haven't given it much thought, really, because if I start thinking about July 1st, then I'm just doing myself a disservice. I'm not here. I'm not thinking about the Hornets tomorrow, these must-win games this weekend. So for me, it's just about staying present, as simple as that is, staying present and
staying present. Stay present. Stay present. Tonight. Stephen A. Smith, as dialed in as anybody in the league.
I'm looking at Klay Thompson, and the number one thing I peel from Ms. Shay is that I think that when you look at Klay Thompson, this is his way of saying goodbye, preparing himself for the end in Golden State. Let me assure you, there's at least 20, 25 teams that should want Klay Thompson. And let me raise my hand. Those New York Knicks should be one of them. Those New York Knicks should be one of them. Let me tell you something right now. Let me tell you something. You want to see, I'm talking about Klay Thompson, who has struggled with consistency this year. Right. Get me Klay Thompson in New York City. He ain't going to want to, because if he ain't in the Golden State, he probably want to be in L.A. Can't blame the Southern California sunshine and all that stuff. You understand? But let me tell you something. If Klay Thompson were in a New York Knicks uniform, I would throw a house party.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. All I'm saying is we're not making crap up out of our Wahoo.
Of course not.
For clicks. I feel like we have to say this 3 times a year because we don't do that. The thought doesn't really even go through our mind. We have our conversation about what we're having our conversation, and what I'm actually trying to bring everybody through right now is the literal change of my opinion in real time.
Yeah, based on a conversation with his father, who you know very well, and listening to Stephen A., listening to Klay Thompson, and starting to put together small pieces of what might be. And then now you're not saying 100% he's gone. This earlier in the show, you had it at about a 0.1% chance that he would be gone, and you're probably now not even at 10% that he'll be gone. Whatever the number is, I don't think that you're of a mind where you're all set to say goodbye to Klay Thompson.
No, not at all. But what is the biggest thing for me today is when people say, "Oh, well, Klay's dad's not going to put his business out there." Let me tell you this. I've had conversations with that man about Klay Thompson for years. I've never heard him answer it that way. That's the first time he's ever answered it that way.
Right.
He's never tapped out of the conversation and said, "I'm not giving you anything." Never.
And we asked him 4 or 5 different ways about Klay and the Warriors, and Klay with the teammates, and Klay in the Bay, and Klay and his legacy, and playing on one team. And
Tiburon, does he like Tiburon? He wouldn't leave Tiburon, right?
And Michael said he loves the Bay Area. He loves his teammates. He loves his legacy.
He wants to stay, but he wants the right contract.
Right. And you can't fault him for that. And even though he's made a ton of money, and fans all want to look at his career earnings, and somebody even pointed out on the YouTube feed he's making he has a 10-year deal with Anta, making $80 million. I don't know if it's 80 a year or 80 total, but
God, I hope it's not 80 a year. That's crazy.
Well, he's got big endorsements with Anta, so money is not the issue in so much as he needs it to survive. It comes down to, like you were saying earlier, for these pro athletes who have made it this far on self-confidence, ego, and arrogance, to put yourself in a spot where you feel like you're not being respected, even if it's for 2 years and $24 million per year, which every fan out there listening is like, I'll sign up for that. You can disrespect me for $24 million a year.
Right.
It's different when you're dealing with these pro athletes at this level.
He's 34 and he's still going to be wanted. And everybody, no matter what the deal is, wants to be wanted. And the Warriors situation just might not have the right puzzle piece for him going forward. And he may not be the right puzzle piece for them. Yes, we are having this conversation prior to the games actually being played. But there's a decent scenario out there that has the Warriors losing in 8 days. And if they do, ask yourself if Joe Lacob's going to want to be like, run it back.
Right.
Everybody show up for your paychecks. We're handing them out. Let's do that again. 10 seed and 1 game. That was fun. Wasn't even a home game. The hell did I make out of that? He's not going to do that.
Don't think so.
Doesn't seem like him.
It's interesting that the pod got released. Was it yesterday that it came out?
Released yesterday. I think they recorded it last week.
He makes reference to the Hornets tomorrow.
Right.
Which the Hornet game was March 29th. So they must have recorded this on the 28th, Thursday, on the road trip in between the Orlando game and the Charlotte game. And yet Draymond wisely holds it for more impact as we get closer to the end of the year.
So they recorded it like literally the day after Draymond got thrown out.
After the Orlando game. Yeah. Draymond was free.
Yeah.
They might have done it at halftime. I mean. Yeah.
Oh, that's funny. Let's take some calls. Let's go to Keenan in San Diego. Hi, Keenan. What are you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm just in traffic on the 5. I think Klay is out of here. That sound to me, that is a man that is tired. And I, for the life of me, don't know why Draymond would do. Why would you set him up like that? Now national media is talking about it. ESPN, Sirius Satellite Radio, everybody. I think Klay is tired. It's not about the money. And when he said prioritize my mental health, it was like a jab in my chest. Like, damn, I don't think he's coming back, man. I think he is tired. That's my take, barring a run.
I love your take, and I don't think we've talked about this enough. Hey, Keenan, great call. Can Grandy, which one is it? Because I want to hit the right one. Klay goes, like, you can stop it right here. He goes, of course I want to be a dub, but. Whoa. That's huge. Why would you use the word but after that?
Right.
Of course I want to be a dub, but.
I got to take care of my mental.
I got to prioritize my mental health. I don't think it's crazy to at least ask the question, are you saying that something about your experience here right now or what the Warriors have to offer you in terms of money or playing time is bad for your mental health?
Yes, and you can see it, and he mentioned it during the answer when he talked about 4 meetings with Steve Kerr. You don't have 4 meetings with your head coach if your mentals are tip-top and everything is hunky and or dory. You have those meetings because you're feeling some kind of way about your role, your hunting shots, your minutes played, your contract, your health, your mortality, all of the above. And for it to take 4 meetings with Steve Kerr, that tells me that he might have been in a deeper hole than any of us would have possibly thought.
Let's hear exactly what he said for everybody who's listening so you know what I'm referencing. This, again, was on the Draymond Green Show via the volume. Here's where Klay addressed that and said he wanted to stay a dub.
And in saying that, when it comes to free agency in July, I just got to keep that in mind. Like, yes, I want to re-sign with the Dubs, but I also have to prioritize my mental health and lay out what is important to me at this point in my career. And I know we have so much basketball ahead that I haven't given it much thought, really, because if I start thinking about July 1st, then I'm just doing myself a disservice. I'm not here. I'm not thinking about the Hornets tomorrow and these must-win games this weekend. So for me, it's just about staying present. As simple as that is, staying present. And
of course I want to stay a dub, but I also have to prioritize my mental health.
Right.
That could have been the word and.
It could have been.
But you used the word but.
Of course I want to be a dub and prioritize my mental health, which would never be better than it is here.
Yeah.
But the but's in there because he's been through a lot. He's been through the highs and the lowest of lows with this organization. And you get to a spot where in December 13th is when the report from Shams comes out about Klay Thompson turning down 2 years and $48 million. So you work through everything you've worked through. You make it to the top of the mountain again. You win your 4th championship with the team. You fight back from 2 career-ending injuries, and you struggle to start the year. And then the contract gets put in front of you for an offer that feels like it's lowball. He's making $43.2 this year. So now they want you to come in and play for 24 next year.
Then they benched you.
Don't
forget that 3 months ago, that idea was offensive to him. He said it. Ask Kawakami.
Oh, you going to bench me?
Benching me? That was offensive to him 3 months ago. Then he did it, and he did it well. And so that's great. That's a big feather in his cap. But I don't think it's crazy to think that Klay Thompson at times this year has felt offended. I don't think that's crazy at all.
That was February 15th when he came off the bench for the first time.
Okay.
13 of 22, and he put up 35 on Utah off the bench.
888-957-9570. Sister Agnes is on the phone from the East Coast in Charlotte. Hi, Sister Agnes. What are you doing?
Hey, Willard. I'm just enjoying the conversation tonight. And I wanted to wish you a happy Easter, but not in an offensive way. You know, everything that we have comes from the Jews, and we are rooted very much in Judeo, the history of Judaism. So I don't want to be offensive, but happy Easter.
Yeah, no, I don't get offended by pretty much anything, Sister Agnes. All so right. Yeah, well, fire away.
All righty. Well, I just want to always be sensitive to that. But anyway, yes, I'm really happy with, Occam's razor is that always the simplest explanation is probably the explanation. And I think I'm really happy with the way the team is playing right now. I like the way Klay's playing. I like the way Kuminga's playing. I just like the team aspect as they're playing right now. And so I think that this is, because we're a 4-championship, dynasty, I think this is the part of the season that they play for. And I just think that's the explanation right now for why they're all playing well and bringing the young people along. I did hear the interview, the parts that you played, but there's no comparison to the Bay.
Oh, where'd she go?
Easter's over, Mark.
No. Why can't I click on her and bring her back?
The sister?
Yeah, sister, you still there?
Did you put her on hold?
I didn't touch anything.
I'm still here.
Lucas, what'd you do?
Here.
That was definitely a Lucas special, it feels like.
I agree.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah, that's all right, sister.
We just built up the Jews. You can't do that
exactly,
to me.
exactly. Lucas is in there eating Cadbury cream eggs right now. He would like a word. Anyway, go ahead.
Well, all right. So I'm just saying that if Klay is he had a talk with Steve Kerr a while back when he was very frustrated.
Yes.
And Steve really encouraged him to just be mindful, live in the present and play free. And so I think maybe we can sometimes react to all this stuff. And Draymond's a bit of what we call in the convent, we call it a darning needle. He likes to stir things up. Mm. And that podcast kind of stirred some things up. And so, I like the way the team is playing right now. I can't say enough. I think they're ready to go as far as they can.
Sister, thank you very much. We love hearing from you. Thank you,
thank you,
Agnes.
sister. Thank you.
Yeah, Dibs thanks you too.
Yeah.
Sister says hi, Dan.
Even though I got no acknowledgement from the good sister, as neither a Jew nor a Gentile, just as long as you're comfortable with the Easter salutations.
And I am.
Good.
So thank you for checking on me.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
Yeah. Real concerned. Come on. It's just, I don't know why that bugs me. It's like,
it does.
What am I even doing here? If I can, I'll just go home.
No.
That's the way I'm going to get treated.
Tell you what, everybody else who's on the line right now, just listen to me. Listen to my words closely. I want you to only say hi to Dibs.
No. I'm angry, Jeff.
When we
That's awesome.
That's awesome.
That's definitely Grandy's favorite. Anyway, 888-957-9570. Say hi to Dibs. When you come on the show, that's the rule. Because we don't want him to become disgruntled, have his mental health go sideways.
My mentals are a wreck right now.
And then sign somewhere else as a free agent next year. We do not want that. That's not the deal. Anyway, she likes the way the Warriors are playing. I mean, I do too. They end up with more points than the other team most nights right now. So that's great. But I'm until next week is over, I'm going to be mindful of the fact that they have ended up in a spot where it's one and done twice.
Right.
And if they are the done and not the one, either of those nights, Joe Lacob's going to walk out of this season with a very, very different thought than maybe some of our fans.
And it won't really matter at that point how well they've been playing down the stretch. If you get into a play-in and you lose the first one, or you need to win two and you lose the second one, it doesn't really matter at all. And I don't want to use racy language in case the sister's still listening, but I don't give a crap how well you're playing if you lose in the play-in. Wow. You should have been playing better earlier in the year, so you could have avoided the play-in. So that's why I always lean on you are what your record says, because you go back to the beginning of the year and they lost, I think, 6 in a row, and they were giving games away like Easter candy to the kids.
I hope that doesn't offend anybody. Oh,
too bad if it does.
Okay.
Don't get me started on Easter, because somehow
what's wrong with Easter?
Nothing's wrong with Easter, but we don't celebrate what Easter's really about. We hide eggs and we eat chocolate.
Yeah, nobody celebrates.
Miss me with Easter.
Nobody celebrates what anything is about. Nobody's like, right? I mean, everything's just presents. That's all it is.
Thanksgiving. Let's all sit around and eat turkey, as opposed to, why don't we reflect back on the atrocities that we committed in the 17th century?
You don't want that.
Cancel all holidays.
You really like to sit around in a circle and reflect on things that happened before any of us were born?
No, but let's not pretend. Let's just not corrupt these holidays and make them.
Eat. Why? Have a good time.
Sure.
Yeah. No, my only complaint about Easter is when I was a kid, I didn't get presents. We got eggs.
Right.
Somewhere along the line, everybody decided you had to go start buying gifts to put them in the basket and hide the eggs. And I'm just like, this is getting expensive.
I did that for my kids, and I mean, they wouldn't know Jesus from Pontius Pilate. And yet,
Harry.
Exactly. Yet somehow they were benefactors of this whole Easter scam.
All right. This is very offensive. I'm offended now. And so we'll go. Let's go back
to the phones.
Let's go to the phones. Remember to say hi to Dibs. It's Junior in Pacifica. Hi, Junior. What are you doing?
I don't know who you are, but here in Pacifica, I just wish Dibs could be here so we could hang out and have a beer and watch the surf and the sunset.
That's right.
Yes, and leave Mark Willard to spin his conspiracy theories to himself. No, I just kidding, you guys. This is entertainment. This is entertainment about entertainment, right? So it's all good. But I do, in a weird way, feel a little sorry for Klay's dad. I think he's just trying stuff. Sometimes he talks about their conversations, and that causes noise, and sometimes he doesn't, and that causes noise, and no matter what he does, and I'm sure he's a proud man and doesn't enjoy that the main thing people talk about him about is whatever he says about his son, because he was kind of accomplished back in the day as well. So it's great that he is such a good guy. I'm very glad to hear it, Mark. Thank you for sharing that.
Well, yeah, and Junior, all I'll say is when you say maybe he's trying different stuff, I can't tell you you're wrong. I can just tell you I've never heard him do that before. And I've never heard Stephen A. Smith say this is Klay saying goodbye. And I 6 months ago, Michael had no problem going to Twitter and saying Klay's not going anywhere. But that was before he got an offer that they didn't like. And that was before he got told he was coming off of the bench. And that was before Joe Lacob started talking about getting under the tax. And it was before the Warriors were the 10 seed. Those things have all happened since then. And they could easily change the way this is going to go. And for then Michael to come in on the back end of that and go, oh, we don't talk about that stuff in this family, is like, well, yeah, you do. You don't want to now, and I'm not here to force you. I get why you're not, but I think we're allowed to start putting two and two together if we want.
Of course, and the other side of that is, what did you expect Michael to say? Did you want him to come on and say, oh, Klay's absolutely going to be a Warrior next year. We've talked about it, and he's loyal to the team, and yeah, he's going to be a Warrior for sure. Well, there goes his possible leverage if he actually does want to be a Warrior, but he also wants to get the best possible contract out there.
Well, of course. There was no way. He's not going to do the opposite either.
I was just going to say that. He's out of here. Yeah.
He hates Joe. No, he's not going to say that. I'll tell you what he could have said, though. He absolutely could have said, look, Klay Thompson is a total through and through Warrior. Has been his whole career. Loves everything about that franchise. But look, we have no idea how this is all going to go. I don't know. Like, are they going to go on a run? Are they going to lose next Wednesday? What are the other acquisitions and contractual situations that may come up? So I have no idea what Klay is going to do. I have no idea about the situation, whatever. I do know that, my God, he loves the Warriors and certainly would hope to finish his career there, but we'll see.
Yeah.
He could have done that. He didn't, and I get it. That's a little more complex and maybe a little bit more treacherous territory.
And he doesn't want to speak for Klay, certainly.
Right. But he has before. That's my point.
Well, on Twitter. And he's
same thing.
Yeah, it is.
The celebrity world, if you put it out there, it's out there.
It's out there, but at the same time, that's a kind of mostly innocuous statement. He's a dub.
And I can promise you that he has said that on the radio before.
Of course.
It just hasn't been a week before free agency.
And it's also a different cycle now because Klay is a free agent really for the first time. Because the last time he had a chance to do it, he was hurt and he got a max and he stayed and he got well. And now here we are. He's 34 and he's entering into his first real quote unquote free agency, and all the other stuff that you mentioned has happened.
Moose in San Jose. What up, Moose? What are you doing?
Hey, good afternoon, fellas. I'm sitting in traffic.
Sorry to hear.
Easter dibs. I just want to make sure someone got to say that to you today.
Thank you, Moose. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I wanted to comment. Someone called in earlier and had a really good point about the butt. I want to be a warrior, but and then the mental health thing and how he thinks he's essentially, he said it was a gut punch. He thinks he's up and out, and I think that's a good take. But I don't know. Maybe I'm naive. Maybe my take's outlandish. I don't know. But I kind of looked at it the opposite. I look at it like if you were to go to a new city, you're talking new real estate, learning this new culture, new team. You almost have more pressure, I think, to potentially be the Klay that you were in the past, or to be a starter again. I think if he stays here, we all know who Klay is. Klay know who he is, whether he's a starter or a six man. I think there's almost less pressure, and then it's kind of like just in life when you stick to what you know, that's kind of the easiest thing. Again, I'm not going to say it's going to be easy to stay here because of all the things you laid out, those 10 things that you laid out, making it tougher and tougher in terms of paying the guy. I think staying here is the comfortable move and less of a mental health drag. That's just my opinion. That was like my immediate thought when he said that.
That's interesting.
I took it as like, it sounds like he's probably.
Yeah, thanks for the call. Here, there's a part of it that I see very, very differently, and that is the idea of would leaving be a more pressurized situation than staying? Because as he said, if you leave, then that fan base is going to expect you to come in and be Klay Thompson. I don't see it that way. They're going to know that you're acquiring a 35-year-old who is late in his career, and they've got no history with you. It's almost like us acquiring Chris Paul. The Warriors acquired Chris Paul. Did you expect him to be Hall of Fame Chris Paul?
No, of course not.
You didn't even expect him to start. Okay, and the example I used earlier was Wiggins. The Minnesota fan base was like, this dude. And we were like, this dude. Because we didn't ask for Andrew Wiggins to be a 1. We didn't even ask for him to be a 2. He could be a 3 or 4, and he could be comfortable. Normally, when you move late in your career, that acquiring team and fan base does not expect you to come in and be the Messiah. So it's less pressure. And as far as the mental health aspect of it, I don't think Klay Thompson has anything against any other team. And as much love as he has for the Warriors and their fan base, the mental health that he's talking about after 4 heart-to-hearts with Steve Kerr, I translate that to mean the offer that you gave me I didn't like, and the bench role that you're talking to me about I didn't like either. And he admitted that it messed with his mental health in the start of the season. Those other teams don't have that history. The Warriors do.
Right, and he won't have the burden of going somewhere and taking a contract that he doesn't like because he has the ability to take a contract here, and if he goes elsewhere, it'll probably be for more money and or more years, so that shouldn't be a burden on his mentals. It might be tough to go to a new city and a new corporate structure, new ownership, new coach, and new teammates and all the rest of it. That's going to be an adjustment that he would have to factor into his mental health, quote unquote. But I would expect if he does go elsewhere, it'll be to a team that at least has a chance to win. I can't imagine he goes and takes a big contract somewhere for a team that's going to be 22-60.
I don't know why that team would offer him that. Also,
right.
Like, why would you do that? You know what I mean? Like, if you're,
I guess, yeah.
Right? If you're the Pistons, why would you be like, let's spend a bunch of money on Klay Thompson?
Yeah, or Washington.
Yeah, it doesn't make a whole lot of Washington.
Speaking of Washington, they're looking good so far, 22-9. Jordan Poole with 11. And as we scoreboard watch, the Kings leading at OKC, Mark, 29-21, late first quarter.
Yeah, very early. Very early.
But it's one to watch because if the Kings win, even if the Warriors win and the Kings win, the 8 seed suddenly feels like it's a little bit out of reach.
Oh, yeah, it already almost does.
They're 2 back, really 3 back with the tiebreaker, and there's 4 to go.
The Kings are not going to fall behind the Warriors if they lose this game tonight. I'll say
if
that.
the Warriors lose.
No, if the Kings win. If the Kings win this game tonight, I think the Warriors are playing next Wednesday for sure. They almost already are.
Right.
But
Agreed.
yeah, the Kings are going to have to lose that one. But it's very, very early.
Busy night in the association. I think we've got 14 games up on the big board. All but 2 teams in action.
And part of that is because they take the national championship off, so there was no NBA action last night. All right, we're going to keep going with the calls, but we got some breaking news first.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
Okay, we got a little bit of injury news from the Lakers side of tonight's game. Anthony Davis has been ruled out. Anthony Davis ruled out tonight. And then I have a LeBron James update. As of 23 minutes ago, from Dave McMenamin of ESPN, LeBron James has yet to arrive to the arena. He did not participate in the walkthrough. His playing status for the Warriors game is still undetermined. Darvin Ham just addressed the media, and LeBron is a game-time decision.
Yeah, remains a game-time decision.
Not sure if he's at the arena yet.
Man. Okay, let's do our fun game.
Okay.
Let's do our fun game because I did look about 4 hours ago. 4 hours ago, the Lakers were -3. -3 in the game tonight. With this breaking news, no Anthony Davis and possibly no LeBron James. Certainly the game for the moment could be OTB. It could be off the board. But no, I do have the spread in front of me right now. Dan Dibley, what do you think the number move is?
Guess that spread.
Thank you. Anthony Davis not playing, LeBron James not at the crypt. Those are a couple of big losses for the show. I'd say the Warriors are now favored by a point, Mark.
I'm sorry, that is an incorrect answer. The Warriors are favored by 3.5.
Whoa.
This jumped
Number 3.
6.5 points based on this news. And I would suggest that sort of makes me lean in the direction of LeBron not going to play either. That's kind of where that makes me lean. Although maybe that would make the Warriors a 6-point favorite. I don't know.
Wow.
I don't know, but yeah.
I didn't go far enough.
AD is not worth 6.5 points. So this suggests to me that both of the Lakers stars, still a capable team, by the way. It's still a capable club. But yeah, Warriors are now favored by 3.5 tonight.
Chris Haynes says that Anthony Davis' injury officially is headache/nausea.
He was listed as questionable with an eye injury.
Right.
Yeah, it's all the same.
Well, that can make you nauseous if your eye.
No. As a migraine sufferer, and Mark's not laughing at
non-migraine.
He's laughing at my reaction.
Laughing at your face.
I know you are.
It's not a migraine, Dibs. It's a headache.
I wish I had more of a Lady Gaga poker face, poker face, because
so funny.
For those of you not on YouTube, my facial expression was one of just. I mean, there are words that I could use to describe my feelings for Anthony Davis.
Why don't you spell the word out?
It starts with a P, and it ends with a Y.
Oh.
It's pretty sad.
Oh, pretty.
It's pretty.
Anthony Davis is so pretty.
I mean, I don't know. I mean,
Michael Thompson was on here 3 hours ago going, this is a huge game.
It's huge.
This is big. This is going to be mano a mano. Bright lights, L.A., Warriors, Lakers. The winner's going to have the edge in the play-in, and here we go. Anthony Davis has a headache.
Right.
And LeBron is not even in the arena. The game starts in 90 minutes.
Right. I would imagine he's not going to play. He'll be in streets.
So you all thought I was crazy for wanting to, and I didn't, punt this game. Maybe the Lakers are punting this game.
Exactly.
So that they can play the Warriors next week.
I mean, it's not too outlandish to think that.
I'm kidding.
The Lakers would rather be the 8 and have that cushion to where if you lost your first play-in game, you'd have another crack at it.
The Lakers are in a situation where if they ended in a flurry, they could still end up in the 6. They're only a game and a half behind the Suns. You go win tonight.
Yeah.
I mean, if you win tonight and the Suns or the Pelicans lose,
Lakers only have 3 more games and they're 2 back in the loss column.
Right.
And tiebreaker-wise, I don't know how they did against Phoenix head-to-head. I'll look that up.
It's not out of the question. The loss against Minnesota really hurt them as far as that. But it's not like time to just be like, cruise control, forget it, see you later, rest of the year. It's not that at all. This is a very interesting development, is the only way I can put it. I don't know how Anthony's eye feels, and believe me, I've had migraines, and you can't function. You're not playing basketball. That's for sure. So if he's got heavy nausea, then that's a thing. That's real. It's just the Anthony Davis of the whole thing.
Exactly.
It's like,
and that's why the look I gave you is one of like...
God, it's like, dude, he's always out.
Always.
It's like tomorrow night, like Anthony Davis is out because the creamsicle jerseys didn't show up. Like, what? I mean, he's always out.
Right. And even when he's in, you can't really rely on him to be, 24-13 against the Minnesota Timberwolves. He played 12 minutes and he had 4 points.
Remember,
so maybe he was hurt then.
Yeah, maybe. Remember, if the Warriors win out, they cannot be the 10 seed. They will be at worst the 9 seed.
If they win out.
If they win their remaining 4 games. But
no matter what the Lakers do?
That is correct.
Because they would hold the tiebreaker over LA in a tie.
And because they would that assumes a win tonight.
So they would have beaten them 3 of 4, right?
That's correct. They're 2-1 right now.
That's correct.
So there you go. That's the head-to-head.
And they'd be even in the loss column if the Warriors win tonight. And so therefore, if they win out, that's a wrap. The Lakers will be behind them. So at worst, the 9-10 game is at Chase Center next Wednesday if the Warriors go 4-0 this week.
And the Lakers do not have the tiebreaker against Phoenix. So even if they were to win out and Phoenix was to lose a couple more games, Phoenix would hold the tiebreaker based on conference record.
Right, but there's 3 left. So the
Lakers have 3.
Right.
Phoenix has 4.
Right. So the Suns could lose 3 games.
They could.
Yeah. I know, not likely.
And fall behind, yeah.
Not likely, yeah. Okay. Ugh, interesting stuff. All right, let's keep going. Ben on 880. Hey, Ben, what's up?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good.
I've been listening to that interview a couple times, right? And I was trying to look at it from different angles, right? I'm trying to think if Klay feels disrespected or slighted or whatever word you want to use because he wasn't offered like more than 2 years, right? And maybe kind of like that interview, maybe Stephen A. had something about that interview in terms of like, maybe Klay was kind of thinking philosophically about like, my time here is kind of coming to an end. And not necessarily just as a Golden State Warrior, but maybe like as a basketball player, right? Because when you think about the core 3, you think about Steph is irreplaceable, right? Draymond this year pretty much showed that in spite of everything that went on, he's irreplaceable as well, right? He's their free safety. He's their defensive glue. Klay, although will provide those points, could the replacement already be in-house, right? Is it Moody? Is it Pods, right? Is it a guard they pick up either through free agency or the draft, right? So I'm trying to think maybe he feels slighted because he wasn't at least offered as long of a contract as Draymond, right? And then I kind of also thought about how, like, if years ago, if this 2-timeline thing would have worked out, and who knows if they didn't pick Wiseman and they picked Anthony Edwards. Imagine now Anthony Edwards on the team. Are you going to hold him back just because Klay has been the starter all these years? So kind of things you think about, right? Like, is he thinking, like, why can't I at least get a 4-year, right? Even a 3-year with an option, for the 4th, right? Maybe that's kind of what he's looking for. And maybe it's not necessarily the AAV that he's looking for, but more like the duration, right? He really wants to potentially say, I don't want to just worry about the next 2 years. I want to think about 4 years down the line, I'll be 38. Maybe that's when he calls it a career. So,
well, yeah, Ben, thanks. I don't know about the
Edwards went number 1, so you couldn't have had Edwards.
Right, and the one that people bring up is Halliburton. Right. If they had moved down, and would Halliburton be Halliburton if he were on this team and had Steph and Klay and, whoever else, whether Wiggins ended up on the team, like if you had all these players in front of him, would it have ended up that way? No way to know. There's 2 ways to answer that question. I think Ben goes a little bit too far in terms of what Klay could be upset about or thinking about. But if you just whittle it down to the general statement, did Klay feel disrespected the first half of this year? I think the answer is very likely yes. I'm not in his head, but my gosh, we've got evidence flying out all over the place. And he has essentially said it without saying it.
Right.
Like when he says, I struggled with my mental health through the first half of the season, and I had to have 4 heart-to-hearts with Steve Kerr, and I looked at Tim Kawakami and I said, you going to bench me? And I'm holding 4 fingers up at the Phoenix bench all the time. Like when you put all that together, like what the hell else could it have been? Of course he feels disrespected.
Yeah.
And now, I don't think he wants 4 years. I don't think he'd be offended by lining up with the rest. That's what they're all doing. Draymond got 4 years. It's 3 years and an option because it was last year. Now it's this year. Look at Steve Kerr's extension. How many years did it go? 2. Why? Steph. That's why. So I don't think 2 or 2 and an option is offensive. I do think it's about the number.
Right.
I think it's probably about the number.
And he's making 43.2 this year. And if you're being asked to take 24 and Wiggins is making 26 next year, Draymond's making 24. So you're going to suddenly be the 4th highest paid guy on the team where you've been number 2 running right behind Steph. So Steph's going to make 55 and you want me to play for 24?
Or less than half that.
Yeah. I mean, that feels a little, I can see where you feel a little disrespected. And I know the numbers for those of us common folk are so like astronomical, but it's all relative.
Totally. And also think about what it might have meant when people were suggesting Klay come off the bench. Because if he didn't like the number at the beginning of the year, what's he want to do? Oh, I'm going to go out there and prove to you I'm worth more than 24
Exactly.
a year. And you go, hey, we'd like you to come off the bench, play a few less minutes. Excuse me?
Right.
I'm trying to put up numbers here that show you I'm worth more than $24 million. Now you're going to lower my minutes and put me on the bench? It's offensive, whether it should be or not.
Right.
So he needed 4 heart-to-hearts with Steve Kerr just to get his mind right.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean he's forgiven anybody.
Right. And it also doesn't mean that he's not going to go out there and explore any other option to where his mentals maybe are more intact in a different locale.
We invite you to subscribe to Willard and Dibs on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find your podcasts. If you watch on Twitch or YouTube, there's a QR code right there in the bottom right that'll take you straight to our Odyssey app, where the Morning Roast and Steiny and Goo and all of their content live as well. We invite you to check it all out. Plenty more of you want to weigh in. We're going to come straight to the phone calls and run to the finish line here as we get ready for Warriors and Lakers. This is Willard and Dibs.
Want more speed? Well, Xfinity just increased their internet speeds, and they're faster than ever. It's time to get more out of your internet with faster speeds from Xfinity. Now through June 21st, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for only $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. That's double the speed for the same great price. Click, call, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and other charges extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
eligible purchases. See Lowe's.com/terms for full details. Subject to change.
Bay Area is Draymond Green, and you're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Dede. A little under 2 hours away, tip-off. Warriors-Lakers. If you're just joining us, no Anthony Davis and possibly no LeBron James. LeBron is a game-time decision, has still not shown up at the arena as of 20 minutes ago. And Anthony Davis, with, quote, headache and nausea, is out. Tonight, the Warriors now favored to win this evening. And I would think, actually, if blessed with health, because Wiggins and GP2 will be in tonight.
Right.
Full health for the Warriors. If blessed with health, they might be favored to win all their games the rest of the way. And if they do, they're at least the 9 seed.
Yep, which is great news. In other unrelated, unconfirmed news, Draymond Green now is questionable due to worry over LeBron James's current absence.
All right. All right. You got to get over that.
Never.
People are allowed to have friends.
Of course. I don't have to get over it.
Do you have any friends at other radio stations?
Don't think I have any friends at all, honestly. So there's that.
That was a surprising answer.
Yeah.
You don't consider me a friend?
You're a coworker.
Oh, wow.
I've been uninvited to your Super Bowl party.
That's the last time we bring you home cooked meals.
Yeah, Christy's a friend.
I know.
She can flat out
stop taking credit for that.
That
'cause I don't do a damn
lasagna.
thing.
Yeah.
Where are my donuts, by the way?
They're coming.
Okay.
I'm in the middle of a weight loss journey. I don't know if you've heard the abundantweightloss.com.
I did hear something about that.
I actually thought about it, and I'm going to bring the donuts anyway and not have one, which is going to be...
Oh, that sounds awful. Why can't you just wait? Do it after you are able to loosen up a little bit.
It's going to be a while. So
all right, then
it's going to be a
mind.
while.
Bring them next week.
Okay, I will.
All right, very good.
I will. And
okay.
I can't get donuts and just have one. So if I bring them in and have one, I'm going to have 4. And I don't want to have 4. But I want you guys to be happy, and I do want to pay my debts. Dibley always pays his debts.
Donuts do make me happy. They really do.
All right, consider it done.
Okay, 888-957-9570. Giants will also not wear City Connects on Tuesday, April 23rd, hosting the New York Mets. Apparently, they have released a statement that the City Connects will arrive for the May 14th game against the Los Angeles Dodgers, so both tonight and the 23rd against the Mets. No City Connects because, quote, Fanatics prioritized getting them their regular home and road unis on time, which I didn't know that was a thing. Like, I didn't know that Major League Baseball teams needed to click on priority shipping in order to get their uniforms before the year started.
Is this the first year that Fanatics was the official outfitter, or... Because something felt different about this.
It is, and I wonder if this is actually on Major League Baseball for coming to an agreement with them too late, close to opening day, instead of this just being on Fanatics. Everyone likes to pile onto Fanatics for all the issues that we've seen, but maybe it's on baseball.
But when Fanatics is making a lot of material for the general masses, that's one thing. How many City Connect jerseys do you need to make for the Giants? There's like 25 dudes. And you need to make these, and you need to make a few, I would think, for every guy. Like, is that really that difficult?
Well, times by 30 teams. I would imagine that other teams are having the same delay.
Padres wore theirs in the second game of the year.
Right. Does every team doesn't have a City Connect to begin with?
They do. They've been rolling them out throughout the last couple of years.
And have we reached the point where all 30 actually have them now?
I feel like yes, but maybe there's 1 or 2 that don't.
Right.
That would be weird, though.
How many different uniforms do the Giants have?
Well, we got the black ones. They got the white ones.
They got the Orange Friday.
Orange Friday. I don't know if that's...
City Connect.
I've got an answer for you.
Did they wear those on Friday? Did they wear the oranges? On Friday night?
I don't know about that. They wore their black tops on Saturday night.
On Saturday.
They didn't do that on a home opener.
MLB's 30 teams, 20 have a City Connect uniform as of last year. An additional 8 are scheduled to debut theirs this year. The only 2 teams that have not either debuted or are scheduled to debut City Connect, the Yankees and the A's.
Well, And for two obviously different reasons.
The A's are going to launch their new City Disconnects coming up.
They maybe already done that.
That's really good.
Yeah.
And I would imagine that the Yankees perhaps don't ever want
They
City
don't want
Connects.
them.
Right.
Yeah, they're like, no, we're wearing something
We've
with
got our uniforms.
skyscrapers on them.
Our uniforms are pretty awesome in terms of their traditional value. Wearing some skyscraper, exactly.
A's City Connect.
I like your answers. Did you just come up with that?
I did. It was pretty easy, actually, I thought.
You borrowed it from someone.
No, I didn't.
I'm going to Google City Disconnect Oakland A's. Feels like a Casey Pratt special.
No, I haven't even thought about the A's and City Connect.
Yeah, you go to the phones. I'm going to see who you stole that from.
I did not steal it from
You're clever,
anyone.
but that was really clever.
Swear to God.
Smell a rat.
No, well, you're going to make them now with the Sacramento Capitol building on them. But anyway, hi, Drew Down. Look, everybody, it's Drew Down. YouTube's about to go crazy. Hi, Drew.
Hey, what's going on? First of all, let me shout out the Bay Area radio legend, Dan Dibley.
Please do.
When I'm watching on YouTube is Dan Finley, and hope everything's going with the baby, a.k.a. Dan Cribley. So we'll start there. Hello, the lovely Mark Willard.
Hello, friend.
Hello, Drew.
But there's a lot of talk about, Klay Thompson. Should we pay him? Should we let him walk? I've been in the lab like Guru, looking at some numbers, and you can keep the TI-84 in the desk. I'm going to go ahead and do the math so you don't have to.
It's a good uptick.
With just Curry, Wiggins, and Draymond, you're looking at $105 million roughly.
Okay.
The cap is $141, right? So that's just those three alone. You add in GP with a player option, $9 million. I would assume he's going to take that.
Yeah, he
Maybe
will.
not, but I would assume that. You got JK at about 8. You got Moody at about 6. Pods 3.5. Trace Jackson Davis $2 million. That's 28.5. So with those, 8 players, you're looking at about $133.5 million. Now Looney has a 1-year, $8 million deal with $3 million guaranteed. If they decide to, decide to keep him and not waive him, I would lean towards them keeping him. You're already looking at $141 million. The salary cap for next year is $141 million. With just those players alone, you're looking at $141 million. So I know math is hard, and a lot of people say, oh, well, if, Klay walks, that's money we can use to sign somebody else. Newsflash, buddy. No, it doesn't.
Well,
we would literally have $0 to sign anybody.
Yeah, but Drew, there's a couple things here, and I'm not going to act like a salary cap expert because I'm not. But there's levels to the luxury tax threshold. And so what I believe the Warriors are trying to avoid is kind of the double tax.
Yeah.
Not just the tax. And obviously there's very complex rules as to whether or not you're signing your own players or if you're signing someone else's players and how that affects the cap. So I'm not discounting anything you're saying at all, but I do think there's a little bit more wiggle room than maybe what you're saying right now.
No. I'm not gonna disagree with anything you're saying. My angle is that is people think that let's let Klay walk and we can use that money to sign somebody else. I get the salary tax and the luxury tax implications. I definitely understand all that. My biggest thing is that it's like if you let Klay walk for nothing, I get the Looney. Lakeup saves money, but there's literally no money to basically replace him. So that's my biggest thing is that just letting him walk, basically you're not going to be able to replace him with anybody of any substance. Obviously there's internal Moody, maybe, Lester, but letting him walk doesn't really, help this team's salary cap situation at all.
Yeah, Drew, no, there's definitely some truth to that. Great to hear you always. There's definitely some truth to that. And so when you look at and that's why I said what I said off the top of the show. Everybody who's worried, stop being unrealistic and thinking the Warriors are going to run. They need to get rid of these guys and get Giannis. I'm like, dude, you sound way more unrealistic than somebody who thinks the Warriors can win next week.
The tax is 171, and you're right. There's a lot of nuance about signing your own players and all the rest of it, but 171 is the number you should keep an eye on as far as what they won't go over.
Want to do it again tomorrow?
Yeah, that was fun today.
Yeah, let's do it again tomorrow. What's coming up in the game? Guess what? It's a Warrior game. It's brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. Here comes Grandy, everybody, with Warriors Live ahead of Warriors versus the AD-less and possibly LeBron-less Los Angeles Lakers. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. People, shoot your shot. It's all you got.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy 3 amazing deals